Bound to the fate of the country, but you have become Minecraft, author, I am salted fish. One day, a foreign world descended on Blue Star, and each country randomly selected one person to enter the foreign world, bound to the fate of the country. All the achievements in the different world can be embodied in the people of the country, but once the player dies, a terrible disaster will break out in the country. There are endless resources and possibilities in this different world. Only one civilization can become a god-level civilization. Global Live. Each player can randomly awaken a talent. Beacon Country Contestant, ha, I have awakened the body of Iron Man, and I am invincible. The Baxiangwo contestant was triumphant, I can transform into an elephant man, and my strength is infinite. Footpot Chicken Contestant, my saliva is highly poisonous, Gudong. The contestants from all over the world were triumphant, while Chen Pingon, representing Dragon Kingdom, silently adjusted his glasses, stood in front of a towering tree, and raised his fist. If you want to get rich, first pluck trees. Hot Summer. Chen Ping walked on the street and sighed. I didn't expect that I would be unemployed after time travel. It's really embarrassing to senior ever-bright traveler. Having said that, he has no regrets. He has long disliked that fat pig boss. Not only has a bad personality, but he often deducts wages in different ways, so he couldn't bear it anymore, and today he directly threw the folder in his face. Labor and management quit. That's right, what he said about unemployment was that he fired the boss. Refreshing. There are only 2 words in my heart. Happy. It's a big deal, I'm going to play games. Chen Ping'an felt ruthless in his heart, and he became concerned. The Blue Star of this world, the competition between countries is extremely fierce. The population of Dragon Kingdom alone exceeds 20 billion, not to mention the neighboring White Elephant Kingdom, which is heading towards the 30 billion mark. The 2 countries together account for more than half of the world's population. Coupled with the Lighthouse Country, Sunset Country, Cherry Blossom Country and other countries, the resources of the entire Blue Star were rapidly exhausted, and it also caused all countries to focus on this aspect and ignore other aspects. For example, games. The game resources in this world are very scarce, especially Chen Ping'an's favorite sandbox game, such as Minecraft, Famine, etc., are all missing. Therefore, he felt that if he played games by himself, he would definitely be able to make a big difference. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in front of his eyes, and when he looked up, a huge golden ball of light appeared in the sky, shining brilliantly. What is this? He was stunned. What Chen Ping'an didn't know was that not only him, but everyone in the world at this moment saw this golden ball of light. In the next second, a wave of information emerged in the minds of all mankind. Chen Ping'an couldn't help showing shock in his eyes. It turns out that this golden ball of light is a product of a high-dimensional world, and it is connected to a vast and magical world behind it. It was detected that Blue Star lacked resources and a large population, so they descended on Blue Star and started a game that bet on the fate of the country. The rules of the game are as follows. From all countries, a player is randomly selected to enter a different world and survive the Jedi. The resources that each player harvests in a different world will be manifested in their own country. However, once a player from his own country dies in a different world, a disaster will randomly occur in his country. After death, a player will be randomly selected again, enter the different world, and clear all memories about the different world. The performance of the players in the different world will be broadcast live on Blue Star, and people all over the world can see it. There are infinite possibilities in another world, even people can become gods, and the civilization they belong to can become a god-level civilization. All countries compete, and there can only be one god-level civilization, and all other civilizations will become its subordinate civilizations. In an instant, everyone in the world was shocked. I bought cakes, is this true? Games in different worlds, resources are manifested, and you can become a god? This is not a joke God made on us. Is today April Fool's Day? Wake up, this information appears directly in the brain, which is not possible with current technology at all. It must be true. The god-level civilization must belong to our lighthouse country. We, the 30 billion people in Baixiong, express their dissatisfaction. Our big stick country is the strongest in the universe,
and we don't accept any explanation. Is it only me who sees the death of a player? Will there be a disaster?
I just hope that our country can have a more reliable player. There was a lot of discussion around the world, and the governments of various countries also responded immediately. They found that on the internet, all the live broadcast platforms have a mysterious live broadcast room, but it is still dark, and the countdown shows 10 minutes.
All countries are like this.
Among them, Longwa responded the fastest, and invited the most well-known game commentators in the country, Wawa and Milu, as well as Miss Bingbing with a sweet voice, and the world-renowned survival expert Dai to form a luxurious commentary lineup. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the hearts of everyone in the world gradually lifted.
I don't know who will be the lucky one.
Standing on the street, Chin Pingon thought silently. After all, the probability is 1 in 20 billion, which is even lower than winning a lottery ticket. Finally, when the time is over, the golden ball of light above the world casts a bright beam of light in every country, leading the chosen people to another world. Chin Pingon was waiting to see Lucky in the live broadcast room, but suddenly found a golden light that enveloped him.
The lucky one turned out to be himself. Studio. Hi everyone, I'm Wow. Hi everyone, I'm Milu.
In a circle of seats, a host with a round face and a host with glasses and a refined face greeted the audience respectively. They are the most famous game commentators in Longwa. Wawa is famous for his humorous words, while Milu has excellent professional knowledge and unique understanding of various games. The cooperation between the two is deeply loved by the audience, and they are called Higher Brothers!
Hello, everyone, I'm your friend, Bingbing. Another host, Ms. Bingbing, was sweet-looking and beckoned to the audience. I'm Lord D. Hello everyone.
The last middle-aged man with a strong bald hairstyle and a face full of vicissitudes nodded.
I think everyone knows what happened. We are now in the live broadcast room of the different world.
There is still more than a minute before the live broadcast will start.
We will see the performance of players from various countries in the different world. Bingbing took the lead and said, I want to ask Lord D, do you think the other world will be very dangerous? There is no doubt about it.
Master D sat up straight and his face became serious. Since the game gives a reminder of death, it means that there must be danger in the game, but I am not sure how high the risk factor is, but as a survival expert, the only thing I give to the players my advice is to be cautious. Because their life and death are not only related to themselves, but also related to the whole country, and they are responsible for the fate of the country. The bullet screens in the live broadcast room also floated up one after another.
Indeed, I think prudence is
the most important thing. After all, only living can have hope.
I thought Master D's suggestion was to go hungry first. I'm starving for nothing.
I don't know who our Dragon Country player is, please, come and be stronger. Unfortunately, if you choose me, it will be easy for our Dragon Kingdom to become a god-level civilization. Upstairs, you have to boast that you don't pay taxes, otherwise you would have gone bankrupt. That's right, but I believe that our Dragon Country players will definitely be able to overcome difficulties.
Bingbing quickly circled back.
Hey, there is a picture, I see a person.
Suddenly, there was an exclamation of wow.
Everyone looked at the live broadcast room. What caught my eye was the blue sky and white clouds first, and then the camera zoomed in, and I could see the rolling mountains on the earth, lakes like mirrors, rivers like jade belts. The beautiful scenery is fascinating.
Wow, is this a different world?
It's so beautiful, it's like a 5A-level scenic spot.
How can such a world be dangerous? It feels like a vacation.
The live broadcast rooms all over the world suddenly exploded. Especially in some countries with small land area and serious pollution, the eyes are red.
Mountains of gold and silver are not as good as green water and green mountains. Boo!
However, in the next second, accompanied by a sharp chirp, a gigantic bird flew past the camera.
Hiss! Countless people gasped and couldn't believe their eyes.
The camera continued to zoom down, and soon landed in the middle of a forest grassland, with more than 200 people lying in disorder. And Longwa's live broadcast room was fixed on the ordinary-looking Chin Pingon with a confused expression and black-rimmed glasses.
Is this our Dragon Country player? He looks very energetic.
In the live broadcast room, Neela spoke.
Indeed, there is an old saying in our Dragon Kingdom, which is called Great Hermit in the City. It means that the real masters are hidden from view. Wow also quickly added. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, is this the gold medal commentary?
I love it, it's so fresh and refined even if it's ordinary.
Low EQ, mediocre, high EQ, hidden in the city.
The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became joyful. There is no way to explain it, so I have to find something to boast about. In this different world, players from all over the world have woken up and looked around curiously.
At this time,
suddenly a voice came from my ear. All players are in place, start to awaken random talents. Suddenly, every player starts to glow. The contestant from the Lighthouse Kingdom suddenly turned into a metallic luster, and laughed wildly. I have awakened the talent of an Iron Man, invulnerable. The contestant from the White Elephant Kingdom neighed and turned into an elephant man with infinite strength. Some have tails and horns, which are extremely scary. All of a sudden, all the players activated their talents, and all sorts of amazing changes took place. The audience in Longwa quickly set their sights on Chen Pingan. I saw him standing where he was, without any changes on his body.
No way, is it because there is no awakening talent? Impossible, so unlucky? It's over, our Dragon Kingdom is gone. In an instant, almost all of the audience's hearts went cold.
Asterisk.
Haha, players from Dragon Kingdom don't have awakening talent. Yoshi, now our Sakura country will definitely win.
Look at our players from Lighthouse Country, they have awakened their iron bodies and are already invincible.
In the live broadcast room of Dragon Kingdom, in addition to the local people, there are also many viewers from the internet.
After all, Dragon Kingdom is the second largest country in the world, and every move is closely watched. Seeing that there was no change in Chen Pingan's body, he suddenly burst into cynicism.
It's almost like New Year's Eve.
The Dragon Country audience was angry and unwilling, and extremely aggrieved.
Don't panic, things may not be as simple as we see.
At this moment, Neela spoke in the broadcast room. He pushed his glasses. Based on my understanding of the game over the years, it is very likely that in addition to those explicit talents, there are also hidden talents, which cannot be seen from the outside.
He is a player from our Dragon Country. That's right, it's still too early to make a conclusion.
Maybe we Dragon Kingdom players have awakened talents that are extremely heaven-defying.
Wow also nodded again and again. Look at the players from the Gaul country.
Their appearance has not changed, but they can breathe out flames. Bing Bing has keen observation skills and soon discovered Huadian. Have you noticed that our players are calm from the beginning to the end, without any panic?
Master De suddenly spoke, with appreciation in his eyes.
From my experience of surviving in the wild, he has an extremely strong psychological quality, which is very important in a different world. Even if the awakened talent is not very good, I still like him.
After the analysis by the hosts, the audience of Longwa finally calmed down.
That's right, it's just the beginning, what's the rush?
Although he looks ordinary, he is really calm and has a good mentality. Could it be some retired soldier king? The audience has a little more expectation in their hearts. Now everyone is curious, what talent did Chen Pingan awaken?
Seeing the players from other countries pretending to be aggressive, the Dragon Country audience felt so uncomfortable, let alone mention it.
Look, he's moving.
Seeing another world, Chen Pingan finally moved, stood in front of a towering tree, and raised his hand.
Boom!
He punched a big tree.
The big tree was motionless. What is he doing? He's hitting a tree with his fist, if I'm not mistaken? Is this some kind of unique talent?
Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned, puzzled. While they were waiting to see the follow-up, they found that Chen Pingan withdrew his hand again, standing where he was thinking.
At this moment, Chen Pingan's detailed information also appeared in the live broadcast room. From childhood to adulthood, his resume is mediocre. What's more, just lost his job.
He is not a fierce man like the king of special forces that everyone imagines.
It's over, it's really mediocre. He just smashed the tree, so he probably wanted to commit suicide inside. There are 20 billion people in my dragon kingdom, why did I choose him? In an instant, the whole country was crying. Because the fortunes of the entire dragon kingdom are tied to Qin Pinyin, all will prosper. Lose everything.
Once Qin Pinyin dies, terrible disasters will randomly erupt in Longwa. Even several hosts looked at each other, feeling uncertain in their hearts. Only Master De remained firm in his judgment. I believe in him, and he will definitely not let us down. At this moment, they saw Qin Pingon walking away from the crowd and walking into the dense jungle alone.
Is this really about finding a good place to commit suicide? Some viewers are already desperate. A different world, deep in the jungle.
Standing in front of a towering tree, Qin Ping raised his fist again. If you want to get rich, first pluck trees. His eyes were firm, and he didn't think about how the outside world looked at him at all. Instead, he punched and punched firmly on the big tree.
Boom, boom, boom.
If someone looked carefully, they would find that his fist was not injured at all, but a towering tree over, meters high was crumbling when he smashed it down.
Boom.
After smashing it about 10 times, something happened that stunned everyone in the live broadcast room.
That towering tree actually collapsed.
Moreover, it turned into wooden blocks with a diameter of 1 meter in mid-air, and disappeared.
Without a trace when pressed by Qin Pingon's palm.
You got wood times 6.
You got an apple times 2.
The system prompt sounded in Qin Pingon's ears, and he nodded in satisfaction. As everyone knows, at this time, the dragon kingdom outside is already boiling.
Asterisk. What did I just see? Our contestant knocked down a meter-high tree with just his fist? Unbelievable, simply incredible. In the Longwa live broadcast room, the audience who were already desperate saw the scene all boiled over.
I know, this is the talent of Qin Pingon. Wow showed an excited expression, and said loudly, obviously, what he awakened is a hidden talent, and it is extremely powerful. At least it is impossible for players from other countries to smash such a big tree with just their fists. That's right, and the reason why he walked deep into the dense forest is to prevent other players from finding out, and make a fortune in silence.
Nilu also suddenly realized, and analyzed.
Sure enough, he is worthy of being a player of our dragon kingdom. He is well versed in the doctrine of the golden mean. As the saying goes, if a tree is beautiful, it will be destroyed by the forest wind.
Miss Bingbing's eyebrows curved. After all, this is a competitive game. Once players from other countries discover his talent, they are likely to be targeted by groups.
After all, it is already a different world, without legal and moral constraints.
Keep a low profile to ensure your own safety. I really didn't see the wrong person.
Master De supported Qin Pingon as always.
Our dragon kingdom is indeed a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. It seems ordinary, but it is actually hidden in the city.
Players from other countries think they are strong, but we are already ahead. Loki is the most important thing. You must know that there are so many younger brothers in the lighthouse country, so you can't be targeted by them.
The audience laughed and talked a lot.
And the foreigners who were still in the Longwa live broadcast room were full of anxiety, wishing to use their thoughts to transmit sound to another world.
Stop showing off your talent there.
Dragon Kingdom contestants want to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers.
Go and target him. I can't help but they are not in a hurry. This is a competition bound to the fate of the country.
Only the winner can become a god-level civilization, and all losers must become subordinate civilizations. However, their voices are destined to be heard by no contestant. Even if a player dies, if they are randomly selected again, their memory will be erased.
I'm even more curious about what kind of talent Qin Pingon has awakened.
In the live broadcast room, Mila pushed the mirror frame curiously.
Consciously tell him that Qin Pingon's talent is far more than it seems on the surface.
This is true. Different world. As soon as Qin Ping's thoughts moved, he felt that there was an invisible panel in his mind. Divided into personal, building, backpack, food, technology and other sections. And this panel is no stranger to him. Because of his awakened talent, it is called the World Sandbox System. As the name suggests, the whole world has become a sandbox game in his eyes. Just like Minecraft, famine, delusional mountains and seas and other games.
He can cut down trees, collect minerals, build buildings, and even turn soil, magma, rivers, etc. into cubes and put them in his backpack. In addition, collect enough materials and blueprints to unlock technology. In this regard, Jinping only wants to say 2 words. Invincible. Those trees just now were put into his backpack by him. And the initial backpack has 99 grids, and the same kind of materials can be superimposed. The upper limit is dash. And a tree cube is a cube with a side length of 1 meter, so you can imagine how big it is. I need to make an axe now, a pickaxe, stones and twigs. Suan clicked on the tool. For an axe, you need 2 twigs and a stone. As well as a pickaxe. They are all the lowest level stone axes and stone pickaxes. Stones are everywhere. Jinping casually picked up 2 stones at his feet. As for the twigs, they can be collected or decomposed with large wooden blocks, and 10 twigs can be obtained. Jinping held the twigs and stones in his hands, and meditated on the construction in his heart, and suddenly a mysterious force emerged. The twigs and stones merged into one, and a 1-meter-long axe with a wooden handle inlaid with sharp stone flakes appeared in his hand. It was extremely sharp at first glance. Jinping did the same thing again and made a stone pick. Da. Immediately afterwards, he swung the stone axe and began to happily roll the tree. A towering tree with a height of meters only needs to be cut 4 or 5 times before it collapses. And seeing the process of his making, the live broadcast room outside was boiling again. I don't read much, don't lie to me, is the tool made like this? When I put a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that you have a problem. This is simply 2 words, outrageous. Is this also a natural ability? It's so awesome. Asterisk. In the live broadcast room, several hosts were also stunned by Jinping's performance. No one has ever seen it. Just hold stones and branches in your hands, and they can automatically become tools. This is not scientific at all. It seems that our player Jinping's awakened talent is very powerful and special. Miss Bingbing spoke first. It's not just powerful, it's invincible, okay? Look at his stone axe. It only takes a few strokes to cut down a towering tree. This efficiency is even more terrifying than a chainsaw. Wawa jumped up, his face full of excitement, and you see, even if several trees have been cut down, there is not even a gap on the stone axe. What does that mean? I don't need to say more. Wawa commentary has always been known for his true temperament, without hiding himself. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, he would have jumped up and yelled Jinping Nyobi. More than that, have you noticed that so many logs that fell were gone by player Jinping's touch, which shows that his talent also has some kind of space storage ability. With a smile on his face, Milu analyzed carefully. In another world, this is a very useful ability. That's right. Master De nodded and took the words. When you are trying to survive, you often have to face choices. After all, the materials that a person can carry are limited, so you have to give up some things, but with the space storage capacity, you can carry more. Lots of supplies. I am looking forward more and more to Jinping's next performance. De Yi is an expert in survival in the wilderness, and he has a deep understanding of this. Who said just now that Mr. Jinping can't do it? Please stand up and get beaten. What about those foreigners? Why don't they dance anymore? After identification, Jinping actually has the blood of our big stick country. Yes, the whole universe belongs to you. Hurry up and leave Blue Star, go to the Sea of Stars. For a moment, the audience in Longwa finally felt elated, sweeping away the previous gloom. At this moment, the Bing Bing headset in the live broadcast room rang, and then a happy expression appeared on her face. Everyone, this is the latest news we just got, please read it. She stuck out her tongue and made a fool of herself, and the live broadcast screen suddenly switched. A set of footage captured by a drone appears. It is a vast land, full of lush high slopes, thousands of ravines. Isn't this the northwest of our country? Someone recognized it. This is the oldest area in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and it is also the area with the most serious soil erosion.
It is a scar in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom.
However, as the drone descended, everyone was shocked to see. On the vast yellow land, touches of green representing life are gradually spreading. Those are towering trees as high as meters. The canopy is lush and emerald green, forming a tall forest in the blink of an eye. As you can see, our almost deserted Northwest Plateau has been revitalized. Miss Bingbing's eyes were red, and her voice was extremely excited.
Oh my God, incredible! It's true, my house is nearby, and I saw the woods. It's appeared, the scene is strange. It turns out that the resources of another world can really be realized in reality. The barrage was almost boiling, and everyone knew who the hero was. Looking at Chin Pingon, who was still working hard to cut down trees, some people even burst into tears. In this age of depleted resources, nothing could be better news than this. Comrade Chin Pingon, you are the hero of our Dragon Kingdom.
Long Kingdom official, an old man spoke with admiration.
It's a pity that after entering another world, they can't do anything except watch the live broadcast, so they can only rely on Chin Pingon to work hard. Order to protect all the immediate family members of Comrade Chin Pingon and enjoy the highest standard of treatment. He fought hard for our Dragon Kingdom in another world, so we can't treat the hero's family badly.
Yes.
Immediately, a secretary went down to order that the official action of Longguo was very fast. The mayor personally dispatched to pick up Chin Pingon's parents at his hometown, and brought a commendation from Longguo. Thank them for cultivating a hero for the country.
Guangzong Yaozu.
This whole scene was broadcast live, but no one was dissatisfied, but they all expressed deep blessings from the bottom of their hearts. It even spread on the internet, and saw a large forest rising from the Dragon Kingdom. Other countries are just like lemons, so sour. Seeing players from their own country still showing off their talents and wandering around, makes them even more angry. They are all human beings, and there is already a forest in Longguo. We don't even have a tree. Give me some strength. Thank you ZLJ0306 for your reward. Asterisk. Different world. After cutting down about a dozen trees, Chin Pingon directly filled a backpack grid.
Wood times 99.
Calculated on the basis of one large block of wood, this is 100 square meters of wood. Shoulders are sore. Chin Pingon put down the stone axe, moved his arm, and took out an apple from his backpack. It is the size of a fist, bright red, and delicious at first glance. Wipe it off with your sleeve. Click. One bite, it is fragrant and sweet. Chin Ping's eyes lit up, and juice flowed from the corner of his mouth. Good to eat. He has never eaten such a delicious apple in his life. It is sweet and crisp, tender and juicy, and the taste is simply invincible. He was still thirsty at first, but 2 apples filled his stomach, and he didn't even have to look for water. And there are no cores in these apples. You can enjoy the pleasure of eating wildly. The look of wolfing down made the audience outside the live broadcast room hungry. Is it really that delicious? No, I just ate and felt hungry. Ha, I didn't expect that. I have apples at home. Hurry up and take one out to eat. Upstairs, you are cruel, I will go out and buy it now. Watching the bullet screen drifting past, the hosts in the live broadcast room also smiled. It seems that Chin Pingon of our Dragon Kingdom is far ahead in progress. Miss Bingbing's eyebrows were curved when she smiled. Is it just me who noticed that those apples fell from trees that were obviously not apple trees? Wow, I was dumbfounded. Don't ask, asking is talent, not science. Mila pushed his glasses calmly. The 3 elements of survival in the wild are food, fire, and shelter. Among them, water is the most important, especially clean water. Once you drink unclean water in the wild, you will step into the gate of hell with half your legs. Yi took the opportunity to explain the knowledge points to the audience, and an apple can not only provide food, but also provide water. I have to say that Chin Pingon is really lucky. But have you noticed that the sky in the other world is gradually getting darker? According to my judgment, it's less than 2 hours before it gets dark. You can't slack off. Master Do was a little worried.
Who knows what will happen in the dark night of another world? The big bird that appeared in front of the camera at the beginning proved that there is absolutely terrible danger in this world. Look at the players from other countries, they have already started to build camps. Suddenly, an audience found out. The host quickly cut the screen to live broadcast rooms in other countries. Sure enough, as the others calmed down, they also started to move. Either alone or in small groups, they collected resources around them, and the Gaul players breathed fire and built a bonfire in the middle of the camp. Looking at the fire, everyone felt safe. There are towering trees all around, they can't cut them down, so they use branches, vines, leaves and the like to build crude shelters one by one. A simple camp, taking shape. Sure enough, there are more people and more strength. Among the players from various countries, there are also capable people. I think Shin Pingon should return to the camp immediately. After all, it is too dangerous to stay outside alone at night. Lord De said worriedly. But he has gone a little far, now go back, I don't know if it's too late. Wow, anxious. But look at him, he doesn't seem to have any plans to go back. He seems to have forgotten the time. Go back, Shin Pingon, it's getting dark. Miss Bingbing couldn't help crying out. I can't wait to play by myself and dragged Shin Pingon back to the camp. It's almost night. Shin Ping raised his head, looked at the gradually dimming sky, guessed that he would not be able to go back to the camp, and did not panic at all. He is a master of survival games, how could he forget the threat of the night? He could even feel greedy and cold gazes coming from the forest. I need a shelter. He had a plan in mind, put the stone axe into his backpack, then took out the stone pick, and dug at the ground under his feet. Shee! With a soft sound, a dirt block floated out and he put it into his backpack, and there was a large hole of 1 by 1 by 1 under his feet, which could completely accommodate him. If you want to get rich, you must first pluck trees, if you want to build a house, you must dig a hole in the ground. While chanting the rhetoric, he swung the stone pick, and in an instant he dug a vertical passage, reaching a depth of nearly 10 meters, and then dug horizontally, digging out a 5 by 5 by 3 space on the side. Don't dare to dig too much for fear of collapse. Then he took out the dirt cube from the backpack and blocked the passage down. Strictly fit. From the ground cannot see any traces. Immediately afterwards, he dug a small passage obliquely, leading to the ground to ensure smooth ventilation. Holding a stone pick, he was in the ground 10 meters deep. Shin Pingon only felt a heavy sense of security, spontaneously arising. Thank you Yuanhai, for your big reward, Xianyu is working hard to code. Asterisk. As the saying goes, those who are good at attacking move above the 9 heavens, and those who are good at defending hide under the 9 grounds. Now Chen Ping only has 2 words in his mind. Be solid. No matter how fierce the monsters in the forest are, they cannot dig through the ground 10 meters deep to find him. But now there is another problem. That's just too dark. It can be said that you can't see your fingers, only a faint light from the vent. And it was getting dark outside. But Chen Pingon didn't panic at all. Click on the build interface of the system. Simple fire pile. Requires 2 small stones and 5 twigs. Chen Ping took it out of his backpack and placed it on the ground. With a bang, a fire immediately ignited. Drilling wood for fire? Non-existent. Sitting by the fire, Chen Pingon felt a burst of warmth, and suddenly felt that something was missing. That's right, food. It's a pity that there is no meat, otherwise I would be able to eat delicious barbecue tonight. Wondering if apples can be baked? On a whim, he took out an apple from his backpack, then took out a twig, and sharpened it with a stone axe. Skewer the apples and place them over the fire. Anyway, he has 20 or 30 apples in his backpack, and he is not afraid of wasting them at all. After a while, a fruity fragrance mixed with sweet fragrance came out. It seems to be possible. Chen Ping's eyes lit up, he took off the apple, it was still a little hot, he put it in his mouth and chewed it. Soft and sweet. It tastes even better than eating it raw. The taste after roasting is a bit similar to roasted sweet potatoes, but with less moisture. Comfortable. After eating and drinking,
Chinpingon looked at the mud wall of the room and frowned.
Maybe there are monsters that can dig holes in this world, so it's still not safe. No.
So he stood up, took out the wooden blocks from his backpack, and repositioned them around the entire room, even the top of his head. There is no gap between the wooden blocks, just like solid wood walls and floors, and it also exudes a unique fragrance of trees. And tomorrow it can be dug up with a pickaxe, perfectly recycled.
In this way, even if there are monsters that can punch holes, do you have the ability to dig through a 1-meter thick solid wood floor? Reposition the fire pile on the wooden floor. Don't be afraid of fire either.
The simple fire from the system, as long as there is fuel, it will burn unswervingly and will not spread, and even if it rains, snows, hail, or even a tornado can't be extinguished.
It's so arrogant.
On top of the simple fire, you can also make stone fires, obsidian fires, etc., but you need to unlock the technology.
To unlock technology, you need a scientific machine. The materials are wood planks, stone bricks and golden spirit beads.
The planks can be made of wood, and the stone bricks need to be made of big stones, which he hasn't found yet.
As for the golden lingzhu, Chinpingon has never heard of it.
With the science machine, you can unlock the workbench, which can be used to make tools such as iron pickaxes and axes, as well as other items such as backpacks, helmets, and so on. Thinking about it this way, the pride in Chinpingon's heart disappeared without a trace.
A long way to go.
He leaned against the fire, pillowed on the warm wooden floor, and yawned lazily. But what Chinpingon didn't know was that everyone in the live broadcast room had already been stunned by his series of manipulations.
Good guy, I'm direct good guy.
Not only can it pull trees, but it can even dig through the ground, which is too strong. Hiding in the ground 10 meters deep, who would have imagined that? I will give 99 points for this wave of operations, and I'm afraid he will be proud of the remaining points. I'm going to give full marks directly, not afraid of his pride. This is too safe. Even if the bomb explodes above his head, it can't hurt him at all. Upstairs, you should ask if you can wake up Mr. Chinpingon. Mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the live broadcast. In an instant, the bullet screen rolled in. The audience in Longwa was extremely anxious, but no one expected that Chinpingon would still have this kind of showmanship.
All eyes are wide open. Hiding 10 meters deep underground.
As soon as the small fire is set, the small apples are roasted.
Hey, it looks so comfortable. This has simply exceeded their thinking and cognition. Who can think of normal people?
It seems that player Chinpingon has an idea.
Long ago, but we are worrying unnecessarily. Master De smiled and shook his head. Now I am looking forward to what kind of surprises he can bring us later.
And even in the safe underground, he didn't relax his vigilance, but always remained cautious.
This is the most important thing. Milu admired Chinpingon's cautious attitude very much.
I just noticed that baked apples look delicious, I'm going to try them tonight.
Wow, successfully found Hua Dian, said while licking his lips.
It is very likely that what you made is dark cuisine. Miss Bingbing covered her mouth and snickered. Okay, audience friends, now let's take a look at contestants from other countries.
Thank you Chaos Demon Eddie, 2 big guys for your rewards, thank you very much.
Asterisk.
Time goes back more than an hour ago.
Players from all over the world came out of the joy of gaining talent for the first time, formed small groups and began to collect supplies. Among them, the players from the Beacon country formed the largest group, with more than a dozen people. It can be said that they are rampant, and the players from other countries dare not speak out.
The Lighthouse country contestant is named John Sun.
He was originally a special soldier, but he has awakened the talent of being an Iron Man. Once activated, the whole body is as hard as cast steel, extremely hard. Therefore, he was complacent and forcibly enslaved some less talented players, which was exactly the same as Beacon Country's style in Blue Star.
Relying on your own strength, act recklessly.
They were so numerous that they occupied the nearest position to the bonfire in the camp and built a simple shelter. As night falls, sit around the campfire and whisper.
By the way, have you seen anyone from Dragon Kingdom?
Suddenly, John frowned.
The competition between the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom was fierce.
The first time he awakened his talent, he wanted to clear out the people from the Dragon Kingdom.
After searching around, he couldn't find it. It's so weird. Could it be possible to hide underground?
I know, I saw him during the day, walked into the forest, and never came back.
Sakura Country's contestant, Izumi Yusaburo, smiled obsequiously, nodded and bowed.
He was the one who accidentally saw Chinping and leave.
It's getting dark outside now, could it be that he lost his way?
John Sun's eyes lit up, gloating over his misfortune.
Once it gets dark, it must be dangerous outside.
That's good, and it saves him from doing it himself. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Izumi Yusaburo with dissatisfaction, and scolded, "Go away, stay away from me."
Izumi Yusaburo's awakened talent is called poisonous saliva, which can secrete highly poisonous and foul-smelling saliva to attack the enemy.
Open your mouth, that taste. Just forget about it. It is comparable to a walking biochemical weapon.
Yes.
Healed Saburo bowed his waist and left in despair, but no one saw the moment he turned around, with a venomous light in his eyes. What they didn't know was that, seeing this scene, the audience in their own country had already been arguing in the live broadcast room.
"Faker, don't gloat over there, the Dragon Kingdom players are doing well."
"That's right, find him quickly. We must let him out first, otherwise we will definitely lose this game."
"It's really hateful, why did he awaken such a good talent?"
The audience in Beacon Country, looking at Johnson's smug face, couldn't help but get angry. Originally, they thought that Johnson had awakened his iron body and was invincible, but after seeing Chinping's series of tricks, they couldn't help but feel fear.
And the audience in Sakura Country also felt that their self-esteem was hurt.
Baga, being so flattering is simply disgrace to our great cherry blossom country. He should have had a cesarean section to apologize. But the lighthouse country is our father, so it's
no big deal.
Baga, the red deer upstairs, that is already in another world, we should carry forward the glory of our cherry blossom boy.
I'm from the lighthouse country, what did you just say?
Father. In short, seeing them biting the hairs of their mouths, the longbow players are not to mention how happy they are. Especially as night fell, the temperature on the ground dropped sharply. The players from all over the world who were originally huddled in the shelter were forced to huddle together, shivering around the fire.
Look at Chen Pingon again.
Sleeping on the warm ground, it feels as comfortable as returning to your own home.
What is the gap? This is called the gap.
At this moment, an unremarkable player stood up by the fire and walked out into the distance.
I'll make it easier. Go away.
No one cared what he was doing, they only cared about whether there would be a smell coming over, and he looked disgusted. He comes from a small island country called Vanuatu, with less than 30 people in the whole country, so weak that he dare not even speak loudly.
Awakened talent, but more powerful. It can easily lift things weighing 100 or 200 caddies.
He walked more than 100 meters away, squatted under a shrub tree, and pulled a few leaves. During the day, he saw no danger at all, so he completely relaxed. However, what he didn't know was that in the darkness, there were hidden things more terrifying than beasts. Hiss! A burst of cold hissing emerged. Behind him, a terrifying black phantom suddenly appeared, with scarlet eyes, twisted sharp claws, and a bloody mouth open to the limit. In the next second, blood spurted wildly. The contestant's upper body suddenly disappeared, and the scene was extremely terrifying.
Immediately afterwards, an indifferent voice came from everyone's ears.
Vanuatu players die, new players will be randomly selected to enter a different world.
Asterisk. What? Someone died here?
When the reminder sounded, the faces of players from all countries changed and their hearts were shaken. Although they had been mentally prepared for a long time, but someone really died, and they still experienced the bloody cruelty.
Another world is not for vacation. An accident. Really will die.
Soon, everyone held torches and found the mutilated body. Looking at the bloody corpse with only half of its body left, most of them turned pale.
Some of the mentally weak even vomited out.
After all, it was randomly selected, and there were everyone from students to middle-aged women among the contestants.
There.
Johnson of Lighthouse Country, as a special soldier, naturally wouldn't be afraid of corpses, but observed carefully, and suddenly yelled. "Whoa!" The torches shone, and a distorted shadow instantly disappeared. But at this moment, a reminder has appeared in everyone's mind. Find shadow creatures. Shadow creatures, a terrifying existence bred by the darkness, invisible and fearful of light. Once exposed to the darkness, they will be attacked by shadow creatures. Hiss. In the darkness, the icy hiss kept ringing. Beyond the light of the torches, pairs of scarlet eyes emerged, containing unimaginable twisted malice, densely packed, staring at everyone from all directions. However, as soon as the fire flashed across, it disappeared without a trace. As if they were the embodiment of darkness at all. Terror. Tremble. Everyone was like falling into an ice cave, holding onto the torches in their hands tightly, and those without torches even rolled and crawled into the light. At this time, fire is life. The ferocity of the different world finally showed its fangs to everyone. They were extremely grateful that the camp was lit with a bonfire. Otherwise, when night falls, maybe they will be wiped out immediately. Everyone ran back to the camp like bereaved dogs, turned on the bonfire to the maximum, and looked around vigilantly. Boundless darkness surrounded them. I don't know how many shadow creatures are watching them in the dark. Far away, there was a terrible roar in the forest. "Whoa, Mom, I want to go home." A contestant who looked very young couldn't help crying. "The other world is too scary. I want to go home." And in an underground shelter. The light from the fire illuminated the entire room, and Shin Pingon also heard the prompt. Did someone die so soon? He turned over, feeling a little heavy. It seems that there is indeed an unknown danger hidden in the darkness. But at this time in the outside world, this whole scene was broadcast live, and it also caused fear to emerge in the hearts of countless people in Blue Star. It's terrible. Is this the night of another world? Shadow creatures, there are such monsters that will attack people in the dark. It's over. I look at the darkness now, and I already have psychological fear. I'll sleep with the light on tonight, no one can stop me. For a while, countless people even had a psychological shadow on the darkness, thinking that there were monsters hidden inside. In the Longwa Live broadcast room, several supporters also had solemn faces. Sure enough, the different world is not a resort. If you want to get something, you have to pay the price. Human beings are too fragile in it. Even if they are exposed to the dark, they will die suddenly. Mila pushed his glasses and said. Fortunately, our contestant Chen Pingon built a shelter in Firepile early, so he is not afraid of shadow creatures. Miss Bingbing's face was also pale. She patted her chest and said happily. The danger at night in a different world is not limited to shadow creatures. Lord De shook his head, and said in a deep voice, I don't know if you have heard, after night falls, those roars in the forest, according to my experience of surviving in the wild, are the sound of powerful monsters declaring their territory. I don't know how many monsters are hidden in this forest, but for some reason, they didn't come out during the day. I think this is likely to be a mechanism similar to novice protection. At this time, Wow suddenly said, if those monsters can come out during the day, then our contestants will be too dangerous. Maybe most of them will die before night. And generally speaking, there are two possibilities for this novice protection mechanism. One is that monsters will not come out during the day, which is safe, and the second is that this kind of protection has a time limit. As time goes by, those monsters can come out during the day. Wow, with an unusually dignified expression, I just hope that it won't be the second situation. After the words were finished, everyone's hearts were heavy. Looking at Chin Pingon who was sleeping alone by the fire. But they are in a bright room, in a peaceful country, eating delicious food. For a moment, I don't know how many people's eyes were red, silently praying for him in their hearts. God, please bless our heroes. There are more in the back. Asterisk. Vanuatu. It is a small island country close to the Australian mainland. It is a small country with few people, with a total population of less than 30. With backward technology, it is one of the least developed countries in Blue Star. Not even a live streaming platform. Therefore, they didn't know that the player from their own country had died in a different world. Just when they were still busy as usual, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the ears of all the citizens. Our country's players died, and random outbreaks of disasters appeared. What? Everyone was shocked. What is that sound? How is it possible, a random disaster? How can a disaster break out in our country? Everyone was terrified and there was a lot of discussion. The ruler of Vanuatu, however, was quite smart and knew of the existence of the game in another world, so he quickly asked other surrounding countries for help. However, it was too late. On the sea near Vanuatu, layers of waves suddenly began to surge. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying hurricane appeared out of thin air. Borrowed by the wind, the water turned into a tsunami tens of meters high in just a few minutes. Crazy rush towards Vanuatu. Tsunami. The tsunami is coming. This terrifying scene was instantly seen by countless people, who screamed in horror. Why so fast? There was no warning at all. On the street, pedestrians fled in a panic and rushed to the heights. Due to the underdeveloped economy, there are no tall buildings in the country where they can hide. Even the highest mountain in their country, in front of the tsunami, is completely like a small bag of dirt. Boom! In the next second, the tsunami formed a wave tens of meters high and swept across Vanuatu. Pedestrians are swept away. The fishing boat was washed ashore. Houses were destroyed. The crops in the field were uprooted together with the soil. When the tsunami finally subsided, only devastation remained. This small island country went directly to half-life after this ordeal. The surviving people came out tremblingly. A huge golden ball of light appeared in the sky again. The disaster is over, new contestants will be randomly selected. A beam of light fell. A desperate survivor was transported to another world. At this moment, countless citizens of Vanuatu are praying sincerely, hoping that their players can live longer. If such a disaster happens again, they will be able to declare the country subjugated. And the disaster that happened in Vanuatu spread all over the world in a very short time. All countries are horrified. It's terrible, this is a natural disaster that humans cannot resist. This is no joke, repeat, this is no joke. The national games of our entire country are closely connected with players from another world. Everyone prospers, everyone loses. No country wants to experience such a catastrophe. Even the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, which have big families and great businesses, can't help but tremble in their hearts. Fortunately, the audience in Longwa felt at ease watching Chen Pingin's performance. But some countries are numb. Some of their random players are unreliable at first glance, and some are old, weak, sick, and disabled. As a result, rich people from which countries have applied for immigration. The first to bear the brunt is the Dragon Kingdom, including some countries that were hostile to Dragon Kingdom in the past. As soon as the news came out, the people of the Dragon Country were immediately elated and high-spirited. Yesterday you ignored my love. Today I let you not be able to climb high. Different world. The darkness passed, and the light was born. Unlike other people in the camp who were trembling, they huddled around the fire and spent a sleepless night. Chen Pingon slept very soundly. He knew that if he wanted to survive in a different world, ensuring his own state was the most important thing. Wake up, the fire has not been extinguished. He pulled 2 apples out of his backpack and baked them for breakfast. Then pick up the pickaxe, knock off the large wooden block placed, and retrieve the backpack again, so it can't be wasted. As for the simple fire, it will disappear naturally when the fuel is exhausted, and it is not recyclable. Bang bang bang. Grabbing the pickaxe, Chen Pingon dug the soil vigorously, put the cubes into the backpack one by one, and was about to go up to the ground, when suddenly the pickaxe in his hand dinged. Taking a closer look, what appeared in front of his eyes was no longer dirt, but large stones. When the stone pick was struck on it, gaps suddenly appeared. You got a small stone times 1. You got a small stone times 2. But all he got were small stones. If you want to get big rocks, you must use a more powerful pickaxe. Small rocks are fine too,
I just happen to be short of rocks right now.
Chinpingan beamed, but stones were much more difficult to collect than dirt, and it took 5 or 6 strokes on average to get 1 or 2 small stones.
Ding ding ding.
Immediately, he turned into a hard-working little miner, wielding a stone pick and slamming hard. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in front of his eyes.
Ding! You discovered the copper mine. Asterisk. Copper mine?
In an instant, Chinpingan's eyes lit up. Taking a closer look, a dark yellow copper ore is quietly embedded in the stone. And scattered around, there are other copper ores scattered.
Developed. Chinpingan was overjoyed, and quickly waved the stone pick. Bang bang bang.
After knocking more than 10 times in a row, my arm was numb, and I got a small piece of copper ore.
This is too slow. Chinping moved his arm and swallowed.
Fortunately, when collecting copper ore, you can also get small stones by the way, which is not a loss. While collecting, he clicked on the system in his mind and found that copper ore cannot be directly made into tools. Instead, use the furnace to smelt it into copper blocks. 10 small pieces of copper ore can be smelted into 1 copper block. To make a copper pickaxe, you need 2 copper blocks and a large wooden block.
Good guy, the material is skyrocketing. Chinpingan couldn't help being dumbfounded.
He remembered that to make a stone pick, he only needed 2 twigs and a small stone. But the more this happened, the more he looked forward to it in his heart. It is conceivable that compared with stone picks, copper pickaxes must have greatly improved in terms of efficiency and durability.
Click.
Just remembering Nigel, Chinpingan suddenly let go of his hand, and the stone pick suddenly shattered quickly and disappeared out of thin air.
Durability is exhausted.
He quickly took out the materials from his backpack and made another stone pick.
The tools synthesized by the system will not reduce the sharpness when used, but will only lose the durability. Once the durability is cleared, it will disappear directly. The durability of the stone pickaxe is still too low. Chinpingan thought while mining copper ore. Jingle jingle.
He waved the stone pickaxe and kept mining. The big rocks were broken and turned into small stones or copper ore, which he put into his backpack. A straight passage was left behind him. It seems to be getting darker and darker. Only then did he realize that he should be a torch.
Click on the system to see, you need a twig and a piece of flint.
A single torch burns for about an hour without refueling.
Flint, do I have any?
Chinping searched in his backpack, and found the flint, which seemed to have fallen out when mining small stones.
Take a look in your hand.
It was a black, cold, sharp-edged black stone, which looked very hard.
Can this thing be used as a torch?
Chinping synthesized it directly in his hand, and in a blink of an eye, a flaming torch appeared in his hand.
It's really unreasonable.
He hung the torch on the wall without any hassle, and the passageway was brightened up immediately. In this way, Chinpingan broke 2 stone picks in succession, and finally collected 20 copper ores. And in front of him, what appeared were no longer rocks, but large pieces of copper ore, exuding a dark yellow luster.
Could it be that I've dug a vein of mine?
He was a little surprised. However, after digging for so long, he was exhausted and left the passage to return to the room. He took out 2 apples, added food and water, turned on the system, and made a furnace with 10 small stones. A square stone platform, hollowed out in the middle, burning with raging flames. However, all the heat seemed to be trapped inside, and Chinpingan's hand felt it was icy cold. Put the copper ore into the furnace and add 2 large wood blocks for fuel.
Melting begins. 10 minutes later. 2 shimmering pieces of copper, about the length of a forearm, fell out of the furnace.
Regular and neat, as if measured with a ruler. It is simply the gospel for patients with obsessive-compulsive disorder. With cold hands, Chinpingan grabbed a piece, estimated to weigh more than 20 kilograms, and suddenly had an ominous premonition.
The synthetic copper pickaxe, I shouldn't be unable to pick it up, right?
Taking out a large wooden block and putting it on the ground, he silently said synthesis. Immediately, the large blocks of wood and copper were all enveloped by a burst of soft white light. A few seconds later, the white light dissipated, and a copper pickaxe that was Mishu long and exquisite in shape appeared in his hand. It didn't appear that it couldn't be held, but it was extremely smooth to wave, as if the system was tailor-made for him. After waving it lightly at the rock wall a few times, a big boulder fell straight down. Can collect large rocks. Chin Pingon was overjoyed, and walked into the passage to try to mine copper ore, and it was much easier. It only takes 5 or 6 strokes to collect 1 or 2 copper ores. What are you waiting for? Chin Pingon is the strongest miner in the underground. After discovering copper ore, he also unlocked related props, and looking at the synthesis list: brass helmet, brass breastplate, brass gloves, brass leggings, brass boots, brass longsword. Chin Pingon was almost drooling. Produced by the system, it must be a boutique. If he made a set of copper equipment, wouldn't he take off directly? Asterisk. Good guy, is this a direct transformation into a gold miner? No matter how many times I watch the process of making tools, I find it unscientific. Upstairs, wake up, it's already a different world, don't talk about science. You should say it's about our boss Chin Pingon, you don't need to talk about science, it's funny.jpg. Outside the live broadcast room, the audience of Longwood just woke up. They thought that Chin Pingon would go to the ground, but he didn't expect him to directly start the mining business, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Although the process is a bit boring. But looking at the materials that kept falling, they couldn't help but feel a sense of harvest in their hearts. Everyone, good morning, everyone. Today is the second day after our players came to another world. Yesterday, another player was unfortunately killed, but fortunately, our player Chin Pingon was unscathed. God bless our dragon country. Miss Bingbing greeted everyone with a smile, and summed up what happened yesterday by the way. It's not only unscathed, it's like being on vacation, okay? Wawa with resentment on his face, look at how the contestants from other countries lived last night, huddled around the fire and shivering, surrounded by shadow creatures, who dare not even close their eyes, while contestant Chin Pingon ate soundly and slept soundly sweet, even I am envious. Hey, why are you so resentful today? Milu was beside him and asked curiously. It's not that Mr. Chin Pingon's food is so delicious. I also baked 2 apples last night. Wawa, the voice immediately dropped several degrees. The smell is beyond words. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed out loud, even Miss Bingbing couldn't help but tilt her head and chuckle. We are professionally trained hosts. Never laugh. Unless you can't help it. Even the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help laughing, the joyous atmosphere filled the air, and the effect exploded. After laughing, Master De said, it is obvious that our player Chin Pingon discovered copper ore underground. Judging from the copper pickaxe he made, he should be able to use copper ore to make more equipment in the future, that's why I've been mining. This decision is extremely correct. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Only good equipment and props can ensure his safety in another world. But what surprised me the most was Chin Pingon's perseverance. Master De couldn't help showing admiration. That's right. Milu also nodded and said, you must know that mining is a very boring and repetitive thing. Most people may get upset after less than 10 minutes, but player Chin Pingon has already dug for 1 or 2 times in a row. This perseverance is simply admirable. Strong psychological quality, prudent quality, and tenacious perseverance. When these elements are added together, I think Chin Pingon can stand out from the crowd even if he awakens other talents, leaving players from other countries behind. Finally, Miss Bingbing concluded. Yeah, I used to think that Mr. Chin Pingon was mediocre, but now it seems that this is the real person who doesn't show his face. What's the use of being handsome, the most important inner part of a man? The latest news, the reason why Mr. Chin Pingon lost his job is that he fired his boss. Good guy, bloody, I like it. That boss is not a good thing at first glance, otherwise Chin Pingon would not have fired him. It should be said that he is not worthy of Mr. Chin Pingon working for him. The inside story of Chin Ping's unemployment was found out, and the group mocking mode of the entire network was immediately activated. In the company where Chin Ping worked before, the fat boss was sitting on a chair, watching the live broadcast, dripping with cold sweat, and kept wiping his sweat with paper towels. His face was frighteningly pale. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, the door was pushed open from the outside, and several law enforcement officers in uniform walked in. With a stern expression, "You have committed a crime, please come with us." He collapsed on the chair in an instant, like a ball of mud. When the news came out, everyone immediately clapped their hands and praised. Everyone was very happy. At this time, the different world. Shin Pingon didn't know that the fat boss had been severely punished by the law, but he was sweating profusely and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, all the copper ore we need has been dug out. Looking at the 5 groups in the backpack, with a total of 495 copper ores, his sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Furnaces can be smelted in batches, and 10 copper blocks can be smelted at one time. He simply rebuilt 5 furnaces and put all the copper ore in it at once. 6 furnaces lined up in a row, blazing brightly. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. Thank you Xiaolong for the 5 reminder tickets. Asterisk. 10 minutes later. 6 furnaces go out simultaneously. Shining copper blocks emerged from above, stacked neatly together. It's beautiful. Chen Ping issued a heartfelt admiration. Then he pressed his hand on the copper block and meditated in his heart to synthesize it. A cloud of white light suddenly shrouded. Come here, let's see what good things the boss can make this time. I think it should be a copper axe. It could be a pickaxe, too. I bet 100 yuan, it is definitely a copper tool. Fuck, kill the guy upstairs. In the Longwa live broadcast room, the audience who almost fell asleep watching Chen Ping's mining were suddenly shocked and started talking. Even the hosts are full of expectations. After digging so much copper ore, it must not be a trivial matter. They had a hunch that Chen Pingon would definitely surprise them. Soon, the light disappeared. A brass-colored delicate helmet appeared in Chen Pingon's hands. The whole is in the style of the generals of the ancient Dragon Kingdom, with protruding noir decorations on both sides, and a visor that can be pulled down. It looks like a work of art. Copper helmet, a helmet forged from fine copper, which has strong defense and can protect the head. In the simple description, there is a hint of arrogance. Chen Ping directly chose the equipment, and suddenly felt his head sinking slightly, and he was completely wrapped up. Pulling down the mask, only a pair of eyes were exposed. Mighty and domineering. Chen Ping'an was very fast, and synthesized other pleasures into a breastplate, gloves, leggings, boots, and a flickering frontal bronze sword. Put it in the equipment bar, and it will be automatically worn. In a blink. An ancient general with a bronze sword on his back, his whole body covered in armor, and a gluttonous tattoo on his chest appeared in place. Ka ka ka. Walking around, the armor rubbed against each other, naturally exuding a kind of awe-inspiring murderous aura. Even the palms are tightly protected and flexible. Drink. Chen Pingon pulled out the bronze sword and swung it vigorously at the nearby stone wall. The flames splashed everywhere, leaving a sword mark about 10 centimeters deep. Appeared impressively. You know this is a hard rock. If it falls on people, the consequences will be unimaginable. And the whole set of armor is not heavy, about 10 caddies. Chen Pingon can run easily wearing it. When you don't need it, you can put it in your backpack, and you can wear it with just a click of your mind when you need it. System produced. You deserve to have. Now, even if people from other countries besiege me, I won't be afraid anymore. Chen Pingon stopped digging, but took out the copper pickaxe and went to the ground. Tough. Domineering. Human weapon. As for the audience in Blue Star and Longwa's live broadcast room, they were all stunned after seeing this scene. Countless adjectives flashed through my mind. In the next second, everyone was boiling. Armor, it's actually armor. Wow, so handsome, I really want a set too. Ah, so handsome, I want Mr. Chen Pingan to give birth to a monkey. Go upstairs, Mr. Chen Pingan is mine. Some female fans in front of the screen were even more excited and short of breath, their faces were rosy, and they screamed. I have to say that this set of armor is really handsome, and it is too in line with the aesthetics of the people of Longwa.
It doesn't discriminate between genders, it kills all ages. And that weapon, it's simply too strong. It's so powerful when chopped on a rock, wouldn't it be an instant kill if it fell on a person? Isn't the Lighthouse Country player an Iron Man? Let him know what it means to cut iron like mud.
There were also some spectators who were shocked by the power of the bronze sword. In the impression of ordinary people, copper is soft, but the copper sword in Chen Pinggan's hand is extremely sharp. In contrast, the audience on the extranet seemed to have just picked a lemon tree, and their hearts were sour. It's not fair, our Lighthouse Country is the strongest, why is the awakened talent so rubbish? Our Sakura Country is the same, we strongly request to change players. Axie, our players are still looking for food, and the players from Longwa have already made armor and weapons.
This must be cheating. We want to protest. However, they can only clamor on the internet. The audience in Longwa didn't like them at all.
Just kidding, this is a game in the high-dimensional world, if you have the ability to go to the high-dimensional world to protest. Ha, it seems that player Chen Pinggan really gave us a great surprise. In the Longwa live broadcast room, Master Da was full of relief, and said with a smile. That's right, with this suit of armor, you can completely crush players from other countries. Wow also stood up and shouted excitedly.
I just don't know what Chen Pinggan's next choice will be. Should he go deeper or return to the camp? Mila pushed the mirror frame and said lightly. Not good.
At this moment, Miss Bingbing suddenly changed her face and exclaimed.
There is a monster outside, and player Chen Pinggan is in danger.
I saw that in another world, Chen Pinggan had just dug a tunnel from the ground and went up to the ground.
Bad wind is coming.
A black spider the size of a millstone instantly rushed towards him.
Flowers.
And evaluation tickets have become less and less, I beg readers to give some, Xian you worked hard to code, and today is guaranteed to be 7 more.
Asterisk. Oops. Dangerous, run away.
It's over, it's over. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly felt cold, feeling as if they were riding a roller coaster, falling directly from heaven to hell. No one expected that as soon as they came out, they would encounter monsters. Everyone can still vividly remember the horror of the shadow creatures last night. Some viewers even closed their eyes, unable to bear to see what happened next. Several hosts also raised their hearts to their throats.
Do you want to die before you are born? But at this critical moment, Chen Pinggan's reaction speed was beyond everyone's imagination. Bang!
Without even thinking about it, he suddenly rolled to the side. The huge spider rushed over while rubbing against his body, and flew into the air. The ground was directly scratched with several deep marks, and the soil turned upside down. Hiss! The spider turned around, its 8 long legs were covered with fine hair, its huge fangs opened and closed, and it neighed. The dense compound eyes stared at Chen Pinggan.
It is good. In the live broadcast room, Wawa clenched his fist violently and let out a sigh of relief.
This is just to avoid the first wave of attacks, the situation is still not optimistic. Master Da's expression was very solemn, the explosion of insects is very powerful, especially for such a big spider, the speed and power of the explosion are extremely terrifying. Under the same size, no creature can be their opponent. The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief, but when they heard Master Da's words, they instantly became nervous again. Why are you so unlucky that you encountered monsters just after you came out? Evidently there was nothing yesterday? Ha, it seems that good luck always runs out. That's right, in the words of your Dragon Kingdom, this is called extreme joy begets sorrow. Spider, come on, kill this Dragon Country player. The audience on the extranet suddenly became excited and ridiculed. In fact, they are also terrified. Chen Pinggan's performance crushed players from all countries. As long as he exists, other players are destined to have no future. That's why they are so excited. Such a big spider. This time, the Dragon Kingdom players must be doomed. However, Chen Pinggan was destined to disappoint these guys. So close. Dodging the attack, Chen Ping turned over and stood up. Even with a full set of copper armor, he was not sure if he could withstand the spider's attack. Even if the defense cannot be broken, the huge force may still cause internal injuries. At this time, the system prompt appears. You found the beast, a first-level spider warrior. The powerful creatures bred by the spider nest will actively attack all creatures within the range. They like to be active at night. Their strength will decrease during the day and increase at night. Spider warrior. Spider nest breeds. Chinpingan's heart shuddered, and he suddenly remembered the game of Don't Starve that he had played. The spider in it was very similar to this one, but much smaller in size. I don't know the attack method, is it the same as in the game? He gripped the bronze sword tightly, concentrating on it. Suddenly, Spider Warrior's 8 long legs moved alternately, and rushed towards him again, with sharp fangs open. It's now! Just 3 or 4 meters away from him, Chinpingan was shocked, and turned over again, while waving the bronze sword in his hand. Click! One leg of the Spider Warrior collided with the copper sword, and was cut off in an instant, splashing green blood and screaming. Boom! Without a leg, the Spider Warrior who lost his balance instantly fell to the ground, but Chinpingan had already stood up from behind it. While it is sick, kill it. He was extremely decisive, and rushed forward with a stride. The copper sword clicked, and pierced the Spider Warrior's head. Straight through. Then retreat quickly. Sizzle. The Spider Warrior's frenzied struggle before his death did not hurt him at all. You killed a first-level Spider Warrior. The system prompts that this is long overdue. From the shot to the beheading, a series of movements were ups and downs, but in just a dozen seconds, the winner was decided. Also divided into life and death. In the live broadcast room, it became extremely silent in an instant. Whether it was the extremely nervous Longboy audience or the people from the internet, they all opened their mouths wide and their eyes froze, as if they had seen God in shock. Chinpingan Bull Beep. In the next second, Wow jumped up in the live broadcast room and uttered the strongest roar. In an instant, the audience exploded. Bull Beep. Worship, Mr. Chinpingan, Nyobi. You uneducated guys, you can only talk bullshit, let me do it. Mr. Chinpingan is handsome and handsome, Yushu is facing the wind, everyone loves. Here, words are omitted. However, I am uneducated, and a word of bull beep is popular all over the world. Who said you must die? Stand up for me and see if your face is swollen. Countless Dragon Country audiences are all at home, in the office, and even on the street, raising their arms and roaring. The entire Dragon Kingdom seems to be swiped by one sentence. Big Brother Chinpingan, Bull Beep. Thank you, Great Demon King, for your generous reward. Asterisk. My God. In the live broadcast room, Bing Bing covered her small mouth, tears flickered in her eyes, and she was short of breath. Contestant Chinpingan. The boss actually killed the spider monster, it's unbelievable. Under the strong shock, even she couldn't help changing her words and called Chinpingan a big boss. You must know that although she looks soft and waxy, Bing Bing is actually a person who refuses to admit defeat. She has never given in to anyone. Although there are many boys chasing her, she has no boyfriend so far. Because she doesn't like those boys at all. But now, his face was flushed, and he looked at Chinpingan on the screen with brilliant eyes. She got it. Convinced orally. If it weren't for the scruples about her image, she would have wished to raise her arms and shout together with Wow. It's too strong, it's too powerful, it's like a demon descended from the sky, it's really the god of Tai Sui in the world. Even Milu, who has always been known for his calmness, opened his neckline excitedly and shouted loudly. It's really a mountain-like plot, it's so exciting. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint us. This is the player of the Dragon Kingdom. He can defeat a strong enemy no matter what time it is. https://bbs.wccccc.cc. On the contrary, Master De was the one who looked the most stable, but he did not hesitate to praise him in his words. At this time, the big screen in the live broadcast room began to play back a series of actions by Chinpingan. Look, Chinpingan had already figured out how to deal with it in less than 10 seconds after the spider attacked, and he did the most correct way. He didn't choose to run away, but faced the danger head-on. Because in terms of speed, spiders have 8 legs, which is far inferior to him, and to escape is to give up their backs to the enemy. Many wild beasts didn't intend to attack you, but once you run, they will arouse their desire to attack. Master De quickly explained, so the audience in front of the screen, if someone encounters a wild beast while surviving in the wild, they must not show their backs to it. The correct way is to look directly at him like Chin Pingon, and then back away slowly. Then there is the control of the timing, which is simply impeccable. He didn't roll and dodge the moment the spider attacked, but waited until it was only 3 or 4 meters away before suddenly rolling. This is an extremely dangerous distance. Knowing that according to the speed of the spider, it only takes 1 second to pounce on him. Then use the copper sword to chop off the spider's leg, and kill it with 1 blow while it loses balance. After you succeed, you will never be greedy for swords, and withdraw decisively. While speaking, Master De was amazed again and again. It can be said that no matter the timing or rhythm, this battle is perfect, but any mistake will cause fatal consequences. The battle took more than 10 seconds, but it took less than 3 seconds to really decide the outcome. Master De shook his head, as if he had eaten a perfect meal, full of color, fragrance and taste, and was intoxicated by it. So there are so many sayings. At first, I thought Mr. Chin Pingon was awesome, but after listening to the analysis, I think he is even better. Change to someone else, don't talk about facing the monster, see that the legs are weak, okay? In my case, my mind would have gone blank, I just wanted to run away. Upstairs, then you are dead now. Big Brother Chin Pingon will replace our Dragon Kingdom, I am convinced. After Die's explanation, the audience of Longwo was unsurprisingly excited again. The more they watch it, the more they will have endless aftertaste. It is simply a textbook-level kill teaching. Just let them copy, they can't learn. Different world. Call. Chen Ping let out a long breath, his palms were covered with sweat. In fact, he didn't think as much as Di said, but relied purely on instinct to fight. It can only be said that his combat talent is really amazing, but in the peaceful age, he couldn't show it. Entering a different world now, exactly. Break the jade cage and fly the colorful phoenix. Unlock the golden lock and walk away the dragon. The corpse of the spider warrior was finally dead, and he stepped forward. You killed the monster, you can choose dissection mode or collection mode. The system prompts. With a thought, Chin Ping understood the difference between the 2 modes. The dissection mode is to dispose of the corpses of monsters by yourself without the help of the system, and get what you need by yourself. The collection mode is to rely on the power of the system to collect, which can strip out the essence and have a chance to drop blueprints randomly. The disadvantage is that the system has the final say on what to collect. Both have pros and cons. Chin Ping glanced at the spider's corpse, and decisively chose the collection mode. The spider's corpse was immediately shrouded in white light, and after it dissipated, the corpse disappeared without a trace, leaving only a few things in place. You have obtained spider meat, edible, X2, which can increase physical attributes after use. You got spider silk X1, material. You got a blueprint. Free flowers and recommendation tickets, please give me some trouble, there will be more later. Asterisk. Chapter number 16 Delicious Spider Meat, Found Spider Lair. Ask for flowers, please recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets. The corpse of a spider as big as a millstone, only a little after collection. Chin Pingon didn't feel at a loss. In famine, spiders will only drop monster meat, which normal people cannot eat. Besides, looking at the spider's appearance, he didn't think he could get any good things from the corpse. Spider carapace? Spider legs? Just kidding, is the full copper armor not fragrant, or is the copper sword not sharp? What's the use of those junk? And judging from the game, the spider is not a rare monster. Might as well break it up. Look, isn't this something good? Chin Pingon quickly put the collected things into his backpack. Check them out one by one. First of all, there are 2 pieces of spider meat, not monster meat. The whole body is white, not only does not have any fishy smell, but a faint fragrance is revealed. Just smelling it, he
felt his index finger move. This is formed by the system using the essence of the entire corpse. A spider as big as a millstone has condensed 2 pieces of spider meat the size of a palm. More importantly, it works amazingly. After eating, it can increase the physical fitness of the eater. This made Chen Pinggan's eyes shine. Although he has awakened the sandbox system, his physical fitness is still an ordinary person, not as good as those players who have awakened other talents, and is at a disadvantage. But these spider meat can bridge the gap. Not only can you catch up, but you can even surpass others. This is exactly what I need right now. Chen Ping simply found a safe place and built a simple fire. 2 pieces of meat are skewered on top with a wooden skewer and grilled over the fire. Zizizi. Soon, oil was roasted from the surface of the meat, exuding an extremely tempting aroma. It will take a few more minutes to bake. Chen Pinggan looked at other things. Spider silk looks like silk, but it is infinitely stronger and can be used to make clothes, hats, etc. It's of no use at the moment. Then there is a drawing. In the game, in addition to the construction tools that come with the system, blueprints can be randomly dropped from monsters, which are generally very useful. Chen Pinggan did not expect to be so lucky. The first monster exploded a blueprint. Choose to use. You have unlocked a new item, copper kettle? Brass kettle. It looks like a palm-sized kettle with a large space of liters inside. Fill any water into the kettle and wait for 2 hours for it to turn into pure water. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Chen Pinggan couldn't help showing a smile, feeling that he was really lucky. Surviving in the wild, the importance of water is unquestionable, and such a copper kettle that can automatically purify water quality is not an exaggeration. Although he can eat apples to replenish water, it is not as refreshing as drinking water. He quickly checked the materials and found that only 1 copper block was needed. It happened that there were still a few copper pieces left over from making armor in the backpack, so he took out one and synthesized it silently. Soon, a palm-sized copper pot with cloud and thunder patterns engraved on the surface appeared in his hand, continuing the system's usual exquisiteness, which made him unable to put it down. At this time, grilled spider meat is also ready. The surface is brown and crispy, and there are still oily stars, making his saliva secrete uncontrollably. Whoosh! After 2 puffs, he took a bite. Wow! Cool, slip, bum. Every shredded meat exploded on his taste buds, mixed with the aroma of fat. It was simply invincible. He swears that this is definitely the best barbecue he has ever eaten in his life. And as he chewed his stomach, a hot current rose from his stomach and spread throughout his body, subtly strengthening his body. It was simply an extreme enjoyment. In an instant, Chen Ping turned into a glutton, and ate up the 2 pieces of spider meat, leaving nothing behind. The heat flow gradually disappears. He grabbed the copper sword and found that it was significantly lighter than before. The body also feels lighter, knowing that my physical fitness has been improved. Bending his arms, his strong muscles were faintly highlighted. I need more spider meat. Realizing the feeling of becoming stronger, Chen Pinggan tasted the taste. At this moment, in his eyes, the ferocious and terrifying spider was instantly equated with the delicious spider meat. As I remember, spiders are group creatures, there must be more around here. Holding a bronze sword, he walked in the forest fully armed, seeing all directions with his eyes and listening to all directions. Soon, the unique hissing sound of spiders was heard. Suddenly, his steps stopped. Because there are white spider webs hanging on the surrounding ground in big trees. And in the forest not far away, a few black spiders were resting in the shade. Behind them, a semicircular building was formed with spider webs, which was 5 or 6 meters high. Every now and then a spider comes in and out. Spider lair. Chen Pinggan's expression instantly became serious. Asterisk. Chen Pinggan on chapter number 17? Ask for flowers, please recommend tickets, ask for monthly tickets. There is actually a spider's nest here. Chen Pinggan held his breath and stepped back carefully. Be sure not to step on the spider web during the process. He remembered that in the game of Don't Starve, once he stepped on a spider web,
he would be spotted by spiders and they would attack him in groups.
A spider he can handle. But if there are more than two, you can only escape.
And just after a cursory look, there were no less than 5 or 6 spiders near the spider nest.
Not counting the ones in the lair. Danger. Extremely dangerous.
Chin Ping retreated to a safe place, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. The best way now is naturally to leave here. Spiders rarely move during the day, so he has plenty of time. But he did not intend to do so.
Because if he remembered correctly, the spider lair will actually be upgraded.
It is still only a first-level lair, and it hatches a first-level spider warrior. And as time goes by, it will gradually become a second-level lair, and eventually a third-tier lair.
The second-level nest can hatch stronger second-level spider fighters, and the attack will cause poisoning. The third-level lair is even more terrifying, and there may be a spider queen. A very terrible monster. So if you let it grow, the consequences will be disastrous. At least Chen Ping'an would rather face 4 first-level spider fighters than face a spider queen. Chances are, though, that the spider queen could pop more goodies. But the most important thing in life is to do what you can. This spider nest must be eliminated. He made up his mind. Of course, you can't fight recklessly. Spiders are group creatures. If you hit one, they will all rush out, and they won't be given a chance to defeat each one at all. However, the reason why human beings can become the overlord of Blue Star is not relying on strength, but wisdom. Looking at the large rocks and large wooden blocks in the backpack, Chen Ping'an thought about it. But at this time outside, in Longwa's live broadcast room. The audience who had been watching the live broadcast were also taken aback by the sudden appearance of the spider nest. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was cautious and returned the same way. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. But then Chen Ping'an fell into deep thought, which made them feel uneasy again. Then, they heard Chen Ping'an talking to himself. What? Eliminate spider nests? Wait, I heard right just now. What did Mr. Chen Ping'an say? He wants to destroy the spider nest. My God, there must be at least 5 or 6 spiders in there. Don't be inflated, Mr. Chen Ping'an, let's just run away, don't be ashamed.
Immediately, the audience outside exploded, and the barrage drifted crazily. Even the host of the live broadcast room was so shocked that he didn't react for a while. I can't, how can he fight against so many spiders by himself? Wow, anxious, boss, you can't get on top at this time. He felt that Chen Ping'an easily killed a spider, so that he went up, but a spider and a group of spiders were completely different concepts. I think, Mr. Chen Ping'an must have his own considerations in making such a choice. Miss Bingbing has completely become Chen Ping'an's little fangirl and has firm confidence in him. Yes, judging from the previous performance, Chen Ping'an is an extremely calm and cautious person, and he will not make such low-level mistakes. Since he dares to choose to do this, he must be sure of winning. We can wait and see. Lord D also nodded. If you want to say who among the hosts has the most confidence in Chen Ping'an, then it must be Mr. De. I guess, Chen Ping'an may have sensed the danger. Milu has been thinking silently, and finally said at this time, Chen Ping'an chose this jungle yesterday, and he did not encounter any danger and was very safe, but today there were spider attacks and spider nests, which shows that my previous guess came true. It's over, the novice protection mechanism has failed. And the spider that appeared today may be just the beginning. It is very likely that more powerful monsters will appear in the future, and it is very likely that they are related to the spider lair in the forest. Milu is worthy of being a top game commentator, he guessed the truth in a few words. That's why Chen Ping'an's decision was not to be superior, but to plan ahead. As long as the spider's lair is destroyed, more powerful monsters will be avoided in the future. So it is. The other people's expressions were shocked. This possibility is not impossible, but it is very big. Having such a player is truly a blessing to our dragon country. Miss Bingbing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this moment, a barrage suddenly floated by. Go and see the camp, they are attacked by spiders. That's right, now surrounded by many spiders, I dare not even go out of the camp. Right now, the live streaming studios in other countries are full of mourners.
7 more sent. Asterisk. Camp.
In the eyes of countless people looking forward to, the night finally passed.
Sunrise. Bathed in the sun, everyone has a feeling of being reborn.
Then everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and found that they all had a pair of panda eyes. The scene became very funny for a while. After all, in the situation last night, no one dared to close their eyes, and everyone spent a sleepless night. And even if they were too sleepy, no one dared to sleep. Taking advantage of the daytime, they had to explore their surroundings, collect supplies, and try their best to survive in the different world.
Especially food and water. Many people have not touched a single drop of water since last night.
Among the players from various countries, there is one who has awakened a talent related to water, but the water he got is just enough for himself, so how can he distribute it to others?
If many people had not awakened their talents, the situation would have been even worse.
And watching the tragic situation of the players in their own country, the audience in the live broadcast room of each country also felt sympathetic.
If everyone was the same, that's okay.
But when they thought about the Longbow players eating soundly and sleeping soundly last night, many people felt envious, jealous, and hateful in their hearts.
Then look at the players from your own country. No matter how you look at them, they are not pleasing to the eye. That's it? I can do it too. Everyone, I have a few words to say.
Suddenly, Johnson of Lighthouse Country stood up and said loudly. As the lighthouse soldier who often saves the world in movies, he feels that he has to take on the task of leading everyone. I saw his awe-inspiring face. The other world is too dangerous, and it is impossible to survive on the strength of one person. We should unite and deal with it together. I propose that we form an alliance, and I will be the leader to lead everyone to survive better. As soon as the words fell, the younger brothers around him clamored and spoke in support.
Everyone understands the truth, but the problem is, why are you leading us instead of me leading you? I think I can too. The contestants from Baishan Kingdom stood up.
They have always claimed to be the third in the world, and now they are in a different world, and they are even more dissatisfied. That's right, our Big Stick country should be the leader. The contestants from Big Stick country also jumped out, their faces full of confidence.
For a time, the crowd was excited.
You must know that with so many countries, only one can be promoted to a god level.
Civilization, and no one wants to be inferior to others. Soon, everyone broke up unhappy.
They began to scatter again, going deep into the jungle to find and collect food, or various materials. The forest was safe yesterday. They subconsciously think that it is the same today.
Some headed deeper. Spider.
Suddenly, there was a scream in the forest. Immediately afterwards, a contestant from a small country ran out like hell, as if there was a ghost chasing after him.
What's so scary about spiders?
The contestant from Baishan Kingdom happened to be here, so he smiled contemptuously.
A small country is a small country, no fuss. A big spider. The players from that country ran away without looking back. How big can a spider be?
He casually turned his head to look, and his expression froze instantly. A few giant spiders that were bigger than a millstone were quickly crawling towards him.
Fake. This is too big.
He was frightened out of his wits, and ran away like a jerk. It wasn't just them, players from other directions also found traces of spiders one after another, and fled back to the camp one after another.
More than 200 people crowded together.
Outside, there are 30 or 40 spiders staring at each other. Probably because there were too many people in the camp, the spiders didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. They just surrounded the camp and neighed.
The contestants in the camp almost burst into tears.
Last night it was shadow creatures, today it's spiders. This other world is too scary, right?
Mom, I want to go home again.
At this time, the live broadcast rooms in other countries are also howling. It's over, spiders are besieging the city, everyone can't get out at all.
This is slow death. Aren't they just spiders? With so many of us, we'll kill them all.
That's right, players from the Dragon Kingdom can single-handedly challenge the spiders, so why can't our players from the Lighthouse Kingdom? Well said, then let your players from the Lighthouse Country do it first. Fact, our Lighthouse Country is a beacon of democracy, and people from those small countries should go first. Many people have noticed that as long as everyone in the camp swarms up, those spiders will definitely be killed. But someone will definitely sacrifice in the process. And the one rushing to the front must be the most dangerous. No one is willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Instead, he wanted to wait for others to rush, and he would pick up the bargain later. That's what smart people do. But the problem is, now the whole camp. They are all smart people. P.S. A new day starts with raising hands, throwing flowers, and recommendation votes. Asterisk. Ha, I laughed so hard. More than 200 people were surrounded by 30 or 40 spiders. Everyone is thinking of others to make a move, but the result is that no one makes a move. Is this the dish of the Lighthouse Kingdom? I love it. Boss Chen Pingan is thinking of killing the spider nest alone, but the camp is going to be wiped by spiders instead. What is a gap? This is called a gap. This time, it was finally the turn of the Long Kingdom audience to feel proud. I am very happy in my heart. Fortunately, Longhua owns Chen Pingan. Now they all feel that leaving the camp in the first place was the most correct decision. We Longhua alone can beat all of you. I didn't expect the camp to be surrounded by a large number of spiders. Now the players from other countries are in danger. In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing said. Actually, in this situation, as long as there are a few people who are not afraid of death to take the lead in the charge, this crisis can be completely resolved. Wow took over the conversation. That's right, but the problem is that they are not united at all, and they all want to let others rush and enjoy the benefits themselves, which is why they are in today's predicament. Master De shook his head, seeing clearly. No one is willing to sacrifice, and the result is slow death. Yeah, this reminds me of many times of crisis in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. It was the sages and martyrs who were not afraid of sacrifices to save the building from falling, and to turn the tide from the collapse. Top of the world. Miss Bingbing said with deep emotion, her eyes were slightly red. Pay tribute. Thank you sages and martyrs. This prosperous world is as you wish. The barrage in the live broadcast room also passed these words in unison. Everyone is grateful. Actually, I think this is an opportunity for the Beacon Country player. It depends on whether he can seize it. At this time, Mila suddenly spoke. How to say? The others were immediately taken aback. The so-called heroes show up in times of crisis. If you want to become the leader of the camp, you need not only strength, but also responsibility. Miller pushed the mirror frame. If he can be the first to stand up and lead everyone to repel the spider siege, then it is a matter of course to be elected as the leader of the camp. Moreover, he has awakened the talent of the Iron Man and has a strong life-saving ability. It depends on whether he can seize this opportunity. Justified and convincing. Everyone in the live broadcast room and the audience couldn't help nodding. This is indeed the case. But looking at the big screen, with his small team members, the Beacon Country players who huddled in the innermost part of the camp couldn't help shaking their heads. It seems that he doesn't have the responsibility. In Longhua's live broadcast room, besides the audience of Longhua, there were also many people from other lighthouse countries, all of whom were convinced by Mili's analysis. Yes, this is both a crisis and an opportunity. Seize this opportunity, and our lighthouse country can lead the world again. Stand up bravely, don't just hide like a woman. You have awakened the body of the Iron Man, what are you still afraid of? They all used barrage in the live broadcast room of the Beacon Country, and they simply hated iron but steel. Opportunities are here, and you can't take them. 2A. However, their words are destined not to be heard by the people inside. If it continues like this, at night, it will not be able to collect enough fuel, and it may even be wiped out by the group. On Blue Star, the people of some small countries were about to cry. They are a small country with few people. Once a disaster breaks out, there is no place to hide. Who can be the savior? All of a sudden, the eyes of all countries are on the same person.
Dragon Kingdom player Chin Pingon. Different world.
Chin Pingon didn't know that he had become the focus of the world, but after the idea was completed in his mind, he started to act. In his backpack, there are 2 groups of large stones collected by the way when mining. He took these out and placed them on the ground, immediately forming a solid stone wall.
In the game, these blocks can also be used for construction.
He kept placing large stones, and soon on the ground, a circular building resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum suddenly appeared. In order to have enough space, he also wielded a copper axe and chopped 2 groups of large logs. The height of the stone wall is a full 10 meters high. If this spider can jump out.
He wrote his name upside down.
Immediately afterwards, he used big stones to build a tall stone pillar in the middle. It is 12 meters long and is 2 meters taller than the circular building. Then expand around the top to create a stone platform with a diameter smaller than the circle below. This kind of building, which is impossible to appear in Blue Star, is a routine operation in the game.
If the system says yes, then yes. No way.
From a distance, it looks like a big umbrella is propped up
inside a drum.
The next step is the most critical step, attracting monsters.
Asterisk. Boss Chin Pingon, what is he doing all this for?
I don't understand, but I was shocked.
If we can return to Blue Star, I'm afraid the construction workers will lose their jobs.
It's amazing, such a building can be built in such a short period of time, it's outrageous. You are new here, this is just the basic operation of Mr. Chin Pingon.
That's right, Ji Chow, don't be six.
Outside, the Longboy audience saw that Chin Pingon built such a building in less than half a day, and everyone was extremely shocked. The barrage flew by crazily.
Although I don't know what he's going to do. But everyone is full of confidence in him.
There is a positive atmosphere in the live broadcast room, which is in stark contrast to the live broadcast rooms in other countries. The citizens of some small countries feel this atmosphere and are extremely envious. It would be great if I could become a native of the Dragon Kingdom. But it's hard. As we all know, the difficulty of obtaining the nationality of the Dragon Kingdom ranks among the best in the world. It is many times harder to get a green card than the Lighthouse country. Some people who immigrated to other countries in the past are even more regretful now, submitting applications to Longwa one after another. However, they were all rejected. Easy to get out but hard to get in. Mr. Milu, what do you think Mr. Chin Pingon thinks? In the Longwa live broadcast room, Neely's analysis had convinced everyone, and Miss Bingbing asked. I can only guess that he probably wants to lure the spiders there, but I can't think of what to do next. Neelu also shook his head. And there is a key question. At this time, Master De sat up straight, with a slightly dignified expression. This building is more than 1,000 meters away from the spider's nest. If you want to attract monsters, at such a long distance, contestant Chen Pingan will definitely be caught up by the spiders. After all, one has 2 legs and one has 8 legs. Spiders can run much faster than humans. Yeah, why don't you forget it? Facing the spider nest alone is indeed too dangerous. That's 5 or 6 spiders. Once they catch up, the consequences will be disastrous. Viewers in the studio also expressed concern. Audiences in some countries were overjoyed and ridiculed. Actually wanting to brush the spider nest alone, this is courting death. Yoshi, the players from the Dragon Kingdom are inflated. I can't wait, I want to see the elimination screen of the Dragon Kingdom players. You should take care of yourself first. At least we can run if we can't fight, how about you? The Dragon Country audience immediately fought back, and those foreign audiences who spoke were suddenly speechless. Chen Pingon can naturally think of the problems Yi can think of, but he has his own way to deal with them. After another hour or so, the sun was rising. After eating 2 apples to replenish his strength, Chen Pingon was finally ready for everything. Once again set foot on the road to the spider's nest. In the shade of the forest, spiders as big as millstones are resting, which is creepy to see. Chen Pingon stood not far away and took a deep breath. Stepped on a spider web. Hiss! In an instant, all the lying spiders stood up at the same time, turning their heads to look at him.
Bang! That's not counting.
Chen Pingon also took out a stone from his backpack and threw it on the spider's nest.
Sizzle!
In an instant, all the spiders were enraged. 2 spiders drilled out of the nest, together with 5 or 6 outside, rushed towards Chen Pingon in unison.
Come and catch me. Chen Ping turned around and ran away. Crack clap.
7 or 8 spiders moved their long legs behind him and approached him quickly, and they were about to catch him. Swish! Chen Pingon suddenly disappeared on the ground. It turned out that a hole had already
been dug under his feet.
He jumped in directly, then took out the dirt clods from his backpack, and immediately blocked the hole.
Strictly fit. No trace was left on the ground.
Hiss! The spiders were all dazed, gathered together, and crazily planed the soil with their long legs, trying to dig out that provocative guy.
At this time, 50 meters away, Chen Pingon's figure emerged from the ground again.
I'm here, come get me, idiot! Hiss! The spiders rushed towards him again, but what they saw was still a flat ground. The small brain capacity was completely turned into a paste.
Who am I? Where am I? Where is my prey? 50 meters away. Chen Pingon appeared again, waving with a cheap smile. Here, you idiots. Ha, I can't catch it. I'm out again. I'm going back again. Are you angry? Are you angry?
Just like that, along the underground passageway, Chen Pingon was full of taunts, and slid out 7 or 8 spiders like they were walking their dogs. P.S. I beg everyone to give some flowers and recommendation tickets. This is really important to the author. I feel that the motivation to code words is gone. Oh, asterisk.
Ha, I'm eating, and I burst out laughing when I saw this scene. Damn it, you are indeed a boss. I really can't think of this brain circuit. It's so cheap, but I really like it, hee hee.
Upstairs, what's wrong with you? Look at those spiders, I seem to see the word dazed on their faces.
Will those spiders be fooled by walking?
I'm starting to feel sorry for these spiders, they don't know what kind of opponent they are facing.
Hey, I can't do it, I laughed until my stomach cramped.
In the Longwa live broadcast room, the audience burst into laughter when they saw Chen Pingon slipping a few spiders.
The program is simply full of effects.
There were originally 7 or 8 ferocious and vicious spiders, but they were confused by him, and they even began to suspect spiders. And some foreign viewers in the live broadcast room also began to doubt life.
Why does the Longwa player face 7 or 8 spiders alone and play like walking a dog?
However, more than 200 contestants in our camp were surrounded by 30 or 40 spiders and dared not go out.
Is it in this river?
In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing couldn't help laughing, covered her mouth and laughed. Oh my god, I didn't expect Mr. Chen Pingon to have such a side, he is so cute. Her girlish heart was almost melting.
Ha, this way of attracting monsters is really beyond my expectation. Milu also smiled and said, if you can't walk on the ground, go underground.
The brain circuit of the boss is really different from our ordinary people, but this is too beautiful, it is so beautiful that my scalp is numb.
Wow, look excited. It's really amazing.
Chen Pingon's thinking speed and ability to adapt to changes are unprecedented in my life.
Even if I have the same talent, I can't do it like him.
As an expert in the field of survival, De Yi was very proud of himself, but he also expressed that he was ashamed.
Now, I am even more looking forward to what will happen later. Different world.
After walking the dog all the way, no, it should be walking the spiders, he finally led these spiders to the round building. I'm in here, come and catch me. He got out from the stone wall, and the 7 or 8 spiders behind him rushed in without even thinking about it. They have been driven crazy by Chen Pingon.
One thought fills my mind now.
Tear this hateful guy in front of you to pieces. Swish. However, as before, Chen Ping disappeared again. Then along the tunnel, it got out from behind the spiders.
Bye-bye. He took out a big rock from his backpack and instantly blocked the opening.
Hiss. Only then did these big spiders react.
They're stuck in here. Bang! A spider hit the stone wall directly, and the stone wall remained motionless. Just kidding, this is a 1-meter thick wall, not to mention spiders, even shells can't penetrate it. And the height of 10 meters is also beyond their reach. Could it be that the purpose of Mr. Chinpingen is to trap these spiders inside? Very likely, this is a plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. Trap these spiders, and you can go back and destroy the spider's nest. That's right, these spiders can't get out at all, they can only wait to die inside. Everyone in the live broadcast room outside speculated. However, Chen Ping's thoughts, they will never be able to figure it out. After sealing the entrance, Chen Pingon went underground again, and came directly below the spiders. A white stone pillar was in sight. And this stone pillar is the one with a pillar supporting the sky and a stone platform at the top. Chen Pingon took out the copper pickaxe from his backpack, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. According to the building mechanism of the game, as long as a few support points are destroyed, the whole building will collapse. And the support point of this stone pillar is the big rock at the bottom. Ding ding! He swung the copper pick, and after only 5 or 6 strokes, a large stone was recovered by him. And at this moment, the stone platform lost its support. Boom! The collapse happened. The stone platform, together with the stone pillars, collapsed suddenly, scattered into big stones and fell from the sky. And a big rock weighs at least several tons. Hiss! And below, there were big spiders with bewildered faces. Just as they raised their heads, they were hit by falling stones and killed on the spot. You killed a first-level spider warrior. You killed. A system prompt appears like a screen refresh. This is Chen Ping's plan. Named by him. Justice from heaven. It only took a few seconds. All spiders are wiped out. And this scene was clearly seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was boiling. Asterisk. Fuck. What just happened? Nyobi, besides Nyobi, I can't think of other adjectives to express my feelings. Upstairs, you can still say shit. Fuck. Bull beep. Official reminder, please enter the barrage in a civilized manner. Goddamn official notice. Even if I'm dead and buried in a coffin, I still have to use an immortal voice to say, Chinpingen, boss, beep. For a moment, the Dragon Kingdom audience in the live broadcast room exploded as if a drop of water fell into hot oil. And this kind of operation? Can you still play like this? When they thought that Chinpingen was going to escape, Chinpingen said that I would only brush the spider's nest. When they thought that Chinpingon was just trapping the spiders, Chinpingon wanted to catch them all. It can be said that every step. It's all beyond their expectations. What kind of treasure boy is this? In an instant, Chinpingon was shrouded in layers of mystery. Oh my god, I never expected that Mr. Chinpingen's plan is like this. In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing was so excited that her voice was trembling. He's not trying to trap the spiders, he's trying to catch them all and bury them all. While clenched his fist and waved it vigorously, no beep, it's so awesome, those are 7 or 8 giant spiders, they were smashed to death in such an instant, what a beautiful job. The biggest difference between man and beast is knowing how to use wisdom. Man's power is limited, but the power of wisdom is unlimited. Mi Lu was very emotional. Others only saw Chen Pingen's simplicity and killed all the spiders. In his eyes, this was clearly a hymn of wisdom. Behind the simple plan, there is great wisdom. In ancient times, our ancestors were indomitable in the face of harsh natural environments and powerful wild creatures, using the power of wisdom to overcome obstacles, and finally let us humans become the overlord of Blue Star. He said emotionally. After the voice fell, the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked. Indeed. At this time, Chin Pingon was alone in a different world, and his figure seemed to overlap with the human ancestors developed in ancient times. In his body, what I saw was the courage of human beings. Human intelligence. It is also a hymn to human beings. Oh my god, I'm getting goosebumps all over my body.
I seem to have traveled through time and space and saw our human ancestors. We are witnessing history. We're taking part in history. Suddenly, a grand epic feeling intertwined in everyone's mind.
Oh Weezin!
De Yi turned his head and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He who often survives in the wild has the deepest understanding of this.
It is definitely not accidental that human beings can become the overlord of Blue Star, but a kind of necessity. As expected.
In a different world, Chin Pingon didn't know that his behavior had been sublimated, rising to the level of all human beings. Instead, he took out the copper pickaxe, dug the ground and got out. After his careful design, there is no dead corner in the entire circular building. As a result, the spiders inside were all hit by the falling boulders and died one after another. There was a sour smell in the air. It was the smell of spider blood. Ding ding ding. He swung the copper pickaxe and began to recycle the stones on the ground. These big stones that fell could only be recycled into small stones.
He doesn't care either.
Anyway, there are plenty of stones. After knocking over a few big rocks, he finally found a spider, which was crushed like a piece of paper. It was horrible. It has become like this. Can I still collect things? He froze for a moment, and chose the collection mode. In the next second, the familiar white light shrouded. You got spider meat ×2. You obtained spider silk ×1. The system prompt sounds.
The system beeps.
Chin Pingon was overjoyed immediately, and the speed of waving the copper pick became faster. Soon, he cleaned up the entire site, and chose to collect all the spider corpses. A total of 14 pieces of spider meat and 7 spider silks were obtained.
An absolute bounty. It's a pity that there is no blueprint.
But so much spider meat can instantly increase his physical fitness several times. He couldn't wait, lit a fire on the spot, and put all the spider meat on it to roast.
Zizizi. The tempting aroma spread quickly, drifting far, far away.
P.S. New readers, please beg for flowers and recommendation tickets. I hope the flowers will reach, today, please mess with me.
Asterisk. After a few minutes, the 14 yuan palm-sized spider meat all fell into Chen Pingon's stomach.
As soon as the spider meat is eaten, it immediately turns into energy and integrates into the body, so there is no fear of being unable to eat it.
On the contrary, the more you eat, the more you get on top, the more you eat, the more you want to eat. The only fly in the ointment is that he feels that there is a little less seasoning. If other people in the camp knew about his idea, they would almost cry out of jealousy. Poor God. They are all still trapped in the camp by spiders and haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Now looking at the grass on the ground, my eyes are green. As for eating meat, I dare not even think about it.
A stream of warmth flowed through his body, and Chen Pingon stood up, and he could feel the surging power with a simple swing of his fist.
He felt that he could kill a cow with one punch now.
The strength of my punch now is at least 500 or 600 catties. He clenched his fists and was overjoyed. Then in my mind, I clicked on my personal interface.
System, why can't I see my attributes?
According to the game, he should have an attribute panel. The current strength of the host is not in flow, there is no need to calculate it, only after the first transformation.
The attribute panel will be activated.
The cold voice of the system emerges.
To put it bluntly, you are so good. There is no need to activate the properties panel. What? Not popular? Chen Pingon was taken aback.
I can kill a person with one punch now, tell me my strength is still not top-notch?
Good guy. What the hell am I, a good guy? How high is the power system in this different world?
But then he got excited again.
Because it means that he can still become stronger. It's time to destroy the spider nest. Eat and drink. He carried the bronze sword and embarked on the journey.
Soon came to the outside of the spider nest, a lonely spider nest stood up, without a single spider around to protect it. He strode forward, and suddenly saw a phantom of a pickaxe appearing on the spider nest.
Found a collectible resource spider nest, do you want to collect it?
The system prompt sounds.
Can this also be collected?
Shin Pingon immediately retracted the copper sword, took out the copper pick, and knocked towards the spider's nest.
After 3 or 4 strokes, a large mass of spider silk fell down.
You got spider silk times 3.
The spider's lair was suddenly missing a large piece.
He continued to work hard and continued to swing the pickaxe, and the system prompts continued.
But most of it is spider silk.
After all, spider nests are made of spider silk.
It's very reasonable.
Soon, he dismantled to the core area, and finally got a harvest.
You got a blueprint.
You have obtained a treasure, golden lingzhu. The entire spider nest exploded and disappeared without a trace, and there were 2 more things in Chen Ping's hands.
Click on the drawing. You have unlocked a new item, spider silk clothes.
Spider silk clothes, made of tough spider silk, light and beautiful, with extremely strong defense, comparable to bulletproof vests.
Chen Pingyan's eyes lit up.
With the spider silk clothes, coupled with the copper armor, double protection, it is simply invincible.
But what interests him the most is the golden lingzhu.
Because he unlocked the scientific machine, the necessary material in it is the golden lingzhu. Golden lingzhu that contains the power of the gold system, is one of the materials needed for the first transformation. Collection of Ji lingzhu, wood lingzhu, water lingzhu, fire lingzhu, earth lingzhu, you can carry out the first life transformation and get the improvement of life level.
Totally unexpected.
The golden lingzhu is actually the material needed for transformation. For him, this was a complete surprise. His current strength is not considered top-notch, so one can imagine how strong he will be after transformation. He immediately decided to keep this golden spirit bead first. Anyway, the technology is not in a hurry to unlock it. As long as you collect the remaining 4 spirit beads, you can undergo the first transformation. But the harvest of destroying the spider's lair is not only that. Suddenly, players from all countries in the different world, as well as the people of the entire blue star outside, heard an indifferent voice. Longwa contestants take the lead in destroying the first spider lair and get the reward for the first kill. Reward Long Kingdom's scientific research and development speed plus 20%, and the chance of newborns being born with scientific masters in the future increases by %. Longwa players get the first kill spree. I hope players from other countries will continue to work hard, and I also hope that players from the Dragon Country will continue to work hard. Outside, the live broadcast rooms in countless countries fell silent in an instant. The hosts from those countries opened their mouths wide, their expressions extremely shocking.
This is an announcement to the whole world. And the protagonist in the announcement. It's Dragon Kingdom again. P.S. Kneeling for flowers, recommendation tickets, good evening. Readers. Asterisk. Dragon Country. In a heavily guarded and extremely secret research institute. Several gray-haired old academicians are working hard on research. They have failed many times. But for the advancement of Longwa's science and technology, they never gave up, and they are still conducting experiments non-stop. Failed again. After the results came out, an old academician shook his head, already used to it. Take care of it and prepare for the next experiment. Every successful scientific experiment is based on countless failures. And their research field is metal materials. Once the research is successful, you can get a huge leap when you go down to the aircraft carrier or go up to the spacecraft space station. It can be said that this is an important study related to the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. And these source teachers are all top figures in the industry. At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Longwa contestants take the lead in destroying the first spider lair and get the reward for the first kill. Reward Long Kingdom's scientific research and development speed plus 20%, and the chance of newborns being born with scientific masters in the future increases by %. Next second. The miracle happened. The original failed experiment, suddenly and very accidentally, there was a problem in one of the steps. The material that should have been added has become another material. Result? It worked. The experiment was a success. What, it actually succeeded. It turns out that this material is the key. I know what to do.
Several old academicians were extremely shocked, followed by tears in their eyes.
Quickly record the experimental steps. With these, Longbo will be able to synthesize top-notch materials and leap ahead of the entire world.
They hugged and cheered, and rushed out of the laboratory,
only to find that the outside has already become a sea of cheers.
Some familiar academicians from other fields are also extremely excited to gather together.
Old Chi, you also succeeded? An academician asked his friend in disbelief.
You must know that this friend of his is researching controllable nuclear fusion.
Once successful, will change the energy industry of the whole world. This is more important than the metal materials they study.
That's right.
We succeeded too. Controllable nuclear fusion has been successfully developed.
Lao Chi hugged them together, as happy as a child in his teens.
Not only them, but the medical, biological, mechanical and other industries in the entire Dragon Kingdom have all received good news.
Long Kingdom has been accumulated for 100 years, and many technologies are just at the door. Suddenly, it is as if God has opened a window for all scientific researchers, and countless achievements have appeared in a blowout.
But everyone knows, it's not God's fault.
The real national hero is Chen Pingan. Because of him, the research and development speed of Longboy technology increased by 20%, which led to the great leap of Longboy technology.
Great! Great!
In a solemn meeting room, a majestic old man excitedly slapped the table on hearing the good news from all sides.
This time, the luck of the Dragon Kingdom skyrocketed.
Various technologies are at least 50 years ahead of other countries in the world. Hurry up, go to all hospitals across the country to register, record all newborns, and focus on training them. The old man said excitedly. In addition to the speed of scientific and technological research and development, among newborns, the chance of being born a master of science has also increased by a full 1%. This is definitely not low for a country, especially a country with a large population like Long Kingdom.
What is a master of science? Giants in the field of science like Newton and Einstein can be called masters. Each one can leave a name in history and greatly promote the progress of science and technology. It can be described as a national treasure. When the news spread, the entire Blue Star shook.
Many countries that are hostile to Dragon Kingdom are envious and jealous.
But there is no way.
Who told the players from their country to be still shivering in the camp? But Chen Pingan had already swiped a spider's nest. And some countries that have good relations with the Dragon Kingdom quickly congratulated and chose to hold on to the thigh of the Dragon Kingdom.
Chen Pingan's name was also known to the whole world for the first time.
Countless viewers from abroad poured into the live broadcast room, wanting to see this man who has created miracles. If it weren't for the live broadcast room set up by the high-dimensional world, it would have collapsed long ago.
The audience of Dragon Kingdom also fell into endless ecstasy, their blood boiled with enthusiasm.
Damn it, it's awesome, the speed of scientific and technological research and development plus 20%, this is the luck of the country.
My uncle works in the research institute.
According to him, many researchers have made breakthroughs.
I would like to call this man God. Boss Chen Pingan, you will always be a god.
This is the real hero of our Dragon Kingdom. P.S. 1,300 flowers are still short, please mess with me asterisk.
Different world. As soon as the world announced, everyone was dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief. What did I hear just now? Dragon Country players destroyed a spider's lair? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Wake up, this is a world announcement, there can be no fake. How is it possible? Didn't the Dragon Kingdom player die a long time ago? In an instant, the entire camp was boiling.
After awakening their talents, they never saw Chen Pingan again, and most of them even thought that he was dead, or lingering in a corner. But suddenly, a world announcement came out. Only now did everyone understand that not only did the Dragon Kingdom players not die.
Instead, he single-handedly destroyed a spider nest. If you think about it, since it is a nest, there must be many spiders in it. That is, he killed all the spiders?
And the announced rewards also made many people's eyes red. Technology research and development plus 20%, the probability of scientific masters increased by 1%, and there is also a personal first kill spree. In the middle of the camp, John-sun, a player from Lighthouse Country, stared at Saburo Azumi, a player from Sakura Country. "You trash, didn't you say that the Dragon Kingdom player is dead?" It was this guy who misled himself, so that the people of Longwood took the lead and won the first kill in the world. He never thought it was his fault. Just like the Lighthouse Country, once something happens, it must be someone else's problem. I see, it turns out that these spiders are not as scary as they look. John stood up abruptly. Since players from the Dragon Kingdom can destroy a spider nest, it will be easier for me. His expression is full of wisdom. I feel like I've seen the truth. So without hesitation, he walked towards the spider outside the camp. And in the live broadcast room of Beacon Country outside, the audience finally became excited. I buy cakes, Johnson finally moved, and he walked towards the spider monsters by himself. His back is so handsome. This is the soldier of our Lighthouse Country, go and save the world. There is no way, in terms of the performance of the players, they have been suppressed by Longwood, and now Johnson finally made a move and immediately started to brag. Even their host shouted excitedly in the live broadcast room. Contestant Johnson walked up, his steps are firm, and he obviously has the determination to win. That's right, this is the courage of a man. The contestants from Longwood are just lucky, and they are not the opponents of Johnson at all. And our players from the Lighthouse Kingdom will overtake the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately. Countless people cheered and cheered for John. In another world, Johnson walked out at a pace that his relatives did not recognize. Outside the camp, a spider closest to him stood up alertly. Hiss. Make dangerous noises. It's just a show, I've seen through everything. He felt he had nothing to fear. Players from other countries in the camp also cast their gazes over. Let him feel as if he is in the center of the stage. Hiss. In the next second, a huge spider rushed towards him in an instant. Go to hell. And he went forward without hesitation, activated his talent, exuded a metallic luster all over his body, and laughed wildly from his mouth. Bang! What? Immediately afterwards, the wild laughter turned into screams. His body was directly knocked out by the spider, and the sharp fangs landed on him, rubbing sparks. Severe pain hits. Johnson felt his internal organs were almost knocked out. If it wasn't for his iron body, he would be dead by now. Terror. So horrible. Intense fear is like a poisonous snake, devouring his heart. He screamed, got up from the ground, and then ran towards the camp without looking back. I fell down halfway. Very embarrassed. In the live broadcast room of the Beacon Country outside, the excited audience suddenly felt like ducks being pinched by the neck, and there was no sound. Many people even quit the live broadcast room directly. Too shameful. Just like a clown. And in the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Kingdom, there were also many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, bursting into laughter and joy. Especially looking at the pig liver-like face of the host of the Lighthouse Country, it was even more refreshing. How proud were you just now? How about the look just now? Is this the soldier who saved the world from the Lighthouse Kingdom? I love it. Just want to compare with Mr. Chin Pingon, who is more like a clown. You look handsome when you walk out, but the way you run away is really embarrassing. P.S. A new day starts with readers raising their hands and throwing some flowers and recommendation votes. Asterisk. The contestants from the Beacon Country were completely reduced to a laughingstock. But this also indirectly proves the strength of the spider. Even Johnson, who has awakened top talent, is no match for him. And the Dragon Country player was able to completely destroy a spider's lair. It further highlights the strength of Chin Pingon. Coupled with the explosion of Dragon Kingdom science and technology, various research results have sprung up like mushrooms, and more countries are moving closer to Dragon Kingdom. The international status of Dragon Kingdom got an unprecedented promotion. The national pride of all Long people is also overwhelming, neither humble nor overbearing, extremely confident.
And the hero of all this? All alone. Chen Pingon. Unexpectedly, Chen Pingon destroyed the spider's nest, and there was a world announcement, and the national fortune of our dragon kingdom skyrocketed in an instant. In the Longwa Live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing's eyes were full of admiration, as if water was about to drip. In her mind, Chen Pingon is already a godlike existence. That's right, I told Mr. Chen Pingon to leave quickly. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that he didn't listen to me. Wow, he laughed, rubbing his head. Fortunately he couldn't hear it, otherwise I would have become a national sinner. This is the real hero, the pride of our dragon kingdom. Nilu blushed with excitement and said, "Good job." Master D didn't talk much, but his thumbs up showed his attitude. We can always trust player Chen Pingon. That's right. I agree with this. Different world. As soon as the world announced. Even. Chen Pingon himself was stunned. But he quickly calmed down and began to check the rewards. Because he got a first kill spree. A thought moves. A gift box wrapped with ribbons appeared in front of him. He stretched out his hand to take it apart, and a few clusters of light suddenly appeared. You got a rare blueprint. You have obtained a precious wood spirit bead. You got 1 achievement point. You have unlocked the achievement store. A system prompt appeared instantly. Chen Pingon was overjoyed. Big bang. Not only blueprints, but also another material needed for transformation, the wood spirit orb, appeared. Just God help me. Check out the drawings first. Spider nest blueprint, rare, can create a spider nest, automatically hatch spiders, and increase the level as time goes by, up to 3 levels. P.S. Spiders are ferocious beasts and cannot be tamed, but they have a higher chance of dropping them after being killed. Spider nest drawings. It turned out to be this. Chen Pingon was taken aback. He remembered that in the famine game, only when the 3rd level spider nest was destroyed, a small nest would drop. Unexpectedly, the first kill spree gave him the blueprint directly. Although the spiders hatched from the spider nest cannot be tamed, he can completely surround the nest with buildings and make it a spider trap. Come out with 1. Kill 1. Ordinary people get this blueprint, it is basically suicide. But in Chen Pingon's eyes. But it means a steady stream of spider meat and spider silk, and other items. And these spiders have a higher burst rate than ordinary wild spiders. Where is this spider's nest? It's obviously a spider mine. Chen Pingon was very satisfied. Look at the material. To build a spider lair, you need, spider silks and, living spider. Okay. It seems that it can't be done for the time being. He only had a dozen or so spider silks in his backpack now, and at least he had to destroy 3 or 4 more spider nests to get them all together. And how to capture a spider alive is also a problem. Continue to see other rewards. There is nothing to say about the wood lingzhu, it is a treasure-grade material just like the jean lingzhu. And because of the world first kill, he got 1 achievement point and opened the achievement store. He was immediately excited and clicked to open the store. Immediately, a dazzling list appeared. Meat rich in energy, after use, it can greatly enhance physical fitness, and 1 achievement point is required for redemption. Energy-rich water, after drinking it, it will greatly enhance your mental strength, and you need 1 achievement point to redeem it. Walking cane, with it, your movement speed will be faster, and you need 1 achievement point to redeem it. In an instant, Chen Ping's saliva almost flowed out, there are all good things in it. And when he pulled up the list and saw one of the items, his eyes widened with shock. Neji Royal Crossbow Blueprint, after launching, you can capture wild beasts and have a chance to drop wild beast eggs. You need 3 achievement points to exchange them. P.S. Thank you for the big one starting with 132, pure numbers will be blocked, all of you here are my harem big rewards. Asterisk. What the hell? Chen Pingon was really shocked now. Neji EU Crossbow. This is a pet-catching artifact in a game he played called Paradoxical Mountain and Sea. It looks like a bow and crossbow, but its actual function is to capture all kinds of powerful beasts in the game. As long as the alien beast is beaten into a weak state, there is a chance to successfully capture it. More importantly, you can get alien beast eggs. Hatch into your own pet. There are even such artifacts in the store. Chen Pingon decided instantly. That's it. If this is really a world of delusional mountains and seas, then thinking of those strange beasts that can fly into the sky and hide from the ground, and are as big as mountains, his whole body will be on fire. However, you need 3 achievement points to exchange blueprints. He's still 2 o'clock. Don't worry, you have to eat food 1 bite at a time, and you have to do things step by step. Chen Pingon calmed down. The most important thing now is to improve your own strength. Even if you get the blueprint of Nejiu, it is useless if you don't have strong strength to fight against the alien beast. I need more spider meat. He put on full copper armor and walked quickly in the forest. After his physical fitness has improved, the weight of the armor is as light as paper for him, without any pressure. Woohoo! Suddenly, he heard the sound of water flowing in front of him. Have water. His eyes lit up. Step up. It was soon discovered that there was a small river meandering not far away, with gurgling water, and debris such as grass roots and leaves floating on it. The river water is also very turbid. After all, this is the wild, and it is impossible to have pure water. If this kind of water is not cooked and drunk, 100% will cause diarrhea. I don't know how many bacteria and parasites are in it. But Chen Pingon was right. He took out a palm-sized brass kettle from his backpack. It has a large space of 10 liters, and the water inside will be automatically purified into pure water after 2 hours. The artifact of survival in the wild. Filled up the water bottle, retracted the backpack, and suddenly heard the sound of snoring. Looking up, on the other side of the river, a pig's head suddenly appeared. And under the pig's head, there is a muscular body with sparse black hair, which looks very strong. Overall more than 2 meters. 1 head taller than Chen Pingon. Is this a pigman? Chen Pingon was shocked. You found a neutral creature, pigman. Pigman, a neutral creature with great power, likes to live in groups. When you give them meat, you can temporarily hire them to fight or collect resources for you. A system prompt appears. Good guy, it's really a pigman. He was overjoyed immediately. In the game of famine, the pigman is a good friend. As long as you give a piece of meat, you can follow him. And they are enemies with spiders, they will fight when they meet. And the pigman in front of him looks far stronger than in the game. Snore. Go away. At this time, the pig man on the other side also found him and made a pig cry. The strange thing is that Chen Pingon actually understood the meaning of the opposite party. Snoring. Pigs don't like you. The pig man stared at him viciously, and walked back quickly. Chen Pingon doesn't care either. Pigs have this virtue, don't look at how fierce they are, as long as you don't attack him, he won't attack you. Just give him a piece of meat and he'll instantly consider you his best friend. Looking into the distance, Chen Pingon saw pointed roofs protruding from the woods, and finally determined that there should be a pig village on the other side of the river. But he has no flesh now. Even going to pig village is useless. Time to return to camp. He thought to himself. In the game, spiders will take the initiative to attack humans, and now the place with the most humans in the entire forest is the camp. There must be more spiders over there. After eating more than a dozen pieces of spider meat, his current physical fitness is completely worthy of facing spiders. In the live broadcast room outside, many viewers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death, I thought that pig-headed monster was going to attack. Horror, this monster is actually full of muscles, it looks stronger than a spider. Hey, my figure is actually not as good as a pig-headed monster. I think, with the head off, I can. Wait, upstairs, something's wrong with you? The barrage seems to be veering into odd places. Ha, is this a new monster? It looks so oppressive. Miss Bingbing patted her chest and said with lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't attack Big Brother Chen Pingon, and the two are in peace. Wow also put down the heart.
This kind of pig-headed monster may be different from spiders. It is a neutral creature, so it doesn't attack. Neely's observation skills were very keen, and he opened his mouth to analyze.
Wait, look at Chen Pinggan's route. Is he going back to the camp?
Suddenly, Wao's expression changed. Oh no, there are spiders all over the camp now.
Asterisk. Camp. It's already noon. 3 poles in the sun.
The scorching sun fell, and the camp was howling. Many people have not had a sip of water, and their lips are chapped. And they haven't collected enough fuel yet. Once they are exposed to the darkness at night, it will be the end of the group's destruction.
It can't go on like this.
Although Johnson of Lighthouse Country suffered a big loss at the hands of the spider, he did not die. With a gloomy expression, he quietly summoned his little brothers together and whispered. There was clearly a conspiracy brewing. Soon, they stood up and walked towards the players from several small countries. You guys, go and lure those spiders away.
He had a tyrannical attitude and threatened viciously.
Otherwise I'll tie you up and throw you outside to feed the spiders.
He was frightened by the spider and dared not face it again.
But if this goes on, everyone will die. So he came up with such a poisonous plan. Let other people lure the spiders away, wouldn't they be safe? Can't deal with spiders, but against others.
His confidence is back.
Why? The contestants from several small countries were of course unwilling, but they beat them up.
Bleeding.
His iron body is powerful, and players from other countries are no match at all. Go and lure the spider away, you may still survive, but if you are thrown out by us, you will die.
Think about it for yourself.
Johnson is also well versed in human nature, knowing that if death is inevitable, no one will. Although it is close to death to lure the spider away, there is still a possibility of being alive. Under his threat, these players had to succumb.
Let's go.
They looked very humiliated. Johnson and the others didn't care. From their perspective, these people are dead. Players from other countries in the camp also had their own plans.
Seeing this happening, no one chose to stop it.
Although some people are sympathetic, they are not strong enough and dare not stand out at all. Players from some countries even secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Competitors from several smaller countries were forced out of the camp. And their actions also caused a great disturbance in Blue Star. Audiences from most countries condemned the behavior of the players from the Beacon country, especially the countries where several players lived, and immediately lodged a serious protest against the Beacon country. However, they are small countries in the first place, and the Lighthouse country doesn't care at all. Even their host defended. At this time, sacrificing a few people can save more people. This is the most correct decision. Yes, although it is cruel, Johnson did nothing wrong. Athletes from these countries should be honored to sacrifice themselves to save others. This is a necessary sacrifice. The audience of Beacon Country also spoke in the live broadcast room, plausible. The audience, headed by Longhua, was filled with righteous indignation and flooded into the live broadcast room to criticize one after another. It's nice to say, why don't you sacrifice yourself and let others sacrifice? Is this sacrifice? This is obviously being sacrificed. I've never seen such a brazen person. The players in our Beacon Country are very talented, and they have to take on heavier responsibilities. How can they sacrifice casually? Yoshi, our contestants from Sakura Country are the same. Didn't you say in the movie of Beacon Country that with great power comes great responsibility?
What?
About your responsibilities? That's just a movie, what does it have to do with reality? The two sides come and go, and the barrage confronts crazily. Almost the whole world has seen clearly the true colors of several countries including the Lighthouse Country. The countries to which several contestants belong even issued emergency warnings, and all citizens are praying in their hearts. Hope their players will survive. Otherwise, a terrible disaster will come. And in another world, contestants from several countries finally walked out of the camp trembling. They were smeared with blood and forced to run outside. Hiss! In an instant, almost all the spiders were attracted, and followed behind a few people, making a terrifying hissing sound. Figures as big as millstones shuttled through the forest. Competitors from several countries ran desperately, wishing they could grow 2 more legs, and were gradually drawn closer by the spiders behind them. Hiss! Suddenly, from their side, a spider rushed over. Finished! Several people suddenly turned pale with shock, with despair on their faces. They have seen. Death is waving at them. Click! At this moment, they saw a figure in armor suddenly appear. It's like a god descending to earth. With a swing of the sword, the huge head of the spider flew out. Come! It was Chen Pingon. Asterisk. Just arrived near the campsite. Chen Pingon heard a huge movement. So he found a place to hide, and happened to see a few humans being hunted down by a large group of spiders. So he saved them by the way. That's right, by the way. Great, there are so many spiders. He held the bronze sword, with joy on his brows. It's like an old farmer who sees the harvest in autumn. In his eyes, these are not vicious spiders, but pieces of walking spider meat, spider silk. Easy. He killed a spider. With a strength of hundreds of caddies, combined with a sharp copper sword, it can be said that it is invincible. The contestants from several countries who were rescued by him all opened their mouths wide and looked dull. What did they hear? How can someone see so many spiders and say it's great? Shouldn't normal people just turn around and run away? They were completely bewildered. I don't know if it's their problem. There is still something wrong with this world. Hiss! At this time, another spider rushed out, and Shen Ping's figure turned around. The copper sword in his hand was like a crescent moon. Sweep over! The spider's head was directly removed by him. Split into 2. Green insect blood splattered everywhere. Now 1 or 2 spiders are completely ignored by him. Powerful. Too strong. On the side, players from several small countries fell into constant shock. This mighty and domineering armor. And the ability to kill spiders in seconds. In their minds, they created a mysterious and powerful image. And in Longwa's live broadcast room, after seeing this scene, countless people immediately felt their whole body boiling with enthusiasm. Ah, so handsome. My god, 1 sword kills instantly. Is this the strength of Chen Pingon? It's too strong, it's too awesome, it's like a god descending from the earth. Look at the players from those countries, they never shut their mouths. The barrage exploded wildly, and countless people expressed their excitement. Chen Pingon's appearance was really handsome, it's so cool. Especially the people in those small countries almost cried out of excitement after seeing this scene. Tears filled my eyes. Flock into Longwa's live broadcast room, and express my gratitude to Chen Pingon and Longwa. Their players survived. It means that there will be no disasters. Chen Pingon is the savior of several of their countries. Oh my god, when did Mr. Chen Pingon become so powerful that he can kill spiders in seconds? In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing opened her small mouth slightly, with a cute expression on her face. The impression Chen Pingon gave them before was that they were mysterious and full of wisdom. Spiders can be dealt with by relying on traps. But I didn't expect that even if it was a head-on confrontation, it would be completely crushed. Whoever said before that Mr. Chen Pingon was just lucky and relied on tricks, stand up for me and see if his face is swollen. Wow, exasperated, roared loudly. It's the spider meat. After Milu pondered for a while, he suddenly said, at the beginning, when Chen Pingon encountered spiders, he had to dodge them, but now he can kill them instantly, and his physical fitness has been greatly strengthened. Powerful energy. That's right, it's a different world after all, so it can't be deduced from common sense. Master Day also nodded, the biological strength of the other world is terrifying, ordinary people can't survive at all, maybe the key to their becoming stronger is the flesh of these monsters. It has to be said that their guesses are already very close. However, what they didn't know was that the spider meat could only be collected by Chen Pingon through the power of the system. Others killed a spider. You can only get a pile of inedible spider meat. In a different world, Shinpingon made a shocking appearance and instantly killed 2 huge spiders.
Why haven't you left yet? He frowned. These guys didn't help and didn't run away. What about watching a play here?
Yes, let's go. Only then did the players come to their senses, and hurriedly ran towards the camp.
This time, they really escaped death.
My heart was filled with gratitude to Shinpingon.
Even worship.
Shinping put the 2 dead spiders into his backpack. There is no time to collect it for him, because more and more spiders have appeared later.
There are so many?
After killing 2 more spiders, there were already more than 10 spiders in sight, and Shinpingon had to avoid the sharp edge temporarily.
And fight and retreat. I found a safe place and went directly to the ground.
The spiders immediately lost their target, and after a burst of unwilling roars, they dispersed one after another. Soon, Shinpingon came out from another place.
His expression was a little dignified. There must be at least 30 or 40 spiders here.
It is conservatively estimated that there must be 5 or 6 spider nests around the camp.
Once they develop, the entire camp will suffer catastrophe.
Asterisk.
30 or 40 spiders.
Even if you use traps, from collecting materials to making,
both take a day or 2. And during this time,
the spider lair is very likely to hatch more and stronger spiders.
Second-level spider warriors, and even spider queens may appear. It must be wiped out as soon as possible.
Shinping made up his mind.
This is certainly not to protect the camp,
but for himself. Looking at the 4 spider corpses in the backpack, he did not choose to collect spider meat, but changed direction.
Head towards the pigman village. On the other side,
the player from the small country who managed to escape back to the camp caused a huge stir.
No one expected that they would come back alive. They all thought they were dead. In the description, they learned that it was a mysterious man in armor who saved them. And that mysterious person is extremely powerful. Just need a sword. You can instantly kill a scary spider. Impossible, it's impossible.
Johnsun was the first to jump up, his face full of shock. He has personally experienced the power of spiders, and he doesn't believe that in this world
there are still people who can kill spiders with one move. Even I can't do it. My lord, I have an idea.
At this time, Saburo Izumi of Sakura country suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice. A foul smell suddenly spread.
John nearly vomited. Go away. He kicked Izumi Yusaburo away. Izumi Yusaburo lowered his head, with resentment flashing in his eyes, but he was no different from ordinary people except that his saliva was highly poisonous. Only by relying on John News can we survive.
I guess, maybe that mysterious person was sent by that golden ball of light to help us. He shared his analysis. The golden ball of light sent us to another world for the purpose of competing for survival, not killing us, and right now we are trapped by so many spiders, the situation is critical, so the mysterious person will come out to save us. As long as we please the mysterious person, we can suppress players from other countries and take the lead. He felt that his analysis was close to the truth. As for the possibility that the mysterious person is a human being, a player from another country, they never even thought about this possibility. But what they didn't know was that upon hearing their serious analysis, the live broadcast room outside had already burst out laughing.
No, I'm going to die laughing. Mysterious person, Nang is a brain monster?
666, this wave of analysis, I give full marks.
Good guy, is this the legendary void analysis?
I can't wait to see the reaction of these 2 people when they know that the mysterious man is Shinpingon.
It will definitely be wonderful. The audience in Longwa burst out laughing. Some people who were eating or drinking water sprayed it out.
As for the audience in Sakura country and Lighthouse country, they saw that the 2 were still in high spirits, discussing what method to use instead.
When I came to please the mysterious person, I can't wait to find a seam in the ground and get in.
The hosts of both countries looked embarrassed, not knowing what to say. They can't wait to rush into another world immediately.
Cover your mouths. Fox/Baga, shut up, can you?
At this time, in the Longwa live broadcast room, the four hosts also showed surprise.
Look, Mr. Chinpingan seems to be walking in the direction of those pig-headed men.
Miss Bingbing showed doubts in her eyes.
Is it because there are too many spiders, and he is going to deal with those pig-headed men first?
Wow guessed.
No, it shouldn't be.
Mila shook his head. These pig-headed people are neutral creatures, and their strength seems to be stronger than spiders. It is not a wise decision to attack them.
I believe Chinpingan also understands this.
He should have other considerations.
I trust him and will not make a wrong decision. Master De has always been a staunch supporter of Chinpingan.
And at this moment, they saw from the screen that Chinping crossed the river. Reached the other side. There are some steeple-roofed huts in the forest, and there are strong pigmen wandering around. When they saw Chinpingan, their expressions were very unfriendly and they purred loudly,
as if to drive him away.
However, Chinpingan did not rush, took out the spider corpse from his backpack, cut off a large piece with a copper sword, and handed it to a pigman. All of a sudden, the pigman grinned.
After Hulu Hulu finished eating the meat, he followed behind him with a happy face.
And the other pigmen also gathered around, staring at the meat in Chinpingan's hand eagerly.
P.S. Kneeling for flowers, recommended tickets.
Asterisk. The Longwa live broadcast room was suddenly quiet. After a long time, Miss Bingbing had a puzzled expression on her face. So, the purpose of contestant Chinpingan is actually to use spider meat to buy these pigmen? She felt that her thinking couldn't keep up with Chinpingan's brain circuit at all. If she had encountered such a terrifying pigman, she would have taken a detour long ago.
The most outrageous thing is that the bribe was successful.
Look at those pigs who have eaten meat. They all followed behind him, looking very happy. Weil scratched his head, originally thought it was outrageous. However, after thinking about it, this is Mr. Chinpingan.
Oh, that's fine. Any outrageous thing happened to Mr. Chinpingan, it was a normal operation. Maybe this is the boss. So that's how it is.
Player Chinpingan wants to buy, no, it should be said to hire these pigmen to deal with those spiders. Mealy's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help clapping his hands in praise. Wonderful, really wonderful. In this way, with the help of these pigmen, we will be able to contend head-on with the spider swarm. Who would have thought that it would be possible to do so?
It's really unexpected. His powers of observation are too keen.
He was able to discover the functions of these pigmen in a short period of time.
It's almost as if he knew it in advance. Master De sighed repeatedly. Could this be the legendary So Wise, almost demonic? Unpredictable but prophetic?
It's amazing, I never expected that there will be such a divine development. That's right, I thought Mr. Chinpingan was finally going to attack these pigmen. Good guy, as expected of a pig's head, it's really a pig, you can buy it with just one bite, funny laugh.jpg. Inexplicable, I think these pigs are a little cute. What's going on? Upstairs, I suggest you wash your eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room did not expect that things would develop like this.
These vicious-looking pigmen.
It only needs a piece of meat. He just followed behind Chinpingan. Like a flower smiling with a pig's face.
Originally, I saw that you look fierce and evil.
Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a good person. So these days, not only people should not be judged by their appearance.
Even pigs are the same?
Different world. After turning all 4 corpses into meat and distributing them to the pigmen. Behind Chinpingan, 12 pigmen followed. All the faces were full of smiles, and they were not as unfriendly as before. A spider corpse can only be divided into 3 pieces of meat. If there are no pigs, it will not be accepted, and you must pay attention. You can't give too much meat to a pig. These uncollected spider meat belong to monster meat. Once more than 4 yuan is given, the pigman will become a mad pig, his strength will skyrocket, and he will attack everyone indiscriminately. Terrible.
Snooze, friend.
Pour up. Pigs love friends. A group of pigmen followed behind, chattering and expressing their love for Chin Pingon.
Okay, I got it.
Chin Pingon rubbed his ears, and took out a handful of stone axes from his backpack.
Passed to the pigs. Now go and help me cut down the tree.
Chun, the ruthless capitalist, went live safely. The time to hire a pigman is only about 2 days, so of course you should hurry up and make use of it. Pigs help friends. The pigs took the axe and started to chop down the trees vigorously, and the sound of logging soon became loud.
It only takes about 10 strokes to cut down a big tree and scatter it into big wooden blocks.
However, only creatures approved by Chin Pingon can use the tools made by the system.
Even if other people got the axe, they couldn't use it at all.
As for Chin Pingon, he only needs to follow the pigs to pick up big pieces of wood.
The old capitalist.
Soon, with the efforts of more than a dozen pigmen, Chin Pingon's backpack had 5 more sets of large logs, which was enough for the time being. Then he led a group of pigmen to the underground room dug out last night.
Safe and warm cabin.
Although in the game, the pigs cannot help mining, but the pigs in the other world obviously can. Picking up the pickaxes given by Chin Pingon, they jingled and turned into miners again.
Crazy mining of underground copper ore.
And Chin Pingon placed 10 furnaces underground in one breath.
The raging flames burned, smelting copper nuggets one by one.
Then Chin Pingon synthesized copper helmets, copper breastplates and other equipment, as well as sharp copper swords.
His eyes are hot. Looking at the equipment on the ground. An idea in my heart grew. Stronger and stronger.
He wants to form an army of fully armed pigmen.
The spider nest that swept across the forest. Asterisk. With pigs to help mine.
Efficiency is greatly improved. It is this group of pigs who are very resistant to darkness, so Chin Pingon had to make a torch for each pig.
Whoosh. Whoosh. I didn't expect these pig people to be so excited.
Hold the torch like a treasure. For Chin Pingon, who gave them the torch, his favorability was directly full. He worked very hard to dig the mine, and he didn't need to urge him.
What a simple creature. Chin Pingon couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
Although these pig people do not seem to have high IQs, they are very happy.
Easily satisfied. And on Blue Star, many intelligent human beings are not happy at all. Soon, the whole underground.
A long passage was dug out by the pigs along the copper ore vein. Chin Pingon collected 5 groups of big rocks alone. It's a shotgun change. Replaced all the pigs' tools with copper pickaxes.
This way mining is more efficient.
At this time, they had dug to a depth of more than 200 meters underground.
Suddenly,
after a pigman dug out the stone in front of him, a huge space appeared behind him.
Hold up the torch and see. The metallic luster of the stars is flickering. Yellow copper. Black iron ore. Silver mine. Countless ores are shining like stars in the sky. Shining. Could this be? Got a mine? Chin Pingon was shocked and overjoyed. So many ores.
Enough for him to unlock more technologies.
Craft many more powerful items.
But then he found that the pigs were all huddled at the entrance of the cave, not daring to go in.
With fear on his face. It's like there is something terrible in the mine. If it wasn't for Chin Pingon to be their friend. They have long since fled. Snoring. Dangerous. Snoring. You can't go in, you'll die.
The pigs warned wildly.
Could it be that there is some danger in it? Chin Pingon didn't dare to be careless.
But leaving like this is not reconciled. So he took out a torch and threw it high into the depths of the mine.
In the firelight, it reflects the scene inside the mine. Hiss.
In an instant, Chin Pingon gasped. I saw skeletons with white bones standing in the corner of the mine.
And in the depths, rotten and foul-smelling zombies are wandering around.
And in the middle, a huge figure with a height of 5 or 6 meters.
Appeared impressively. It looks like a rhino in appearance,
with a huge rhino horn growing on its head. Huge. With blue and black patterns. It's like a living hill. Exuding an extremely terrifying power. Nothing happens to torches. Appears to be asleep. Ancient rhinoceros, the rhinoceros that survived from ancient times, was eroded by shadow power and turned into a terrifying beast. Anyone who covets the mine will be ruthlessly chased and killed by it. Warn, the strength gap is too large, it is recommended to retreat immediately. A system prompt appears. Ancient rhino. Boss-level monsters. No wonder the pigs are scared to death. This is simply not a monster he can fight now. Even the system issued a warning. Get out of here. He immediately took out the big rock from his backpack and sealed the dug hole firmly. Don't worry. Continue to backfill, filling hundreds of meters. This is finally relieved. So horrible. He had no doubt that the ancient rhino could crush him to death with just one kick. Fortunately, the other party was asleep and was not disturbed. The smelted copper block is enough. Chen Pingon decided to stop mining and leave here immediately. What he didn't know was that at the same time he found the boss, in the live broadcast room of Dragon Kingdom outside. Countless audiences also gasped. Even through the screen. It seems that everyone can feel the terrifying power of the ancient rhinoceros. A great shock to the soul. My God, there is such a terrifying monster underground. Damn it, I almost suffocated just by looking at it. It's too scary. I'm covered in cold sweat now. Fortunately, Mr. Chen Pingon didn't disturb it, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. I used to think that the underground is safer than the ground, but now it seems that the underground seems to be more dangerous. I think this should be a coincidence, the underground cannot be full of monsters. Compared to that monster, the spider is like a younger brother. Countless people have lingering fears, and have a deeper understanding of the dangers of the other world. This is the second day. Who knows what dangers may lie ahead? At this time, the audience of Dragon Country rejoiced one after another. Fortunately, it is Chen Pingon who represents the Dragon Kingdom. You can always trust this godlike man. P.S. It's a new day, begging for flowers, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Asterisk. Different world. Come out from the ground. It's already afternoon. There are still a few hours until dusk. But for Chen Pingon, the time left for him is running out. If the spiders are not exterminated during the day, at night, the spider's strength will skyrocket, while the pigman's strength will drop because he is afraid of the dark. And night is more dangerous than day. Judging from the roars in the forest last night, many monsters appeared at night. Fortunately, I'm fully prepared. Chen Pingon stood in an open space. Rows of pigmen followed behind, smiling heartlessly. Anyone seeing a pigman for the first time will be frightened by their ferocity. However, after contacting for a long time, you will find that they are actually a very simple and friendly creature. Purr. Friend. Purr up. Pigs like you. Okay, I see, hurry up and line up, come and get the equipment. Chen Pingon spoke like coaxing a child. Then from the backpack, he took out pieces of equipment exuding brass luster. Fortunately, similar props can be superimposed, otherwise the backpack would really not fit. But 20 grids, for Chen Pingon now. It's not enough anymore. The pigs are very obedient and stand in front of him obediently. Then Chen Pingon mentally clicked on the system in his mind and chose to equip them. Soon, a 2-meter-high, extremely burly heavy armored warpig appeared. His whole body is covered with hard brass armor, the helmet is similar to a Roman knight, and there is a red tassel on it. The jagged mask was pulled down, revealing only a pair of eyes. These armors are perfectly adapted to the size of the pigman. Sure enough, the system produced, it must be a boutique. A steel guard exuding a cold and ruthless aura stood behind Chen Pingon. Ordinary people can feel a sense of terrifying oppression when they take a look at it. Finally, equip the copper sword. A heavy war pig called a killing machine was born out of nowhere. In fact, the most suitable weapon for pigmen should be a warhammer or a battle axe. But these all need blueprints to unlock. The copper axe used for cutting trees is far less durable and sharp than a copper sword. The pig man also felt that he had become stronger, patted his breastplate, and let out a howl. Very happy. The rest of the pigmen surrounded them enviously. He stared eagerly. There are all of them, don't worry. Shin Pingon quickly started to equip the next pigman. 10 minutes later. The original 12 original pigmen disappeared, and in their place 12 fully armed war pigs. Each one is strong and tall, over 2 meters tall, following behind Shin Pingon. Like a loyal guard. As we walk, armor rubs against each other. A chilling atmosphere quickly permeated. Let's go, War Pig Legion. Shin Ping held a copper sword and roared loudly. It's time to show those spiders what it means to be fully armed. What is called? Iron Torrent. Mom, this is so handsome. Damn it, did I open it in the wrong way? Why do I feel like I'm watching an epic war movie? It's on fire, go. Nyobi, other. Then Nyobi, I don't know what to say anymore. Originally, the arms of these pigmen were thicker than my thighs, and now they are fully armed. It's crazy, but I like, funny.jpg. It's you again, funny monster. I've discovered that Mr. Chin Pingon's painting style is never on the same level as anyone else's. The scene where Chin Ping swung his sword and led the battle pigs set off instantly detonated the live broadcast room of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Countless audiences are excited. Golden Gu Iron Horse. Swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. This will always belong to the romance of Longwa people. Even some soldiers of Dragon Kingdom. Originally, the will was as firm as steel. After watching the live broadcast, I couldn't hold back anymore, and my eye sockets became moist. From their perspective, what Shin Pingon did was to fight for the country in a different world. For the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, work hard. This is the real warrior. Hero. Okay, this is the real backbone of our Dragon Kingdom. In a conference room in Longwa, an old man with a dignified face exclaimed excitedly. Then looked back at the secretary. Send more elite personnel, we must protect Shin Pingon's parents and other immediate family members, and we can't make any mistakes. We can't let heroes shed blood and tears. All of Shin Ping's information has been classified as top secret. Only a very small number of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom are qualified to view it. But no one knows if people from other countries will make some crazy moves. Yes, the task is guaranteed to be completed. The secretary took the order with a serious expression on his face. Want to harm the family of the hero? We have to step over our corpses first. Asterisk. Different world. In the forest, Shin Ping led 12 war pigs to run amok. Even if it is now besieged by dozens of spiders. Be fearless too. The war pigs seemed to know that a battle was about to break out. One by one became silent. Killing intent was brewing. It's a pity that these pigmen can't be subdued, they can only be hired. Shin Pingon is very sorry. Pigs are neutral creatures and can be hired. However, it cannot be permanently subdued unless meat is constantly provided for them. But even if he kills the spider, the collected spider meat is not enough for him to eat. How can it be distributed to these pigmen? So doomed to part ways. However, Shin Pingon remembered that there was also a pig house building in the game. Like a spider's nest. Pigmen can be spawned. If you can get the blueprint of the pig house, you can build the pig house yourself. While moving forward. Soon he was back near the camp. The camp is located in a meadow in the forest. Nice environment. Abundant resources. Suddenly, a spider jumped out from the forest. Hiss. This spider sensed the breath of its prey and neighed viciously. Next second, Mopin's big body froze in place. I saw a dozen or so fully armed war pigs. They are staring at it with fierce eyes.
Snoring. Kill. Then, a large group of war pigs swarmed up. Bronze sword swing. Iron fist attack. The poor spider hasn't reacted yet. He was hacked to death by the random sword. Horrible. Spiders and pigmen are enemies, and there is no need for Qinping's order. We'll take the initiative to attack.
Little spider, times have changed. Qinping stepped forward and chose to collect the spider corpses.
White light shrouded. You got spider meat times 2. You got spider silk times 1. Put it in the backpack. Keep going.
The spiders around the camp have been lured away and scattered everywhere. Along the way, Qinpingan was attacked by spiders 3 times.
But for him, it's completely delivered to your door. War pigs are not vegetarian. Finally, we saw the camp.
I also met some players from other countries who were collecting resources around.
Everyone looks sluggish.
Wearing a pair of dark circles. Seeing a group of people in full armor, they were all
terrified. They fled back to the camp. Soon, everyone in the camp got the news. Trembling. Back against camp defense. Looked terrified.
In their view, these heavily armed beings.
It's even scarier than a spider.
Only those players from small countries who were rescued by Qinpingan were very happy. This is the mysterious strong man who saved us. Not far away, after hearing their words, Izumi Yusaburo, a contestant from Sakura country, suddenly opened his eyes, and whispered in John-sun's ear.
Get out of the way, get out of the way.
John nodded repeatedly and shouted loudly.
Roughly pushed the other defenders away.
Walking in front of Qinpingan.
Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone. Kneel down. Please be extremely humble.
Master Mysterious Strong, we have prepared some food and water in the camp, please enjoy them.
This was taught to him by Izumi Yusaburo. Valuable experience from Sakura country. The tone must be respectful. Be humble. Kneel down. Kneel down.
Behind him, Kwan Yusaburo scolded everyone, ordering them to kneel down to Qinpingan.
Even the strongest Beacon country player knelt down.
Players from other countries dare not hesitate even more.
They all fell to their knees. For a time,
players from all countries in the entire camp knelt down towards Qinpingan.
It's all black. Now, I will definitely be favored by this mysterious strong man, and I will reach the top from now on. John was extremely proud. In his opinion,
as long as you have the protection of this mysterious strong man,
he must be the ultimate winner. You are so enthusiastic, how can I be embarrassed? Qinpingan was just passing by the camp.
Lead the war pigs to attack the spider lair.
Unexpectedly, everyone in the camp clattered. They all knelt down to him.
The leaders are actually people from the Lighthouse country and the Cherry Blossom country who have been fighting against the Dragon country.
It's like eating ginseng fruit in my heart. Very happy.
So he took off his helmet, with a smile that was not a smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Okay?
John-sun ventured a look.
Doubt appeared in the eyes.
Why does this mysterious strong man look exactly like a human being?
And it looks like a Dragon country person? Ah. It's you?
At this moment, Izumi Yusaburo behind him suddenly yelled, his expression extremely shocked.
You are a player from Dragon Kingdom. P.S. In the morning, flowers and recommendation tickets didn't rise much, Xianyu was very panicked. Asterisk. What? In an instant. It was like a nuclear bomb exploded in my mind. John's brain is buzzing. Can't believe my ears.
That's right, he is a player from Dragon Country.
Izumi Yusaburo had met Qinpingan before, so he was very sure. Thunder on the ground.
The contestants from all countries couldn't believe it, and looked at Qinpingan with their mouths wide open.
They can't believe it.
The mysterious strong man who kneels down.
It turned out to be a player from another country. And even more unacceptable, it is a player from countries such as John News. The country they represent is hostile to the Dragon Kingdom. They ended up in another world. Facing the players from Dragon Kingdom, they knelt down to the ground. Worship. There's no embarrassment at all. I can't wait to find a seam in the ground and get in. Get up, this is a global live broadcast, and billions of people are watching it. Chen Ping'an smiled brightly. It's not good for you to influence like this, ha. He is professionally trained. Generally in this case. Certainly not laughing. Unless you can't help it. And at this time on the Blue Star. As Chen Ping'an said. Almost all countries, through the live broadcast room of their own players, saw the scene. Lighthouse country players take the lead in kneeling down to Dragon country players. This is so programmatic. Especially the audience of Long Kingdom, after seeing this scene. Excited just like Chinese New Year. Ha, I laughed so hard, I never expected that the contestants from Lighthouse Kingdom not only knelt by themselves, but also dragged everyone to kneel together. Not much to say, Chen Ping's boss is awesome. I can assure you, this must be the idea of the Sakura country player. That's right, this fits the characteristics of Sakura country. Good guy, thank you. I thought it was an enemy, but I didn't expect it to be a friendly army. Countless bullet screens floated by, and countless Long Kingdom viewers who were watching the live broadcast felt elated in an instant. National and national pride. Clap to go up. Is the Lighthouse Kingdom very powerful? Your contestants are still kneeling in front of Mr. Chen Ping'an. Wow! This is so beautiful. Players from so many countries kneel down to worship Mr. Chen Ping'an. I have never imagined such a scene. In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing clenched her fists in front of her chest, her eyes were full of little stars. Ha, I can't help it anymore, you listen to the last words of Mr. Chen Ping'an, it's like a pig's heart for shrimp. My stomach hurts from laughing, and I said while patting the table. I don't think it's their fault. At any rate, Neela said something fair, after all, who would have imagined that the mysterious strongmen who can instantly kill spiders with a sword would actually enter with them, contestants from other countries? Even novels dare not write like this. As he talked, he laughed himself, if it were me, I would kneel too. Anyway, kneeling to Mr. Chen Ping'an, it's not shameful. That's the difference. Master De was very pleased. This shows that there is a huge gap between Chen Ping's players and players from other countries, and this gap will only become bigger and bigger. So many surprises. Cut down trees to bring the Northwest lust back to life. Destroy the spider's nest, get the first kill, promote the technological breakthrough of the Dragon Kingdom, and the fortune of the country will skyrocket. Even digging underground, some depleted or veins gained rebirth. It's just that it is not known to the public because it is difficult to count underground. This pile, piece by piece. All of these have rapidly increased the pride of the people of Dragon Kingdom. We must know that for a country, the mental outlook is very important. The whole country of the Dragon Kingdom celebrates, but for countries such as the Lighthouse Kingdom, it's just extremely uncomfortable. Many viewers even quit the live broadcast room and fell into autism. Only their host is still stubborn. Longwa's contestants use unequal information to force our contestants to bow down to him. This is completely cheating. Was deception. We, the Lighthouse country, should issue the most serious protest to the Dragon country. Many viewers below feel familiar. Such words seem to be generally spoken by other countries to the Lighthouse country. As for Sakura country, there was a wave of coquettish operations. First, the host carried forward his characteristics, bowed and apologized. Then it was announced that, after investigation, Izumi Yusaburo, the contestant representing Sakura country, actually has the blood of Big Stick country. That is, he is not a real Sakura countryman. The Big Stick country is the culprit. Big Stick country? Asterisk. Different world. Chen Ping'an didn't know that he was in Blue Star. Because of this incident, the Beacon country had already fallen into group autism. If you know. I guess he could be happier. That's right. Man's happiness is so simple.
Johnson of Lighthouse Country, his face was already flushed, and even started to turn blue. Reminded by Chin Pingan. He just remembered that this is a live broadcast from all over the world. That is, all his performances have been seen by the entire Blue Star, billions of people. Ah! With a roar, he jumped up from the ground. I am going to kill you. He became angry from embarrassment, and rushed towards Chen Pingan crazily. He could hardly imagine. My comrades in arms in the Lighthouse Country, my wife and children, and other people I know. Seeing him kneel down to Chen Pingan. What a scene! This is simply social death. Chen Pingan's eyes were slightly cold, and he held the copper sword. The talent of the Iron Man? I'd like to see. Is your body hard, or my copper sword is sharp? The ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom said it well. People don't offend me, I don't offend anyone. If someone offends me, cut the grass and root it out. Old ancestor, when did I say that? Brother, you can't do it. You can't do it. But at this moment, Izumi Yuzaburo from Sakura Country pounced forward, hugged Johnson's thigh, and stopped him desperately. This is a terrifying powerhouse who can instantly kill spiders with a single sword. Don't say anything else. Just those tall, burly, fully armed war pigs behind him. Even if the entire camp swarmed up, they couldn't beat it. Izumi Yusaburo is not really loyal to Johnson. It's that he has used John Shuanhu to fake Tiger's power in the past 2 days. Once Johnson is dead, he will be killed by players from other countries immediately. And he was keenly aware that. The killing intent appeared in Chen Ping's eyes. Once you do it, he will never show mercy. Being hugged by Izumi Yuzaburo's thigh, Johnson finally calmed down. Especially looking at the flickering bronze sword. He was even more excited, and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Face is indeed important, but compared with life. Obviously life is more important. But there was always a fire in Johnson's heart, and he couldn't let it out. Suddenly, he set his eyes on Izumi Yusaburo. His eyes instantly became fierce. It's all your idea for me. Bang! He kicked Izumi Yusaburo away with one kick. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and went up to a violent beating. In his opinion, all of this is Izumi Yusaburo's fault. The style of the old Lighthouse Country. TSK, dog eats dog. Wonderful. Chen Ping watched the farce. Shaking his head, ready to leave. He still has work to do. One. Stop. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out. Immediately after Baixiangwa's contestant, Shapuru stood up. He is a high caste, has a very high status in Baixian Kingdom, and his expression is arrogant. Is it a Dragon Kingdom player? You have so much equipment, why don't you share some with everyone, but choose one person to monopolize? He spoke righteously, stood on the commanding heights of morality, and pointed. It's wrong for you to behave like this. How can the strength of one person compare to the strength of a team? We came to another world to survive together. Only by uniting can we survive. I hope you can understand this truth and take the initiative. Contribute the equipment. That's right. At this time, the players from Big Stick Country also stood up, staring greedily at the armor on Chen Ping's body. You should think about the team, not choose a single equipment. They wish the entire universe belonged to the Big Stick. Seeing the equipment on Chen Pingan's body, it is extremely envious and jealous. However, what they did not discover was that players from other countries. They are all looking at idiots with eyes. Look at them. Ha ha ha, want my equipment? Chen Pingan laughed out loud, but his eyes were cold. Filled with frightening killing intent. Clang. Bronze sword unsheathed. The war pigs behind them all took a step forward, their eyes fierce. Okay, come up and get it, let me see if you have the qualifications. Seeing this scene, the Longway audience in the live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Shameless, it's shameless to the extreme.
Boss Chen Pinggan's own equipment, why should he distribute it to them?
This ugly face is simply disgusting. Disgusting. The thing I hate the most in my life is these people who stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at others.
Good job, Mr. Chen Pinggan. Whoever dares to come out, just cut him off. The audience in Dragon Kingdom were furious and cursed. P.S. It's night again, readers. Little Salted Fish is here to ask for flowers and tickets again. Asterisk. The audience of Dragon Country was simply disgusted. It feels like when it's time to eat. Suddenly found that there was a fly in the dish. I just want to throw up. I didn't expect the contestants from Baishan Country and Big Stick Country to be so shameless that they would be morally kidnapped. In the live broadcast room, Miss Bing Bing clenched her fists, very angry. Disgusting, simply disgusting. Wow, with a disgusted look on his face, he shouted loudly, Brother Chen Pinggan worked so hard to make equipment, why should he distribute it to them? This is simply a cloak of morality, and it is actually robbery. Yes, they are too much. Even Mi Lu, who has always been good-tempered, got angry, and said coldly, as long as they dare to do something, we must give them a good look. In this world, there are always many countries and people who can't recognize their own position. De Ye's voice was firm, for these people and countries, we must deal a heavy blow and let them understand the consequences. I won't dare to dance anymore. From the Longwa live broadcast room to the audience, everyone was extremely angry and united. However, in live broadcast rooms in other countries, different arguments emerged. Especially in the live broadcast rooms of Baishan Country and Big Stick Country. The host of Baixiangwo looked at the Baixiangwo contestant Shapuro who stood up on the screen. With a smug face. This is our player from Baishan Country. When everyone is oppressed by players from Dragon Country, he is the only one who stands up bravely. And to oppose injustice is simply a Mahatma-like figure. In a different world, players from all countries are a team, and they should think about the team. Since players from the Dragon Country have such good equipment, they should contribute. If he doesn't do this, he is violating morality and has no sense of teamwork. And the audience in the live broadcast room of Baixiangwo also spoke one after another. That's right, Dragon Kingdom players should contribute their own equipment. Sacrificing his personal interests for the sake of the team, this is what he should do. If he doesn't do this, everyone in Baishan will condemn him. At this time, a large number of Dragon Country audiences suddenly poured out. Fart, there are so many impoverished countries in the world, why doesn't your country distribute domestic supplies to other countries? That's right, if you know how to let others contribute, you can also contribute if you have the ability. 2a. Disgusting. The audience of Baishan Kingdom, where are the opponents of the audience of Dragon Kingdom? Soon he was scolded bloody. The barrage was quickly occupied by the audience of Longwa. Unknown. I thought this was Longwa's live broadcast room. As for Big Stick Country, the host of their live broadcast room is a beautiful woman. At this time, there are plausible words. Our Big Stick Country is the most powerful country in Blue Star. Dragon Country player is just lucky, he has already taken out all the equipment. Reassigned by our Big Stick players. Players from other countries can only survive if our players from the Big Stick Nation lead the way. Don't need the audience of Dragon Kingdom. Audiences from other countries flocked in. Directly submerged the audience of the Big Stick Country, scolding the dog bloody. Different world. Chen Ping sneered and looked at everyone in the camp. He wants to see. How much guts do these guys have? Dare to covet your own equipment. Let me share the equipment with you? Ning match? Hurry up, what are you still doing? The contestant from Baixiangwo swallowed, his eyes wandering. Said to the Big Stick player. He just wants to kidnap Chen Pinggan with morality, and then let other people go. Take advantage of the fisherman by yourself. As for going up by yourself, that definitely won't work. Why don't you go up? The Big Stick players are not fools, the copper sword is so sharp. Whoever wants to go on, who will go? Two jumping clowns. Chen Pingon sneered.
With a sudden leap, a powerful force gushed out of his body, appearing in front of the two of them.
Let me teach you a lesson, that rice can be eaten indiscriminately. You can't talk nonsense. Click.
After the words fell, he clenched his fingers into a fist and blasted out.
The power of hundreds of caddies exploded.
The Baixiangwo player screamed and flew backwards.
One arm was completely twisted and fractured.
If it's yours, just have one leg.
Immediately afterwards, he kicked hard. A player from the Big Stick country was directly kicked with a broken leg. Rolling on the ground in pain. Holding one leg and screaming. Kill them.
Disaster will break out in two countries.
Maybe it will have some bad effects on Longwa. But abolished them?
Not only did they not eliminate them, but also made it impossible for them to obtain more resources in different worlds.
For both countries, it was worse than killing them. Strong. Overbearing. Invincible.
Chen Pingon glanced coldly. In an instant, countless people couldn't help lowering their heads, no matter in another world or off-screen.
Don't dare to meet his eyes. Asterisk. Okay, nice job.
In the Longwa live broadcast room, Wow jumped up and shouted excitedly.
Clench your fists and shake them hard. Fun. Quiet. Let's see if you dare to stand on the moral high ground and give me pointers. Wow, so handsome.
Miss Bingbing was completely captured by Chen Pingon's heroic appearance, and only his figure was in her eyes.
As for the players from Baixiang country and Big Stick country, who are they? Am I familiar with them? Small punishment and big commandment, don't say that you didn't predict it.
Neela smiled slightly, and said calmly.
That's right.
Master D also nodded vigorously, with a very gratified expression. Our Dragon Kingdom not only has benevolence and morality, but also thunderous anger. When friends come, they have good wine, and when enemies come, they have shotguns.
As for the audience in the Longwa studio, is even more exciting.
Whoa, I'm going to cry, this is so handsome.
Call you Beep, do you still beep now? Moral kidnapping? Your legs will be broken.
I unilaterally announced that Chen Pingon will be my male god in the future.
Upstairs, isn't your gender male? Yeah, what's the problem? There are always some strange barrages mixed in.
As for the White Elephant Kingdom and the Big Stick Kingdom, there was a lot of mourning. Officials of the two countries immediately protested against Longwa.
And then ignored. Do you still have the face to protest?
Did not eliminate your players directly.
It's our kindness. Protest? Where is the face?
As for Beatty, Baixiong and other countries, they have teamed up with Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it condemned both countries. Suddenly, the international situation changed. But these have nothing to do with Chen Pingon from another world.
After teaching the players of Baixiangwo and Big Stickwo, the entire camp was shocked by him. Even Izumi Yuzaburo, who was being violently beaten by John. They didn't dare to make any more sound.
For fear of disturbing Chen Pingon.
Give him a punch or a kick too. But in fact, Chen Pingon is a very peaceful person. People don't offend me, I don't offend anyone. After experiencing a series of farce in the camp, he moved at last.
Go across the camp and head in the direction of the spider's lair.
After he walks away, everyone in the camp let out a sigh of relief. So horrible. It's almost like a big devil.
Chen Ping stood here, they seem to be out of breath. That direction is where those spiders came out.
Suddenly, a player from a country called out. Could it be that he is going to exterminate those spiders?
The players from other countries were all shocked, extremely shocked.
There are more than 200 people in their entire camp. Besieged by spiders, very miserable.
And the Dragon Country players single-handedly, with a dozen subordinates,
going to exterminate those spiders? They all entered the different world at the same time. Why the gap between them? So huge. Simply hopeless. Like an impossible mountain to climb. Appeared in front of everyone. I don't believe it, there are so many spiders there, he will definitely fail. John stood up with red eyes. He can't accept it. The players from Dragon Kingdom are even stronger than him. Jealousy and hatred, like vicious vines, took root in his heart. That's right, he dared to break into the spider's lair, it's simply too arrogant, he will definitely die there. The contestant from Baishang country, clutching his broken arm, gritted his teeth. As a high caste in Baishang Kingdom. When did he suffer like this? I want to watch him with my own eyes, being torn to pieces by those spiders. From their perspective, it is impossible for Qin Pingon to be the opponent of so many spiders. After all, there are dozens of terrifying giant spiders. As a result, players from other countries in the camp followed Qin Pingon far behind. Just follow along. Just disturb yourself. Qin Pingon didn't care either. He led 12 war pigs into the shadowy forest. Not long after, then found the cobweb spread on the ground. Hiss! One after another, spiders as big as millstones emerged from the forest, with dense compound eyes staring at them. Stay in formation. Qin Ping let out a low growl, and the war pigs behind him immediately formed a circle. Protect him in the middle. Snore. Protect friends. The war pigs had red eyes and panted heavily. Roar loudly. More and more spiders surrounded them. Swish. Suddenly, from all directions, a dozen spiders jump out at the same time. He rushed towards them fiercely. Hiss. An icy hiss sounded. Coming. Johnson and the others suddenly became excited. It was as if he had seen the scene of Qin Pingon's death. Oh. However, what they saw was Qin Pingon with an extremely calm expression. It seems that these spiders are not taken seriously at all. Oh. Next second, the war pigs roared loudly. More than a dozen copper swords swung down at the same time. The sharp blade reflects the glare of the sun. The spider's stumps and arms are flying all over the sky. Insect blood splattered everywhere. A dozen spiders. He was instantly beheaded on the spot. Asterisk. What? Players from all over the world followed behind him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Can't believe my eyes. Those incomparably ferocious spiders. Before the heavily armed war pigs. It's as crisp as a piece of paper. Destruction. This is still in their impression. Those mighty monsters that have stuck them in their camp? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Johnson's face was pale and his lips were trembling. He tried before. However, not even a spider is an opponent. Left a serious shadow in my heart. Every one of the dozen or so people in front of me can kill a spider in an instant. Don't you say? Can each of them kill him instantly? He absolutely does not believe such a thing exists. If Qin Pingon knows his thoughts. Must have laughed even the big teeth. These spiders are nothing but first-class spider fighters. It can't be considered powerful at all. It's just that he is too weak. Snoring. Kill. The war pigs waved their bronze swords and let out a huge roar. Their strength was originally stronger than that of spiders. Now fully armed, even more powerful. Spiders leaped out. One by one, biting with sharp fangs. But it can't penetrate the copper armor at all. And every time the war pigs swung their swords, they could easily injure or kill a spider. Qin Pingon didn't even need to make a move. He just needs to stand in the middle and harvest the dead spiders. A cloud of white light envelopes. The dead body of the spider disappears out of nowhere. And in Qin Pingon's backpack, there are more and more spider meat and spider silk. The body is gone?
Players from all over the world who watched the game from a distance widened their eyes when they saw the scene. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously. I suspect that I didn't sleep well last night and had hallucinations. How could such a fine corpse disappear? But obviously, this is not an illusion. Chin Pingon is not afraid of being seen by them. Because the power of the system exists in his mind. No one can take it. The props made by the system can only be used by him. So what if they found out? I know, he must be cheating, that's why he is so strong. At this time, the big stick player with a broken leg suddenly realized. I want to report that Dragon Kingdom players cheated. He shouted loudly. However, players from other countries still looked at him with a kind of caring eyes for the mentally handicapped. This is in another world. Under the eyes of high-dimensional civilization. If Dragon Country players were really cheating, they would have been discovered long ago. I'm afraid that when the leg was interrupted just now, the brain was also broken. Very pitiful. At this time, with the crazy killing of the war pigs, there are fewer and fewer spiders in the forest. Preliminary estimates. Chin Ping felt that they had killed at least 40 or 50 of them. The war pigs were all panting. Even he shot himself, killing 2 spiders. There are only a dozen or so left. He now has more than 100 pieces of spider meat in his backpack. It is simply a super bumper harvest. There was a smile on his face. But what he didn't find was that, after seeing fewer and fewer spiders in the camp, a national contestant in the camp, his eyes suddenly started to flicker. Player York of the Sunset Country, his awakened innate ability is not for combat, but stealth. He can achieve temporary complete invisibility. This is a very powerful ability. He also wanted to use his stealth ability to sneak attack spiders. But spiders can detect him by other senses. Almost killed him. However, seeing the spiders come out in full force, his heart suddenly became hot. The spiders are out and their nests must be empty, what a godsend. He quickly activates his ability. The figure began to fade and disappeared into the air. Carefully walk around the spider and make your way to the nest at the back. I am extremely proud of myself. Humph, no matter how strong the Dragon Kingdom players are, they made a wedding dress for me. As long as I destroy the spider's lair faster than him, the rewards are mine. He felt that he had crushed everyone in terms of IQ. Although no one found it in another world, but in the live broadcast room on Blue Star. The people of Sunset Country can see the performance of their own players. And there are many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, all in the live broadcast rooms of these countries. Spotted this thing immediately. It's not good, the contestants from Sunset Country are using their stealth ability to destroy the spider's lair. Too bad, Mr. Chin Pingon didn't find him. Damn it, Mr. Chin Ping killed spiders in the front, but he actually stole the house in the back, how shameless. Could it be that Mr. Chin Pingon has been planning for so long, and he will be picked peaches? It's over, it's too late. Countless barrages appeared in Long Kingdom's live broadcast room, which immediately alarmed the entire Dragon Kingdom. P.S. It's a new day, continue to beg for flowers, evaluation tickets, and various data. Asterisk. Dragon Kingdom Live. The 4 hosts originally looked relaxed, watching Chin Ping annihilating spiders in an orderly manner. Suddenly, I saw countless bullet screens floating out. Immediately surprised. Quickly switched to Sunset Country's live broadcast room. Sure enough, seeing their contestants, they were cautious. With a smug smile on his face. While Chen Pingon was fighting the spider. Sneak to the spider lair in the back. Damn it, this is taking advantage of others' danger, it's a shameful act of thief. Miss Bing Bing was in a hurry and said loudly. But his invisibility ability is too useful. Mr. Chin Pingon is killing spiders, and he didn't notice his little tricks at all. Wow, I also became anxious, and I was very unwilling. If you kill the spider yourself, then no one will say anything. But take advantage of others to kill spiders, and then sneak to grab the loot. Isn't that what thieves and robbers are? Anger.
Unwilling. But helpless. Countless viewers in the Longwo live broadcast room clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. It's a pity that it was in another world, and they couldn't interfere at all. At this time, the contestants from Sunset Country had already seen behind the forest a huge white spider nest. And the surrounding area is empty, not a single spider left behind. Even if player Chen Pingan reacts, it's already too late. Master decides silently, no way, just take it as a lesson, don't underestimate the players from other countries. After all, everyone has awakened talent. Maybe the fighting power is not high, but it has some weird abilities. It can work wonders at critical moments. And in the live broadcast room of Sunset Country, their host and audience were extremely excited. Dear citizens, our players have arrived at the spider's lair, and victory is close at hand. As long as we can destroy these spider lairs, we can get a lot of rewards and become an empire on which the sun never sets. The host shouted excitedly. Dragon Kingdom contestants destroy a spider lair. Just get a lot of rewards and trigger a world announcement. And there are so many spider nests here, how many rewards should they get once they are destroyed? The eyes of the entire Sunset Country are red. Countries such as the Lighthouse Country and the Cherry Blossom Country are even more overjoyed. They all laughed and mocked Longwa. Platinum Palace. The Sunset Kingdom is over 80 years old, and she has killed her own son, but there is still no queen who has abdicated. Leaning on the sofa, watching the live broadcast happily. Dressed in expensive mink fur, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. The glory of the empire on which the sun never sets will appear again in my hands. She took a sip of her wine lightly. For this kind of theft, the entire Sunset Country has no psychological burden. Historically, they have relied on cheating and abducting to steal resources from other countries. Only then can it rise. Is it the end of it? Let the people of the Sunset Country succeed? The Dragon Kingdom audience gritted their teeth unwillingly, watching the players from Sunset Country approaching the spider's nest. At this moment, Nilu in the Longwo live broadcast room suddenly sat up straight and pushed his glasses. Have you noticed that the spider nest here is different from the previous one? He is very observant. I clearly remember that the spider nest that Chen Pingan destroyed was a semicircle. And the current spider's nest is above the semicircle, and there is a small circle. Double layer structure. So what if it's different? It will only make the rewards more generous. Wow said. No, I mean. Neely's eyes lit up, and the words hadn't finished yet. Mutation. Hiss. Cold hissing. It suddenly appeared in the ears of Sunset Country players. He suddenly froze all over, extremely terrified. I saw a giant spider the size of a car with black and yellow stripes all over its body suddenly drilled out of the spider's nest. Compared with the size of the black spider, it is 1 or 2 times bigger. Level, Spider Warrior. With the rustling sound, a secondary spider appeared in each nest. Vaguely surrounded the players from Sunset Country. No, don't panic. The Sunset Country player forced himself to be calm and stepped back. I'm invisible, they can't see me at all. However, he forgot that apart from sight, spiders, it also has other sensory abilities, such as airflow and the vibration of the ground. Swish. In an instant, 5 or 6 second-level spiders swooped out at the same time. What? The Sunset Country player only had time to let out a scream before being completely torn apart. But in Blue Star, Sunset Country's originally excited live broadcast room instantly seemed to be drenched in a basin of ice water. A dead silence. Click. In the Platinum Palace. The Queen's brain buzzed, her heart stopped suddenly, and she fell to the ground. The red wine glass in her hand is like her fantasy. Completely shattered. Her Majesty. Asterisk. What is extreme joy begets sorrow? This is called extreme joy begets sorrow. 1 second ago. The people of Sunset Country are still triumphant, and Her Majesty the Queen is drinking red wine comfortably. Next second. Everyone was dumbfounded. Her Majesty was sent directly to the ICU.
So the ups and downs of life are really too fast. The player in the Sunset Country dies, and a new player will be randomly selected to enter a different world.
The cold and indifferent voice rang in everyone's ears again. Completely declared death.
The whole country of Sunset was in a state of panic. Because once a player dies,
a terrible disaster will break out randomly in the Sunset Country.
Escape!
Escape quickly! Book me the fastest ticket. The wealthy people in Sunset Country panicked and fled to other countries. Because of the location and type of disaster. All random. No matter where you are, as long as you are in the country of Sunset, there is a possibility of encountering danger. Sure enough, after only a few seconds, the voice from the high-dimensional world sounded. Our country's players died, and disasters broke out randomly. Dun Chang.
In the capital of Sunset Country, a family of private planes and helicopters fly high into the sky. The rich and powerful people breathed a sigh of relief sitting on the plane.
Even if these are tsunamis, floods, even earthquakes, volcanic eruptions cannot affect them.
But they've only just relaxed for less than 10 seconds.
And suddenly saw. From a distance, a thin line quickly approached and expanded rapidly. Look again.
It is a super tornado that connects the sky and the earth and rotates non-stop.
Trees, vehicles, and even humans on the ground. It's like being made of paper, and you get caught up in it instantly. Wherever he went, the land was in a mess. Do not. Now these rich people are completely panicked.
The speed of the tornado is extremely fast. The planes and helicopters they took had no power to resist.
Get sucked into the wind.
There were clusters of faint sparks bursting inside. Even the smog that had accumulated in the entire city of Dundon for an unknown number of years was completely swept away.
Many buildings even had their roofs lifted. Countless people huddled in a safe corner, trembling. Fortunately, tornadoes come and go quickly.
After plundering Dunchung, it was just like when it suddenly appeared.
Disappeared without a trace.
After the disaster, the Sunset Country, which was already sluggish, became even more depressed.
The casualties were not very serious. However, the economy has been hit hard like never before.
Not only the material loss was heavy, but the city of Dun was facing reconstruction. It is because most of the people who died in the sky are the controllers of financial groups or some big companies.
When they die, the entire Sunset Country's stock price plummeted.
Trigger the economic crisis in advance.
It made the audience
of Longboy very happy, but also watched with lingering fear.
If such a disaster happened in Long Kingdom, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Fortunately, we still have Mr. Chin Pingon.
Everyone is very happy. But in another world,
players from all countries also heard the announcement.
Someone died. How did he die? Chin Pingon was a little puzzled. Aren't those players watching from afar? This can die?
But then, he heard a different hissing sound from the forest. 5 or 6 huge spiders with black and yellow stripes crawled out quickly.
Each one is as big as a car and looks oppressive.
Their fangs were still stained with blood, they were extremely ferocious.
Secondary spider. Chen Ping'an was shocked.
Compared with the first-level spiders, the second-level spiders are stronger in terms of size and strength.
There are even more powerful monsters?
Players from various countries in the distance shuddered.
It was like a nightmare.
They are no match for ordinary spiders, let alone these bigger ones.
Terror.
Most people felt fear in their hearts, but Johnson laughed wildly in his heart.
Ha, now you are finally dead. Shrink the formation. Chen Pingon responded calmly and gave orders.
The war pigs surrounded them obediently, their faces full of solemnity.
They also felt threatened by the second-level spiders.
Hiss. A few second-level spiders appeared, and there were still a dozen first-level spiders, as if they had found a backer.
Pounce up again.
The war pigs attacked immediately, but at this moment, a second-level spider jumped out suddenly. The huge body actually knocked a warpig weighing several hundred kilograms into the air. Fortunately, there was armor and no injuries. But the strength of the second-level spider can be seen. No, it's getting dark. Chen-Ping glanced at the sky. It's dusk already. The sun is westward. Once it's night, the spider's strength will increase, while the warpig's strength will decrease. I'll keep you alive for another night. He thought about it, decided not to give it a chance, and chose to retreat. P.S. Thank you GD for your great reward. Asterisk. And fight and retreat. Chen-Ping led the warpigs, and quickly left the spider forest. And those second-level spiders did not continue to chase them out. This was within his expectation. In the game, the second-level spiders spend most of their time in the spider lair. Appears only when the lair is under attack. So previously, is the dead player from Sunset Country planning to steal a bargain? Chen-Ping sneered in his heart. It's just looking for death. Leading the warpigs, they passed by the camp again. Gained a lot of envious and jealous eyes. Brother, do you want to live in the camp? We have already set up a shelter. Several players from small countries who had been rescued by him before eagerly ran over, willing to contribute to the shelter built by oneself. Although a bit crude, but in their view, it is also better than the wild. No, you live alone. Chen-Ping glanced at the dilapidated shelter in the camp, shaking his head in denial. He doesn't want to be with other people at night. I can't sleep well. But for the sake of the kindness of these people, he gave everyone 2 apples. Anyway, basically every time a tree is cut down, 1 or 2 will fall. He now has almost 2 sets in his backpack. It is estimated that he can survive for more than a month just by eating apples. The backpack with 20 compartments is almost full. And it's not like a game, apples will rot if you put them in your backpack. The same goes for meat. Unless it is made into a refrigerator, it can be stored for a long time. Apple. Thank you, bro. The contestants from several small countries were overjoyed and couldn't wait to eat the apples. Juicy, sweet, and delicious. Moisturizes dry lips. Immediately, my heart was full of happiness, so happy that I was about to cry. They promise. This is the best apple they have ever eaten. On the side, players from other countries saw the scene. I couldn't help swallowing. If you encounter any danger at night, come to me, I'm not far away. Chen-Ping patted their shoulders and said, these people's character is not bad, and they can repay their kindness. It is still necessary to recruit a few younger brothers in the camp. In this way, when those people in the lighthouse country have any conspiracy, someone will tip themselves off. The image of the big brother of the Dragon Kingdom must be established. Came to the camp 300-400 meters away. It was starting to get dark. Chen-Ping seized the time to let the warpigs return to their old jobs and become lumberjacks. With a few axes down, a towering tree will fall. Hundreds of square meters of open space will be freed up soon. As for the players from other countries in the distance, everyone is already dumbfounded. This is fucking outrageous. Open the door for the fucking outrageous home. We cut down trees. Oh, we don't have an axe, so we can't chop trees. Dragon Country players cut down trees. Bang bang bang, a few axes down. A tree is gone? Coach, I want to learn this too. However, Chen-Ping said that these are just basic operations. Next. It's time to witness miracles. He took out a group of large rocks from his backpack, dug out the soil. Lay a foundation. Surrounding it, however, place large boulders. Soon 4 3-meter-high stone walls appeared, leaving a door in the middle. Place a fire in the middle and light torches on the walls. Then took out the small stone. Built a staircase, sealed the top of the stone wall. A room is formed. Then place large rocks on top to create a second floor. Walls, doors, windows. Everything. An extended balcony was also built, by the way. The fire was piled on the balcony. It is decorated with torches all around to provide lighting. Beside the fire, use small pieces of wood to make a chair and a table.
A castle built of stone.
Here it comes.
The whole is 7 or 8 meters high. Standing on the balcony, Chen Ping'an was condescending. The whole camp has a panoramic view.
Then place fires on all sides of the castle to illuminate the darkness. The pigs who were afraid of the dark immediately gathered around the fire, very happy. In this way, there are pigmen guarding on all sides, and if there is any disturbance,
they will be discovered immediately. Immense. Unfortunately, it's still too crude.
After the construction was completed, Chen Ping'an shook his head and whispered to himself. Many buildings in the system have not been unlocked yet.
For example, stairs, wooden floors, roofs, doors, fences, etc.
But it's temporary after all, so let's make do with it. But he didn't know that the process of building his home had passed through the live broadcast rooms of players from various countries.
It is seen by billions of people in the entire Blue Star. I don't know how many people were stunned.
Doubt that I may have seen God. And after hearing him talking to himself, it was even more heartbreaking. Such a luxurious castle from another world is still relatively simple.
So what do our players build? A homeless shack?
P.S. The flowers and evaluation votes don't move very much. I'm so panicked, I begged the big guys who read the book to vote.
Asterisk.
I buy cakes, this is simply a miracle.
I can't believe it, it's like a god descending into the world. Could it be that God is actually by our side, or is he a native of the Dragon Kingdom?
Upstairs, you heathen.
Audiences from various countries of Blue Star.
One after another, they began to discuss heated discussions in the live broadcast room.
Some even feel that Chen Ping'an may be the incarnation of the gods in the world. This argument.
It is very popular in some ignorant and backward countries. They even began to worship Chen Ping'an, and the officials of their country quickly contacted Longhua. I hope to get some things that Chen Ping'an used.
Come as a
sacred object and send it back to China for worship.
Faced with this situation, Longhua couldn't laugh or cry.
Officials declined the request.
After all, anything related to Chen Ping'an. Now it is an absolute state secret, even a hair.
They are not allowed to wander out.
Ha, I can't do it anymore, Mr. Chen Ping'an is actually worshipped as a god, it's outrageous. I almost laughed my head off.
This only shows that Mr. Chen Ping'an is too awesome. If Mr. Chen Ping'an can return to Blue Star, it is estimated that a temple will be built by those small countries immediately.
Upstairs, if Mr. Chen Ping'an can come back, will it be the turn of those small countries?
That is, don't talk about a temple, our Dragon Kingdom will directly build a skyscraper. The Dragon Country audience was also discussing and having a lot of fun. The hosts in the live broadcast room also saw the news in many barrages. I really didn't expect that Mr. Chen Ping'an has been regarded as a god in some countries.
I don't know how he will feel when he knows it. Miss Bing Bing smiled with curved eyebrows and looked very pretty.
The customs of some countries are indeed very different from our Dragon Country, so this situation is also normal.
Wow, first analyzed the wave carefully, and then laughed. I also think that the boss is not enough to express my admiration, so from now on, I would like to call him a man like a god. Although they are ignorant, what they say actually makes some sense.
At this time, Mi Lu spoke, with a slightly serious expression.
What do you think life in another world will be like in the future?
It should be getting more and more difficult.
Wow replied. This is a fact that anyone with a discerning eye can see.
That's right, the monsters that appear now are already as big as a small car, so will there be monsters as huge as the mountains in the legend in the future? Stomping is an earthquake, roaring can cause a hurricane, or even a breath. Can an existence like drinking up a river?
If there is, then to fight against these existences, don't the players from all over the world also have to have the strength to compete with them? Do you think that by that time, these players can still be called human beings?
Neely's expression was dignified, and his words were like a sledgehammer, hitting it hard.
You mean, those players may all be future gods?
Miss Bing Bing gasped,
completely shocked by this guess. No, there should be only one God. Neela pushed his glasses, and the light of wisdom in his eyes was shining, because there can only be one God-level civilization, and the decision of the God-level civilization is to see which country's contestants take the lead in becoming real gods in foreign worlds. Hiss. Based on this speculation, the audience in the entire Dragon Kingdom felt trembling and their scalps were numb. Shocked, the truth turned out to be like this? Contestants from all countries compete for the chance to become a god in a different world. Is this the work of the high-dimensional world? It's too strong. My God, although it's unbelievable, I think this guess is very likely to be true. In other words, what we are actually witnessing is the birth of a god. It is very likely that this is the case, a god-level civilization. If there is no god, how can it be called a god-level civilization? Even the officials of the Dragon Kingdom were alarmed. A large number of experts and scholars with high IQ were urgently dispatched for research and discussion. Finally came to the conclusion. The truth is likely to be what Neela speculated. The purpose of the coming of another world is to give birth to a real god. Then lead the civilization development of the entire blue star. Amazing! Explosion! Soon, the news spread throughout Blue Star. All countries have different feelings towards their own players from different worlds. Because that's very likely. He is the god of their entire country, and even the entire Blue Star in the future. Asterisk. Different world. Shinpingan didn't know yet that he had been captured by some small countries. Worship as a god. Not to mention that part of the truth of the different world has been revealed. He is very laid back now. Sitting in a chair with a warm fire in front of you. Overhead is a bright galaxy. The night breeze was blowing, and the air was fresher than ever. In Blue Star, it is almost impossible to see such a pure night sky. He was quite emotional. Blue Star is short of resources, and all kinds of pollution are serious. It can be said that it has been overwhelmed. The different world is a brand new land that has not yet been cultivated. In the future, if conditions permit, we must build a huge and luxurious home in a different world. He thought silently. Build a home. This is the greatest fun for every sandbox game lover. None of them. But now, roast all the spider meat first. He opened the backpack. After the fighting pigs of the day, he had an unprecedented bumper harvest. A total of more than 100 pieces, white and flawless spider meat. This is also one of the reasons why he chose to retreat temporarily. Once he ate these more than 100 pieces of meat, his physical fitness would immediately improve explosively. At that time, let alone a second-level spider, even a spider queen. He is fearless. Start. He took out the spider meat from his backpack, put it on a wooden skewer, and roasted it on the fire. Palm-sized spider meat. A wooden stick can wear 3 pieces, and can bake 3 sticks at a time. He simply placed 2 more fire piles. Simultaneously bake. Zizizi. The sound of oil stars bursting is endless, and the strong aroma of barbecue diffused toward the surrounding camp. As it got dark, players from all over the world gathered around the fire to keep warm. Or eat some food you find during the day. In fact, there are enough resources near the campsite. There are some berries, as well as tubers. Not poisonous. Not only can you fill your stomach, but it also tastes good. Compared to last night's experience, it was like heaven. But at this moment, they suddenly smelled the smell of barbecue coming from the castle. Take a closer look. On the 3 big fires in front of Chenpingen, there were all barbecues. Zizizi. The aroma of oil wafted over, and these contestants suddenly felt the berries in their hands, the tubers. It suddenly doesn't smell good. It's also survival in another world. They are really trying to survive. As for the Dragon Country players, they are clearly on vacation. Players from some countries are almost crying with envy. A few minutes later, the roast is finally done. Shinpingan couldn't wait, grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Neither fat nor thin. Tender and juicy. And it melts in the mouth, every bite is a treat. After eating, it immediately turns into a warm current and melts into the whole body, constantly improving his physique. Just eat to become stronger. System, forever God. Soon, he ate up the barbecue. Alright, keep baking. Shen Pingon decided. Get rid of all the barbecue at once.
Fortunately, the entrance of the barbecue is transformed into energy and integrated into the body. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted long ago.
That's it. Eat while roasting. After the number 90 piece of barbecue is eaten, a system prompt suddenly appears.
Level 99 spider meat has reached the upper limit of use, continue to eat it and cannot get the strengthening effect.
Please continue to collect other meat to strengthen yourself. What? Chen Ping'an was taken aback. It turns out that eating spider meat for strengthening also has an upper limit? Want to continue strengthening? Just have to look for other meat foods.
Unfortunately, I still have more than 30 yuan left.
He patted his stomach regretfully and took a full stomach.
But this is also expected by him, after all, if it can be strengthened infinitely.
That's too perverted.
It seems to be the upper limit of strengthening for each type of meat.
Both are 99 yuan.
As for the next target, he focused on those second-level spiders.
Based on my current strength, I should be able to instantly kill a second-level spider.
After strengthening with 99 pieces of spider meat, Shen Ping estimated his current strength.
Punch out. It is estimated to be 1 or 2 tons. What kind of concept is this?
He only needs to flick his fingers lightly.
Can seriously injure a person. Even kill. If placed on Blue Star, it would be a walking human weapon.
Tomorrow, get rid of the second-level spiders and all the spider nests.
He made up his mind. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw thousands of bright stars appeared in the sky. It fell towards the camp from a distance. Meteor?
He widened his eyes, looking at the wonder in front of him.
Boom!
The largest of these, left in the forest far to the east.
Make a loud noise.
And the rest were scattered all over the place. Immediately afterwards, there were low-pitched roars one after another.
It rang out.
From the starlight, what appeared was not a meteorite. They turned out to be ferocious and terrifying zombies of different shapes.
Asterisk.
When meteors streak across the sky,
don't make a wish. For it is quite possible that they do not bring wishes. But zombies. Damn, there are zombies in the sky?
Chen Pingon was dumbfounded.
This is simply outrageous. Zombies emerge from the starlight one by one.
Found around the camp, and near his castle. Not in the general public's mind at all.
Zombie looks awkward.
On the contrary, the speed is very fast, holding long swords, big axes, and even bows and arrows and other weapons. It is even more luxurious than Shen Pingon's Warpig army equipment.
Ho ho!
A low and terrifying roar came from all around the forest. Players from various countries in the camp were also alarmed one after another and were extremely vigilant.
At first they thought, get a good night's sleep tonight.
Unexpectedly, most of the spiders had just been wiped out by Chen Pingon.
In a blink of an eye, zombies appeared again. And there are still so many of them. Just then, an indifferent voice. In everyone's ears.
The evil zombie looters legion has sensed your existence. For any living intelligent creature, they have absolute malice, so they sent the raider army towards you. They will dissipate after dawn, but before that, you must resist their attacks.
Army of zombie marauders. Chen Pingon's expression froze.
The contestants from other countries were even more frightened.
Listen to the name. It's not like it's easy to deal with. Quickly. Zombie looters lined up neatly one by one. Show up outside the camp. Rotten and foul-smelling. His eyes showed hostility towards the living. Chin Pingon walked down from the second floor of the castle. The sleeping warpigs have all woken up. Let out an uneasy growl. At night, the strength of the pigs has declined. And zombies are to living beings. Has a natural deterrent. In the firelight, zombie marauders approached them one by one. Undead creatures, zombie raiders. Transformed from resentful villagers after death, they are afraid of the sun and will attack any living creature. Look carefully. Discover that these zombies look like humans, but they are not. Some with horns, some with tails. Of course they have only one identity now. That's zombies. Snoring. The war pigs gathered around the fire. Roar loudly. Ho ho! Suddenly, as if on command, all zombies swarm. A zombie with a decaying helmet charged towards Chen Pingon. However, in his eyes, it seemed to be in slow motion. So slow? Chen Ping was taken aback for a moment, then realized. It's not that zombies are slow. But his speed has become faster. Next second, the bronze sword shines like a crescent moon. Sweep over. The zombie's head instantly flew high. You killed the zombie predator. System hint. So weak. Worse than a spider. It's just that there are more. Chen Pingon was a little disappointed. Such a weak monster. It is estimated that there is nothing good. He took out his brass pickaxe. Select an acquisition mode. Shrouded in white light. You got rotten flesh X1. You got the raider's tattered helmet. A stinking piece of meat. And a tattered helmet appeared in his hands. Good guy. Can zombies collect meat? The corner of Chen Ping's mouth twitched. Looking down. Rotten meat, meat that exudes a foul smell, can fill the stomach a little, and is an excellent fertilizer. It's really edible. However, it cannot strengthen the physical fitness. It can only be used as fertilizer. Chen Ping threw it into the backpack in disgust. Whoever likes to eat this thing will eat it. Anyway, he would never touch it. Marauder's tattered helmet provides a little defense and protects the head. The equipment that exploded was also tattered. Not even worth recycling. Snoring. Kill. Snoring. Brave pigmen, not afraid of difficulties. The war pigs also held bronze swords, killing all directions. Kill all the incoming zombies. Chen Ping harvested a pile of carrion and shabby equipment. But surprisingly, he actually exploded a blueprint for him. Flower pot, create a magical flower pot and plant plants in it, which will greatly increase the growth rate. Good stuff. His eyes lit up. With this, he can start farming. As long as there are seeds, all kinds of plants can be grown. The materials needed are soil and stones. It's all available everywhere. It seems that these zombies still have some good things in their hands. He nodded. After destroying the vicinity of the castle, he looked towards the camp. It was discovered that players from other countries were fighting fiercely with zombie marauders. From time to time, there are also people with white light coming out of their bodies. Upgrade, so we can still upgrade. John of the Lighthouse, all white. Tears filled my eyes with excitement. Asterisk. Camp. This is the main attack direction of the zombie predator army. Because there are the most people here. Facing the crisis, players from all over the world also began to resist fiercely. It was at this time that they discovered that these zombies looked terrifying, but their strength was actually not strong. It's far worse than the scary spider. And some talented players, after fighting hard and defeating zombies. There are voices in my ears. It turns out that after killing zombies, part of the energy in their bodies will be absorbed by the players, enhancing their strength. This is an upgrade. It turns out that killing monsters can level up and make us stronger. Most notable in the camp.
Nothing is better than John News from Lighthouse Country, who can finally feel proud once. With his awakened iron body, the zombies can't break through the defense at all, and he kills all directions inside. In addition, players from countries such as White Elephant Country, White Bear Country, and Gull Country also defeated the zombies in front of them one after another. Groups of white lights representing upgrades keep popping up at camp. At this time, in the live broadcast room of Blue Star, the people of these countries, they are as excited as their players. Beacon Country live broadcast room. John Sun is too strong, no zombie can stop him. As expected of a soldier of our Beacon Country, he is better than other contestants. It turns out that these zombies are here to provide experience. I was shocked. If this continues, John Sun will soon be able to surpass the players from Dragon Kingdom. That's right, our Lighthouse Country is the strongest. Seeing the scene of John Sun beheading zombies on the screen, all the audience in Beacon Country felt as if they had been beaten to death. Excited. You must know that they always think that they are the number one power in Blue Star. As a result, every time he was suppressed by the players from Longwa, he was about to experience a psychological shadow. It's good now. Finally, it's their turn to be proud. By the way, have you noticed that there is no white light on the Longwa players at all? Suddenly, audiences in Beacon Country discovered a blind spot. Yes, it seems that when he killed the spider before, there was no white light. Could it be that he can't actually level up? That must be the case. Dragon Kingdom players can't be upgraded at all. As long as John Sun continues to upgrade, he will soon be able to surpass him. In an instant, countless audiences in Lighthouse Country were extremely excited. They felt that they had discovered the Achilles heel of the Dragon Kingdom players. Can't upgrade. Because Chen Ping killed so many spiders before, but he didn't see the white light of the upgrade. And players from other countries can upgrade. As for why they don't level up, Dragon Kingdom players can still have such a powerful force. Subconsciously ignored by them. The live broadcast room of Sakura Country. The host also got the news and was overjoyed. Yoshi, Dragon Kingdom players can't be promoted at all, he will be overtaken by everyone soon. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom players are no longer to be feared. The live broadcast room of Big Stick Country. Their man-made beauty host smiled eccentrically and said, "Oh, I didn't expect the players from the Dragon Kingdom to be unable to upgrade. What a pity." Then the topic changed. However, this is also very normal. It seems that the players from the Dragon Kingdom used improper methods to cheat in order to surpass the players from our Big Stick Country. That's why they were punished and could not be promoted. It seems that people who cheat will show their true colors one day, she said with a deliberate sigh. And the audience in the Big Stick Country in the live broadcast room also began to mock. Axie, I knew that the Dragon Kingdom player must have cheated. He can't be promoted now, and he will soon be trampled by our players from the Big Stick Country. At that time, he must avenge his broken leg. Break his 2 legs and add another hand. Our Big Stick Country is very kind, No one knows how to cheat better than our Big Stick Country, so he must have cheated. Countless people commented, as if the players from the Dragon Country had already been stepped on by their players. Very proud. Many viewers flooded into Longwa's live broadcast room, wanting to see the expressions of the audience and hosts at this time. Must be very frustrating. Very disappointed. However, to their disappointment, the host of Longwa was very calm. The barrage in the live broadcast room was even more harmonious, and the situation they expected did not appear at all. Mr. Milu, do you think it's true that Mr. Chen Pingyan can't be upgraded to what other country said? Miss Bingbing sat upright and asked Milu. Miller has his own unique understanding of any game and can discover many key details. He was calm, with a faint smile on his face. Obviously, this is absolutely wrong, and it is an extremely superficial and extremely stupid statement, but anyone with a normal IQ would not believe it. P.S. Good morning, viewers, Xiao Xianyu is here to ask for flowers again, and there are recommended tickets. Asterisk. Dragon Country live broadcast room. Not only the audience from the Dragon Kingdom, but also people from many countries such as the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Big Stick Kingdom. They were all gloating and prepared to mock the people of Long Kingdom. Who knew that Milu would immediately ridicule him?
What do you mean? Said that our IQ is not normal? It's just that their barrage is not even a drop of water among the billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. Not even a blister came out.
Why do you say that?
Miss Bingbing asked curiously.
But the result depends
on the process. Isn't this stupid?
Mila smiled faintly. Since entering the different world, the strength of our players in Dragon Kingdom has improved by leaps and bounds.
It is obvious that they can upgrade, but some people just pretend not to see it. But why can't we see the white light of the upgrade on Mr. Chinpingen? Miss Bingbing is qualified to act as a questioning tool person. This question is also asked by many people. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Milu. I hope he can give a reasonable explanation.
And Mila did not disappoint everyone. He pushed his glasses. It's very simple. I guess the process of Chen Pingin's promotion is different from that of other countries' players. You can see that when they upgrade, white light will appear from their bodies, and what the light represents is energy. So during the process of their upgrade, some energy will be lost and form white light. That is, they have upgraded, but they have not completely upgraded. And Chen Pingan did not emit white light, which means that he has completely absorbed the energy and has not lost any energy. This is also the reason why his strength will far exceed that of players from other countries. Because he is a perfect upgrade, players from other countries, the upgrade is not perfect.
The voice fell. The whole studio was shocked.
It makes sense. Mr. Chen Pingan is so strong, how could he not be able to upgrade?
Yes, so there is no white light. This is not only not a bad thing, but a good thing. Perfect upgrade. Big Brother Chen Pingen is awesome.
Ha ha ha, look how happy the player from Lighthouse Country is smiling. He doesn't know that when he leveled up, he lost a lot of energy. The audience in Longwo believed in Milu, and felt that what he guessed out of 10 was the truth.
Even audiences from other countries began to waver. I think what the host of Longwo said makes sense.
Light is energy, and the white light coming out of the upgrade is equal to the loss of energy.
There is nothing wrong with this logic. Could it be that our players are not perfect in upgrading, and only Dragon Kingdom players are perfect? For a while, watching the white light appearing from the national players in the camp, they suddenly felt less happy. Different world. Chen Pingan didn't know that Mila had already analyzed a wave outside, completely leading the entire Blue Star audience astray. Only he himself knows that he has not been promoted. System, why didn't I upgrade after killing so many monsters?
He interrogates the system directly. The host's so-called upgrade is to use part of the monster's energy to strengthen itself, but there will be a lot of waste, and the collection of the system can collect this energy through meat to perfectly strengthen the host. The system explained. That is to say, if I ate spider meat before, it was equivalent to leveling up? Chen Pingan reacted immediately. Yes, for example, if you kill a spider, the host can perfectly absorb the energy in it, and other humans can only use about 1/5 of it, and the rest of the energy will be wasted. It was so. Chen Ping suddenly realized. This is equivalent to the energy he gained from killing one monster, and others need to kill 5 or more monsters. Not much to say. System. Forever God alright. Core of zombie looters are still appearing continuously. For Chen Pingan, it can be destroyed easily. But for most people in the camp, it is a great threat. Players from most countries have average talents, and they have various identities, such as students, rich men, housewives, etc. Facing the horrible zombies, many people's legs are trembling. But in another world, no one will help them, they can only rely on themselves. In fact, zombies are not powerful, as long as they are calm enough and seize the opportunity, an ordinary person can deal with them. So the emergence of zombie looters is a complete elimination. Soon, players were brutally eliminated one after another. The death of a player in Big Stick Country will randomly select a new player to enter a different world. A contestant from the South Country dies? The death of a player from the Ice Country. Kangaroo Country player dies? In a short period of time, players from more than a dozen countries were eliminated.
Asterisk. Cruel. Death reminders appeared one after another.
Players from more than a dozen countries were directly killed by zombie predators.
In an instant, the entire Blue Star was howling.
Especially those countries where their own players died, they were extremely terrified.
Issue the highest level of disaster warning. Prevent the coming horror disaster. Everyone is upset. I don't know what kind of disaster they will face. Big Stick Country Live. The hostess, who was originally a yin and yang beauty, suddenly panicked and terrified.
The audience of the Big Stick Country in the live broadcast room also seemed to be doomsday.
Panic and panic. Their land is small. There is a large population. Once a disaster breaks out, there are not even a few places to hide. Soon, disaster broke out.
Thick clouds cover us. Then the rain fell in torrents. Form a super heavy rain that is rare in a century. The most important capital city of Big Stick Country. Almost completely submerged. Countless Chinese people with big sticks were soaked in the water, wanting to cry but no tears. They often say that kimchi is the culture of the Big Stick Country.
Well now.
The whole Big Stick Country was soaked in water. All of a sudden, computers and mobile phones were flooded with water. The number of viewers in the Big Stick Country's live broadcast room suddenly dropped sharply. I believe that after this disaster, everyone in Big Stick Country should be able to learn a sport.
That is swimming.
The country of ice encountered a super avalanche, and thick snow flooded several towns. The Kangaroo Country, on the contrary to the Big Stick Country, has encountered a super drought that has never happened in a century, and even the drinking water has to be imported from other countries.
About Southland.
Terrible disasters broke out in every country without exception.
Let the rest of the country tremble with fear. I'm afraid that the players from their own country will also be killed by zombies.
However, among these countries, there is also a clear stream.
That is the Dragon Kingdom.
The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom should eat and drink, and watch the news in their spare time, and live a very comfortable life.
No worries at all. Boss Chin Pingon, you will always be a god. Didn't Big Stick Kingdom dance just now? Let's continue dancing now.
Upstairs, now the whole Big Stick Country is in the water. If you want to jump, you can only practice diving. Look at those zombies, they don't even dare to offend Mr. Chin Pingon.
Is this the loneliness of a master? I love it.
The audience in Longwei talked a lot, which aroused the envy of countless foreign people.
If only we were also from the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, now the nationality of the Dragon Kingdom is getting stricter and stricter. Unless it is a real top talent with a heart for the Dragon Kingdom to be approved to join. Different world.
Together with the warpigs, Chin Ping killed the incoming zombies in 2 or 3 strokes.
Acquired some rotten flesh and useless equipment.
They were all tattered, and Chin Pingon pinched his nose and put them away. The zombies near the castle were completely wiped out by him.
However, the battle over the camp is in full swing.
Help, brother! Suddenly, he heard a cry for help. Not far away, during the day, the contestants from those small countries were covered in bruises and shouted for help.
They can't take it anymore.
Zombies are not afraid of death, and there is no physical limit. Only the head is the key, it is simply a tireless killing machine.
There are hundreds. Or thousands, just like a Resident Evil. And outside, the people of those small countries even raised their hearts to their throats. Keep praying in your heart. Follow me.
Chin Pingon led the warpigs and rushed into the battlefield. Waving the copper sword, zombies fell around him like they were cutting wheat.
Although carrion is not edible, it is also excellent for fertilizer. And the more zombies he kills, the less zombies players from other countries kill. This reduces their chances of upgrading.
Make sure your own strength is crushed.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it is triple.
Because the players from those countries have to thank him for saving his life.
Cut melons and vegetables. Chen Ping quickly rescued players from several small countries. Thank you, bro.
Several contestants were grateful and said repeatedly. But in Blue Star, the people of several small countries breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then the leaders immediately expressed their gratitude to Long Country. And I hope that players from my own country can seize the opportunity. Hold on to the thighs of the Dragon Kingdom players. They no longer expect to become a god-level civilization or something. As long as the players from the country don't die, that is the greatest victory. Viewers from other countries watched the live broadcast eagerly, hoping that Chin Pingon could also save their own players by the way. Before you know it, in their minds, Chin Pingon has become the image of a savior. Brilliant! P.S. There are so few flowers and evaluation tickets, please give some. Asterisk. Dragon Country Live Broadcast Room. Wow, these zombies look so scary, but in front of Mr. Chin Pingon, they are vulnerable, they are too strong. Miss Bingbing said in a very proud tone. Originally, the zombie was rotten all over and had a ferocious face, she was scared even looking at it. But when Chin Pingon easily killed the zombies like chopping melons and vegetables, the fear in her heart disappeared without a trace. It was as if Chin Pingon was by her side protecting her personally. Feel a sense of security like never before. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, the eyes of the other hosts were all on the live screen. I think no matter how many zombies come here, they can't be God Chen's opponent. They just came to give him experience, but I don't know how many zombies there are. Wow said aside. It shouldn't be too many or too few. I estimate there are about 1,000. If it weren't for Mr. Chin Pingon, the camp tonight would be very dangerous, and the entire army might even be wiped out. Miller said. Hey, I see players from other countries going back and forth with these zombies, they should be able to last until dawn. Miss Bingbing asked curiously. Have you forgotten that there are spiders? Neela said in a deep voice, spiders are also monsters that are active at night. If Mr. Chin Pingon hadn't cleaned them up during the day, it would not only be zombies that attacked at night, but zombies and spiders, a double attack. Yup. The others nodded again and again. I didn't expect that Chin Pingon had solved a fatal crisis in the camp without knowing it. This may be due to the unparalleled achievements of a skilled fighter. Miss Bingbing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I think that player Chin Pingon can save more players from other countries. In this way, they can be prevented from being drawn over by the lighthouse country. That's right. Master De saw further and spoke steadily. That's right, but you must choose your target well. Those with a bad temper can't be rescued, and they might become traitors and traitors. Wow said. I believe that player Chin Pingon must have his own judgment. With firm eyes, Ni Lu chose to trust Chin Pingon. Different world. In fact, Chin Pingon did not intend to save too many people. In his opinion, his own strength is the most important thing, and his subordinates are not expensive. Because of his growth rate, he will definitely far surpass players from other countries. Even now, even if everyone besieged him, he was fearless. In the face of absolute power. Regardless of crowd tactics or conspiracy. It's all useless. While killing the zombies, he saved the players from the small countries and dragged the corpses aside. Build a pile. This one-time collection saves him from wasting time one by one. Roar. Suddenly, he heard a different roar. Looking up. A zombie who was taller than the other zombies and had more complete armor appeared out of nowhere. He was still riding on a zombie horse. You found the leader of the Zombie Marauders Legion. Leader, he was a powerful knight in his lifetime, and he kept his mount even after death, so he has even stronger strength. Chin Pingon's eyes lit up immediately. Boss. That means that there is a high probability that something good will explode. He rushed over immediately. At this time, in the live broadcast room of Lighthouse Country, countless viewers exclaimed. They also saw the boss monster that suddenly appeared, not far from Lighthouse Country player John Sun. It's the leader of the zombies. John Sun was overjoyed immediately. Relying on his iron body, he has been promoted to 3 levels in a row, and his physical fitness has improved a lot. He suddenly felt that he was doing it again. And he picked up a tattered long sword and a tattered breastplate on the zombie. Killing this boss monster will definitely allow me to upgrade to another level, maybe 2 levels. His eyes glowed. Pounce on it. The audience in Lighthouse Country also got excited. I even bought cakes. John Sun is very lucky. Kill this zombie, and John Sun will become stronger. Maybe you can even get rewards. But at this moment, they saw Qin Pingan approaching quickly, and they were in a hurry. It's a player from Dragon Kingdom, and his speed is even faster. Come on, John News. It's over, it's too late. In the eyes of countless audiences in the Lighthouse Country who were so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe, Qin Pingan floated to him. Draw your sword. Cut. It seems to be falling lightly, but it is actually extremely fast. The zombie leader roars and feels deadly threatened. Stretch out your arms to resist. But under Qin Ping's terrifying power, even the man and the horse were split in half. Spike. It's still an instant kill. Asterisk. Ah. I can't accept it. Fake, it's Dragon Country's player again. It's too despicable to steal the leader of our contestants. Blue Star, the live broadcast room of Beacon Country. At this moment, I don't know how many Beacon Country audiences smashed their keyboards and thumped their tables. Let out a sound of impotent rage. From their perspective, just a little bit, John Sun was able to kill the boss monster. But Qin Pingan was born out of nowhere, killing him instantly with a single blow. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. The contestants from your country are still tens of meters away. It's also called monster hunting? That's right, you think the other world is your Lighthouse Country, and if you see it, it belongs to you? Call him, do you think he agrees? Good job, Mr. Qin Pingan. Then countless Dragon Country viewers poured into the live broadcast room, speaking on the screen one after another. Lang is in the Lighthouse Country's own live broadcast room, making them lose their temper. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that it was actually Qin Pingan who discovered the boss monster first. And the contestants from the Lighthouse Country are tens of meters away. There is no such thing as stealing monsters. But the Lighthouse Kingdom prides itself on being number 1 in Blue Star, and has always acted very domineeringly. In their view, players from other countries should obediently let the leader monster out. But now I meet a more domineering Qin Pingan. Not used to them at all. I feel so uncomfortable. Simply forget about it. The newly appointed leader of the Lighthouse National Congress is 78 years old, second only to the Queen of the Sunset Kingdom. Seeing this scene, I trembled on the spot, almost out of breath and having a cerebral hemorrhage. I didn't expect Mr. Qin Pingan to be quite bad, so cute. Miss Bing Bing covered her mouth and snickered. The eyes are almost in the shape of hearts. If it was in Blue Star, she would have taken her home and hid it long ago. Kiki, no. Girls must be reserved. She bit her lip, her face flushed. This is a competitive game. To weaken others is to strengthen yourself. I don't think it should be a big deal. Mila saw it very clearly. It's about the fate of the country, not to mention that there are no monsters. Even if you really rob it, what can you do? Jump up and hit me. Different world. Qin Ping originally thought that the boss monster would be very strong, so he used all his strength without holding back. I didn't expect to pull my hips like this. With just one strike, he was instantly killed by him. Still with people and horses together. This is too weak. He frowned, thinking that nothing good might come out. There was movement behind him. Looking back, John Sun, a player from Lighthouse Country, was holding a broken sword, staring at him and gasping for breath. However, being watched by Qin Pingan's cold eyes, suddenly couldn't help shivering. Recalling the fear of being dominated by him. Wait for me to upgrade a few more levels, and I will definitely beat you. He made an excuse for himself in his heart, and ran away in a hurry. Take out your anger on other zombies. He didn't even have the courage to draw a sword, so he was probably useless.
Chen Ping thought secretly. With his strength, he can completely kill John Sun and eliminate him. But he wasn't going to do that. Because this guy is impulsive and irritable, and has no brains, he is an opponent like a pig. If you kill him,
the next one randomly selected a brain is easier to use, but it is quite troublesome. Besides, as long as the lighthouse country does not perish, it is better to keep this guy after killing one.
Since Johnson obediently withdrew,
Chen Ping ignored him and chose to collect the corpse of the leader monster instead.
You have obtained excellent carrion ×1. You got the broken horse armor. You got the item, horse bridle.
Ha! It seems that there are really some good things. Excellent carrion, edible, and used as fertilizer can greatly increase the growth rate of crops. Broken horse armor, it is limited to equip horses and provide a certain amount of defense. War horse reins, it can summon a war horse, which will be damaged after death.
Can summon the reins of the steed?
Chen Pingan suddenly regained his spirits. Looking around, the war pigs have slaughtered all directions, and a large area has been cleared. And after the boss monster died, the zombie marauders also began to rout. They fled into the forest one after another. It looks safe. Taking out the reins from the backpack, he muttered the call silently in his heart.
Sorry.
In the next second, accompanied by a neighing sound, a fat and strong black warhorse nearly 2 meters high. It suddenly appeared in front of him. With her big head, she arched towards him affectionately.
Saddle and stirrups all included. Chen Pingyan was overjoyed.
Ha, from today onwards, I am also a horseman.
How does it sound? It feels a bit weird.
Asterisk.
http://pay.fallow.com.
Install the Falu Novel Android client and download all content without restrictions at download URL, http://c.fallow.com/android.aspx.
Never expected. Chen Pingan didn't even have a car of his own in Blue Star.
And on the second night in another world, you have your own means of transportation. A true BMW. So he decided to name the horse Ferrari. Equip Ferrari with the broken horse armor that burst out. A set of horse armor connected by metal blades suddenly appeared. On the forehead of the war horse, there is an extra sharp horn made of metal. Although it looks dilapidated, it exudes an aura of gold and iron horses fighting on the battlefield. It was as if he had just returned from a victorious battle. Chen Pingan doesn't know how to judge horses, but he also knows that this must be a great horse. After all, if the system is produced, it must be a high-quality product. Try it on a horse. Stepping on the stirrups, he turned onto the horse lightly. Ferrari stood firmly in place, very well behaved. Immediately afterwards, streams of information flowed into the brain through the reins. All are some essentials, tricks and precautions for riding a horse. As long as you hold the reins, you will have top equestrian skills. Drive. Chen Pingan instantly transformed into an experienced knight, lightly clamped the horse's belly, and issued an order. Howling. Ferrari immediately neighed excitedly. It shot out like an arrow from the string. Tat-ata. The hoofs are thundering. It's like the drums of war are beating. Chen Pingan suddenly felt the surrounding wind and lightning, as if the whole person flew up. Take out your brass sword. Just put it on gently, and don't even need to use force. Where Ferrari passed, the heads of the zombies flew high. It's easier than mowing grass. Ho! Several zombies appeared head-on, trying to stop Ferrari. However, when Ferrari lowered his head, the sharp horns directly penetrated the zombie's body. Knock them all out. One person and one horse rush left and right among the zombies, invincible. It's like an invincible general on the ancient battlefield, and the enemies who passed by gave him heads one after another. The players from other countries in the camp were all stunned. Only John Sun's heart was bleeding crazily. Mine, this should have been mine. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. However, he didn't know that even if he succeeded in killing the boss monster, without the power of the system, It is absolutely impossible to burst the reins. These are props and equipment exclusive to Chinpingan.
And when other people kill zombies, they can only get the tattered equipment on the zombies.
And a rotting corpse. And when Chinpingan was writing and hacking, the audience in the Longwo live broadcast room also exploded in an instant, extremely excited.
Wow, this is so handsome, he can even ride a horse. My god, Mr. Chinpingan is almost unstoppable. Killing zombies is like giving wheat, piece by piece. Oh my god, my blood is boiling with excitement. I wish I could buy a horse now.
Upstairs, wake up, even if you can afford a horse, you don't have the skills of Mr. Chinpingan. I'm an equestrian coach, and I was stunned. Without more than 20 years of experience, I absolutely can't do it so smoothly.
Different world. Chinpingan drove the Ferrari, unknowingly.
Most of the zombies near the camp have been killed, and there are corpses everywhere. The crisis in the camp was quietly resolved.
At this moment, the cold and indifferent voice reappeared.
Congratulations to players from all over the world, you successfully repelled the first wave of zombie raiders. However, the Marauder Legion will not give up, they will launch another attack the next night. Reminder, there are 3 waves of raids, and the third wave will be the boss looter warlord. Kill the boss, you can get rich rewards.
The sound fell.
The zombies that were still alive in the field instantly melted into groups of dead bones.
The originally noisy battlefield was suddenly silent. It's over.
The contestants from all over the world finally breathed a sigh of relief, many of them limp on the ground. There was a smile of the rest of his life on his face.
Hundreds of zombies are coming, many of them don't think they will survive the night.
Fortunately, Chinpingan stepped forward.
Most people are grateful to Chinpingan. What is the descending of the gods? What is turning the tide?
At this moment, Chinpingan has an incomparably taller image in the minds of players from these countries. Of course, there are still players from some countries who are not only not grateful, but harbor resentment. But Chinpingan didn't care either.
He didn't come to save people in the first place, and other people didn't appreciate it. It's like floating clouds to him.
No wonder there is no reward for beheading the raider leader.
There are still 2 waves of attacks, and in the last wave, there will be a boss, the raider warlord. Chinping's eyes lit up. He is bound to win this boss. Asterisk. The brutal attack was finally over.
In the camp, more than a dozen players from various countries died at once.
It can be said to be unprecedented.
But everyone knows that this may just be the beginning.
In the coming time, more people will die. And these places will be replenished soon. Groups of white lights flashed, and newcomers appeared in the camp again.
At this time, in the live broadcast room of Blue Star and Big Stick Country, suddenly there was a burst of screaming. Because the person who appeared on the live broadcast screen was a famous survival expert in the Big Stick Country.
His name is Park Jae-ho. It is very popular in the Big Stick Country. Ah! It's Park Jae-ho Appa. Great, now we are saved by the Big Stick. Park Jae-ho is a top survival expert. He has successfully survived in deserts, rainforests, and other areas. I believe Park Jae-ho Appa will definitely become the strongest one.
The audience in Big Stick Country cheered, as if they saw hope again. And this scene also happened in live broadcast rooms in many countries.
The identities of new players were revealed one by one. Survival experts, high IQ talents, special forces, boxing coaches. Compared with the first random selection, the quality is many times higher. It seems that although the selection is random, there is still a general range to choose from. In the Longwo live broadcast room, Milu opened his mouth to analyze.
After all, if there are old, weak, women and children at random, it will be a disaster for any country, and it does not meet the purpose of the high-dimensional world.
Lord D also nodded. So, once a player from a certain country dies, the next random player will only be stronger than the previous one?
Miss Bingbing blinked her eyes.
The same can be said.
Mila nodded. However, once the player dies, the country he belongs to will also suffer a huge disaster.
This may be a kind of compensation. As expected of the existence from the high-dimensional world, everything has been considered. Then it seems that Mr. Chenpingen still can't take it lightly. Wow, said a little nervously. That's why I said that our Dragon Kingdom is the luckiest. Milu was very relaxed, and smiled slightly, because I think player Chenpingen is already the strongest person in our Dragon Country. Different world. Chenping glanced at the newcomers, and found that their auras were quite good. Suddenly appearing in a different world, I don't see much panic. It seems that the quality of the random newcomers this time is quite high. However, although those newcomers knew him outside, after entering the different world, all memories about the different world will be cleared. So new to everything. My lord, the corpses have been moved. At this time, players from several small countries ran over. Chenping killed in front, and together with a dozen warpigs, they were responsible for moving the zombie corpses together. 100 or 200 piled up together is like a hill. Even the corpses of zombies look horrifying. Chenpingen rode a Ferrari and chose to collect. A huge white light shrouded, and soon the entire pile of corpses disappeared without a trace. Turned into two groups of carrion. As for those tattered equipment, directly abandoned by him, I kept a few better ones and gave them to players from those small countries. Once again, I am grateful for the harvest. Lead the warpigs back to the castle. Chenpingen suddenly felt a little tired. As for the two sets of carrion in the backpack, he asked the system, the energy contained in these carrion is too little. Even if you eat a full 99 yuan, you can't add much. It's like killing low-level monsters with high-level characters in the game, with very little experience. Might as well keep it as fertilizer. Made a bed and fell asleep sweetly. The night passed. As the sun rises, Chenpingen is full of energy. On a new day, he was going to deal with those spider nests first. Grilled 2 pieces of spider meat and an apple for breakfast. Since spider meat cannot be strengthened, he became generous and gave 1 piece to each of the warpigs. Keep hiring. Whether it's cutting down trees for mining, or for fighting. These pigmen are good hands. Purr. Best friend. Who? Follow me. Who knew that after eating spider meat, the pigs became excited one after another? Said to take Chenpingen to a place. Follow them through the dense forest. In front of a huge cave. Dark and deep. There was a faint sound of breathing from inside. It was as if some kind of colossal creature was sleeping in the cave. The pigs ran in without hesitation, out of trust in them. Chenping followed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened. At the end of the cave, there was a huge pigman sleeping soundly. It is more than twice as big as an ordinary pigman. There are 2 huge curved horns growing on the top of the head, and it is lying on the ground on its side, sleeping soundly. You found the legendary neutral creature, Pig King. Pig King, the king of the pig clan, because he is too powerful, he has to sleep often. You can trade to get the treasures in his hands. P.S. The day is over, little salted fish, begging for flowers, evaluation tickets, all kinds of data. Asterisk. It turned out to be the Pig King. Chenpingen was surprised at first. Then I was overjoyed. In the game, the Pig King is a good creature that can pass through all kinds of meat or toys. Exchange him for gold. And what can the Pig King in another world get in exchange? But at the same time, he also trembled a little. Because this Pig King gave him a sense of oppression, which was even worse than in the underground mine. The sense of oppression of the ancient rhinoceros boss is even stronger. The Pig King in the game is invincible and cannot be attacked. There is obviously no such mechanism in the other world. But the aura of this Pig King is too terrifying. Chenpingen didn't even have the idea of doing anything. It's just looking for death. Snoring. After the warpigs led Chenpingen in, they started to yell loudly. It seems to be calling. Snoring? Finally, Pig King opened his eyes and sat up slowly. In an instant, his eyes fell on Chenpingen. He felt like an active volcano in front of him,
which might erupt at any time. The visitor from another world, I see great potential in you, what do you need? The Pig King is strong, but has a pair of vicissitudes and wise eyes, and said. The system prompt appears. Your favorability among pigmen is friendly. The Pig King has opened his treasure collection to you. Then, a list came to his mind. Poop, it comes from pigmen, it's the top fertilizer. Pigskin helmet, a helmet made of the skin of a dead powerful pigman, with powerful defense. Ice wand, a wand that can release frost magic, it needs magic power to release. Fire wand, a wand that can release flame magic, it needs magic power to release. All good stuff. Chen Ping'an was very envious. Suddenly, his eyes froze. Saw the item at the top of the list. Earth Pearl, a treasure containing the power of the earth element, it is one of the materials for the first transformation. Earth Lingzhu. Exactly what he dreamed of. He already has the golden spirit orb and the wood spirit orb. As long as he gathers the remaining 3 spirit orbs, he can undergo the first transformation. The strength has been greatly improved. Then he also saw a blueprint. Pig house blueprint, a pig house can be built, and the hatched pigs will be loyal to the builder. Chen Ping'an's heart was hot. He opened his mouth and asked, Dear Pig King, what do I need to exchange for these things? If it seems that only meat is needed in the game, there are 2 sets of carrion on him. It can directly change the Pig King to bankruptcy. But the other world is obviously not that simple. Pig King glanced at him indifferently. Everyone with me can only exchange for 1 treasure, but you are a friend of the pigmen, I can allow you to exchange her for 2 treasures. I need the earth spirit beads, and the blueprints for the pig house. Chen Ping said without hesitation. Both of these, he is bound to win. Snoring. I smell the smell of spiders in the forest. If you can bring back the heart of the spider queen and a hat made of her head, you can come to me in exchange for it. After Pig King finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Seems to be going to sleep. So Chen Ping'an and the war pigs had to leave. But the moment he left the cave, Pig King's voice sounded in his ear. Snoring. In the east of the forest, an evil force is revived, you may have unexpected gains. East of the forest? Chen Ping suddenly remembered. Last night there seemed to be a big meteor that fell to the east. And when they go out, the cave behind him disappeared out of thin air. If you can't get the pigmen's approval, even if other people dig through the entire mountain, they won't be able to find Pig King. Need the heart of the spider queen, and a hat made of the head. Chen Ping's expression was solemn. He originally planned to wipe out the spider's nest directly today. But now it seems plans have changed. You have to wait until the spider lair reaches level, and after the spider queen is hatched. Only then can it be completely wiped out. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty. But Chen Ping'an already had a plan in mind. However, what he didn't know was that there were countless people looking at him anxiously in Blue Star's Longwa live broadcast room. It's not good, Mr. Chen Ping'an, someone stole the house. Go back quickly, the contestants from the Lighthouse Kingdom and others are ready to attack the spider's lair. Boss, hurry back to the camp and take a look. The countless audiences of Long Kingdom jumped their feet anxiously. Because in the early morning, Chen Ping'an had just left. Johnson of Lighthouse Country organized his younger brothers and started heading towards the spider lair. They want to hurry before Chen Ping'an comes back. Destroy the spider lair. P.S. It's a new day, full of energy, looking for flowers, evaluation tickets, I love you. Asterisk. Camp. Early morning. As soon as the sun came out, Johnson summoned his younger brother and some allies. Started discussing secretly. The Dragon Country player is too strong. If he continues to become stronger, then we will have no chance. The Dragon Country will also become a god-level civilization. Our country will all become subordinate civilizations of the Dragon Country. He got straight to the point and said directly, so we have to stop him, or even find a chance, to kill him.
Johnson looked fierce.
However, no one noticed the fear in the depths of his eyes. He has already had a psychological shadow on Chen Pingon, and he dare not face it alone.
So I started looking for help.
That's right, we can't let him grow any longer. The contestants from Baishan country had red eyes and echoed loudly. His hands were broken yesterday, but the healing speed of the other world is extremely fast, and it is estimated that he will be able to recover in 2 days. But last night, he was almost killed by zombies. Barely managed to advance to 1 level.
But now, even if we add up, we can't be his opponent.
He still has a horse. The Gaul player spoke.
Immediately, everyone else fell silent.
We can't confront him head-on, but we will destroy the spider lair in the forest before him, so that we can get a lot of rewards.
At this time, Izumi Yusaburo of Sakura Country's eyes suddenly lit up. We all upgraded last night, those spiders are definitely not our opponents.
He stood aside, and everyone stayed away from him.
Because after the upgrade, the stench appeared from his mouth. More terrifying.
Okay, just do it. John was promoted to 5 consecutive levels last night, and now he is full of confidence in himself. Take people to the spider forest.
If I can't beat the Dragon Country player, can I still beat the spider?
Players from Longwei can kill spiders in seconds, and they can also kill me in seconds. Then I should split, dash, with the spider. Johnson felt that there was nothing wrong with his logic.
Not good, hurry up and inform the elder brother.
In the camp, the contestants from several small countries who took refuge in Chen Pingon were shocked.
Hastily sent out someone to tip off the news.
On the Blue Star, the people of those countries also stood up excitedly. Great, as long as the spider nest is destroyed, our country can get a lot of rewards. That's right, at that time, I will no longer be afraid of players from the Dragon Kingdom. Johnson went up 5 levels in a row last night, the spider is definitely not his opponent. We have players from so many countries, it must be no problem. In the live broadcast room of Sakura Country, the host shouted excitedly, our country's contestants once again came up with an ingenious plan. This time it will definitely succeed, and our Sakura Country can also get rewards, which will strengthen our national luck. In the Big Stick Country live broadcast room, the man-made beauty host also stared wide-eyed. Park Jae-hoapa didn't give up either, he followed behind, he must be looking for an opportunity to take advantage of the fire and get rewards for our Big Stick Country.
Woo, so touched. Park Jae-hoapa, come on, you are the strongest. Our Big Stick Country finally has hope again.
Hey, why do you say again? Netizens of the Big Stick Kingdom cheered, as if they had seen the rise of the Big Stick Country. In the Longwa live broadcast room, the atmosphere became serious. This is too bad, Mr. Chen Pingon hasn't come back yet, I don't know if the time is too late. Miss Bingbing clenched her fists tightly, her face full of tension. Hey! I made a mistake, Mr. Chen Pingon should go and destroy the spider's lair first. Wow, he slapped his thigh and said loudly. I think that players from those countries are not necessarily the opponents of Spider. On the contrary, Mi Lu was very calm and said with a smile. Different world. Leave the Pig King and return to the castle. Chen Ping saw the Shagwa player who tipped off the news. Knowing that John Sun and others are going to destroy the spider lair. There was no tension on his face. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems to be sunny. The rain has stopped, Ueshi Forum. Some people think they can do it again. He rode a horse and walked slowly towards the spider forest. A war pig followed behind him. The audience in the Longwa live broadcast room outside breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. Seeing the expression of Mr. Chen Pingon, I feel relieved. That's right, it seems that the boss has already expected it, and everything is under control. Wow, I almost panicked to death just now. I didn't expect Mr. Chen Pingon to be so calm after getting the news. It's awesome, I have an idea, is this also in the scheme of Mr. Chen Pingon? Hiss. I have a feeling that players from those countries may be out of luck. Countless bullet screens floated across the live broadcast room, and there were many discussions.
Suddenly, a voice rang in everyone's ears.
The death of a player in Sakura Country will randomly select a new player to enter a different world.
The contestants from Sakura Country are dead?
Everyone's heart was shocked.
In the end, what happened?
P.S. Thank you for the inexplicable rewards, and everyone's recommendation tickets, little salted fish, thank you very much.
Asterisk. Time back to a few minutes ago. Johnson led his little brother into the spider forest full of confidence. And after one night, many first-level spiders hatched again. Activities in the forest.
Hiss.
After discovering Johnson and the others, they rushed forward quickly. I am no longer who I used to be.
Johnson feels that he has defeated the shadow of the spider.
Don't move, leave it to me. He roared. He rushed up alone.
Prepare to swallow the power of killing spiders alone.
Then, fly back again. Bang!
He collided hard with the spider, and fell to the ground directly due to the recoil.
This unscientific.
He suddenly widened his eyes, he was in a bad mood. Obviously these spiders, in the hands of Longwa players.
They are all instant kills one by one. How come after you upgrade yourself, you are still not their opponents? Is it in this river?
However, the upgrade was also effective. He used the tattered long sword and left a hole in the spider.
Why are you still standing there? Let's go together. He immediately yelled at the others. Didn't you say I would hand it over to you?
The other contestants slandered in their hearts, but they still rushed forward.
After last night's battle, not only did they upgrade, also got some junk gear on the zombies.
Although compared with Chen Pingan's bronze armor suit, it looks like a beggar on the street.
But something is better than nothing. Bang! A dozen people swarmed up.
Even if a spider has 8 legs, it is no match for so many hands.
After a fierce battle, it was finally killed. Ha, we succeeded, we won.
The players were so excited that tears filled their eyes.
It's like a big victory.
And in the live broadcast room of Blue Star, the people of these countries. I am so excited that I can't wait to light firecrackers to celebrate.
However, in the next second, everyone's expressions froze.
Hiss. Along with hissing, more than spiders emerged from the forest. On average, players from each country can get more than one player.
I think, why don't we withdraw first?
The Gull players were the first to be persuaded.
With so many of them combined, they can deal with one.
Now more than 24 spiders came out.
Who the hell is going to kill whom?
Players from other countries also retreated one after another.
It's a pity that at this time, they can't escape if they want to.
Hiss. Accompanied by a different cry, a second-level spider the size of a car
appeared out of nowhere,
staring at everyone with cold compound eyes.
The spider proved with strength. Your uncle is still your uncle after all. Gudong.
Johnson's face turned pale, because the second-level spider finally turned its gaze.
It fell on him. Those huge and sharp fangs, even the body of an Iron Man, might be able to bite through. So horrible. Compared with these spiders, zombies are like younger brothers. Swish. In the next second, the huge body of the second-level spider flew towards him. Go fast. It's too late to say it.
A vicious gleam flashed in Johnson's eyes, and he pushed the Sakura Country player beside him, Izumi Yusaburo, out of the way.
I took the opportunity to escape. What? Izumi Yusaburo never dreamed that he would be betrayed. A scream. It was pierced through the body by the fangs of the second-level spider, and it was torn into several pieces. The scene was extremely bloody. Whether it is a different world or a blue star, countless people were completely stunned by this scene.
Especially the live broadcast room of Sakura Country, it can be said that it exploded instantly.
Ba-ga, our player has been betrayed.
It's too despicable to push our contestants from Sakura Country out.
Ah! Despicable lighthouse country. Bag. Bag. Bag.
Countless beautiful Mandarin Chinese dialects of cherry blossoms floated in the live broadcast room. The host's face was so pale that he couldn't say a word. On the one hand, there are angry citizens, on the other hand, daddy of lighthouse country.
It's really hard. Is it too late for me to resign now?
Baga, our contestants from Sakura country have been shamefully betrayed.
The Prime Minister and Cabinet of Sakura country are extremely angry.
One must know that Guan Yu Sanlang is dead when he dies, no one cares about his life anyway. But once he dies, the entire Sakura country will encounter a terrible disaster.
And all of this was caused by the players from the Beacon country. Hurry up and issue a super disaster warning, cried the Prime Minister, jumping to his feet. Sakura country can be said to be one of the most densely populated countries in the world. There are hundreds of millions of people on a few small islands. No matter what kind of disaster breaks out, it is extremely terrifying.
Immediately afterwards, the Prime Minister suddenly felt his feet shaking.
Ceilings and walls cracked rapidly. The sound of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking came from outside the window. Disaster strikes Sakura country. Big earthquake. Asterisk. A big earthquake broke out in Sakura country. The ground is cracked. House collapse. Buildings are like building blocks. Fragmented.
I don't know how many people in Sakura country, eating hot pot and singing.
Suddenly it was buried by an earthquake.
Fortunately, there are frequent earthquakes in cherry blossom country, and the people can say that they have rich experience.
Get away from the tall buildings. Hide in the open. But the economic loss is immeasurable.
Many people want to cry but have no tears. Because of this, the cherry blossom country has attracted the attention of the world, but they probably would rather not have this kind of attention.
It's too scary. The Sakura country actually had a major earthquake.
I have a friend who is studying in the country of cherry blossoms.
It is said that the earth is cracked, which is extremely terrifying. I'm in Sakura country right now. I really want to go back to China. It's too unsafe here.
The economy of cherry blossom country will be reversed by at least 30 years. Originally their players were living well, but they were betrayed by the lighthouse country.
This is simply a disaster.
That's right, the Beacon country players are simply too despicable, they betrayed everyone. The one above said it wrong. In the eyes of lighthouse country, Sakura country is not one of its own people, it's just a dog.
That's right, take it upon yourself. People from countless countries are discussing on the internet.
They all condemned the players from the Beacon country, but the Beacon country just pretended not to hear it.
As if nothing happened. Even many viewers from the Beacon country were thankful that their country's contestants escaped a catastrophe. Otherwise, disaster will happen in the lighthouse country. As for Sakura country, it's just a dog.
The Dragon Kingdom officials responded quickly.
Ships and planes were dispatched to bring the people of Longwa from Sakura Kingdom back to China quickly.
In the spirit of humanitarianism, we also supported some material disaster relief.
Many people in Sakura country were moved to tears.
Originally, in history, Sakura Kingdom was a subsidiary country of Dragon Kingdom.
Many customs of the Sakura Kingdom were introduced from the Dragon Kingdom.
So the Prime Minister
and Cabinet of Sakura Kingdom quickly made a major decision.
They informed the public in various ways.
Once someone is selected to enter the different world,
be sure to hug the thighs of Longwa contestants as soon as possible.
That's right, Sakura Kingdom has decided to fully surrender to Dragon Kingdom.
They could see very clearly that as long as Chen Pingon was around, Dragon Kingdom would be invincible in another world.
The Dragon Kingdom is very likely to become the ultimate god-level civilization. Sakura country has always worshipped the strong. In their eyes, Chen Pingon is completely like a god.
My dog suddenly took refuge in someone else. Of course, the lighthouse country is not reconciled, but the dragon country is no longer what it used to be, and it is full of confidence.
It is not a lighthouse country at all. If you want to fight, I will fight.
However, the Beacon country was condemned by most of the countries due to the behavior of its own players, and it was in a state of desperation for a while. The international situation is changing, and the great powers are confronting each other, and you will come and go. I didn't expect the players from the Lighthouse country to be so despicable, and they chose to betray others to protect themselves. In the Longwa live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing looked at John News on the screen with disgust in her eyes. That's why the Cherry Blossom country will take refuge in our Dragon country. This is called more help than justice, and little help if you are wrong. Whoa lol. The Lighthouse country's coquettish operation made Long country have a younger brother instead. The Dragon Kingdom audience could not wait to present a 1-ton medallion to the contestants from the Lighthouse Kingdom. I'm thinking, Mr. Chin Pingon chose to leave the camp early in the morning, probably because he expected that players from countries such as the Lighthouse country would take the opportunity to attack the spider's lair. Obviously, all of this is in his plan. Amazement appeared in Mi Li's eyes, and he spoke. That's right, this is Yangmo. It's upright. As long as the Lighthouse country and other players have bad intentions, they will definitely be fooled. Master De nodded vigorously, affirming. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed their amazement. Wow, I didn't expect that from the very beginning. This was a bureau set up by Mr. Chin Pingon. It's an exhaustive plan, and those people from the Lighthouse country really fell for it. That's right, this is called self-inflicted evil. You can't live. My God, the strength is strong and the wisdom is superb. If I face such an enemy, I might as well die. Fortunately, this is our Dragon country player. Different world. When Chen Ping arrived, he happened to see the scene of Kuan Yu Saboro's death. Can't help feeling. Sure enough, he is not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. At this moment, the second-level spider who killed Izumi Yu Saburo suddenly set his sights on Chen Pingon. It still remembers this human being. It was he who killed many of his own kind yesterday. Enemies meet. Extremely jealous. Hiss. He neighed angrily, and rushed towards Chen Pingon quickly. Asterisk. Oops. The spider is coming. Get out of the way. It's over. Something happened. No one expected that the second-level spider that was chasing John Sun would suddenly attack Chen Pingon. The audience in the Longwa live broadcast room turned pale with shock. They all cried out. This big spider is really scary. I killed the players from the Sunset country yesterday, and today I killed the people from the Sakura country. It can be said to be a human killer. Even the players from the Lighthouse country who have been promoted to 5 levels in a row can only run away in front of it. It can be said that it is completely invincible. However, to everyone's surprise, facing the attack of the second-level spider, Chen Pingon still stood there calmly. His eyes didn't move at all. As if it wasn't a spider the size of a car that was jumping at him, but a butterfly. What's going on? Is the Dragon country player scared stupid? Why is he motionless? I buy cakes, does he want to fight head-on? I think he is seeking his own death, and the players from Sakura country will end up. This scene was also watched by audiences from all over the world, and they discussed frantically. Most people are not optimistic about Chen Pingon. Even the people of many countries are secretly happy, and have already taken out champagne and red wine. As long as the Dragon Kingdom players are eliminated. Celebrate the good news with a party now. And the Dragon country audiences had sweaty palms, their hearts raised in their throats. But they all chose to believe in Chen Pingon. Because he has never let Longwa down. Different world. Seeing that the players from the Dragon Kingdom are so arrogant, they actually choose to confront the second-level spiders head-on. Johnson almost couldn't help laughing out loud. No one knows the horror of spiders better than him. Nobody. He stopped. I can't wait, I want to see the scene where the Dragon Kingdom players are eliminated. Bang! The heavy impact resounded through the forest. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, a figure flew upside down. It turned out to be a huge second-level spider. It screamed in pain in mid-air. The carapace was broken all over, it was like being hit head-on by a train. And Chen Pingan stood firmly on the spot. Just stretched out a fist. Too weak. He shook his head. Whispered to himself. His current strength is much higher than yesterday. One punch has tons of power. In his eyes, second-level spiders were no longer a threat. What? In the distance, John stumbled and almost fell to the ground, his face full of disbelief. This is not the ending he wants to see at all. What he didn't know was that at this time, in various live broadcast rooms of Blue Star. I don't know how many people are like him, the shock can't be described in words. I bought a cake, and I punched the spider away. Is he still human? His strength is too terrifying, I can't believe my eyes. Did something happen just now? Why did that terrifying big spider fly out by itself? Kung Fu, is this the Kung Fu of Dragon Kingdom? Foreign netizens were shocked inexplicably. And the audience in the Longhua live broadcast room cheered happily. I knew that Mr. Chen Pingan would definitely be able to do it. Oh my god, a spider the size of a car makes me suffocate just thinking about it. Big brother Chen Pingan, bull beep. Did you hear what Chen Pingan said again? You are too weak. I'll give, points to this pretense, I'm not afraid of the boss's pride. Wow, the world's unsolved mystery, how strong is Chen Pingan? Different world. He punched the second-level spider into the air, and Chen Pingan glanced back from the corner of his eyes. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Quickly appeared in front of the second-level spider. Drew the bronze sword. Without hesitation, he killed the seriously injured second-level spider. You killed the second-level spider warrior. Chen Pingan decisively chose the collection mode. You have obtained excellent spider meat ×2. You got spider silk ×3. You got the spider gland. A system prompt appears. And not far behind Chen Pingan, on a big tree, a hidden figure is hiding. He is Park Jae-ho, a newcomer to Big Stick Country. At this moment, he was staring at Chen Pingan's back, his eyes full of murderous intent. His awakened talent is called Assassin's Creed. Able to concentrate the strength of the whole body in one point to stab out. The power is extremely terrifying. And when attacking from a height, there is an additional bonus. And when he was randomly selected, he happened to be exploring in the wild. Carry a sharp dagger with you. And his goal is Chen Pingan. Asterisk. After entering another world, all the players' previous memories of the different world will be cleared. So Park Jae-ho didn't remember how terrifying Chen Ping's strength was. Like many people in the Big Stick Country, he feels that the blue star of the Big Stick Country is number one. Even under the official propaganda of the Big Stick Country. I feel that the Dragon Kingdom has stolen the traditional culture of the Big Stick Kingdom, such as Hanfu, Dragon Boat Festival and so on. Therefore, I have great hostility towards Dragon Kingdom players. In his opinion, these big spiders are not to be feared at all, as long as you do it yourself. It can be easily killed. On the contrary, it was Chen Pingan's powerful strength that aroused his killing intent. Park Jae-ho feels that he wants to dominate another world. The first thing to do is to eradicate the players from Dragon Country. So he lurks quietly, waiting for the perfect opportunity to assassinate. He has great patience. Hide for hours in the icy swamp for hunting. However, in Blue Star's live broadcast room outside, people gradually discovered his actions. What's going on? Why is Park Jae-ho Oba hiding in the tree and not moving? Wait, why did he pull out the dagger? Could he be the player who wants to assassinate Dragon Kingdom? Probably not, maybe it's just for self-defense. Shiba, I have watched Park Jae-ho's live broadcast, he is clearly in a hunting state. Netizens in Big Stick Country are talking about it, and they feel more and more bad. And the news spread quickly. Soon many Dragon Country viewers also knew about it. Look at the tree behind Mr. Chen Pingan, there are players from the Big Stick Country hidden in it. Really, I didn't even notice it just now. Oh my god, it's too hidden. He's hiding in a tree.
Could it be that he wants to sneak attack Mr. Chen Pingon? No way, no way, no one really wants to die. It's Big Stick Country, that's fine.
The audience in Dragon Country talked a lot, and they all expressed confusion about the behavior of the players in Big Stick Country.
Good guy. Courting death is not like this. Does he feel that the Big Stick Country is not full of disasters and disasters? Teachers, the contestants from Big Stick Country, are they really planning to attack Mr. Chen Pingon?
In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing was very puzzled. I knew that there is no good guy in these Bangsy countries, it seems that the lessons for them are not enough. Wow said in a cold voice. It seems that he doesn't know the strength of player Chen Pingon at all, but it's normal. Once he enters another world, the relevant memories will be erased. And you see, this is the picture of the players from the Big Stick Country when they stimulate their talents. Miller said. At the same time, the big screen replayed the scene where Park Jae-ho directly pierced a big tree with a dagger when he activated his talent. Many Dragon Kingdom viewers felt a chill in their hearts. Trees can pierce, and it would be unimaginable if it fell on people. Obviously, the inflated strength gave him an illusion. At this time, Master De said, I know this player from the Big Stick Country. He is a famous survival expert with strong abilities, but he has a problem with his character. As long as someone is better than him, he will try his best to deal with it. We have cooperated before. Once, I almost got hurt. After Master De's words came out, the live broadcast room in the entire Dragon Country suddenly erupted. Maid, it turns out that this stick is not a thing. The case has been solved, he must have wanted to attack Mr. Chen Pingon by surprise. This is the bad nature of sticks. They simply don't want others to be better than them, otherwise they will use various means to cheat. As long as he dares to make a move, he is already a dead man. Countless angry barrages drifted past. On the contrary, the live broadcast room of Big Stick Country was full of wailing. No, Park Jae-ho Appa. Stop it, you are no match for the Dragon Kingdom player. Shiba, where did this idiot come from? Why did he court death as soon as he entered? You must hold back, you must not do anything. The people of the whole Big Stick Country almost held their breath. The whole country fell silent in an instant. Almost everyone is praying. Park Jae-ho must hold back. Otherwise, the consequences are disastrous. And in another world. After Chen Ping collected the corpses, he still didn't see the people on the tree make a move. Looks like an experienced hunter. Suddenly, he seemed to feel a little hot, and took off his helmet on his own initiative. And bowed his head, and took out the brass kettle from his knapsack. Start drinking water. The back of the neck is completely exposed. Chance. In an instant, Park Jae-ho's eyes burst out with light. Immediately afterwards, under the desperate gaze of the entire Big Stick Country, the figure is like an arrow from the string, jumping down from the tree, activating the talent. The sharp dagger pierces even the air. Make a sonic boom. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, it pierced Chen Pingon's head. You are already dead. Park Jae-ho felt that this shot, regardless of the right time and place, or the timing, had reached its peak. In my heart, I have already sentenced the Dragon Kingdom players to death. P.S. It's been a day, and the flowers haven't been touched much, please give some, please. Asterisk. Finished. It's over. The moment the action was started, the faces of countless people in the Big Stick Country were ashamed, and they even quit the live broadcast room directly. That's right. Park Jae-ho's talent is indeed very powerful. It can be said that a sneak attack on anyone can be successful. But he chose to sneak attack Chen Pingon. No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than that terrifying big spider, the leader of the looters? The one he attacked wasn't human at all. But God. But there are still some viewers in the Big Stick Country who still have expectations. What if Park Jae-ho succeeds? Anyway, it's already started. That is, if you don't succeed, you will succeed. However, to their despair, the moment Park Jae-ho made his move, Chen Ping suddenly turned around. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
The terrifying aura came out through the body. Park Jae-ho's eyes instantly became terrified. He felt that what he was facing was no longer alone. It's an ancient beast. Even a terrifying god. Wrong. He shouldn't have shot at all. However, at this time, I realized that it was too late.
In Shin Pingan's eyes, his movements are basically slow motion. Turning his head slightly to avoid the dagger.
Then he slapped lightly. Boom! The power of terror is released.
Park Jae-ho was like a ball, and was shot into the depths of the jungle in an instant.
Only in the air.
Leaving behind patches of bright red blood mist. That was the blood in his body, in a very short time.
The reason why countless capillaries burst out from the body.
The death of a player in Big Stick Country will randomly select a new player to enter a different world. A cold and indifferent voice emerged.
Park Jae-ho, die. Ha, well done. I knew it, this guy is dead, and he wants to sneak attack Shin Pingan. If you don't come out, you are looking for a dead end. Shin Ping's boss is awesome. It's so cool, my blood boils watching it. The Dragon Country audience spoke one after another, extremely excited.
As for the live broadcast room in Big Stick Country, it was completely silent.
Not many people blamed the Dragon Kingdom players. Instead, they all cursed Park Jae-ho crazily in their hearts. Because they know. This is all his own death, no wonder others. Tell you not to do it, don't do it. I have to do it. Forget it if you die, but also implicate our entire Big Stick Country. Quickly. A new round of disasters is coming. In most areas of Big Stick Country, the temperature drops rapidly. It soon reached sub-zero levels. The people of the Big Bang Kingdom, who were originally experiencing floods, finally realized what it means to add insult to injury. Different world. Shin Ping withdrew his palm, understating it. Now, no one should bother me anymore. He glanced around. Players from all over the world lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at him. Then we entered the spider forest. It disappeared overnight, and many first-class spiders hatched again. But not their opponents at all. Only a second-level spider can barely withstand Shin Ping's few punches. But it was also quickly beheaded. After Shin Ping had more than a dozen pieces of fine spider meat in his backpack, he finally cleaned up the entire spider forest. There are only huge spider nests left. The copper armor on Shin Ping's body also had some scars. It seems that the copper armor can no longer keep up with me, and it needs to be replaced as soon as possible. He thought silently, and took out the copper pickaxe from his backpack. Start collecting spider nests. You got spider silk ×3. System prompts keep appearing. But in just a few minutes, 5 or 6 spider nests were collected by Shin Pingan. There are nearly 300 spider silks in the backpack. And beside him, a few pigmen were carrying 2 tight spiders bound by vines. Enough to make 2 spider nests. That's right, Shin Pingan plans to make a spider trap. In that way, even if there is a third-level spider queen, it can be dealt with. Just after he completely destroyed the spider nest, the other world, and everyone on Blue Star, suddenly heard a voice again. Longway contestants destroyed all spider lairs, eliminated the threat of spiders, and won rich rewards. Longway won 20 small mines, 5 medium mines, and 1 large mine. The overall mineral resources of the Dragon Kingdom will increase by 1%. Reward a big gift bag for Dragon Kingdom players. World announcement. Another world announcement. And it's Dragon Kingdom again. On the Blue Star, after seeing the reward, the envious eyes of countless countries turned red. The whole world was once again shaken by Shin Pingan. You must know that many small countries do not even have a large mine in the country, but the Dragon Kingdom not only rewards a large mine. There are 5 medium and 20 small mines. For Blue Star, whose resources are exhausted, this is definitely a treasure that cannot be exchanged for anything, and it is enough to raise the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom to another level. P.S. Please give some flowers and tickets, please. Asterisk. I bought cakes. Why is it Dragon Country again? Who is this Dragon Country player, and why is he so powerful? This is the second reward for Dragon Kingdom, I'm so envious. Fake, when will our country's players get rewarded? The world announcement came again. And this time the rewards seem to be more generous than last time. You must know that the reserves of a large mine are calculated in units of, tons. Not to mention that the Dragon Kingdom is already rich in resources, and all mineral resources have increased by 1%, which is no less than dozens of large mines at once. Damn it! Chenpingen is awesome. Another world announcement, too strong. Haha, other countries on Blue Star are now envious of us. Who is the boss Chenpingen from our Dragon Kingdom, Bull Beep? The people of the Dragon Country were all overjoyed, sending barrage crazily. In a conference room in Longwa, a dignified old man suddenly stood up. Hurry up and go to the statistical investigation, is there really a mine? Yes. The secretary hurried down. Soon, the results of the investigation and statistics came out. The report shows that new mines have indeed been discovered, and the reserves are extremely rich. There is one large mine, 5 medium mines, and small mines are more difficult to find. Only 12 mines have been found. Moreover, some mine managers reported that some mines that were about to be exhausted have reappeared mineral resources. The secretary's excited voice was trembling. You must know that heavy industry is the backbone of the country, and mineral resources are the most important condition for the development of heavy industry. Okay, that's great, God bless my Dragon Kingdom. The old man couldn't help expressing emotion. Everyone knows this credit, Chenpingen from another world. Axie, why did Dragon Kingdom get the reward again? Our Big Stick Kingdom encountered 2 disasters, but the Dragon Kingdom received 2 rewards instead. There must be something inside. That's right, our Big Stick country has been targeted. Still in dire straits, it should be said that the people of the Big Stick country in the ice and snow, after hearing the announcement from the world. The jealousy in my heart is like a poisonous snake, gnawing at my heart. They all made speeches without changing their minds. It's just that not many countries are willing to deal with them anymore. Different world. It's another Dragon Country player, this should have been my reward. Gritting his teeth, Johnson turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to resist attacking Chenpingen. Then he was slapped to death just like the Big Stick player. Players from other countries also looked at Chenpingen with envious eyes. It's not that they don't work hard. The strength gap is really too big. In fact, if the spider queens were all hatched from these spider lairs in 2 days, the camp would be destroyed at that time. It is estimated that most people will not survive. So Chenpingen saved many of their lives instead. As for the reward, Chenpingen had expected it a long time ago. Open the big gift bag directly. You have obtained a precious water spirit bead. You got 1 achievement point. You got excellent spider meat x20. You got the spirit soil x10. You got a rare blueprint. The gift package did not disappoint him, it really gave him a huge surprise. Water spirit orb. Chenpingen was overjoyed. With the water spirit orb, he went to Pig King to exchange it for the earth spirit orb. All you need is to find a fire spirit orb. He will be able to undergo the first metamorphosis. And whether it's achievement points or high-quality spider meat, they are all good things. He put it in his backpack and looked at the remaining 2. Spiritual soil, the soil rich in spiritual energy can grow spiritual plants, and each spiritual plant has a unique effect. Fairy house drawing, able to summon 2 goblins, naturally friendly to plants, able to take care of spiritual plants. Good guy. Chenpingen was speechless. I looked at my backpack. From pots for planting, to fertilizers, to soil and even gardeners. Everything's ready. It seemed to remind him that even in a different world, he should not forget the outstanding talent of the people of Longwa. Farming. That's outrageous. Chenpingen put the things into the backpack, and then took the war pigs back to the castle. Before planting, he decided to plant the spider's nest first. But he doesn't plan to plant the nest on the ground, let alone underground. But in heaven. Just do it. He found a suitable place a few hundred meters away from the castle. Then take the large rock from your backpack. Just like my world, one by one from the bottom to the top. A stone pillar with a height of more than meters was built. People on the ground are as small as ants in an instant. Then on top, create a 4 by 4 small stone platform. Finally, 2 relic spider nests were planted next to each other on it. In this way, even if a spider is hatched, it can only move within this range. Otherwise, if it is hundreds of meters high, it is estimated that even the spider queen will fall to her death. Then, standing on the edge of the stone platform, Qin Ping fell into deep thought. Up is up. The question is how to go down. P.S. Thank you for your inexplicable reward again, and a new day is here. Please ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Asterisk. Finally, Qin Pingon came down. Build a staircase out of wooden blocks. Easily. Back to the castle. After a series of events passed, it was past noon. Sitting on the balcony, Qin Pingon built another awning for himself. Then he took out fine spider meat from the backpack. It is also the size of a palm, but more crystal clear. Not only does it not have any bloody smell, but it has a sweet fragrance. Finally started to get stronger again. Qin Ping licked his lips. I roasted all the more than 30 pieces of meat in the backpack, plus rewards, and the aroma of roasted meat permeated the surroundings again. In the camp, competitors from other countries gnawed on berry tubers and were on the verge of tears. It also makes people stop playing. We are trying to survive. Dragon Kingdom players are on vacation. Ha, Mr. Qin Pingen is too bad. Wow, I feel that Mr. Qin Pingen lives better in another world than I do in Blue Star. Nonsense, can you compare with the boss? What kind of barbecue is that? It looks delicious. I want to eat it too. Whoa. Not much to say, I'll order takeaway right away. The audience in Longhua outside burst into laughter. Many people saw that Qin Ping's food was so satisfying. I feel hungry. More than 30 pieces of barbecue. Qin Pingon had a full stomach, feeling as if he was running in a hot spring. Streams of heat continued to strengthen his body from the inside out. He could feel that he was much stronger than before. It shouldn't take one punch to solve the second-level spider now. Big brother. At this moment, a cry came from outside the castle. Several contestants from small countries who had been subdued by him stood outside the castle. The war pigs faithfully fulfilled Qin Pingon's order, and no creature was allowed to approach the castle. He stared at them fiercely, full of pressure. The players from these small countries were trembling with fear, their legs went weak. Qin Pingon walked out of the castle. What's up? Asked. Some people want to see you, let us help convey it. A player from a small country hastily said. Qin Pingon lives in the castle, and players from other countries dare not approach him at all. We can only rely on the players from these small countries to pass on information. Just like the 5th rank officials in front of the Prime Minister, no one in the camp dares to bully them now. Therefore, in my heart, I am even more grateful to Qin Pingon. By the way, what's your name? Qin Pingon remembered that he didn't even know his little brother's name. Brother, my name is Sunny, you can call me Xiaosang. Sunny was flattered. Who wants to see me? Qin Pingon nodded. It's contestants from Sakura Country and White Bear Country. Sunny stepped aside quickly, and 2 people walked out behind him, a woman in traditional Sakura Country costume, with fair complexion, delicate eyebrows, long and straight black hair. There was also a man as strong as a bear. My lord, my name is Mieko Hayama. The woman from Sakura Country lowered her eyebrows and spoke softly. Blue Star. In the live broadcast room of Cherry Blossom Country, countless people of Cherry Blossom Country were also excited. Come on, Mieko was finally close to the Dragon Country player.
Fucking daddy, Mieko, you must hold on to the thigh of the Dragon Country contestant. That's right, the national destiny of our cherry blossom country is here.
It turned out that Mieko Hayama, the new contestant of Sakura Kuni who entered the different
world, turned out to be a superstar in their country.
Sakura Country Prime Minister's office. The atmosphere also became tense in an instant.
Mieko was the trump card of their Sakura kingdom, not only known as the #1 beauty in the country, but also the daughter of a certain chaebol. Whether it is appearance, talent, temperament or top level. As long as he can hug the thigh of the Dragon Country player in another world, then the Cherry Blossom Country will be stable.
It's about the fate of the country. No matter what method is used, we must stay with the players of the Dragon Kingdom.
The Prime Minister has decided that the entire Sakura Kingdom will fall to the Dragon Kingdom, and Mieko is the most important of them.
It is also the most important part. Different world. Chen Pingon also heard the news that the Sakura Kingdom actually left the Lighthouse Kingdom and joined the Dragon Kingdom.
Although the memory of the other world has been erased, Lan Xing's is still there, so Mieko can still remember these. My lord, I know how to make beds, do laundry and cook, and I have received professional training.
Please let me be your maid. Mieko fell to her knees directly, looking up pitifully. It's like a kitten or puppy about to be abandoned by its owner.
If Chen Pingon refused to agree, she would not get up.
Asterisk.
Dragon Country Live Broadcast Room. Wow, it's so despicable. Sakura Country actually resorted to this method to get close to Mr. Chen Pingon. Miss Bingbing's eyes were burning, and she clenched her fists tightly.
This Mieko Hayama looks just like her, not to mention.
So pitiful. Even she, a woman, felt irresistible. Damn it, it's such a trick to save the country with curves. Miss Bingbing was extremely mad inside, but she kept smiling on the surface.
It's just that the tone is a little gritted.
I remember this Mieko, she seems to be a superstar in Sakura Country, she is very popular in their country, and is known as the most beautiful woman.
Wow said.
I didn't expect that she would enter another world, and she would take the initiative to be a maid for Mr. Chen Pingon.
All I can say is, I'm really proud. Sakura Country is like this. They have always worshipped the strong.
In their culture, not only is it not shameful to be attached to the strong, but it is a matter of course. Milu also shook his head with a smile.
Master Day also nodded and said, Sakura Kingdom can bow down to the strong, but once they are weak, they will immediately retaliate.
But I think in front of Chen Pingon, she definitely has no chance to retaliate.
The audience of Longwei is also very active in the live broadcast room.
I didn't expect that the female star of Sakura Kingdom would take the initiative to be a maid for Mr. Chen Pingon.
It's a blast.
Upstairs, my friend from Sakura Country said that Mieko is not an ordinary star, but a top-notch one, and she is the daughter of a certain chaebol. As expected of Mr. Chen Pingon, he directly made Sakura Kingdom kneel down.
Ah!
Damn Sakura Country woman, stay away from Mr. Chen Pingon, he is mine.
That's right, I really want to be a maid for Mr. Chen Pingon. However, the barrage is obviously somewhat polarized.
The male audience showed knowing smiles one after another, thinking that Chen Pingon was awesome.
Raise the prestige of our Dragon Kingdom. And the female audience was outraged.
I can't wait to rush into another world and find out that vixen. Most other countries pay attention to their own players, only the Beacon Country is extremely angry.
Fake, this is betrayal, this is a shameful betrayal.
The host of Lighthouse Country shouted loudly in the live broadcast room. Even many viewers of the Beacon Country felt like their heads were green.
Damn Sakura Country, actually betrayed our Lighthouse Country. Fake, you must give them a good look.
Directly send our soldiers from the Lighthouse Kingdom to conquer the Sakura Kingdom.
The audience in Beacon Country also almost vomited blood. Laughing, it's obvious that your contestant betrayed Sakura Country first.
That's right, a good bird chooses a tree to live in, do you understand? Before talking about others, please take a piss to see if you are worthy. But soon, they were outraged by audiences from other countries.
Different world. Chen Pingon has a headache.
He can do laundry, cooking, making beds, and making quilts by himself. But this Mieko knelt on the ground and refused to get up, and the Sakura Kingdom also took refuge in the Dragon Kingdom.
Forget it, you follow me first, he said helplessly.
After all, if you refuse, it may affect the relationship between Blue Star and the two countries. Besides, the length is quite eye-catching. Just be a vase.
Thank you, sir.
Mieko Hayama suppressed the excitement in her heart, and quickly stood behind him. With a low eyebrow and pleasing eyes, she immediately entered the role of a maid.
What about you? Chen Pingon looked at Bai Xionghua's player and asked. I want to make a deal with you.
The White Bear Country contestant got straight to the point. I found a treasure, but there are very powerful monsters there. I can't beat it, so I want to exchange this information with you. I need food.
His awakened talent is called Gigantic.
After activation, it can grow into a little giant in size, but the premise is to consume a lot of energy reserves. Berries or something, just not enough.
I want to eat meat.
In the entire camp, only Chen Pingon had meat to eat. I want 5 pieces of meat, I promise. There must be something good in that place. The White Bear Country player said. 1 piece, the preciousness of these meats is far beyond your imagination.
This is produced by the system, the only one in the whole world. 3 yuan, no less, or I won't be full.
2 yuan, I can give you some more apples, but you have to take me there first.
Okay, deal.
The two reached an agreement. The Baixiong Country players trust Chen Pingon very much, because the people of Long Country are the most trustworthy, if it is changed to the Lighthouse Country.
It's not enough to keep one minds.
So they set off to the west of the forest, and after 10 minutes' journey, found a small lake with an island in the center.
There seems to be a plant on the island that is shining brightly. Chen Pingon has excellent eyesight now, and can see at a glance.
It turned out to be a small tree half a meter high, with a few crystal-clear red fruits on it.
You found a treasure-level spiritual plant, Centennial Vermilion Fruit. Asterisk.
A system prompt appears.
Century Vermilion Fruit.
Chen Pingon was shocked immediately.
This name is not unfamiliar, it seems to be a kind of legendary treasure. Quickly look at the specific information.
100-year vermilion fruit, soon to mature treasure-level spiritual plant, which has been bred for 100 years. After use, it can greatly enhance physical fitness and increase the success rate of the first transformation. Warning, there are usually powerful alien beasts guarding the century-old vermilion fruit.
Greatly enhance physical fitness. It can even increase the success rate of the first metamorphosis. And many more. System, is there a possibility of failure in transformation? Chen Pingon asked. Transformation is divided into perfect transformation and imperfect transformation.
To perfect transformation, you need to collect all 5 spirit beads, and you will succeed. Imperfect transformation only needs 3 or more spirit beads, but it may fail, and you need to take various treasures to increase the success rate.
That is to say, I can transform now? In Chen Pingon's backpack, there are already 3 spirit beads. The system does not recommend doing this.
After a perfect transformation, the benefits obtained are far higher than those of an imperfect transformation.
The system replied coldly.
Of course I choose the perfect
transformation.
Chen Pingon smiled lightly.
To do it, we must do our best. How could he choose imperfect transformation? It's here, I didn't lie to you.
The Baixiong Country player said on the side. But be careful, there is a big fish in the water. When I first entered the water, I was almost eaten by him. He was terrified. If it weren't for the big fish blocking the way, he would not have sold the news to Chen Pingon.
It is indeed a good thing. Chen Pingon nodded, took out 2 pieces of first-class spider meat and 20 apples from his backpack, and handed them over. Do you need me to light a fire for you?
He was a little curious, after other people ate the meat.
What will happen? Thank you.
The Baixiong Country player was overjoyed, his stomach was already growling with hunger. So Chen Ping put a fire and asked him to barbecue.
The aroma of barbecue came out immediately.
Mieko, who had been following behind Chin Pingon, licked her lips and lowered her head in embarrassment. At this time, the live broadcast room of Blue Star White Bear Country.
Wow, this barbecue looks so delicious, I can smell the aroma through the screen. Oh my god, I want to eat too.
Why haven't mobile phones that can smell fragrance through the screen been developed yet?
It's too difficult. Our Baishiong country player has finally eaten meat. You can see that he is starving and skinny.
The audience in the White Bear Country talked a lot, seeing that the players from the country could finally have a full meal.
Moved to tears almost down. At this time, the barbecue was finally cooked, and the Baishiong country contestant couldn't wait to tear off a large piece regardless of the heat. In the next second, widen your eyes. Suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why did it stop? Is there something wrong? Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom player must have poisoned the meat.
It's over, the players from the White Bear Country are going to die. The audience in the White Bear Country was puzzled, and even some audiences from other countries came out to lead the rhythm.
The slap in the face is...
As soon as they finished speaking, they saw the contestants from the White Bear Country appear as if they were reincarnated from starvation.
Gobble up the rest of the meat and stuff it into your mouth. As if someone robbed him.
Suddenly, a white light flashed over him.
He actually upgraded. Wait, I'm not mistaken. The White Bear Country player has been promoted? I buy cakes, it's impossible. It's unbelievable. After eating a piece of meat, it directly upgrades? Fact, is today April Fool's Day?
In an instant, the live broadcast room in the entire White Bear Kingdom was boiling. Especially after the Baishiong country player finished eating another piece of meat, he upgraded again on the spot.
I only ate 2 pieces of meat, and even went up 2 levels. You must know that the Baishiong country player killed so many zombies last night, and he only rose to 2 levels. Shocked. Incredible. Incredible. Countless viewers were so shocked that they couldn't even speak.
At the beginning, the rhythmic foreign audiences even had their faces slapped.
It hurt so much.
They also slandered that there was poison in the flesh.
As a result, in the next second, after the Baishiong country player ate 2 pieces of meat, upgraded to 2 levels in an instant. I remember that the contestants in the Dragon Kingdom eat this meat as a meal, right?
More than that, I saw him once before, and I could eat dozens of pieces of meat.
Oh my god, how many levels has he already reached? It's horrible.
I suspect that he has completely crushed our country's players in terms of level.
Upstairs, be confident and get rid of doubts.
Countless spectators were horrified, and they listed Dragon Kingdom players as the most unfavorable enemies.
Not only the Blue Star audience, but also the players
from the White Bear Country in another world were stunned. Only then did he realize how precious the meat Chin Pingon gave him was.
I was instantly grateful.
Chin Ping didn't care, let alone 2 levels, even 10 levels would not be able to threaten him.
He took 2 steps forward. Close to the lake. Whoa!
Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared from the bottom of the water. A big mouth full of sharp teeth emerged. It was a big fish 5 to 6 meters long.
Wandering in the lake, staring at Chin Pingon.
You found the desolate beast, the sharp-toothed fish.
Sharp-toothed fish has a brutal temperament.
Its teeth are sharp enough to bite through steel, but the meat is extremely delicious.
Oh? The meat is delicious. Chen Ping's eyes lit up and he grasped the point. Asterisk.
Wow, I didn't expect there to be treasures on the small island in the lake. In the Longhua live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing let out an exclamation. Through the live broadcast, everyone can clearly see that on the small island.
A shimmering little tree whose fruit is like a work of art. Even if you don't know it, you know it is definitely a treasure.
And their live broadcast is officially supported by Dragon Kingdom, so countless experts and scholars.
After looking through various ancient books, I finally found the source. Friends in the audience, after a lot of searching, we finally confirmed that the little tree is the legendary vermilion fruit, not an ordinary vermilion fruit, but a century-old vermilion fruit. Wow, what cheered up and introduced.
At the same time, an ancient book appeared on the big screen, and the plant depicted on it was, % similar to the one in another world, so lifelike. Vermilion fruits are legendary treasures of heaven and earth, and centuries-old vermilion fruits are even rarer. The monks in the ancient dragon kingdom believed that once they ate 100-year-old vermilion fruit, they would not only improve their skills, but might even become immortals. His expression is extremely excited. Shen Pingon actually found the treasures of heaven and earth recorded in the ancient books of the Dragon Kingdom in another world. This is amazing. Is there any connection between the different world and the Dragon Kingdom? Or, in fact, in ancient times, someone has entered a different world, after all, preserved the data? Our Dragon Kingdom is the oldest country in Blue Star and the country with the most complete historical records. There are many myths and legends that have been passed down for thousands of years. However, it seems that it may not be just a legend. Miller was also shocked. However, according to the records, there are ferocious beasts guarding vermilion fruit for a century, and it looks like that big guy in the water. Master De's expression was a little dignified. This is troublesome. This fish has the home field advantage in the water. No matter how strong Chen Ping's player is, it will be difficult to defeat him in the water unless he can be lured to the shore. It seems that if you want to get the century-old vermilion fruit, you have to find a way to get rid of this fish first. Surprised, I always thought that Zhuguo was just something in a novel, but I didn't expect it to actually exist. And it still exists in a different world, and it was recorded in ancient books. It's frightening to think about. That fish in the lake looked so scary, I felt like I could swallow me whole in one bite. It's too dangerous, I can't even think of what to do to defeat this big fish in the water. Yeah, even if you have very strong strength in the water, it's not bad to be able to play 5 points. The audience in Longwa talked a lot, and they all felt helpless. Can't think of a way to deal with big fish. Seeing that the 100-year-old vermilion fruit is approaching, but was blocked by a big fish. It's just uncomfortable. Different world. Qin Pingan was extremely calm in his heart, as stable as Mount Tai. Ha! Do you think a lake can block me? Do you know what a sandbox gamer is? If he is willing, he can build a bridge across the lake on the spot, leading directly to the small island in the center of the lake. Taking century-old vermilion fruit is like picking something out of a bag. But if Zhuguo wants it after 100 years, he also wants this sharp-toothed fish. After all, the meat is delicious, how can you not try it? Looks like it's going to take a while. He took out a large rock from his backpack and operated it with a bang bang bang. Spread out on the lake. Suddenly a stone platform on the lake appeared. The toothed fish in the lake blinked its big eyes. It feels like the whole fish is stupid. Why do stones float on water? Is this in the river? It's just bullying fish. Bang! The sharp-toothed fish became angry, and its huge body instantly slammed into the platform. However, it doesn't know that what Qin Pingan is waiting for is now. Kaka. The copper pick appeared, just before it hit the stone platform. Qin Pingan had quick eyesight. Knocked off the big rock in front of it directly. A big hole appeared. Immediately afterwards, the sharp-toothed fish jumped out of the hole at a high speed. Fly 2 or 3 meters high. He fell heavily on the stone platform. The fish face is dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Am I not in the water? How did I come up? It struggled clumsily on the stone platform, trying to get back into the water. However, the hole that came out had already been refilled by Qin Pingan. Not only that, he also built a stone wall on the edge of the stone platform. Prevent escape. I heard that your meat is very delicious? Qin Pingan pulled out his bronze sword and walked towards the sharp-toothed fish with a smile. In the eyes of the latter, he seemed to have become a devil. In the water, the toothed fish is the well-deserved king, but on land, it's hard to even turn around. After half a minute, the sharp-toothed fish stared at the dead fish's eyes, unwilling to die. Qin Pingan began to collect with a smile. You killed the toothed fish. You have obtained delicious sharp-toothed fish meat times 3. You got sharp teeth times 2.
You have obtained an accessory, the resentment of the sharp-toothed fish. Sharp-toothed fish's resentment, ring. The owner gains the ability to breathe underwater, and can slightly manipulate the water flow. P.S. It comes from the unwilling resentment of a sharp-toothed fish before it died. Humans, if we have the ability, we can fight again in the water. Asterisk. Ha, absolutely. It's amazing, I never thought that I can still fish with this method. True hardcore fishing. Chen Ping'an, boss. Have you looked at the eyes of that fish? Why do I feel that it is crying? Ha, what a miserable fish. In the live broadcast room, the audience in Longwa burst out laughing. They never thought that Chen Ping'an still had such a hand. Directly tricked that fierce big fish to the shore. Originally in the water, it can be said that the invincible sharp-toothed fish. Going offline in such a tragic way, I will die with regret. Even the hosts in the live broadcast room were having fun. You never know how many tricks Chen Ping'an has. And it can surprise us every time. Different world. Chen Ping'an took out the equipment with a strange expression on his face. The resentment of the sharp-toothed fish has become equipment. How unwilling is it? However, the equipment attribute is still very good. With this ring, it can be said that he can be as free in the water as on land. Great. On the shore, the Baixiong country player was stunned and could only give a thumbs up. On the other hand, Nieko's face was flushed, she looked proud, and she looked at Chen Ping'an with eyes full of admiration. Thump! Chen Ping put on the ring and jumped directly into the water. It is found that not only breathing is smooth, but also movement is flexible. It was as if he had turned into a fish. With a thought. The surrounding water turned into thrust, allowing him to jump out like a rocket. After 10 seconds, his figure jumped out of the water and stood firmly on the small island in the center of the lake. The island is only a few square meters in size, except for the red fruit trees. There are no plants. He didn't pick it off right away, because it would take a few minutes before the vermilion fruit ripened. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ears of all the players in the different world. Lighthouse Country contestants discover the treasure in Strange Beast, the Little Black Sheep, and get rewards. Lighthouse Country animal husbandry output plus 10%, breeding speed plus 10%. Lighthouse Country contestants get personal gift pack rewards. And this voice also rang in the ears of every citizen of the Beacon Country in Blue Star at the same time. In an instant, the entire Lighthouse Country was boiling. I buy cakes, our Lighthouse Country finally got a reward. The production of animal husbandry has increased, and the speed of reproduction has increased, it is simply too strong. Ouch it, my family runs a ranch, and a cow just gave birth to 4 calves. John Sun, the hero of our Lighthouse Country. Countless people from the Beacon Country were so excited that they even opened champagne to celebrate. You must know that the Dragon Kingdom received rewards the first 2 times, but they were so jealous. Now it's finally the turn of Lighthouse Country to be proud. They are the second country in the world to receive the award. Through their live broadcast room, it can be seen that John News caught 2 little black sheep and slaughtered them, eating delicious meat by the fire. The pride on his face was undisguised. Different world. Players from other countries felt envious after hearing the announcement. Then speed up to collect resources around the camp, even if you can't get rewards. It can also manifest in Blue Star. Just like Chen Ping'an keeps cutting down trees, unconsciously. A large forest has already appeared in the desert in the northwest of the Dragon Country. After Chen Ping'an heard the news, his mood was very calm. After all, it is the survival of the national game, and he has long been mentally prepared that players from other countries will also be rewarded. I just didn't expect the Lighthouse Country to be so lucky. At this moment, the vermilion fruit in front of him finally matured. Exudes a strong aroma. Countless fish jumped out of the lake in an instant, swimming towards this side desperately. Chen Ping quickly reached out to take it off and put it in his backpack. You have obtained 100-year vermilion fruit X3. Then looking at the vermilion fruit tree, he tried to take out the pickaxe, and found that he could collect it. You got vermilion fruit seed times 2. Soon, 2 crystal clear seeds appeared in his hands. Jubwa seeds, spiritual plants need fertile soil full of aura to take root and sprout. Finally found a seed to plant. Chen Pingon was overjoyed. Just enough materials, he directly synthesized a flower pot, and then filled it with spiritual soil. Put the seeds in. The carrion is also turned into fertilizer. Sprinkled on the spiritual soil. Within a few minutes, under his watchful eyes, a tender sprout emerged, verdant and verdant. Just then, the announcement appeared again. Longway contestants discovered treasure-level spiritual plant century-old vermilion fruit, successfully planted it, and won rewards. Longwa planting industry output plus 20%, crop growth speed plus 20%. Dragon Kingdom players get a personal gift package. Suddenly, on the Blue Star, countless people from the Beacon country who were singing and dancing to celebrate, seemed to be pinched by the neck. The expression on his face froze instantly. Asterisk. Woohoo! Take off. Boss Chen Pingan, beep. Oh my god, the production of planting industry has increased, and the growth rate of crops has accelerated. This is amazing. My friend is in agriculture. He told me that the constant increase of the planting industry by 20% is enough to feed hundreds of millions of people in Dragon Country. This is called infinite merit. Worship Chen Pingan. Worship plus 1. Worship plus 10,086. Soon, all the barrage became pure worship. Longway is a big planting country with a long history of planting. Now the output and growth rate have increased by 20%. It's like a tiger with wings added. Among other things, everyone can eat more bowls of delicious rice. This is a matter of real people's livelihood. You must know that people depend on food. As long as you have food in your hands, don't panic. I didn't expect that the players from the Lighthouse Kingdom just won the award. The big brother Chen Pingon will not be outdone, and continue to establish the dominant position of our Dragon Kingdom. Miss Bingbing was overjoyed and said. However, I'm a little curious, why the output of the Lighthouse Country only increased by 10%, while our Dragon Country's output increased by 20%? She asked suspiciously. I think it should be the reason for the successful planting. Neela pushed his glasses, and smiled on his face. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Mr. Chen Pingan successfully planted a vermilion fruit tree after he got the 100-year-old vermilion fruit. Sustainable development has been achieved, but after the lighthouse players discovered the little black sheep, they directly killed and ate the meat, so they missed out on further rewards. The lighthouse country is going to die of rage. I'm in the live broadcast room of Beacon Country right now. They're so angry that the host's face has turned blue. It's so funny. They were so proud just now, but now they are all autistic. If it were me, I would also be autistic. I could have increased by 20%, but I was killed and ate mutton. It's such a joy to hear and a joy to see. I'm deeply sad about it. The audience in Dragon Kingdom talked a lot, and the atmosphere was suddenly extremely joyous. And on the other side of the lighthouse country, it is really all autistic. Originally singing and dancing, drinking champagne happily. As a result, it was found that the clown is me. Different world. Chen Pingon didn't expect that the reward would be doubled if he successfully planted vermilion fruit. But that's always a good thing. Directly choose to open the gift bag. You have obtained a precious golden spirit bead. You have obtained a mysterious key. You got a rare blueprint. You have obtained the seed of the spiritual fruit. The system prompts one after another. Blow him into a daze. Big bang. Super explosion. Especially after obtaining another golden lingju. Chen Pingan was instantly ecstatic. In this way, he can make scientific machines, improve technology, and forge more powerful tools and weapons. Not to mention there are rare blueprints and seeds. Mysterious key. It can open a mysterious treasure chest, which is buried deep in the ground and guarded by powerful monsters. Enchanting table blueprint.
you can unlock an enchanting table to enchant your equipment with mysterious powers. Lingyun Fruit Seed, it can grow Lingyun fruit, which can significantly enhance spiritual power. All good stuff. Especially the enchanting table, Qinping's eyes were shining. You must know that with the enchanting table, you can attach various attributes to the equipment, which is simply invincible. However, when he saw the required materials, he immediately calmed down. Diamonds, obsidian, books, leather, living wood, wood spirit beads. Okay, excuse me. With so many materials, he only has one wood spirit orb in his hand. It seems that making an enchanting table is not something that happens overnight. Qinping returned to the shore with the flower pot in his hands. Mieko immediately took the flower pot and fulfilled her duties as a maid seriously. If there is such a deal in the future, you can come to me anytime. He nodded towards the white bear player. Although the latter regretted that he got the reward, he was in a good mood. Knowing that with his own strength, he is no match for the sharp-toothed fish, so he might as well make friends with Chen Pingan. Back to the castle. After giving Mieko a separate room downstairs, at once he summoned the war pigs. Each person has a pickaxe, and the mining industry has started. Now that scientific machines and workbenches can be built, he immediately decided to replace his equipment with iron, or even diamond sets. Of course, it depends on, before night falls. Did he have any luck digging a diamond? P.S. Woo woo woo, humble little salted fish, begging for flowers online for comfort. Asterisk. On the first floor of the castle, a big hole has appeared. Straight to the ground. Then in the area 30 meters underground, Qinpingan dug out a basement. About 200 square meters. In the middle is an updated fire pile. Stone fire pile, the area is brighter, the time is longer, and it has a slight repelling effect on monsters. And by the fire, it is a robot-like scientific machine and a workbench. Immediately behind, there are rows of furnaces and boxes. After building the scientific machine, Qinping not only unlocked tools above iron, and also unlocked props such as wooden ladders for mining, boxes, and so on. So in the other row, there are all wooden boxes. Like his backpack, each chest has 20 stackable slots. And no one can open it except him. It can also be upgraded to a metal box or even a diamond box later. Well prepared. Chen Pingan is determined to change the shotgun directly. Don't go out until the Iron Age. See where the pigmen miners dug? Then he passed a mine hole in the corner and climbed down. I have to say that the pigman is really a perfect toolman. Can chop trees, dig mines, and help fight. Qinpingen is looking forward to the drawings of the pig house more and more. However, if you continue to mine, the pigs will also become hungry and need to provide them with food. Most of the floating objects were large and small rocks, and Qinpingen didn't even bother to collect them. There are not enough backpack grids, leather and live wood are needed to upgrade. He hadn't seen either of these for the time being. Ding ding ding. Soon the sound of mining sounded, and Qinpingen didn't know where there was a mine, but based on experience, definitely dig down. However, for a long time, I didn't even see the copper mine. The pigs have dug down nearly 200 meters, but there are still stones. I'll come too. Qinping took out a copper pickaxe from his backpack and joined the mining army. We all know that mining is addictive. Just like opening a blind box, you never know what you will find with the next pickaxe. Suddenly, a light flashed in the corner of Qinping's eyes. Taking a closer look, the rocks in front of him are inlaid with blue streaks. After more than 10 diggings with a copper pickaxe, it was successfully collected. You got sapphire ×1. System hint. Good guy. The iron ore was not found, but the gem was found first. Qinpingen was overjoyed. The gems in the other world all contain magic power, not ordinary gems. Not only can it be made into rare props, but it can also be used as a material for enchanting. Ding ding ding. If you encounter it, you must not let it go. He swung his pick like flying and started digging quickly.
With his current physical fitness, even if he digs continuously for an hour or two, it will be easy.
Soon after unearthing 3 sapphires, he unearthed some crystal-like ore.
You got quartz or times 2? Quartz mine.
Chin Pingon doesn't know much about minerals, but he probably knows. Quartz ore is generally associated with other mineral resources.
Sure enough, not long after, he
had a discovery, and some black ore emerged.
Iron ore. Finally found. He was overjoyed.
Quickly let the pigs come over and dig together, and quickly expand the mine. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that this was a vein of iron ore.
Abundant reserves.
However, Chin Ping felt that it might not be because of his luck. It is the underground of a different world, which is extremely rich in mineral resources.
He only dug a few hundred meters. Just dug out the iron ore. If it is thousands of meters deep, or even tens of thousands of meters deep, what precious ore can be dug? In an instant he was full of energy. Let the pigs collect iron ore while you dig down. The copper pick can no longer keep up with his speed. Simply make a furnace, smelt iron ore, and forge a refined iron pickaxe. With a flick. The rock is as fragile as sand, and the efficiency has been greatly improved. Digging down the iron ore.
Put a torch on one side to provide lighting. He estimated that when he dug almost 600 meters deep, the iron ore in front of him suddenly changed. From dark to silvery white, he almost thought he had dug silver ore.
But it's harder than iron ore. Chin Ping waved the pickaxe 30 or 40 times before digging out a piece. The surface is twinkling with stars, like a bright night sky.
You got meteorite ore times 1. It turned out to be meteorite ore. Meteorite comes from outside the sky, is extremely strong, and contains mysterious energy, but to forge it into equipment requires special skills. Hint, you need relevant blueprints to unlock meteorite props.
I knew it. Chin Pingon shrugged, no matter what. If you encounter it, you must not let it go.
So ding ding dang dang, after collecting all the meteorite ore, it was only a little over 20 yuan.
Very few. Ding.
Suddenly, he swung the pickaxe in his hand. A space of thousands of square meters appeared in front of my eyes.
A temple-like building. It suddenly appeared in the middle. P.S. Thank you all for the flowers. On a new day, Xianyu codewords are full of motivation. Asterisk. What is this dug up? Chen Ping was taken aback. Unexpectedly, there are man-made buildings underground?
Of course. It may also be built by other intelligent creatures.
The road to mining becomes Raiders of the Lost Ark in seconds. Chen Pingon took out the torch and illuminated the surroundings. Excited.
As we all know, such places usually hide good things.
In the distance, a dilapidated temple building stands in the middle. Dragon Kingdom Live. Originally, Chen Pingon's great mining business, the audience felt a little boring. Suddenly,
seeing such a ruin, countless people became excited instantly.
Wow, Mr. Chin Pingon actually discovered a ruin underground. Unbelievable, this is almost 1,000 meters deep underground. How did you dig it out? Why do you think so much about this different world? I think there must be something good in it. It may be dangerous, it's better to be cautious. The audience talked a lot, and the news spread quickly. Viewers from some other countries also flocked to the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room.
I didn't expect such a man-made ruin to exist thousands of meters deep underground.
It's simply amazing. Miss Bing Bing covered her mouth and exclaimed.
At this time, the Dragon Kingdom officials, countless experts and scholars, and experts in the field of archaeology were quickly summoned.
Study all aspects of the ruins in detail. Trying to find some clues.
Only Mr. Chin Pingon can dig so deep and find such a ruin.
I don't know what's inside. Wow expresses amazement.
If this happened on Blue Star, it might immediately shock the archaeological world. The existence of relics means that at least there were intelligent creatures in the different world in the past.
It seems that the different world is not as simple as we imagined. Maybe there are other civilizations in the wider outside world. Miller also opened his mouth to analyze. However, many netizens speculate that there may be dangers in the ruins. What do you think, Mr. Da?
Miss Bingbing saw the barrage posted by the audience, and asked Master Da. Da Yi has been surviving in the wild all year round, and has rich experience in all kinds of things, so he shook his head immediately. From the specific situation, the location of this ruin is close to 1,000 meters deep underground. It is impossible for ordinary creatures to survive in such an environment. I think if there is danger, maybe there are some organs in the ruins. But at this moment, in the ears of everyone in Long Kingdom, suddenly an indifferent voice came out. Dragon Kingdom players discovered the ruins, the underground temple. Triggered the temple trial in advance. After passing the trial, you will get rich rewards in the temple. If the trial fails, the previously obtained reward will be randomly deprived. When there is no reward to be deprived, a disaster will randomly erupt. Temple trial. The people of the entire Dragon Kingdom turned pale with fright. Once the trial fails, the reward will be randomly deprived once. Immediately afterwards, everyone was on the big screen in the live broadcast room. Saw an amazing scene. I saw the rock beside the temple suddenly cracked. A huge figure as tall as 2 or 3 floors suddenly appeared. 2 points of scarlet light instantly lit up from the head. Take a closer look. It turned out to be a giant made entirely of steel, and it was not ordinary steel. On the surface of its body, there are dots of light shining. All are made of extremely hard meteorite. Is this the guardian of the ruins? Across the screen, it seems that one can feel the power of terror, like a mountain, pressed on the hearts of all viewers. It's terrible, this is simply invincible. It's over, I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying guy guarding the ruins. This is too outrageous, such a big monster, I can only hit its knees when I jump up. The body is still made of steel, it's frantic, how can I beat it? Seeing this steel giant, the hearts of all the people of Dragon Kingdom suddenly turned cold. Although they have great confidence in Chen Pingan. But facing such a terrifying monster, they couldn't think of a way to defeat it. Even the Iron Man of the Lighthouse Country contestant will be smashed into a discus with one punch. This is not a monster that can be encountered at this stage at all. The atmosphere in the entire Longwa live broadcast room instantly became extremely dignified. The live broadcast rooms in countries such as Lighthouse Country were overjoyed. It's almost like New Year's Eve. Finally it's the Dragon Kingdom's turn to be unlucky. I bought cakes, such a terrifying giant, Dragon Kingdom is doomed to lose this time. With such a terrifying monster, it is impossible for players from all countries to compete against it. The Dragon Kingdom will soon be deprived of its rewards, and our Lighthouse Kingdom's opportunity has come. Beacon Country, the new commander-in-chief and his staff. There was a smile on his face. Champagne has even been whipped out, ready to celebrate. Everyone, Dragon Kingdom players are doomed this time, we can already celebrate ahead of time. Asterisk. Too bad, there is such a terrifying guardian in this ruin. In the Longwa live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing's face was as white as snow. The expression is extremely worried. Big brother Chen Pingan can defeat this guy? Wow swallowed, and for the first time there was uncertainty in his tone. The odds are too slim. Mila shook his head helplessly, the reminder has already made it very clear that Mr. Chen Pingan triggered the temple trial in advance, which means that this should not be a monster that appears at this stage at all. It should wait until the players from all countries are strong before they will appear. Miller sighed. Originally, this relic was buried thousands of meters deep underground, and no one could touch it. But I didn't expect to be dug out by Chen Pingan directly. Trigger early. It can only be said that Longwa's luck is too bad. Yeah, I think at this critical moment, we must know how to choose. Master Day also sat up nervously, quitting directly is the most correct choice. Even if you are deprived of a reward once, as long as Chen Pingan is still there, we will still be able to get the reward back in Longwa. The steel giant guarding the ruins is not easy to mess with at first sight.
That's right, just quit, Mr. Chen Pingon. Even if you are deprived of one reward, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it hurts so much, but as long as Mr. Chen Pingon is fine, I can accept it.
That's right, as long as Mr. Chen Pingon is alive, is there any reward?
The Dragon Country audience raised their hearts in their throats. Countless people felt that it was the most correct decision for him to give up.
Isn't it just being deprived of a reward? Even the Dragon Kingdom officials are ready for the rewards to disappear. They would rather not reward. I don't want anything to happen to Chen Pingon either.
This kind of cohesion of one mind has also shocked the people of many countries.
Everyone is waiting for Chen Pingon's decision. Different world. Temple trial?
Chen Pingon didn't expect that he just took a step forward. Immediately triggered the terrifying temple trial. At the same time, a countdown appeared in his mind. There are still 3 hours before the trial fails. After 3 hours, if he fails to obtain the reward from the temple, even if the trial fails, Longbo and himself will be randomly deprived of a reward. This is unacceptable to Chen Pingon. However, looking at the giant guarding in front of the temple, it far exceeds the enemies he has encountered before.
Guardian of the Ruins, Meteorite Giant.
Made of solid meteorite, invincible, guarding the temple, will destroy any enemy who dares to break in.
Warning, extremely dangerous, it is recommended to stay away immediately. Even the system issued a warning.
This is not an existence that he can contend with at this stage.
Up to 10 meters. It weighs at least dozens of tons. Invincible. All the elements put together are simply hopeless.
But Chen Pingon did not despair. The so-called miracle is not just turning the impossible into the possible.
Was it created by man? Today, he will create a miracle. Let's try to see if we can divert the tiger away from the mountain.
Chen Ping secretly said in his heart.
Walk cautiously towards the ruins of the temple.
The meteorite giant turned his head and stared at him. But still guarding outside the temple, motionless.
500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters.
When Chen Pingon approached, meters, the meteorite giant suddenly moved.
Boom!
The huge body stepped on the ground and strode towards Chen Pingon.
Chen Ping turned around in an instant and fled.
However, they found that the meteorite iron giant only chased after a few steps, and then returned to the outside of the temple again. The range of activities is within, meters of the temple. But the huge body of the meteorite giant blocked the entrance of the temple tightly. It's so outrageous, even mosquitoes can't fly in.
No opportunity at all.
Let's just give up. In the live broadcast room, the audience of Longwo watched in fear.
However, they suddenly discovered that
a confident smile appeared on the corner of Chen Ping's mouth. He stood 100 meters away from the meteorite giant, took out the iron pickaxe.
Bang 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 started digging at his feet. Laughed to death. Do you understand what a sandbox player is? Do you think I can only break through head-on? Here is Chen Pingon, a gold miner. You can dig under your house in 3 minutes. Let you see what a real home thief is.
He pointed in the direction and dug directly to the temple from a depth of tens
of meters underground. However, what I did not expect is, in the 20-meter area around the temple, all the rocks are shrouded in a shimmer. Contains mysterious energy. The pickaxe can't dig at all. Temple, do you think you are the first person who tried to steal my house? Asterisk. Never expected.
There is a layer of mysterious energy hanging around the temple. Except for the main entrance, there is no other place to enter at all.
House stealing plan. Directly killed.
Oh, I thought it was a success. It's so stable, it's even protected underground. I had the same idea as Mr. Chen Pingon. In the Blue Star live broadcast room, the audience in Longwa sighed. It seems that the designer of the temple has long thought of the threat from the underground.
What a pity. Miss Bingbing was a little frustrated. It seems that I can only choose to give up.
But at this moment, Mila suddenly looked at the screen.
No, he hasn't chosen to give up yet. Different world. Chin Pingon didn't expect either.
There is actually a layer of energy protection around the temple. Maybe a more advanced pickaxe can dig it out, but an iron pickaxe definitely won't work.
And the rest of the time?
Not enough for him to continue looking for materials to make new pickaxes.
But he's not one to give up easily. Soon there was an idea in my mind again.
He turned back again, and was more than 80 meters underground from the temple.
Swing the pickaxe and start digging fast. Not up, but down. Big boulders floated out one by one and were put into his backpack by him. Directly following the 4x4 specification. Dig all the way down. 100 meters. 200 meters. 500 meters. It took an hour and a half.
He dug more than 500 meters. Over 8,000 large boulders were dug out, along with various other ores.
Just a box for stones. Made 10 of them. A 500-meter deep, vertically downward burrow. Impressively formed. What is the concept of 500 meters? It's as high as a 150-story building.
Immediately afterwards, he dug the area close to the ground, leaving only a layer of large rocks.
Back to the ground.
The meteor iron giant still stayed close, guarding the temple.
It's like a huge statue.
A fire was built, and 2 pieces of meat were roasted.
Take a few more sips of water. Eat, drink, and be energetic.
Chin Ping strode towards the temple, ready to make the final attempt. More than 2 hours have passed.
Only this chance. Boom! As he approaches, the meteor iron giant moved again, walking towards him.
Every time the huge body falls, the ground trembles slightly.
Chin Ping stepped back steadily. Seduce the meteor iron giant.
The meteor iron giant is not fast, but each step can span nearly 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, he came to Chin Pingen.
The huge iron fist raised like a battering ram. Make a shrill roar. Click.
However, at this moment, the ground under the giant's feet
suddenly crack.
Cracks appeared on the hard rock, and before the meteorite giant could react.
Boom! A loud bang. Its huge body instantly broke through the ground and fell down. Where it stood.
It happened to be the 500-meter hole dug by Chin Pingon.
A 1-meter-thick rock can fully bear Chin Pingon's weight.
However, for a meteorite giant of tens of tons,
it's as thin as a piece of paper. This is Chin Ping's plan.
Since there is no way to steal the house,
then I'll just dig a hole and bury you. Boom!
A terrifying loud noise came from the bottom of the cave, and even the ground shook violently.
You're not dead yet? Chin Ping looked down. But he was shocked to find that the meteor iron giant was unscathed.
The ground was smashed into a meteorite-like crater, and it stood in the middle.
Across 500 meters, staring at Chin Pingon. Whoa! Next second, it inserted its arms directly into the rock, digging out big holes. Quickly climbed up towards the ground. Outrageous, this is too hard. Chin Pingon's scalp was numb. Without even thinking about it, an unprecedented speed broke out. Rush towards the temple. Rumble. The ground kept shaking.
Chin Pingon rushed into the main gate of the temple.
The space inside is not big, there is only one altar. There is a golden box. His eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the box quickly.
However, at this moment, a big steel hand suddenly stretched out from the ground.
Hold on to the ground. The huge body of the meteor iron giant jumped out of the ground. After discovering that Chin Pingon had entered the temple, a dazzling scarlet light erupted in his eyes instantly. Boom! It rushed quickly to the temple. The ground exploded wherever it passed.
At this time, Chin Pingon finally touched the golden treasure chest. A few clusters of brilliance appeared, and he grabbed them.
You have obtained a legendary blueprint.
You got meteorite or times 100. You have obtained a legendary item, falling heart from heaven. A system prompt appears. Whoa! But the next second, the roof of the temple was thrown violently. The meteor iron giant carries a terrifying power. Slap him down. There is no way to avoid it. P.S. Thank you Chin Shinming Xinyuezhiling for your great reward. Asterisk. It's over. Get out of the way. On Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. I don't know how many audience members screamed at this moment with cold hands and feet. Even the faces of the hosts in the live broadcast room were pale, and cruel, and bloody images even appeared in their hearts. And in Lighthouse Country, the Grand Commander and his staff, they are already laughing and toasting each other with champagne. In their view, Chin Ping'an is dead. It's useless when God comes. However, after drinking a glass of wine, they didn't hear the prompt. Take a closer look. In the ruins temple, the huge meteorite iron giant leaned forward, with one hand poking into the temple. The fingertips are only a few centimeters away from Chin Ping'an. However, at this critical moment, the scarlet light in its eyes suddenly went out. Turned into a static statue. Dragon Kingdom players pass the temple trial and get rewards in the treasure chest. Since Dragon Kingdom players completed the temple trial ahead of schedule, additional rewards will be added to Dragon Kingdom. Longwa obtained the legendary mineral meteorite iron ore, and the metal quality of the smelting industry increased by 20%. I hope that the players from the Dragon Kingdom will continue to work hard, and I also hope that players from other countries will continue to work hard. Cold and indifferent voice. Not only did it ring in the ears of every player in the different world, but it also rang in the ears of everyone in Blue Star. World announcement. It's another world announcement. Originally, there will be no world announcement for clearing the temple trial. But because Chin Ping'an triggered it in advance and passed the test. That's why even Dragon Kingdom added rewards for this. Fuck. It scared me to death, it's so frighteningly dangerous. My God, it's unbelievable, it's a miracle. It's only a few centimeters away, just a few centimeters away. It can't be done, Susha Joshinpil, my little heart can't take it anymore. The Longwa live broadcast room seemed to be dropped with a depth bomb. At this moment, everyone felt what it means to go from hell to heaven. It's so frightening. So exciting. Countless hearts are beating wildly. Haven't recovered yet. I won't say much else, okay, Mr. Chin Ping'an, you will always be a god. Big brother Chin Ping'an, I don't accept any rebuttals. Bull beep. What is impossible? In Chin Ping'an's dictionary, there is no such word as impossible. Immediately afterwards, countless barrages floated past, expressing the excitement of the Dragon Country audience. I bought cakes, this is impossible. My God, this is nothing short of a miracle. Dragon Kingdom player, a man like a god. Even in the Longwa live broadcast room, those foreign audiences who poured in. I was also stunned by this scene. Countless people were even fancied on the spot, and they adored Chin Ping'an. Everyone thought it was impossible. When I thought that the Dragon Kingdom players would die, Chin Ping'an told everyone with facts. There is nothing. Is impossible. Fuck, why is this happening? Lighthouse Country White House. The wine glass in the commander's hand slipped quietly and shattered into pieces. Everyone seemed to have been immobilized in frozen place. Why, just a little bit, obviously a little bit. The commander-in-chief was extremely unwilling and shouted loudly. He knew that the players from the Lighthouse Country had already opened up a huge gap by the players from the Dragon Country. It is basically impossible to win by normal means. So put all your hopes on this trial. As long as the Dragon Country player dies, the rest will be the world of the Lighthouse Country. But rather, just a few centimeters off. Not only did Longwa players survive, but they also allowed Longwa to get rewards again. For Dragon Kingdom, it's hell to heaven.
But for Lighthouse Nation, it's heaven to hell. Puff. Out of breath, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell down on his head. Great Commander! Great Commander! It's not good, the Commander-in-Chief vomited blood. Hurry up and call the doctor, and inform the Deputy Commander. The staff were scared out of their wits, and the whole White House was in a panic. In the end, like the Queen of the Sunset Country, the leader of the Lighthouse Country was also sent to the ICU ward. Chen Pingon himself didn't know. Even in a different world, he almost got the double kill achievement. When the news came out, countries all over the world were in an uproar. Chen Pingon's name resounded throughout Blue Star again. P.S. Thank you Chen Xinming Xinyuezhiling for your great reward. Asterisk. Ha, Nyobi, the leader of the Lighthouse National University is vomiting blood. It's all old news for you. The latest news is that the person has entered the ICU, and the family members are in a stable mood. Ha, grab the bamboo shoots. The Dragon Kingdom audience couldn't straighten up laughing. At the same time, I am extremely proud. Did you see? This is what happens when you fight against Mr. Chen Pingon. Oh my god, it's so thrilling, my heart almost jumped out. In the live broadcast room, Miss Bing Bing's eyes were red, and she patted her chest hard. She almost ignored her image just now and almost cried. Nyobi, it's so awesome, I don't know how to use other adjectives anymore. Wow turned into a repeating machine, kept feeling. Everyone can't imagine that Mr. Chen Pingon can create a miracle, pass the customs test, and bring our Dragon Kingdom to come again. The metal quality of the smelting industry plus 20% is simply amazing. It is enough to make the national fortune of our Dragon Kingdom skyrocket. Neela smiled and suddenly wanted to cry. It is because of countless people like Chen Pingon that the Dragon Kingdom can prosper. Come to this height today. That's right, I also know a little bit about smelting, not to mention 20%, even 1% is a great improvement. Some metal materials that were not up to standard can be transformed into high-quality materials in a blink of an eye, and the resources saved are immeasurable. Dai also explained, and some high-tech industries, such as aerospace, high-speed rail, etc., have extremely demanding requirements for metal materials. If they increase by 20%, they can reach another height and lead the entire Blue Star. I just don't know what meteorite or refers to. At the end, he said suspiciously. Legendary resources must not be ordinary minerals. Miller said firmly. I didn't expect the progress of the smelting industry to have such a big improvement. I didn't know it before. Heavy industry is the backbone of the country, and metal is the top priority. I have a friend who majors in metal materials at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It is said that the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences is now crazy about it. The friend monster is here again, tell me honestly upstairs, is the friend you mentioned really yourself? The audience in Longwei talked a lot, and suddenly, some audience shouted. Oh my god, I saw a shooting star. I saw it too. Dragon Kingdom official. In front of the majestic old man, the secretary is reporting. A meteor that suddenly appeared in the atmosphere was detected and is falling towards the northwest region of our country. Immediately send troops to block, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Instinctively, the old man felt. That meteorite is the meteorite in the reward announcement. Ordered immediately. Boom. Soon, the meteorite fell in an uninhabited area in the northwest. Immediately afterwards, the heavily armed Dragon Kingdom army completely sealed off the surrounding area. Not a single bird can fly in. After the expert team organized by the Dragon Kingdom arrived, they were shocked to find that the place where the meteorite fell. A brand new vein has appeared. The surface of the excavated silver-white ore is dotted with dots, like a sky full of stars. It is exactly the same as the meteorite mine that Chen Pingon discovered in another world. Further testing. Countless experts kept their mouths shut throughout. Extremely strong, high temperature and low temperature resistance, acid and corrosion resistance, the size of a palm weighs hundreds of kilograms. The tools created are almost indestructible. And as an additive, it can improve the quality of other metals several times, even dozens of times. It can be said that this is completely the metal that only exists in legends. As long as a small piece, it can be sold at a sky-high price in Blue Star and Longwa. On a whole vein of mines. Different world. Temple ruins. Call.
Chen Pingan let out a long breath, but also felt lingering fear. This was almost the closest he was to death, but the harvest was huge.
Legendary drawings. Legendary items.
He had never heard of it before, so one can imagine that it must be extremely precious. Since he completed the task ahead of time, it can even be said that this is not an item level that he can access at this stage. The meteorite giant has turned into a statue. After Qin Ping left the temple cautiously. Just check your own gains. Desolate Star Halberd Blueprint, legendary level. It can forge a legendary weapon, the Great Desolate Star Halberd. Heavily meteorite heart, the core of meteorite ore, placing it next to ordinary iron ore can gradually transform iron ore into meteorite ore. P.S. Thank you Qin Xinming Xinyue Jiling for your big reward again, Xian Yu loves you, hee asterisk. Great Desolate Star Halberd. Legendary weapons. Chen Ping'an was shocked. Judging from the description alone, this is definitely an extremely powerful weapon. Look at the material again. 10 meteorite blocks are needed. Exactly 100 meteorites. And Chen Ping only has more than 20 on him. If it weren't for the treasure chest that just opened 100. Even if you get blueprints, you can't make them. Chen Pingan even suspected that there were only these 20 meteorite mines in this area. He guessed. These meteorites may be caused by the power leak from the outer meteorite core, and most of the meteorites were destroyed by the owner of the temple. Created the meteor iron giant in front of you. Dozens of tons. If all are made of meteorites. Chen Pingan couldn't think of any creature that could compete with this meteorite giant. But more likely. Even this meteorite giant has only a layer of meteorite on its surface. After all, a piece of meteoric iron ore weighs hundreds of kilograms, and it weighs heavily in his hand. To build a meteorite giant, there must be thousands or even tens of thousands of tons. If you stomp your feet lightly, the ground might tremble. Smelt, smelt. Chen Pingan's heart was hot. Make a furnace on the spot and start smelting meteorite ore. After an hour, the first piece of meteorite was smelted. Fortunately, he doesn't have many other things, only rocks. Directly made more than a dozen furnaces, each melting a piece. What he didn't know was, this is only under the power of the system to smelt so fast. If other methods are adopted, at least it will take 10 days and a half months before it starts to melt. And a piece of meteorite weighs almost a ton. System, could it be that after I forged the Great Desolate Star Halberd, I couldn't hold it? Chen Pingan began to worry. Legendary weapons are bound to the user, and cannot be used by anyone except the user, so don't worry. The system returns. That's good. Chen Pingan nodded. Looking at a pile of silvery white pieces of meteorite, dotted with stars-like brilliance on the surface, I meditate in my heart. In an instant, a mass of white light was enveloped far larger than any of his previous forgings. In the white light, the meteorite melted rapidly. Streams of mysterious power overflowing. Please ask the host to drip blood to bind. The system notification sound suddenly appeared. Chen Pingan did not hesitate. Biting his finger, a drop of bright red blood flew into the white light. Hum. Next second. Ripples rippled through the air. The white light dissipated. A long halberd about 3 meters long, engraved with countless clouds and thunder patterns on the surface. It suddenly appeared in front of him. There is a sharp halberd tip in the middle, and half-moon-shaped halberd blades at each end. From time to time a star-like brilliance. Glittering from above. Mysterious. Powerful. Profound. At a glance, what Chen Pingan seemed to see was not a halberd, but a falling meteor. Reach out and hold. The touch of blood connection came. Cold and comfortable, neither heavy nor light, just right.
However, Qin Ping just hit the ground lightly with the tail of the halberd, and cracks suddenly appeared. You can see the horror of its weight. Great Desolate Star Halberd, legendary. Characteristics: sharp, strong, and evil. Skill: Star Calling, consumes spiritual power, can summon an extraterrestrial meteorite to attack the enemy. The power is related to the consumed spiritual power. Description: it is said that in the wilderness, there is a star falling from the sky. Take the essence of the star, forge weapons, and summon the power of the stars for your own use. Can actually summon meteorites? Chen Pingon was extremely shocked. Is this a legendary weapon? Too strong. However, system, what is spiritual power? He asked. Spiritual power is the original power of every creature, but only the life after the first transformation can use spiritual power freely. The system explained. In other words, I actually have spiritual power in my body. The corner of Qin Ping's mouth outlined a smile. I can already imagine that when he summoned the meteorite. Others looked shocked. It is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Qin Ping put the Great Wild Star halberd into his backpack. Satisfied. This mining can be said to be a super bumper harvest. Going up the mine, the pigs are still digging diligently. The iron ore dug out has filled a box. Qin Pingon smelted directly to get iron nuggets. Then made a new set of refined iron armor. Whether it is durability or defense. All above the brass armor. Of course, the style is still in the same line, and it looks quite mighty and domineering. Grown-ups. On the ground, night has fallen. Mieko stood respectfully at the entrance of the cave, bowing to salute her. The eyes are extremely hot. It can be seen from the armor that Qin Ping's strength has become stronger. Chen Pingon nodded to her. In fact, arranging her to guard the entrance of the cave is a kind of test. If she has any deviations, don't miss this opportunity. But now it seems that she has initially passed the test. P.S. Humble little salted fish, ask for flowers and tickets again. Asterisk. Night falls. This is the third night for players from various countries in a different world. Destined not to be peaceful. Qin Pingon stood on the second floor of the castle, overlooking the camp. After a day of collection, players from various countries used branches, stones, etc. A fence was built outside the camp. The purpose is to fend off the oncoming zombie marauders. The entire camp was silent, and everyone was waiting. Correct. Qin Ping suddenly remembered. There are 300-year-old vermilion fruits in my backpack. I was patronizing mining before, and I almost forgot. Immediately take it out of the backpack, the three pieces are like works of art. The crystal-clear vermilion fruit immediately appeared in his hand. The alluring fragrance permeates. Float to a distant camp. What is the taste? Smell good. Fuck. Players from various countries in the camp looked for it and found that it was from Chen Pingon. Immediately, there was no more resentment in his eyes. It is also the survival of the national games, why the style of the players of the Dragon Kingdom. It's so different from us. The gap between people is too big. Ha, look at the players from other countries, their expressions are so speechless. I would be speechless, Mr. Chen Pingon is simply too strong. I don't know what the 100-year-old vermilion fruit tastes like, but I really want to eat it too. Upstairs, there is everything in the dream. Blue Star, the audience in Longwa's live broadcast room immediately cheered up when they saw this scene. And in another world, Qin Ping stuffed a 100-year-old red fruit into his mouth. The pulp is sweet and sour, and the taste is quite good. Boom! In the next second, a surge of heat rose from the abdomen, rapidly strengthening his body. Soon, a century-old vermilion fruit was completely digested by him. And his strength has once again been greatly improved. Strike while the iron was hot, he threw the remaining two into his mouth at the same time. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the void. I'm getting stronger. Chen Ping pressed hard, and a deep handprint suddenly appeared on the stone next to it. This time, he really can kill with a snap of his fingers. Mieko stood behind him with shock in her eyes, which then turned into admiration. Coming. At this time, Chen Ping raised his head. Whispered to himself. SHHHHHH. As soon as the voice fell, countless meteors appeared from the horizon, falling towards the camp. But everyone knows. It's not a shooting star, it's a zombie. Blue star. Many countries suddenly became tense, and countless citizens were worried, watching the live broadcast. In the attack last night, players from more than a dozen countries were killed. How many people will die tonight? However, there are also countries that are very easy. Apart from the Dragon Country, it is the Lighthouse Country. John Sun has been promoted to 3 levels during the day, and he will definitely shine tonight. That's right, those zombies are not John's opponents at all. We must seize the time to upgrade, so that we can surpass the players of Dragon Kingdom. The people of Beacon Country are discussing one after another, and they have full confidence in John News. John News is also full of expectations in his heart. During the day, he ate the little black sheep and went straight up to 3 levels. Now gear up and wait for the zombies to come to your door. Then upgrade like crazy. Just wait, I will surpass you soon. He looked at Chen Ping'an and gritted his teeth with hatred. He has always been proud of his identity as a lighthouse country, but he was suppressed by Chen Ping'an everywhere in the different world. And the player from Sakura Country who was originally his little brother turned around and became Chen Ping'an's maid. New and old hatred. If you endure it any longer, you will become a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Ho ho! The roar of zombies sounded one after another, and zombie looters appeared one after another outside the camp. Photographed into a neat queue, it is completely an army. The number is hundreds or thousands, extremely terrifying. And among them, there are several raider leaders riding zombie horses. And a marauder wizard with a staff. There are so many boss monsters, how do you fight me now? John Sun looked at Chen Ping'an. But suddenly found that he raised a weapon that he had never seen before. In the dark night, exudes the brilliance of stars. Castle. Standing on the balcony, watching the marauder army below. A sneer appeared on the corner of Chen Ping's mouth. Just right. I will use you to start the battle for the Great Desolate Star Halberd. He took out the Great Desolate Star Halberd from his backpack, held it tightly, and instantly activated the star calling ability. The spiritual power hidden in the body continuously poured into the Great Desolation Star Halberd. The brilliance emitted by the Star Halberd became more and more dazzling, and suddenly turned into a beam of light. Soar to the sky. Piercing into the bright night sky, it seems to communicate the power of the stars. This caught everyone's attention. In the next second, in the shocked eyes of countless people. In the beam of light, a meteorite suddenly appeared, rubbing against the air. Pull out the long tail flame. Chen Ping pointed at the halberd, and instantly fell towards the looter's army. Have you ever seen a halberd technique that drops from the sky? P.S. Thank you Chen 123 Wangdi for the reward. Asterisk. List testimonials, 8 o'clock tonight, please subscribe, ask for automatic subscription. It's finally on the shelves. Xianyu is really nervous in his heart. After all, he has always been a slut. This book is the best book I have achieved so far. This is all thanks to the support of the readers, the daily flowers, comments, and rewards. Salted Fish is grateful for this. It took 10 days for this book to hit the shelves, which is neither fast nor slow in Feilu. To be honest, before this, Xianyu was just a real salted fish with per day. Thanks to everyone's support, it has the motivation to grow every day and present a wonderful story for everyone. Having said that, here comes the point. Subscription, still subscribe. Subscription is the lifeblood of an author, especially in Feilu, so Xianyu is begging readers who are reading books here, click a wave of subscriptions, it would be better if you can subscribe automatically, laughs. Writing a book is actually not as easy as I imagined.
I have to sit in front of the computer for several hours a day, basically have no interpersonal relationship, rack my brains to think about the plot, and ensure the speed of coding. Every time Xianyu takes a bath, his hair it's a big one, and it is estimated that it will become the hairstyle of a strong man soon. And sometimes, Calvin wished he could smash the computer keyboard, and the negative energy would be overwhelming. But at this time, it was everyone's encouragement that made Xianyu cheer up again. Every flower, every evaluation vote, monthly ticket, and every reward you voted for, Xianyu remembered in his heart and gave Xianyu great motivation for fish. A book is not only the book of the author, but also the book of the readers. Without the support of the readers, it is difficult for Xianyu to maintain the speed of the day, let alone start coding with full energy in a new day, trying to present a good story for everyone. Therefore, I hope that everyone can continue to support Xianyu after it is put on the shelves. Xianyu guarantees that the following plots will become more and more exciting. The journey to another world, Qinping's journey, has just begun, and there will be an even more explosive world and a stronger world behind. Strange Beast, even better rewards. The current data of this book is not bad, with 2,000 collections, flowers, more than, evaluation votes, not as good as the best, but Xianyu is already very satisfied, but the next step is the real testing time, the data very good, as a result, there are quite a few books on the shelves, and I hope Xianyu will not be the next one. Having said so much, let's talk about the update. Because it has never been listed on Feilu, the salted fish is also a newcomer, so it is a conservative estimate. The minimum guarantee is, on the shelves. If the brothers work hard, the salted fish will have to code all night. If there are, orders, it will be, every day in the future. If it can be 1,000, it will be more than, a day, the salted fish with handicapped hands, this is already the limit, woo. If it can exceed, not much to say, Xianyu will go all out to explode. Although it is unlikely, but the dream is still there. I hope everyone can support it a lot. With one of your subscriptions, Xianyu will be happy all day long. I hope readers are in good health and everything goes well, Salted Fish loves you. At last. Ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for reward, ask for flower monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, and various data. Ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for reward, ask for flower monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, and various data. Ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for reward, ask for flower monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, and various data. Asterisk. Great Desolate Starfall. Qinping raised the Great Desolation Star halberd, pointing at the Marauder Legion. Meteorites guided by beams of light. Also change direction accordingly. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying bang. The shock wave sweeps. Smoke and dust. Earthquake. Players from all over the world panicked in the camp, and some even fell to the ground in fright. What happened? Looks like a meteorite fell? Are you kidding? In the face of this kind of power that can be called a natural disaster, everyone feels incomparable fear. Even despair. At this time, outside of Blue Star, audiences from other countries. They were also stunned, their mouths opened enough to swallow a large apple. I bought cakes, I read it right. Meteorite, a meteorite has fallen. Fact, this is exaggerated. Since they only have the perspective of their own players, most people still not sure what happened. All I could see was a terrifying meteorite falling from the sky. Only Longgua's live broadcast room. There was a sudden silence. I think I saw the meteorite summoned by Mr. Chen Pingan. After several seconds, a barrage floated weakly. The tone is very uncertain. Because of this situation, it has completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Yes, I saw it too. It seems to be summoned by Mr. Chen Pingan. What does it look like? It definitely is. Fuck. I'm getting goosebumps all over my body. In an instant, countless barrages erupted, and everyone was expressing their inner shock. Call meteor? Is this really something humans can do? In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing's eyes also widened, her small mouth was slightly opened, red. It looks quite cute.
Teachers, am I hallucinating?
I saw Mr. Chen Ping summoned a meteorite and smashed it down, she said in a daze.
What hallucinations, this is the truth. Damn it! Chen Ping'an is awesome. Wow Wow jumped up from the spot,
roaring excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. It's that weapon, that's the reward you get in the temple after passing the trial.
Mealy's eyes fell on the great desolate star halberd, and he said in shock.
He always thought he was a rational person.
But when he saw that even the meteorite was summoned, he finally stopped in Bungbu.
Wealth and wealth are sought in danger, no wonder the ruins of the temple are so dangerous. It turns out that there are such powerful weapons hidden, it is simply unbelievable.
Ah, God bless my dragon kingdom, invincible, awesome. Lord De let out a hearty laugh.
Different world. The smoke gradually dissipated.
However, what appeared in front of players from all over the world and countless people all over the world?
Not the vicious Marauder Legion.
It's a terrifying crater.
There are cobweb-like cracks from the ground to
one of the melting pits. There is a lava-like substance flowing inside.
There are potholes all around, as if it has been bombed.
There are broken limbs everywhere.
Originally densely packed and neatly arranged zombie looters.
In the blink of an eye, he became a defeated soldier.
It looks extremely miserable. And the one located in the central area of the meteorite impact point has no bones left. The Great Desolation Starfall directly destroyed the raiding raider army.
You killed the raider leader. You killed the looter wizard. You killed the looters.
The system prompts appear like swiping the screen. Chen Ping stretched out his hand and scratched his head.
This wave is a loss.
The place he aimed at happened to be the most looters. It is also the place where boss monsters gather. Who knew that when a meteorite came down, it even made a big hole in the ground? The zombies that landed directly turned into dregs. Even the corpses were blasted away.
No matter how powerful the system is,
there is no way to collect resources from a pile of ashes.
Although zombies can only burst out rotten flesh.
But it is also a valuable fertilizer. Chen Ping'an felt very heartbroken, as if he had lost, million rounded up. At this time in the camp, Beacon Country contestant John Sun was stunned.
Who am I? Where am I? There are so many zombies in front of me, so many boss monsters. Why haven't I made a move yet? They all fell down?
Why did a meteorite suddenly fall down?
Is it him?
Johnson looked at Chen Ping'an, then shook his head frantically in his heart.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's just a coincidence, yes, it's a coincidence. He absolutely does not believe it.
There are still people in this world who can summon meteorite attacks.
This is simply outrageous.
Looking at the surviving zombies with missing arms and legs wandering on the edge of the crater, his tears are about to flow down.
It was agreed to kill the quartet tonight and upgrade like crazy. There are only a few zombies left. Tooth gaps are not enough.
Players from various countries in the camp rushed out in mighty force. Directly drowned the remaining zombies.
Why did the meteorite suddenly fall?
This should be a good opportunity for our Beacon Country players to upgrade, so it's gone.
Why do I feel that this meteorite does not appear naturally?
I was in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, and they all said it was summoned by Dragon Kingdom players. It must be a lie, no one can summon meteorites except God.
Yes, it must be just a coincidence.
The people of Longwa are too inflated, dare to say such a thing. Does he think their players are gods?
The audience in the Lighthouse Country talked a lot.
I don't believe that this meteorite was summoned by Dragon Kingdom players. Longwei is too despicable to come up with such a way to put gold on his own player's face. The leader of the Lighthouse National University entered the ICU, and the deputy leader who replaced him sneered. We must not let them succeed, order them down, let the people of the Big Stick Kingdom discuss them.
Yes.
Take advantage of the tickets. In a few minutes, the decree was issued from the H-Tower country to the official of the Big Stick country.
As another good dog of
Lighthouse country, Big Stick country naturally followed suit immediately.
Big Stick Country Live.
The artificial beauty host suddenly put on a show and exclaimed, "Dear viewers, I just received the latest news. This meteorite was actually summoned by our players from the Big Stick country.
My God, it's unbelievable.
Wow, I didn't expect it to be like this. The meteorite was summoned by our players from the Big Stick country. Other guests from the Big Stick country live broadcast room
have been notified.
They all pretended to be shocked and cooperated with her performance.
We still have evidence, all viewers, please see."
It can be said that Big Stick country is extremely professional in cheating. The host of the artificial beauty clicked on the big screen. On the top is the new contestant of the Big Stick country, a young man with a gloomy expression. I saw that before the meteorite landed, he accidentally raised his hand. That's right, this gesture of raising your hand is the summoning ceremony. This proves that this meteorite was actually summoned by our players from the Big Stick country. The beautiful host said solemnly. Oh my God, I didn't expect this meteorite to be summoned by our Big Stick kingdom. Ah, I knew that our Big Stick country is the strongest. The players from the Dragon country are completely vulnerable to our Big Stick country. It's ridiculous. Dragon Kingdom also said that this meteorite was summoned by their players. That's right, the despicable Dragon Kingdom people will only steal things from our Big Stick kingdom. Our Big Stick kingdom summoned meteorites and saved so many countries, we should be rewarded by them.
That's right. It's in the live broadcast room of the Big Stick country, countless viewers of the Big Stick country had an orgasm in an instant.
Under the misleading of the host, they all thought that this meteorite was summoned by their own players.
Instantly became extremely inflated. Some people even proposed to collect remuneration from other countries.
Many people even went to live broadcast rooms in other countries to publicize the achievements of their great baseball players.
For a time,
the whole Big Stick country was in an atmosphere of frenzy. It seems that the kingdom of the Big Stick will become a god-level civilization, and it is just around the corner. For the voices of other countries, but turn a deaf ear, in their opinion.
These countries are jealous of them.
Fuck.
How shameless.
These sticks from Big Stick country are disgusting. Obviously everything is stolen from our Dragon Kingdom, yet they still say that our Dragon Kingdom stole them. He also said that the meteorite was summoned by players from their country. It really pissed me off. Don't piss and take a picture. What kind of a player is their player? Maid, I had some sympathy for them at first, but now I just hope that this country will be destroyed quickly. In the Longwa live broadcast room, countless viewers who heard the news.
All lungs exploded.
All of them could see clearly. That meteorite was obviously summoned by Chin Pingon. It turned out that the Big Stick country was so shameless.
Open your eyes and talk nonsense.
He insisted that the meteorite was summoned by their players, and even deceived the people of his own country. If the anger can become a ready-made flame, then the anger of the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Big Stick Kingdom has been burned to ashes long ago. How could they do this? It's obviously a meteorite summoned by Mr. Chen Pingon. In the Longwa live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing was so angry that she had a new understanding of the shamelessness of the Big Stick Kingdom.
Maid, this is simply talking nonsense with open eyes. What kind of evidence is there? Raising your hand can be regarded as evidence?
Wow was even more furious. He rolled up his sleeves, wishing he could run along the network cable and beat up those audiences in
the Big Stick country. The so-called evidence of the Big Stick. What a joke.
It seems that Mr. Chen Pingon hasn't given them enough lessons, but black is black, white is white, and the truth will always come to light.
Don't look at the Big Stick and the country is lame. There is a crying eye behind him.
Neela said coldly, with a cold tone.
That's right, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. The national characteristics of the Big Stick country are like this.
They plagiarize things from other countries and say they belong to them.
It's like a group of clowns. We don't have to be angry with clowns at all, can't do it. Dai said, we just need to watch quietly, watch him build a tall building, watch him entertain guests, and finally watch his building collapse. That's right, a bunch of clowns, not worth mentioning at all. With so many countries in Blue Star, no one believes what they say except Big Stick Country itself. It's pathetic, just let them have fun. Well said, watch him entertain guests, watch his building collapse. The audience in Dragon Country also calmed down one after another. Blue Star has more than 200 countries. Everyone has eyes, so it is naturally impossible to believe the nonsense of the Big Stick Kingdom. Everyone's eyes seem to be watching a clown performing. But in the Dragon Kingdom official, the majestic old man was very angry. Immediately issue the highest warning to the Big Stick Nation, and impose economic and resource sanctions. If we do not repent, our Dragon Nation will not rule out military sanctions. His voice is decisive and unquestionable. Usually, it is fine for the Big Stick Kingdom to steal the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, but now he dares to pass off the achievements of the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom as his own. This immediately offended the Nilin of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Qin Ping fought in another world for his own sake, but his honor was stolen by the Big Stick Kingdom. This is absolutely not allowed. Heroes of the Dragon Kingdom shall not be desecrated. Dragons have inverse scales, touch them and die. Yes. The secretary takes the lead. Soon, the entire Dragon Nation issued an ultimatum to the Big Stick Nation, which frightened the entire Big Stick Nation government. You must know that many materials in the Big Stick Country are imported from the Dragon Country. Once the Dragon Kingdom imposes sanctions on them, the Big Stick Kingdom can't even afford kimchi. Not to mention that the army of the Dragon Kingdom is fully armed and heading to the border, showing unprecedented determination. Moment. Big Stick Country Second Council immediately fired all the hosts and guests in the live broadcast room, saying that they were talking nonsense. It has nothing to do with the Big Stick Country. As for the meteorite was summoned by the players from the Big Stick Country, I dare not even mention it. It was like a duck that kept quacking, its neck was directly pinched. The Dragon Country audience felt extremely relieved and laughed. Sure enough, it was to watch him build a tall building and see his building collapse. The international situation is changing again, but Qin Pingon in another world seems extremely calm. As the zombies were wiped out, an indifferent voice emerged. Congratulations to players from all over the world, you have successfully repelled the second wave of zombie raiders. The Marauder Legion will not give up, and is preparing for the final attack. Marauder Warlord has awakened from a deep sleep. After this raider event ends, players from various countries will receive rewards based on their contributions. I hope players from all over the world will continue to work hard. In an instant, like a thunderbolt, it exploded in everyone's ears. Reward. The eyes of the contestants from all over the world were all red. It has been 2 or 3 days since I came to the different world. Except for the contestants from Longwahao and Lighthouse Country. Not only did other countries not receive rewards, but many suffered terrible disasters. Right now, finally, it's their turn to be rewarded. In particular, John News of the Lighthouse Country has made up his mind. Be sure to beat the boss looter warlord before Qin Pingon. He summoned his younger brother again and began to discuss secretly. I'm tired, why don't you go to sleep first? Chen Cheng squatted on the balcony of the castle, and yawned lightly. Using the Great Desolate Star Halberd to summon meteorites consumed a lot of spiritual power, and even he felt a little tired. He put the Great Wild Star Halberd into his backpack, walked into his room. A cloudless look. When it's over, take the clothes and go, and hide the merit in fame deeply. And behind him, Mieko's eyes were burning, and this sentence suddenly appeared in her heart. This is the real hero. This is the real powerhouse. She felt a shudder all over her body, and couldn't help but want to kneel at Qin Pingon's feet to express her surrender. Worship the strong. Gold is the gene engraved in the bones of the people of Sakura. At this moment, Qin Pingon's strength completely conquered him. Although Qin Pingon just handed her an apple for her dinner, she was extremely happy. Walk gently up the stairs to the first floor.
Here Chin Pingan separated a room for her alone. There is also a fire pit inside. He also stacked a few wooden blocks to make her bed. On weekdays, Mieko lives in a villa in Sakura country. The fluffy big bed takes up half of the room. But at this moment, sleeping on a block and biting a juicy apple, she's enjoying it. Showing a sweet smile. It seems that my lord, no, the master is also a very gentle person. I don't know if it's the light of the fire. Or she thought of something, and her cheeks turned red. Gradually fell asleep. And outside, in the live broadcast room of Sakura country. It was also cheering. It's a great progress this time. Mieko from Sakura country has successfully followed the players from Dragon country. As long as she can follow the Dragon country players, Mieko will be extremely safe, and our Sakura country will also become the closest affiliated civilization of the god-level civilization in the future. The host shouted excitedly. As expected, Mieko's charm is unstoppable. Come on, Mieko, you are the pride of our Sakura country. That's right, only someone like Master Chin Pingan is qualified to make Mieko a maid. Whoa. The people of Sakura country are also very active. Not only did she not feel ashamed about Mieko being a maidservant, but she felt very honored. In the culture of Sakura country, serving the strong is a matter of course, and even the Prime Minister of Sakura country couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Gentlemen, as long as Mieko closely follows the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, then our Sakura Kingdom will have a bright future, haha. He raised his glass, laughed loudly and said 0. Attachment to the strong has been the law of survival in the Sakura Kingdom since ancient times. The night passed quickly. This night, players from all over the world slept soundly. No spider threat, no zombie attack. Finally got a good night's sleep like never before. And Chin Pingan also woke up from his sleep, breathing the fresh air of the forest. Grown-ups. Mieko has long been guarding the door. Bring in the water with wide leaves and a silk scarf on it. It was cut from her own expensive clothes, cleanly laundered. Please wash up. She gave it indigo, raised it high above her head, and said respectfully. Ever since he was a child, Chin Pingan has never been served like this before. But looking at Mei Huizi's happy face, it's hard to say anything else. Change your clothes. Looking at Mieko who had her clothes cut to tatters, she was having a good time in some places. Chen Ping synthesized a spider silk dress and handed it to her. The style is Cheongsam, nothing else, he likes it. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Mieko was flattered and extremely pleasantly surprised. After washing, Chin Pingan ate 2 pieces of delicious fish for breakfast. After eating the centuries-old vermilion fruit, the strengthening effect of these meats on him has been reduced a lot. Simply put, his level is too high. If you want to continue strengthening, you need more energy. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. After breakfast, visit the castle. The war pigs are still patrolling outside, not lazy at all. After discovering Chin Pingan, they greeted him one after another. Purr. Friend. Purr up. Pigs love friends. Although they look vicious, these pigmen. But it's an out-and-out neutral creature with a good temper. Outside the castle, there are several flower pots with rare spiritual plants planted inside. The vermilion fruit planted yesterday is as tall as a finger today, and the speed is fast. Chin Pingan nodded in satisfaction. The flower pot could have accelerated the growth of plants, not to mention that he also used spiritual soil and fertilizer. It's like adding gold and rubbish, it grows up. If it goes on like this, it will take less than a week. The red fruit will be fully ripe, and then blossom and bear fruit. Although the effect is not as strong as the century-old vermilion fruit, it is certainly not too weak. And beside the vermilion fruit basin, there is another spiritual plant with jade-like roots. This is the reward he got, the spirit fruit seed. Ling Yun fruit, the precious spiritual plant can significantly enhance spiritual power. Chin Pingan is looking forward to this. Go out of the castle and look at the high platform in the distance. Spiders have already hatched from the 2 spider nests above, but on the meter-high stone platform.
Spiders dare not run around at all. I had to shrink on it honestly.
Just wait until it turns into a third-level spider lair and kill the Spider Queen, and you can get from the Pig King.
Change to the Earth Spirit beads and blueprints. It's so relaxing.
Ha, as expected of Mr. Chin Pingon, he is the only one who is on vacation in other countries to survive.
No way, Invincible is so lonely.
In the Longwa live broadcast room, even in a different world. Chen Pingon did not forget to farm, and countless audiences smiled knowingly.
After a moment of leisure, Chen Pingon was fully armed again and summoned a Ferrari. Although his current advantage is huge, he cannot slack off. Decided to continue into the jungle. Find more monsters. Get on the Ferrari and start the journey again. Into the dense forest.
The sun suddenly dimmed.
Not long after gone.
Then he found a nest of jackal-like monsters.
With 6 legs, see him run fast. Chen Pingon didn't chase at all.
Because in his perception, these monsters are weaker than spiders, killing them would be a waste of time.
Correct.
Chen Ping suddenly remembered that Pig King had said before that an evil force was waking up in the east of the forest.
And he had seen it too, a meteor fell to the forest to the east. Go check it out. He decides. Head towards the east of the forest. The trees and plants along the way gradually become sparse. There are stones everywhere, and it looks very barren. Looks like it's here. Chen Pingon rode a Ferrari and walked forward when he suddenly heard someone talking. And just a few hundred meters away from him, suddenly there is a cave.
There are more than 10 contestants from Lighthouse Country, White Elephant Country, Gull Country, Ara Country, and other countries. They all gathered at the entrance of the cave.
Guys, this is a cave I discovered yesterday, and there is a powerful monster in it, sleeping. This must be a hidden boss. As long as we kill him, we will all be rewarded, even players who can surpass Dragon Kingdom in one leap. Johnson from Lighthouse Kingdom said loudly. 2.1.
He discovered this cave yesterday, but the monster inside is too powerful. Just falling asleep made him feel a terrifying sense of oppression. So he called more people today.
Vow to take down the monsters inside and get rewards. That's right. I am ready.
Competitors from other countries were eager to compete and were extremely excited. In their view, with so many of them, no matter how powerful a monster is, they are no match for them. After all, every one of them has level 5 or 6 now. It is no longer the situation of being chased by spiders before. And on Blue Star, the players from these countries were also excited.
Ha, if you hide the boss, you will definitely get rich rewards. Johnson is so lucky that he can even find the hidden boss. As long as this boss is killed, our White Elephant Kingdom will be able to obtain the National Fortune Reward. Fake, the National Games Reward belongs to our Lighthouse Country.
It's from my country of Gaul. While talking, the boss inside hadn't been fought yet, but audiences from these countries were the first to start arguing. Everyone wants players from their own country to kill the boss and get all the rewards. These countries are dying of laughter, the boss has not been killed yet, and they start thinking about rewards. It's called having ghosts, dog eats dog. But once Mr. Chen Pingon arrives, they will have no chance.
This is called the mantis catching the cicada, the Oriole is behind. The audience in Longwa burst out laughing when they saw this scene. And in another world, players from those countries finally entered the cave. Suddenly there was a cold breath. Diffuse around.
On the surrounding rock walls, there are also countless skeletons with dense bones.
It looks extremely scary. Ueshi Forum?
I bought cakes, this place is too scary.
It's almost like a cemetery. Fact, I think it's more like a slaughterhouse.
The audience in the live broadcast room of these countries exclaimed one after another.
Click, click. Suddenly, all the skeletons on the rock wall started to move. It's like a horror story. Some timid audiences were frightened and screamed. Throw all the phones out. Don't be afraid, it's just some moving bones, there's no threat. John said loudly. Fuck, tell you to scare me.
The contestant of Baixiangguo turned into an elephant man, whose hand was once interrupted by Chin Pingon. Also because of upgrade healing. He became angry from embarrassment, waved his arms, and smashed these skeletons into pieces.
But what they don't know is that
at the same time when the Baixiangguo players smashed the skeletons, at a depth of hundreds of meters,
in an empty cave,
countless skeletons stand in it, and in the middle, on a throne of bones,
sitting a skeleton in heavy armor and a crown on his head.
In his eyes, a green light suddenly appeared.
Long press your favorite passage to record your thoughts.
Players from these countries don't know what they have provoked, so they continue to go deeper.
At last in the depths of the cave, saw one prostrate on the ground.
Only the giant beast with bones left. It was 5 or 6 meters long, and looked like a saber-toothed tiger when he was alive.
There is a pair of long teeth in the mouth. You found the undead creature, guardian of the undead.
All the players were shocked.
All got the information. Guardian of the undead creature with evil power seems to be guarding something? This is it.
Johnson stood up, his eyes were extremely hot.
This guardian of the undead must be guarding the treasure chest. As long as we can kill it, even if we can't get rewards, we can still get the treasure chest. It's not a loss at all. His guess makes sense. Not only players from various countries in different worlds, but even the audience on Blue Star.
They also nodded in agreement. That's right, such a powerful monster will definitely not appear for no reason, and it is called a guardian, so
it must be guarding the treasure chest.
Only by defeating him can you get the treasure in the treasure chest. The host of Lighthouse Country analyzed loudly.
As expected of a player from our beacon country, I didn't expect John Sun to be so smart. He guessed that there is a treasure chest.
Vergold, as long as he gets the treasure chest, John Sun might be able to directly surpass the players in the Dragon Kingdom and become the strongest player in the world.
Come on, John, kill this monster and get a reward.
The audience of the Beacon Country seemed to have seen the rewards landed in the Beacon Country, and their expressions were very relaxed. And in the White House in Beacon Country, the deputy commander who had just taken over couldn't help showing a smile on his face.
The fortune of the Dragon Kingdom kept skyrocketing, which made him extremely worried.
But now, it's finally the Lighthouse Country's turn to get rewards, which can also strengthen the country's luck.
Hurry up and make posters and publicity. Once the reward announcement appears, it will be released all over the world immediately, making Johnson a beacon hero. He ordered to his staff.
He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to let the players from the Lighthouse Country surpass the 07 players from the Dragon Country in one fell swoop.
Become the most famous hero. Different world. Players from Baishan Kingdom, Gull Kingdom and other countries are also convinced. They scatter in different directions. Then launched an attack on the Guardian of the Dead at the same time. Roar. The terrifying roar sounded immediately. Green light flickered in the eyes of the startled Guardian of the Undead, and its huge body stood up from the ground, and it could be seen that under it there is a hidden passage. That's where the treasure chest is.
Overjoyed in his heart, John took out his tattered shield and rusty longsword.
Bravely charged towards the Guardian of the Dead. Vila! The Guardian of the Dead patted him with a paw, which inspired the Iron Man's body. Only sparks rub off on the surface of the body. Kill!
At this time, the Baixiangguo contestant also started, turning into a 2-meter-tall elephant man.
The power is infinite.
Hugged the Guardian's long bone tail, and the Guardian of Gaul opened his mouth.
Spew energy flames. Before 2 o'clock, players from various countries showed their skills, and the battle was fierce. I bought cakes, it's like a Hollywood blockbuster. Gosh, they're all so strong, they're superheroes. Look at John News, this monster can't hurt him at all. Audiences from all over the world were dumbfounded and exclaimed one after another.
The Guardian of the Dead is very powerful, but facing players from more than a dozen countries, he quickly fell behind.
In the end, the contestants from Baishan Kingdom used a tattered hammer to smashed the entire head. Bite. In an instant, its huge body exploded into a ball of white bones. You defeated the guardian of the dead.
The voice of Ma Jiao emerges. Yu Yingxuan was full of expectations, but was surprised to find that
there is no text at all. WTF? What about the promised reward? Why is there nothing?
John shouted excitedly.
Could it be that this guardian of the undead is not a hidden boss at all?
The players from all over the world stared at each other, but John Sun looked directly at the passage below the guardian.
It must be all in the treasure chest. He walked quickly toward the passage.
At this time, at the entrance of the cave, a cold voice suddenly came.
If I were you, I wouldn't go in. Turn around and look.
It is Qin Pingon who is walking steadily. All the contestants turned pale with fright, and took a step back in unison.
There was a loud noise in the sky, and the boss Qin Pingon made his debut.
Get out of the way, Mr. Qin Pingon, are going to start pretending. Good guy, look at the players from these countries scaring you.
But what does Mr. Qin Pingon's words mean? Is there any danger in that passage? Shouldn't it be a reward? The audience in Longwa were a little puzzled.
They also felt that there should be a treasure chest hidden in that passage.
Otherwise, there would be no reason why there would be a guardian here, so what did Qin Pingon's words mean?
Mr. Wow, Mr. Miller, Mr. Da, what do you three think Mr. Qin Pingon's words mean?
Is there any danger in that passage?
Miss Bingbing asked suspiciously. I think there should be rewards in it, but Mr. Qin Pingon doesn't want to give those people from Lighthouse Country to get it.
Wow, first give your own guess.
I don't think so. Master De shook his head. I can trust the character of player Qin Pingon. If it is really a treasure, he doesn't have to lie. He can even choose to grab it directly. After all, this is the survival of the national destiny, and there is competition between the two. It's only natural.
That's right.
Mila nodded. According to my understanding of player Qin Pingon, he is actually a person with a strong heart. He has always been upright, and he doesn't bother to cheat at all, so I think he should be kind enough to warn players from these countries. There may be danger in the passage.
That's right, even if it's a robbery, it's an upright robbery. Mr. Qin Pingon will not lie.
There must be danger in the passage, I believe Mr. Qin Pingon. But it seems that the donkey's liver and lungs were fed with good intentions. Look at those people in the Lighthouse Country, they don't believe it at all. The Dragon Kingdom audience has absolute trust in Qin Pingon. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for rewards. But in another world, $2 Hans Sun did not believe Qin Pingon's words at all.
Do you think you can deceive me in this way?
He was taken aback at first, then sneered.
Just kidding, am I super smart?
In his opinion, Qin Pingon was simply deceiving them.
Then I want to grab the treasure chest.
Because thinking about it, if it were him, he would definitely do this. So he didn't believe a word at all. Help me block him, I'll go down and get the treasure chest. Without hesitation, he jumped directly into the passage. The contestants from other countries were left with a dazed look on their faces.
Falk 1. It's easy to redeem.
How dare you block it if you have the ability?
Believe it or not, when the Dragon Kingdom player raises his hand, everyone will die?
Actually I was just passing by.
Seeing Qin Pingon, the contestant from Baixiangguo immediately felt a dull pain in his arm.
Immediately laughed with him, ran to the side and stood obediently.
Special.
Who dares to stop?
You may not believe me, but I'm here to see the scenery.
I fell asleep and sleepwalked over here.
I'm actually lost.
Originally, the players from other countries and the Lighthouse Country had their own ghosts, so they followed the example of the players from the White Elephant Country and stood beside them one by one. It is estimated that John Sun did not expect that his younger brother and allies would sell him so soon.
I'm dying of laughter, is this just a piece of grass?
Lighthouse has allies like this, so why not worry about things failing,
I'm eating, so I just burst out laughing, okay?
The lost one, it's the worst. The audience in Dragon Country outside burst into laughter, and the live broadcast room became a sea of joy. However, Chin Pingon did not enter the passage. Instead, he shook his head and said softly, "It's hard to persuade you, you damn ghost, I wanted to save your life." He was in that passage. I felt an extremely powerful and cold evil force. It's like going to hell. He felt jealous. Unexpectedly, Johnson was super brave and jumped down without even thinking about it. It's a pity for such a pig opponent. In the channel. After Johnson jumped down, he found a corridor. Below. Constructed from the bones of many unknown creatures, it looks extremely intrusive. All the way down. However, whether it is him or the audience in the Lighthouse Kingdom didn't take these to heart. "You still want to lie to me, I won't be fooled." He was extremely proud, and the speed under his feet became much faster. For fear that Chen Pingon would catch up from behind. As long as I get the treasure box, I can get rewards, and then no one will be my opponent. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. In the live broadcast room of Beacon Country, countless barrages are also mocking. "Longwa players are too naive, do you think you can fool Johnson by doing this?" These routines have already been used by our Lighthouse Country. Speaking of which, don't you think there's something wrong with this road? Fact, I suddenly have an ominous premonition. But soon, the barrage content changed. Especially the audience of Dragon Kingdom poured in. Laugh, you Lighthouse Country is so despicable, so you think other people are so despicable. Boss Chin Pingon didn't go down at all. Anyone with eyes knows that there must be something wrong with this channel. It's over, there are no contestants from your Beacon Country. Lighthouse Country, the White House. The smile on the deputy commander's face disappeared. With a very confused expression, he looked at Longbo's live broadcast room. "What's going on? The players from Longbo really didn't go down." If there was a treasure chest below, he would definitely not be indifferent. Could it be that there is really danger inside? But how could the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom remind the contestants from their country so kindly? Is there some conspiracy? He couldn't think of Chin Pingon's purpose at all. It's just that he wants to have one more pig opponent on the field. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood out of anger. However, this also made him suddenly tense. Johnson's life is related to the national destiny of the entire Lighthouse Country. Once he is dead, a terrible disaster will erupt immediately in the Lighthouse Country. "Your Excellency, Deputy Commander." At this time, the staff hurried over, with a pale face. 033, this is the unanimous conclusion reached by many experts we convened. We believe that the probability of danger is as high as 90%. What? The deputy commander turned pale with fright, looking at Johnson, who was still rushing downwards in another world. In an instant, the whole person was in despair. "Stop now. Don't run away. There is danger below. Different world." Johnson naturally couldn't hear Lan Xing's words. After upgrading, he is full of energy, and he doesn't feel tired at all when running, especially with the encouragement of the treasure chest. But after running for so long, why haven't I seen the treasure chest yet? At this time, he suddenly saw a faint green light coming from ahead. Here I come, treasure chest. He was overjoyed and rushed towards the light in an instant. Next second, it suddenly became clear. The smile on Johnson's face froze completely. And the live broadcast room of the entire Beacon Country instantly became audible. Countless people opened their mouths wide, and panic appeared in their eyes. I saw row after row of people appearing in front of Johnson. Countless skeletons and undead. They directly filled the entire underground space, and the green light John saw. It's coming out of their eye sockets. Icy. Evil. Powerful breath. As if looking through the proverb, it has captured the hearts of every citizen of the Beacon Country. Why? Why is there no treasure chest under the passage? But so many monsters. The reminder from the Dragon Kingdom players turned out to be true. At this moment, countless Beacon Country players regretted it immensely. They regretted that their players did not listen to the words of Longwa's players.
And in the White House, the newly appointed Deputy Commander's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Vice Commander, are you okay? The staff were terrified and just sent one into the ICU, so there will be another one.
Fortunately, the Deputy Commander's body is strong, and he quickly got up again. There is still hope. John Sun has the body of an Iron Man, and he will definitely be able to create miracles like the players from the Dragon Kingdom, maybe.
He hasn't finished speaking yet.
I saw countless skeletons and undead, swarming up.
Submerged John news completely.
Accompanied by the screams getting smaller and smaller, an indifferent voice emerged in everyone's ears. The death of a player in the Lighthouse Country will randomly select a new player to enter a different world.
In an instant, the whole world was shocked.
P.S. The new book is on the shelves, begging for a subscription, as well as flowers, evaluation tickets, etc. Throw them at Xianyu.
The Beacon Country player died.
When the news spread, the entire Blue Star was shocked. As one of the strongest countries in Blue Star, just like players from Dragon Country,
players from Beacon Country have also attracted worldwide attention.
Moreover, he has awakened the body of an Iron Man, and his fighting power is extremely powerful. Although he has been suppressed by Dragon Country players, he is also one of the strongest players after Dragon Country players.
Now, he died directly.
The live broadcast room of Beacon Country is like dropping a nuclear bomb into it.
Instant explosion. No, it's not true.
Fake, this is impossible, our Beacon Country players are the strongest. I said it a long time ago, there seems to be a problem with this channel. Fact, this brainless idiot insists on rushing down.
You're going to say right now, why did you go early?
Fake, you are still arguing, run for your life. The studio was in chaos. Countless people of the Beacon Country, no matter what they are doing, feel as if they have been struck by lightning at this moment.
Brain is blank.
When they gloated about disasters in other countries before, they never expected that such a thing would appear in the Lighthouse Country.
How can this be?
They are the lighthouses of Blue Star, the strongest country.
However, the fact does not depend on their will.
Immediately afterwards, the people of the Beacon Country, who came back to their senses, fell into panic in an instant. Once the player dies, random disasters will break out in this country soon. The types of disasters are random, and the places where they appear are also random. That is to say, in the entire Lighthouse Country, no one dares to say that they are safe. In an instant, countless wealthy people from the Lighthouse Country, they took various tools and fled abroad. As for the borders between the Lighthouse Country and other countries, it was also crowded with people from the Lighthouse Country fleeing by car, and it was a scene of panic. And in the city, many black people who can't escape at all.
Seeing others panic,
their eyes lit up one after another. Jisai smashed open the shops and supermarkets on the street, and started various happy zero-yuan shopping activities.
The riots spread quickly, smashing, looting and burning everywhere.
The sirens of police cars resounded throughout the city, but it was not to maintain order, but to protect the rich and send them to a safe place in the first place. As for the poor people who fell to the ground and asked them for help, they just turned a blind eye, die laughing.
Do you know what is called the Lighthouse Country?
The rich people in the Lighthouse Country are the masters of the whole country. As for the others, it can only be regarded as a worker. Of course, in the face of such chaos, the people of the Lighthouse Country also carried forward the spirit of self-reliance. Hold all kinds of weapons and stand at the door of the house. Once you find any suspects, you can directly strike first.
Immediately, the
sound of peace resounded through most of the Lighthouse Country. Other countries in the world were dumbfounded.
Those who didn't know, thought that the Lighthouse Country had encountered an unprecedented catastrophe.
However, the fact is that the disaster in the Lighthouse Country has not yet come.
They messed up themselves first.
And many international students in Lighthouse Country, or Long Country people who work, also sent photos and videos back to Long Country. Then spread rapidly.
Good guy, I call him good guy. This is the Lighthouse Country, I almost thought it was some kind of battlefield. Fuck, I thought it was a new blockbuster from Lighthouse Country, but I didn't expect it to be true? It's outrageous. Isn't the Lighthouse Country known as the most civilized and freest country in the world? Laughing, upstairs, you don't understand the spirit of our great Lighthouse Country, happy Lighthouse Country, free every day, doghead. I almost feel like watching a sequel to The Purge. It deserves it, this is self-inflicted evil. Wow, I'm in Lighthouse Country right now, firecrackers and fireworks are everywhere, the scenery here is amazing, funny doghead, too. Upstairs, be careful. Ha, a few friends and I are standing guard in a gun shop. Let's see who dares to mess with us. Not much to say, I will give you a song called Nyohwa. The people of Dragon Kingdom were shocked. In the past, the Lighthouse Country advertised how civilized and free it was. Many people from the Dragon Kingdom are eager to go abroad immediately and throw themselves into the arms of the Lighthouse Country. Even many shameless Dragon Country people say that the air in the Lighthouse Country is fragrant. The results of it? Is this the civilization Ning talked about? Is this the freedom you want? At this moment, countless people from the Dragon Kingdom have seen through the essence of the Lighthouse Kingdom. The pride in being a native of the Dragon Kingdom has risen sharply. Everyone believes that once this happens, the Dragon Kingdom government will definitely do its best to maintain order. Will not give up on anyone. And at this moment, what are the officials of the Lighthouse Country doing? Of course he was busy running for his life. After all, disasters erupt randomly, who knows if they will fall on top of their heads. Even the deputy commander, who took office urgently, led his staff to hide in a safe place that can prevent nuclear bomb explosions. At this time, the disaster in the Lighthouse Country began to come. Over the Lighthouse Country new city, countless dark clouds accumulated instantly. Rumble. Bright white lightning bolts shuttled through the clouds. The disaster in the Lighthouse Country was a thunderstorm. Boom! In an instant, countless thunder and electric snakes descended from the sky and struck down on the entire New York City. Light up the whole world. She stands tall in New City, and the statue of the lighthouse goddess, known as the symbol of the Lighthouse Country, has become the biggest lightning rod. The first Juchon was struck by countless thunderbolts. It started to melt in the mouth, and finally turned into a puddle of metal that no one could recognize. The high-rise buildings in New City also suffered one after another, bursting into flames. Some little blacks who were happy to buy for 0 yuan on the street were struck by lightning in an instant. Become black on black. But thunderstorms come and go as fast as they come. Moreover, according to statistics afterwards, the casualties and economic losses caused by thunderstorms. It is not as good as the loss caused by the chaos of the Lighthouse Country itself. However, the Lighthouse Country immediately announced that they had rescued several kittens and puppies from the thunderstorm. As well as the dying Xiaohei, etc., it demonstrates the humanitarianism, civilization and freedom of the Beacon Country. Yes, this is the Lighthouse Country. Ask for flowers. Different world. Players from other countries also heard the prompt. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The player from Lighthouse Country is dead? The warning of the players from the Dragon Kingdom turned out to be true. Below the passage is not a treasure chest, but a danger. Contestants from countries such as Baishan Country and Lighthouse Country all turned pale with fright. I have lingering fears. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Dragon Country players, together with the Lighthouse Country players, they all entered the passage. Falk 1. The player from Howda Country is really a trickster. I don't know how many people cursed in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't go in, otherwise it wouldn't be the Lighthouse Country crying now. Instead, more than a dozen countries from Blue Star cried together. At this time, Qin Pingan had already expected this. He frowned and looked down the passage. A strong evil breath. Recovery is underway. Click, click. The voice of Wu Lu's skeleton Guocha came from the passage. Chilling. Suddenly, a white skeleton suddenly emerged from the passage. Immediately after, countless skeletons rushed out like a tide behind him.
Not only ordinary skeletons, but also skeleton knights riding bone horses, skeleton mages in black robes.
Even huge skeleton giants. This is just like a skeleton army. At this time, the indifferent voice emerged again.
The player from the lighthouse country broke the seal of the guardian, and the scourge was awakened in advance.
The Ice Skeleton King wakes up from recovery and summons the scourge to attack. Players from all countries are asked to prepare. Just resist the scourge for 24 hours, and the scourge can retreat. Competitors from all over the world will receive generous rewards according to their contributions. Everyone in the different world, and even the entire Blue Star. They all heard the whole message clearly. Countless people's faces changed instantly. Fake, damn Beacon Country player, let's just die, and wake up the scourge. It's horrible, they're all skeletons, I don't know how many there are. Shet, we want to lodge the most serious protest to the Beacon Country. People from all the countries on the Blue Star are cursing the Lighthouse Country in an instant. Originally, the camp was full of disasters, but now the scourge appeared again, it was simply terrible. The people of some small countries are almost crying, it is too difficult to survive in another world. Players must face the threat of death all the time. And in the live broadcast room of Longwa, seeing the scourge core swarming out. The Dragon Country audience also gasped. Hiss, I didn't expect the player from the Lighthouse Country to lift the seal of the scourge before his death. This is dangerous. Miss Bingbing exclaimed. Mada, blame that idiot from the Lighthouse Country, who refused to listen to the warning of Mr. Chinpingon, and insisted on going down to die himself. Wow also cursed loudly. The camp is dangerous now. The reminder says that it only needs to be resisted for 24 hours, not defeated. It has already proved the strength of the scourge, and don't forget, there will be an attack from the Marauder Legion tonight. Ice Skeleton King, Marauder Warlord, and 2 bosses attacking the camp at the same time, what a disaster. Neela shook his head to remind everyone. There are many disasters and disasters, the different world is much more dangerous than I imagined. Fortunately, we have Chin Pingan, and the scourge should not be able to threaten him. De Yi secretly rejoiced. Damn it, I forgot, there will be a raider boss attack tonight. It's over now. The 2 armies attack the camp together. I don't know how many people will die. It's too miserable, I seem to have seen the scene where the camp is full of corpses. Fortunately, we have Mr. Chin Pingon. The Dragon Kingdom audience shook their heads one after another. I feel that the camp may suffer heavy casualties this time, and even the entire army may be wiped out. Wait, what do you guys see, Mr. Chin Pingon? Suddenly, Miss Bingbing pointed at the screen, extremely surprised. Everyone looked over. I saw that in another world, after the appearance of the Scourge Core, they quickly filled the entire cave. Even the air has dropped several degrees. Others can only retreat to the outside of the cave. To be precise, only Chin Pingon is retiring, players from Beixiangwo and other countries. It's all about escaping. Can't wait to grow 2 more legs. Outside the entrance of the cave is a long and narrow valley. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Chin Pingon took out a group of large stones from his backpack. Then quickly built up. In the blink of an eye, 2 high walls of ancient stone rose up from the ground. Like a majestic pass. Completely block the entire valley. It is more than 10 meters high. Is it to block the scourge here? I bought cakes, this is impossible. Hope, can there be hope? Can Dragon Kingdom players block the scourge? On Blue Star, players from countless countries poured into the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. He looked at Chen Pingan expectantly. At this moment, the fate of all countries in Blue Star is in the hands of Chin Pingan. Fact, can't stop it, absolutely, good, can't stop it. That's right, even Johnsun is not an opponent, how can Longwa players block it? Come on, Scourge. But there are exceptions, and that is the Lighthouse Country. Anyway, their Hugh player is dead, and now they can't wait for players from other countries to be buried with him. This way everyone is back on the same starting line. Different world. Chin Pingan was alone, standing on the stone wall. The mountain wind blew past his armor, and before him, it is an endless skeleton army that fills the entire valley.
Scourge Legion, the undead after death are summoned by evil forces and become undead creatures. They are weak alone, but together, they will form a halo of natural disasters, resurrecting the dead into undead. The system prompts. Although the individual is weak, the number is enough to make up for the disadvantage.
Thousands of skeletons, able to overwhelm any enemy. But among them, Chen Pingon is not included.
He stood on the high wall, overlooking the scourge that filled the valley, silently from the backpack.
Pulled out the great wild star halberd. Could it be that he wants to fight 10,000 with one? In the Lighthouse Kingdom, the deputy commander's eyes widened.
This ridiculous thought came to mind.
Then came ecstasy. With so many skeletons, no matter how strong the Dragon Kingdom players are, it is absolutely impossible to be an opponent. Ha, if you can kill the Dragon Kingdom player, then John Sun's death is worth a lot. He laughed out loud. He didn't believe that in front of tens of thousands of Scourge Core, Dragon Kingdom players could survive. Then he saw.
Above Chen Ping's great desolate star halberd, a beam of light soaring into the sky suddenly appeared. Even in the daytime, you can still see the stars shining. A huge meteorite fell from the sky.
The Great Desolate Starfall. Reward. Anxiety IB. Great Desolation Starfall. After a night's rest, Chen Ping'an is now full of energy, and the aura in his body is extremely strong.
In addition, his original strength is beyond ordinary people's unknown, and the aura contained in him is even more terrifying.
Now these auras, all frantically poured into the great desolate star halberd, instantly gave him the illusion of being hollowed out.
But the effect is also significant. A meteorite 3 or 4 times bigger than last night. It suddenly appeared from the starlight.
This is?
I bought cakes, this is impossible. Meteorite, it was the players from the Dragon Kingdom who summoned the meteorite.
Mom, come and see God. Seek subscription, ask for customization. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets.
In an instant, in the Longwa Live broadcast room, billions of Blue Star viewers.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
In some places, the nationals even had weak legs.
Involuntarily knelt on the ground. Last night, only the Dragon Kingdom audience saw it. But today, in full view.
Chen Pingon launched the Great Desolate Starfall again, summoning terrifying meteorites to attack the enemy.
Click. In the valley.
The stone wall at Chen Pingon's feet.
Countless skeletons pile up, trying to climb up.
However, the moment the meteorite appeared, as if feeling threatened, he raised his head at the same time.
Then, during the day, they saw the stars. Boom!
The meteorite fell from the sky with its long tail of flames. Like a nuclear bomb falling into the valley, among the countless scourge.
The earth is shaking. Cracks climbed the valley and even spread to the stone wall. The terrifying shockwave even blew away stones bigger than people. Far away.
Bai Shanghua and other players who were running wildly felt the ground shake suddenly. Immediately after, countless large and small stones,
falling from the sky like a storm, smash them and yell.
Chen Pingon stood firmly on the stone wall, looking down. A small mushroom cloud
slowly rise to 037. Come and score twice I. Damn it, it's so fucking 4 beers, isn't this more burning?
Upstairs, as we all know, blogger biography is incombustible. Summon the meteorite, I know, it turns out that Mr. Chen Pingon is a great magister.
God is a great magister, why don't you say that God came down to earth?
Bah, if you want to go down to earth, that's our dragon country's gods going down to earth, and they have a relationship with God.
I'm going to talk about science with you.
In fact, God was the first name of our dragon kingdom. It is recorded in ancient books that it is the Emperor of Heaven in mythology. It was only translated by missionaries secretly and became their god.
Strange knowledge increased.
In the Longwa Live broadcast room, the audience was extremely excited.
No matter how many times I have seen it, this kind of self-made
summoning meteorites, destroying the enemy scene.
It makes people feel excited. Fuck, that's impossible.
Beacon Country White House. When the meteorite fell, the newly appointed deputy commander.
The whole person almost passed out. The brain was congested and dizzy.
What he was looking forward to was the scene where the players from the Dragon Kingdom were torn to pieces by the Scourge.
It's not the players from the Dragon Kingdom summoning meteorites to destroy the Scourge. Is there something wrong here? And can someone please explain? Why can a king person summon a meteorite?
The staff can only shrug their shoulders.
It means we're all getting used to it.
Anyway, it is normal for any inconceivable things to happen to Longwa players.
And Vice Commander, you'd better get used to it as soon as possible.
Otherwise, maybe when, just like the previous leader.
Cerebral hemorrhage sent directly to ICU.
In the live broadcast room of Big Stick Country, their viewers cursed one after another.
Axie, didn't you say that the meteorite was summoned by our players from the Big Stick Country?
I don't believe it, it must be fake.
Shiba, we were deceived, the meteorite was summoned by players from the Dragon Kingdom. This is definitely cheating. How can a person summon a meteorite?
I strongly demand a thorough investigation of the Dragon Kingdom players.
I think maybe the Dragon Country players also have the blood of our Big Stick Country?
Some audience members from the Big Stick Country even had a whim, thinking that the players from the Dragon Country had their blood from the Big Stick Country, otherwise they couldn't be so powerful.
Well, the Universe Country is so confident.
Of course, if Chin Pingon found out about this, he would have died on the spot.
Now, why scold people? He is a native of the Dragon Kingdom. Different world. After 10 seconds, the smoke dissipated.
The terrain of the entire valley has been completely changed. A huge crater appeared in the middle, and the surrounding ground was full of cracks.
It's like a crater on the moon.
The originally densely packed Scourge Legion, at this moment, all turned into a layer of bones on the bottom of the valley.
And thick bone meal. Almost wiped out.
That's because he was summoned by the Great Desolation Starfall.
Not just an ordinary meteorite.
Characteristics: Smash Evil, use the power of the Great Desolate Star Halberd to cause terrifying extra damage to evil creatures.
Under the stars, evil has nowhere to hide.
A meteorite containing the power to destroy evil. For the Scourge, it is simply a sulfuric acid bath. And the Great Desolate Star Halberd in Chen Ping's hand still exuded scorching heat. It means that it is nearby.
A mighty evil still exists. Human, you completely pissed me off.
A burst of icy mental fluctuations came out, and then from the cave.
Step out of a huge skeleton wearing a crown and wearing heavy armor.
In his hand, he held a huge sword that seemed to be condensed from ice. The leader of the Scourge Legion, the Ice Skeleton King. Seeking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes, asking for various data. Warn, you have encountered the boss, the Ice Skeleton King. Description: once the king of a tribe, in order to seek powerful power, he sold the entire tribe and his soul to the Void Demon, and forged the Scourge Sword, but he was also cursed for immortality.
Ice Skeleton King. The boss level exists.
This is the first boss that Chin Pingon encountered in another world. The ancient rhinoceros is not counted, even if that guy is now, he is not sure.
Maybe after the first metamorphosis, you will be able to challenge him. Come on, let me see how strong the boss is.
Chin Ping jumped off the 10-meter-high stone wall, and stood firmly on the ground.
Hiss, Mr. Chin Pingon, is this going to solo the boss?
Good guy, just looking at the skeleton on the opposite side, I feel the chill coming from the bottom of my heart.
Yes, I feel the same way.
It doesn't look like someone to provoke, so be careful.
The audience in Longwa raised their hearts to their throats. This is in another world.
The first boss encountered.
Get rid of him. Get rid of the Dragon Kingdom players. Ice Skeleton King, come on.
Fake, there must be a reward for the first boss kill, and it must not be obtained by the Dragon Kingdom. Only the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Kingdom cheers for the Ice Skeleton King. Even in the White House, the deputy commander clenched his fists and kept muttering to himself, his eyes were red. Just look, I knew he wouldn't learn his lesson. The staff behind them looked at each other helplessly. It seems that soon, they will need another deputy commander to take office. Different world. Click, click. The cold water skull beam is the sort of natural disasters, every step you take. They all left frosty footprints behind them. The speed is getting faster and faster. Hiss. Suddenly, a frost skeleton horse appeared under him. Charged towards Chen Ping crazily. Just you have a horse? Chen Ping took out the rein to activate. Howling. Ferrari appeared in an instant. Get on your horse, hold the great desolate star halberd tightly. Also rushed towards the Ice Skeleton King. Ice storm. Between bursts, Han Hong Skeleton King let out a low growl. The icy cold wind roared from the sky, and there were countless sharp ice blades mixed in it. In an instant, an ordinary person can be killed by thousands of dollars. Clang clang clang. However, with a full set of refined iron armor on his body, he couldn't break through his defense at all. Ice cage. Seeing this, the Ice Skeleton King spoke again. Sharp ice thorns drilled out of the ground, trapping Chen Pingon in it. Jia Jia. The Ice Skeleton King let out a strange smile. I want to make you, my strongest knight. Hand of Death. Pale and pale skeleton arms emerged from the ground and grabbed Chen Pingon. Grass, a plant. I thought you were a warrior, but you turned out to be a mage? Chen Pingon was speechless. Now the mages are all full of heavy armor and holding a big sword, right? Unexpectedly. You think I'm a warrior? Actually, I'm really a fighter. Break me. With a roar from Chen Pingon, the great wilderness star halberd swept across, directly smashing the ice cage. His figure was like a flying arrow, and he rushed towards the Ice Skeleton King. Like long hands and short hands, don't you, die to me. He raised the great desolate star halberd, erupting with terrifying power. Ice shield. The Ice Skeleton King was shocked and summoned a shield. Then I want to run while riding a horse. Click. However, in front of the great desolate star halberd, which contains the power to destroy evil. Useless. Chen Ping smashed the ice shield in an instant, and then the tip of the halberd was like a broken bamboo. Crushed the head of the Ice Skeleton King. Appear behind him. In the next second, the headless corpse crashed to the ground. But so. He flicked the great desolate star halberd and smiled coldly. You killed the Ice Skeleton King. The system sends a prompt. That's it? Chen Ping took back the great desolation star halberd, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It doesn't seem to be very strong. Of course, this is only for him. For players from other countries, Ice Skeleton King a complete nightmare. I'm afraid it's not close yet. Just by a cold ice storm. And at this moment, an indifferent voice in another world again. And it rang in the ears of everyone in Blue Star. Dragon Kingdom players defeated the Scourge Legion and killed the Ice Skeleton King. The threat of the Scourge has been removed, rewards will be distributed according to the contribution. A golden list impressively appeared in everyone's mind. As long as the mind is concentrated, you can see the above content. Originally, this should be a disaster that players from all over the world can only overcome with concerted efforts. However, Chen Pingon single-handedly. One man destroyed the entire Scourge. Therefore, on the list, there is only a lonely name hanging at the top. Dragon Kingdom player, 100% contribution. J. Damn it. That's awesome. It's so handsome, I'm completely dumbfounded. Among thousands of troops, taking the head of a general is too awesome. Big brother Chen Pingon is awesome. Broken sound. In an instant, the entire Blue Star was boiling. Longwa's live broadcast room exploded with a bang. In the streets and alleys of Longwa, in the company's house, I don't know how many people jumped up excitedly.
Raise your arms and shout. Chen Ping'an is awesome.
The voice resounded throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The foreigners in the Longwa live broadcast room were extremely envious. I buy it, the players from Dragon Kingdom are too strong. It's unbelievable, it's almost like a god. Ah, it would be great if I were from the Dragon Kingdom, they are so lucky to have such a strong player. Our Indian players are as stupid as pigs, I'm already desperate. I'm a millionaire from the Lighthouse Kingdom. Now I'm applying to become a Dragon Kingdom citizen. I wonder if it's too late. To popularize science, the nationality of the Dragon Kingdom is the most difficult to obtain in the world, 10 times more difficult than that of your Lighthouse Kingdom. There are even many people who want to join the Dragon Kingdom nationality immediately, many of them are millionaires, tens of millions, or even billionaires. Another world camp. Players from all over the world just got the news that the player from Lighthouse Country died, and then, the scourge invaded. All of a sudden they were shocked. Panic permeated the entire camp. While everyone was scolding. The players from Lighthouse Country. Retreat to camp immediately, and put on the tattered armor of the zombie explosion. Rusty weapons. Prepare for the arrival of the scourge. However, players from all over the world waited tremblingly for a long time. Did not wait for the terrifying scourge in the prompt. Instead, we waited for the global announcement again. Dragon Kingdom players, have you already defeated the Scourge Legion? Boss Ice Skeleton King was also killed? Fuck, is today April Fool's Day? Idiot, this is another world, not Blue Star, there is a ghostly April Fool's Day. So we're safe? Players from all over the world looked at each other in blank dismay. What happened? The Scourge is coming. The Scourge is gone. Good guy, what about your sense of presence? If it was someone else, I would still be shocked, but if it's a player from the Dragon Kingdom, some people will be very calm even if it's okay. Ah, Big Brother Longwa is the strongest. Players from several small countries cheered. And in the castle, Mieko Hayama also showed surprise in her eyes. As expected of the master, you will always be so strong. She muttered to herself. I couldn't help feeling a little regretful in my heart. I didn't get to see the heroic figure of the master defeating the scourge. It must be an extremely spectacular and epic scene. I'm still too weak to help master at all. He made up his mind, found a sharpened stick as a weapon. Walked towards the forest. With long black hair. As if alive, it squirmed behind her. Mieko's awakened talent is to control her hair. It can make hair strands as tough as steel wire. Originally, she only wanted to be a maid in peace, but now she realized that. Not enough strength. She doesn't even have the qualifications to stand behind her master. Come on, Mieko. Her figure disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Valley. Jinping looked at the list in his mind. Can't help but smile. The Scourge Legion was destroyed by him, and he directly obtained % contribution. It can be said that there is no one before. It is estimated that there will be no one coming later. And in his anticipation, rewards finally began to be distributed. It was detected that the contribution of the Dragon Kingdom player was %, and he was the only one involved in the kill. Longwa contestants have received life gift packs, and additional rewards for Longwa. The physical fitness of all the people in the Dragon Kingdom has been increased by 20%, and the life expectancy has been increased by 5 years. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. The sound of reward announcements. It rang in the ears of every Longwa person. A certain town in the Dragon Kingdom. A funeral is being held. An old man who had just passed away was carefully put into the coffin, and the children and relatives beside him cried out in great sorrow, especially the youngest son. He works outside all the year round and neglects to take care of his family. Unexpectedly, it was bad news in a blink of an eye. The son wants to raise and kisses. Incomparable pain and regret in my heart. At this time, suddenly he heard in the coffin. There was a cough. Immediately afterwards, a familiar figure sat up directly from the coffin.
Little bastards, you dare to put me in a coffin before your father and I die? The old man was furious. He just fell asleep. When I woke up, I was put into a coffin, and a group of little bastards were still crying. Curse, who is this? The others were so frightened that they almost thought it was a fake corpse. However, after some testing, not only did the old man not look weak at all, it doesn't even seem like a problem to live another 5 or 6 years. A miracle, a medical miracle. The doctors who checked were amazed. By the way, I just heard a voice in my head saying that my lifespan has been increased by 5 years. It must be Chin Pingon who saved my father. The youngest son is a loyal audience in the live broadcast room. He is also a big fan of Chin Pingon. Immediately reacted. Hugging his father, he said loudly, "Father, I won't leave, I will find a job nearby, and I will be filial to you in the future." He wiped away his tears, feeling extremely grateful to Chin Pingon in his heart. 0, asking for flowers. Thank him for giving me another chance to be filial. At this time, the doctor's phone rang next to him. Doctor, come back quickly. It's a miracle. Many patients who are seriously ill suddenly start to get better. A voice cried out there. The tone is extremely excited. And such scenes are still appearing all over the Dragon Kingdom. Dying patients lying on hospital beds, children tortured by illness. All at this moment, there is a turn for the better. Even countless ordinary people feel much healthier, and they walk vigorously. A minor illness such as cough and fever healed instantly. When the news came out, it directly detonated the social network of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Fuck! The dead are all resurrected. I have a friend's father who just passed away and was about to be carried into the coffin, and suddenly came back to life. What are you doing? I'm a doctor. I just had an operation. Seeing that the patient was dying, he suddenly came back to life. It's just outrageous. Don't talk about it. Physical fitness plus 20%, everyone's life expectancy will be increased by 5 years, and Mr. Chin Pingon will always be a god. Whoa, let's set up a tablet of longevity for Mr. Chin Pingon. 0. My grandma did the same. She was dying at first, but her body became stronger and her spirit improved. It's great to be able to eat a big bowl of rice for a meal. Countless people are on the internet, sharing their own deeds. There are many people who have come back to life because of Chin Pingon, and they are extremely grateful to him. He even set up a longevity tablet at home and prayed devoutly. The physical fitness of the entire Longwa people has been greatly improved in an instant, and the mental outlook is completely different. When the news spread abroad, it aroused the envy and hatred of countless people. Is it true that everyone gains 5 years of life? This is incredible, it can even increase the lifespan. I am willing to pay, million to buy a year of healthy life. I'm willing to pay 1 billion. Some wealthy people who are getting old and their days are numbered are eager to exchange all their wealth, just to live a few more years. Different world. Chin Pingon looked at the big gift bag that appeared in front of him. Different from the previous gift packs, this time the gift packs are green. Gives a feeling of vitality. Life spree. Reaching out to take it apart, 3 groups of streamers suddenly appeared. A ball directly sank into his body. You have gained 50 years of life. You have obtained a precious wood spirit bead. You got the equipment, life bracelet. Immediately, Chin Pingon felt refreshed all over his body. The spirit and spirit were instantly raised to a new level. Increase life expectancy by 50 years. He was overjoyed. This is simply more precious than any reward. This is life. The so-called gold can't buy an inch of time. Let your family be rich and powerful. Once the lifespan is over, there is no escape from death. As for the wood spirit orb, Chin Pingon doubted that all the rewarded gift bags. There are spirit beads inside, as if it is guaranteed to come out. As for the life bracelet, it is also extremely precious. Life bracelet, treasure contains abundant life force, able to withstand a fatal attack.
P.S. Dear readers, don't forget to vote for Xianyu with flowers and comments, so.
It is indeed a gift package of life. Chen Ping smiled,
wearing the life bracelet directly on the wrist.
At this crucial moment. But it's a life. Although this wave of rewards did not directly enhance his strength, but it greatly strengthened his potential. This wave of rewards take off directly. And this is only the reward given by the high-dimensional space. He hasn't collected the body of the Ice Skeleton King yet. Take the pickaxe out of your backpack. Actually, an axe would work too. Under the judgment of the system, the collection mode of the corpse. Any tool will do. So you don't have to worry about any tools. Collection. Silently in my heart.
The body of the Ice Skeleton King was immediately enveloped by a burst of white light.
Soon, several things emerged. You got the bones of the Skeleton King X3. You got a magic book. You have obtained the Sword of Calamity. A system prompt appears.
Chen Ping was taken aback. The giant sword of the Ice Skeleton King.
Was it exposed by him?
Just took it out of the backpack and looked. A big sword made entirely of ice, with a hideous appearance suddenly appeared. It's a full 2 meters taller than him. A skull is carved on the hilt.
At the end is the Void Demon.
As soon as he touched it, a gust of cold air poured into his body.
As if to freeze the whole person. Sword of Calamity, semi-legendary, ceiling.
Legends say that the king of a certain tribe sacrificed his people and soul for power and eternal life, and obtained this great sword of natural disaster.
Characteristics? Summon the ice curse.
Holding the Lu Katong Jinmei Calamity Sword, a undead resurrected, became the Scourge Legion, and inherited the terrifying ice magic power, but it will also be cursed and transformed into an undead creature. Warning, binding can remove the seal, but you need to sacrifice your soul to the Void Demon, so it is not recommended.
Good guy?
Chen Ping direct good guy. This turned out to be a semi-legendary piece of equipment. No wonder the strength of the Ice Skeleton King is not very good. It turns out that he is just a tool. This sword is the real master.
Holding the hilt, Chen Pingen seemed to hear the whisper of a demon in his ear, bewitching him to sacrifice his soul and lift the seal.
In this way, you can gain powerful power and immortal life in one leap. In the void, there is a terrifying demon in the dark.
Cast eyes on him. You are a liar. Without hesitation, Chen Ping put the Scourge Sword into his backpack.
Then summoned the Great Wild Star Halberd. The effect of destroying evil is activated, and the whispers in the ear immediately disappear without a trace.
The Great Wild Star Halberd is a real legendary equipment.
It is a level stronger than the Sword of Natural Disasters. Although the Calamity Sword is indeed powerful, it is obviously a pit. You need to sacrifice your soul to the Void Demon to use it. I'm such a wild star halberd, isn't it delicious to directly summon meteorites? Chen Ping decided to throw it into the backpack first. Let's see if there is any other use for it later.
Such as decomposition and transformation.
Continue to see other rewards. Bones of the Skeleton King, it can be ground into bone meal, which greatly promotes the growth of plants, or used to subdue canine creatures. The effect is remarkable.
So is this a teething stick for dogs?
Chen Ping scratched his head. Magic book, a magic book that records simple ice spells, which require magic power or spiritual power to use.
Magic book. Chen Ping's eyes lit up.
Directly chose to study. You have learned Frostbolt. You have learned the Ice Shield. You have learned the Icy Ground. The system sends a prompt. And he also naturally understood how to release the 3 spells. However, these are just the lowest level of ice spells. It is incomparable to what the Ice Skeleton King used with the help of the Calamity Sword.
Frostbolt.
Chen Pingon mobilized his spiritual power and said lightly,
La!
Suddenly, a sharp arrow with the length of Mishu appeared in front of him.
The whole body is made of cold ice, braving a dense white air. According to his mind, shoot instantly. Poochie. Hit a rock and instantly shatter into ice slag. General effect. But it can be regarded as making up for Chin Pingan's lack of long-range attack methods. As for the ice shield and the ice ground, there is nothing to say. The former conjures a shield, the latter freezes the ground slightly. Sure enough, this is the simplest spell. Damn it! Mr. Chin Pingan has become a master? It's so handsome, with one finger, a frost arrow flew out. Wow, this way you don't have to turn on the air conditioner in summer. When I type a series of question marks, it's not that I have a problem, but I think you have a problem. God, you don't need to turn on the air conditioner, I just burst out laughing after eating. Do you understand, the air conditioner is your second life in summer, okay?
Netizens in the Longwa live broadcast room outside were shocked when they saw this scene. Boss Chin Pingan was already strong enough, and now he has learned spells.
Isn't it even more powerful?
Wow, I didn't expect that after killing the boss, Mr. Chin Pingan would actually learn spells.
It's amazing.
In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing's happy eyes were bent. Ha, the contestants from the Lighthouse Kingdom this time are really rich boys. Not only did Mr. Chin Pingan gain a lot, but they also improved the physical fitness of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom by 20% and increased their life expectancy by 5 years.
It seems that we have misunderstood him before. Yes, this is the friendly army. Wow Wow smiled happily.
Originally, the long-term work caused him to have many minor physical problems. But this time, the minor problems disappeared one after another.
The whole person feels unprecedented ease.
Indeed, although the players from the Beacon country were very talented, they were not difficult to deal with.
Now, the new players from the Beacon country should not be underestimated.
At this moment, Neela suddenly spoke. That's right, not long after the Lighthouse country's new contestants appeared, they recruited contestants from some countries.
It's not a good comer. Lord D also nodded.
At this time, the live broadcast screen switched back to the camp. You can see a lighthouse man in a suit and leather shoes, smiling.
Players from several countries around me.
The expression on his face seemed to be convinced by him. Hiss, this guy looks very difficult to deal with. That's right, what the hell, I hate this kind of person the most, who smiles at you on the surface, but secretly plots something. Suddenly I miss the player from Lighthouse Country. Whoever he is, as long as he dares to provoke Mr. Chin Pingan, there will only be one fate.
The audience in the Dragon Kingdom talked a lot, and they all felt that the new players in the Lighthouse Kingdom should not be underestimated. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes.
But this has nothing to do with Chin Pingan for the time being. After collecting rewards and loot, after discovering that the scourge was all dead, he rides his Ferrari leisurely back to the castle. The castle has been surrounded by pigs. A large open space has been cut. The pigs were also very happy to see him, and surrounded him one after another. Whoosh! Snoring. The pigs raised their axes, and there were big wooden blocks all over the place.
Chin Pingan directly made a large metal box in the castle.
There are 50 grids dedicated to storing wood. And his purpose of letting the pigs cut down trees,
it's to spawn tree ants.
Tree ant is a kind of living tree. When the forest is cut down too much,
tree ants will appear and attack the loggers.
And the living logs dropped by the tree ants.
It is an extremely valuable material.
Whether it's backpacks, enchanting tables, or unlocking the next stage of technology,
all need live wood. Tree ants appear randomly. Chin Pingan only used stupid methods. Let the pigs keep chopping down trees. Definitely be able to spawn tree ants. Hey, isn't Mieko here?
Back in the castle, first fertilize the red fruit and spirit fruit in the flower pot. Only then did Chin Ping find out that Mieko was missing.
Ask the pigs to know. She went into the forest alone. In this case, Chin Pingan didn't bother with her either.
Everyone is responsible for their own choices. In this different world, even K dare to 100% guarantee that he can protect other people.
Take the big rock out of your backpack. Chinpingon is outside the castle.
Another 5 or 6 meter high stone wall was placed.
This is in preparation for the last wave of marauder raids at night. Lest those zombies damage the things in the castle.
Especially vermilion fruit and lingyun fruit.
That's all, baby. At this time,
he saw a person walking towards him in the distance. Take a closer look. But it is a lighthouse native with a suit and leather shoes and a smile on his face. He is personable and looks like an elite zero. It is in stark contrast to the previous John News.
Hi, I'm a new contestant from Lighthouse Country, my name is Parker.
He showed a bright smile and stretched out his hand to Chinpingon. It was like seeing an old friend I hadn't seen for many years. However, Chinping just glanced at him lightly. I had no intention of shaking his hand at all.
What's the matter?
He opened his mouth.
Fake, Dragon Kingdom players are too rude. That is, our beacon country took the initiative to show favor to him, and he dared not accept it?
Humph, just wait, Parker will soon overtake the Dragon Country player. At this time, in the live broadcast room of the Beacon Country, there are also countless viewers of the Beacon Country
watching this scene.
Their new player information has been disclosed. He is the rich second generation of a consortium.
Graduated from a reputed university. It is a proper master, the elite of the elite. Countless people from the Beacon Country immediately placed high hopes on him. Different world.
Parker's smile froze.
Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand.
I think we are all from Blue Star, we should help each other and form an alliance. I am here to invite you to join our alliance, so?
Not interested, goodbye.
Before he could finish speaking, Chinping interrupted directly. Then lay stones between the two, and soon a high stone wall.
Parker was separated from the outside.
The smile on Parker's face disappeared.
With a gloomy expression, he walked towards the camp. Ah, bullshit, you're too domineering. Through closed doors, everyone in the Beacon Country is stupid. Just by looking at that guy's expression, you can tell that he has bad intentions.
I hope he'd better not offend Mr. Chinpingen, otherwise the Lighthouse Kingdom will have to change again.
The audience in the Dragon Kingdom enjoyed watching it one after another. Whatever your machinations, I just don't take the bait. Talk. Is it difficult? It's right to be uncomfortable. Back to camp.
Parker summoned his younger brothers and some allies. He opened his mouth and said, Longuist players are too strong, and they are a huge threat to all of our players. So the reward for killing the boss tonight must not be given to him.
His awakening talent is extremely powerful.
It's called leadership. Being able to gain the other person's favor unconsciously through words and physical contact with other people.
Then follow his orders.
Because of this, he has won the favor of players from several countries.
But Chinpingen is far stronger than him. It doesn't work at all.
At that time, we will kill the boss, the players from the Big Stick 2.1 country, and we will be responsible for blocking the players from the Dragon Country. Parker sneered sullenly and said, You just kneel on the ground and delay time. As far as I know, the people of Long Kingdom like to pay attention to benevolence and righteousness.
They won't take action against the weak. This is his weakness. Dash. If we kill the boss, we will all be rewarded.
At that time, no matter how strong the Dragon Kingdom players are, they will not be the opponents of so many of us.
He was already in his heart.
Came up with such a poisonous plan. Very good, Parker is so smart to come up with such a plan.
Ha, this time the Dragon Kingdom players will definitely be fooled.
The reward this time must belong to our Lighthouse Country. After listening to the whole plan, the audience in the live broadcast room of Lighthouse Country had an instant orgasm. As expected of the elite of our Beacon Country, Parker's plan has a high success rate. I seem to have heard the voice of reward. The host of the Beacon Country shouted even more excitedly.
Damn it! So fucking insidious, this guy. Marvin is full of heart and godliness?
Come to the Een Temple when Gaomi is traveling. It's too shameless to take advantage of Chinpingen's sympathy.
Is this the Blue Star Lighthouse? It's a disgrace to Blue Star. I hope Mr. Chenpingon will not be fooled. It's over, we are from God's perspective, and Mr. Chenpingon doesn't know about it. It is very likely that their plan will succeed. And the audience of Dragon Kingdom exploded one after another. No one expected that the contestants from Lighthouse Country would be so insidious. The front is not an opponent. Just play dirty. For a time, countless people were worried. They are all praying that Chenpingon will not be fooled by them. Dragon Country live broadcast room. The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Several hosts sat up straight. Miss Bing Bing looked worried. I didn't expect the contestants from the Lighthouse Country to come up with such a vicious plan. It's really shameless to take advantage of the sympathy of Mr. Chenpingon. Speaking of this, she wished she could grit her silver teeth. I knew that this kind of guy with a smile on the surface is not a good person. Mr. Chenpingon should have killed him just now. Wow clenched his fists tightly, breathing heavily from his nostrils. If Parker appeared in front of him now, he would probably be beaten immediately so he wouldn't even know him. This is the fate of the country to survive. All countries are potential enemies. In addition to confrontation, there will definitely be various conspiracies and tricks. Miller sighed. He has always had great confidence in Chenpingon, but this time, even he couldn't guess the final result. Because in this world, people's hearts are the most unpredictable. In my opinion, this is not necessarily a bad thing. At this time, Master De suddenly spoke, shocking everyone. The other three stared wide-eyed. He looked at Master De puzzledly. Even if the Lighthouse Country succeeds this time, as long as 07 can learn from it, then next time, no matter what the plan is, it will definitely not count against Chenpingon. Master De calmly said, after all, since entering the different world, player Chenpingon seems to be going too smoothly. Let him encounter some setbacks, maybe there will be better results. After all, the survival of the national destiny does not depend on overnight, one reward is nothing, as long as it can be exchanged for the growth of the players, then it is worth it. De Ye's words are also very reasonable. The rest of the people could not help but nod. Of course, this is more of a consolation. Even so, I still hope that Mr. Chenpingon won't be fooled, and I trust him. Miss Bing Bing said firmly. Different from the ecstasy of the Lighthouse Country live broadcast room, the worry of the Dragon Country live broadcast room. The live broadcast room of Big Stick Country was full of angry viewers. Shiba, why do you want to provoke players from Dragon Kingdom again? Ah, I'm so pissed off, you actually want our players from the Big Stick Country to take risks. What if the players from the Dragon Country don't fall for the trick? Aren't our players from the Big Stick Country doomed? The people of the Big Stick have just experienced heavy rain, ice disasters. I haven't recovered yet. When I found out that my country's players were going to provoke Chenpingon again, my mentality collapsed in an instant. I don't expect you to get any rewards anymore. But don't give away people's heads, okay? Countless people in the Great Stick Kingdom were almost crying. Different world. Chenpingon didn't know about the sinister schemes of the players from the Beacon Country. Towards evening, Mieko finally came back scarred. Fortunately, only minor injuries. And she has been promoted 2 levels in a row, which is much stronger than before. It made him a little surprised. Soon, under the gaze of countless people, night has finally come. Tonight is destined to be another restless night. Chenping took out the great wild star halberd and sat on the balcony of the castle. The camp is on fire. Fires were lit all around Xinglian to provide lighting. The atmosphere of players from all over the world has become stronger, and they are waiting in the camp. Camp Center. Anku arranged all the tricks, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tonight is the beginning of my end to the Legend of Dragon Kingdom players and the beginning of my rise. He believes. Your plan must be foolproof. As long as the plan is successful, he will be rewarded generously. By that time, he is the hero of the entire Lighthouse Country. SHHHHHH. Finally, in his expectant eyes, Meteors emerged from the distant sky. Coming! He immediately became excited. But suddenly found that those meteors did not fall to the camp, but draws an arc across the sky. Disappeared in the other direction. On the gate of the temple, a few big question marks suddenly appeared. What's the situation? What about the army of zombie marauders? What about the marauder warlord boss? He stood there stupidly, with a dazed look on his face. Not only him, players from all countries in the camp. They're all as dumb as he is. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly appeared. Because the Dragon Kingdom players defeated the Scourge Legion and killed the Ice Skeleton King. His formidable strength made the Marauder Overseer fearful and decided to give up this attack. The invasion of the Marauder Legion is over. According to the contributions of players from various countries, rewards will be distributed. WTF? Parker's head buzzed, and he instantly felt stupid. Raider Overseer, by Dragonlander. Scared off? Then his painstaking planning, all his schemes. Is it a battle of wits with the air? Put. J. When he thought of this, he became anxious for a moment. Spit a mouthful of blood. Fall to the ground. Blue Star. The hosts of Xianxia's live broadcast room 037 are very nervous. After all, once a national player dies, a terrible disaster will erupt. There are several bloody examples of this. So what did they hear? Marauder Legion. Ran away? Is there such a thing? Dragon Kingdom player scares away the looter's army by himself? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Fact. I don't believe it, this is an illusion, this must be an illusion. In an instant, live broadcast rooms all over the world exploded. And in Longwa's live broadcast room, countless viewers were even more excited. Can't wait to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. Haha, Big Brother Chen Ping'an is awesome. I don't even know what to say. The raider boss actually ran away? He was scared away by Mr. Chen Ping'an, ha. Wow, but I want to ask, does this raider army have anything to do with Gaul, Doghead? Gaul is furious. You are talking nonsense, our country of Gaul will wait until the third time, and just run away the first time. Ha, look at the contestants from Beacon Country, they are so angry that they vomit blood. That's what makes people count. In Chapter 82, there is no reward for the Lighthouse Country, the entire Beacon Country vomited blood again. Please subscribe, please. Customize. Dragon Country Live Broadcast Room. Miss Bingbing couldn't help being dumbfounded, her red lips parted slightly. He blinked his eyes wide. Oh my god. This is too unbelievable, Mr. Chen Ping'an, you actually scared the boss away? The tone is full of disbelief. They count thousands of dollars. Think of countless possible scenarios. But only did not expect. There is even such a thing as a boss running away. That just sounds outrageous, doesn't it? Off the charts. I, the young Jing of the Warmer, don't know what to say. It turns out that the boss of another world will run away? This is a joke. Really broke my waist. It caught Blue Star's billions of people by surprise. At a time like this, all you need to say is bullshit. Wow, I looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, especially when I saw the scene on the screen where the Lighthouse Country player vomited blood and fell to the ground. Just like eating ginseng fruit. There are 36,000 pores all over the body. All smooth. No matter how many schemings and schemes you have, you can't defeat God's will. This is called the general trend, I am invincible. He laughed loudly. Calculate. You keep on calculating. Now the boss is running away, I want to see how long you can jump. This is what I never expected. Mila couldn't help but shook his head, and couldn't help but laugh. How many of their brain cells died outside? Worried. As a result, Chen Ping'an didn't do anything, and all the schemes disappeared without a trace. This wave is called the constant response to all changes. However, this also shows that monsters in different worlds are not unprogrammed machines or existences without intelligence. They will also be afraid, and even run away.
This is actually not a big deal for our Blue Star players.
Good news! Milo has a keen sense of smell and has also discovered hidden information.
That's right, beings with intelligence, and beings without intelligence, who can only rely on instinct, are two completely different concepts. Master Day also nodded in agreement. If tigers and lions wait, thinking of this situation, and monsters from different worlds. He has been surviving in the wild all year round, and he has encountered countless ferocious beasts, but these are just wild beasts. Possessing an intelligence no less than, or slightly lower than, human beings.
He felt shuddering. Much stronger than tigers and lions. However, I believe that our players will be able to cope successfully no matter what the situation is.
In the end, he still had full confidence in Chen Ping'an.
And in the live broadcast room of Beacon Country, almost everyone vomited blood. Fake, how can the boss escape? You are the boss. Our lighthouse country's exquisite and perfect plan has failed like this? I can't accept it. Fuck. Get out of here and fight again.
It's just that not many people care about this kind of incompetent rage.
Now the entire Blue Star is immersed in joy.
More and more people began to have a strong admiration for Chen Ping'an. Many countries are also grateful.
Choose to befriend the Dragon Kingdom, and the international status of the Dragon Kingdom will instantly rise.
Even believers from many other countries traveled thousands of miles to the Dragon Kingdom. Go to the city where Chen Ping'an once lived to pilgrimage to the second saint. But this time in another world.
Chen Ping'an didn't know that he already had a huge influence in Blue Star. But sitting on the balcony,
the expression is also a little surprised. He has pulled out the Great Desolation Star halberd, and he is ready to launch another Great Desolation Starfall at any time.
The result is this? The boss ran away directly? Grass. A plant. At this moment, his heart is consistent with the audience and the Lighthouse Kingdom. Looking at the shooting star in the distance, I can't wait to roar. Grandson, come back and fight another 300 rounds. Marauder. Warlord, 300 rounds? Does that mean I was directly killed by a meteorite? These are all rewards, all are resources.
In an instant, Chen Ping'an felt that his heart was so painful that he could not breathe.
Did not earn. It's like a blood loss. Couldn't be happier anymore.
It's a pity that although he can summon meteorites, he can't catch up with meteors.
Can only watch helplessly.
At this moment, an indifferent voice finally emerged.
According to the degree of contribution, start to distribute rewards. The top 3 contestants will receive personal rewards. Regardless of the different world or the Blue Star, the golden list once again appeared in everyone's mind.
A line of writing appeared at the bottom. Kangaroo Country player, ranked 224th, rewarded with a Kangaroo Country Spring Eye, small. Indian Island player, ranked 223rd, rewarded with a piece of forest, small.
1. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Come here, the rewards have begun. Suddenly, the billions of people in the entire Blue Star. All attention is on this. Rewards are ranked from low to high. The players who appear first have the lowest rewards. Kangaroo Country Live. Countless people cheered. Great, we finally have rewards too. It's not easy.
It seems that a spring has been rewarded. What our Kangaroo Country lacks most is water. And Kangaroo Country official. Immediately mobilize manpower to search across the country. Finally, they found the spring of reward. In a desert, there is a very small spring that is as thick as a thumb flowing out. If it weren't for the national fortune rewards shrouded in light.
1.
Almost no one notices.
Everyone was dumbfounded. This spring is too small. It is estimated that the water flowing out in a day is enough for dozens of people to drink.
I am dying of laughter. It is indeed Koizumi's eyes, they are so small.
After all, you are number 1 from the bottom, how much reward do you want?
That's right, It looks like the contestants from Kangaroo Country just killed a couple of zombies. Participation is the most important thing, consolation prize, haha. People from other countries poured in, wanting to see the rewards. As a result, I burst out laughing. And the rewards of the Indian island country are not much better. A small forest with only 20 or 30 trees. Each tree is 42 meters high, but when the official found out, it had been cut down by the locals for firewood. Almost didn't make the commander of Yingdao so angry that he had a cerebral hemorrhage. Rewards continue to be issued. As long as players who have killed zombies in the invasion event. All the countries you belong to have rewards. Tears filled the eyes of many countries. It's not easy. Finally rewarded. Otherwise, they almost thought that their country was going to accept punishment. Only players from the Dragon Kingdom will win the prize. Sunset Country contestant, ranked 101st, rewarded with a small coal mine. Tesha player, ranked 100th, rewards a small oasis. Rewards are also consolation prizes from the beginning. Become a valuable resource. Especially the country of Tesha was very happy. Their country was originally in a desert, and the oases were extremely precious. Now one more out of thin air. Even a small oasis is priceless. King Tesha immediately announced a 3-day national holiday. Then with queens and princes. Take a vacation to the oasis of rewards. The whole world was in a state of rejoicing. Everyone gets a prize. Soon, the rewards will come to the last few. White Elephant Country contestant, ranked 4th, rewarded with a medium-sized iron mine. Galo Country player, ranked 3rd, received personal rewards, and rewarded a domestic tributary. White Bear Country contestant, ranked 2nd, received a personal reward, rewarding a large domestic mine. When the news came out, the three countries were immediately in ecstasy. And more people's eyes are focused on the first place. Come out after 1,000 calls. Longwa players, ranked 1st, and the contribution rate exceeds 50%, get additional rewards. Longway contestants get a personal gift package, and Longway rewards a giant oil field. Boom! In an instant, the entire Blue Star caused a sensation. Envious eyes of countless countries are red after hearing this. Oil field, and it's still a giant oil field. You must know that the reserves of any giant oil field are measured in billions of tons. The entire Dragon Kingdom fell into ecstasy in an instant. But when the entire Blue Star is full of joy, the Lighthouse Country is an exception. Because only they have no rewards. No rewards. No rewards. Say the important thing 3 times. Fact. Why is there no reward in our Lighthouse Country? There must be something inside. Even the Kangaroo Country has a spring, and our Lighthouse Country doesn't even have a tree. Damn John, if he doesn't die, our Lighthouse Country must be number 2. It's all the fault of Dragon Country players. We must make Dragon Country compensate us for our losses. That's right, let Dragon Kingdom hand over their giant oil fields. Countless people from the Beacon Country vomited blood in anger. Originally, John Sun's strength was second only to Chin Pingen. As long as he was alive and ranked in the top 3, as a result, his contribution would be reset to 0 immediately after his death. And if the boss strikes tonight, it is entirely possible for their new players from Beacon Country to kill the boss. It can even surpass the Dragon Country players and become the first. But rather, the boss has run away? This also guides the blind, and the Lighthouse Country has no harvest, not even a hair reward. Seeing that other countries have rewards, especially Long Country has a huge oil field. The mentality of the entire Beacon Country immediately exploded. Countless people even quit the live broadcast room one after another. The newly appointed deputy commander. It is even more unbearable to accept this series of blows. He vomited blood again and was taken to the hospital. Lying in the ICU with the former commander. Formed a unique landscape. P.S. Milnan is not as good as the little Lolita who failed to give a big reward. Thank you Chin Shinmung for the reward again. Daxi and Sherby report. Ha ha. It's too bad, the Lighthouse Country doesn't even have any rewards.
I just laughed out loud like a pig. TSK, this is the end of provoking Mr. Chinpingen. Want a reward? No way.
Even the big stick country next door has rewards, and the mentality of this wave of lighthouse countries has collapsed.
Speaking of which, don't you think that the player from the Lighthouse Kingdom was a friendly army at the beginning?
He also helped Mr. Chinpingen lead out the boss, and then lost the rewards from the Lighthouse Kingdom.
Twice. Grass, I'm so directly moved. There are also many viewers from Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room of Lighthouse Kingdom. After passing the message back, the audience of Dragon Kingdom felt relieved one after another. Simply delighted. And the official of Dragon Kingdom, also anxiously waiting. I found it, just in the northwest region, a giant oil field was discovered. The secretary with an ecstatic face rushed into the conference room. Reported the great news to the majestic old man. At the same time, pictures and videos are released one by one. I can see black mucus flowing on a desert. Keep pouring out of the ground. It's like the blood of the earth. It's all high purity oil, even poured directly to the ground, and the difficulty of mining is extremely low. The secretary is very excited. Not only is the difficulty of mining extremely low, you can even just take a scoop to scoop it. How many reserves are there? The old man asked hastily. Preliminary estimates, at least 50 billion tons. The secretary replied. Good. Good. Great. God bless my dragon kingdom. The old man said two good words in a row, and his eyes turned slightly red. Today, when Blue Star resources are exhausted, what is the concept of an oil field with reserves of 50 billion tons? If put in the past, enough to trigger a World War 040. You must know that oil is known as the blood of industry and the mother of modern industry. The importance is beyond doubt. Even the simplest plastic is extracted from petroleum. With oil, it is equivalent to inserting a pair of wings for Long Guichu to take off. You can't hide the news at all. After all, the whole world knows about the rewards. The Dragon Kingdom announced it openly. Moment. Arouse the envy of all countries in the section world. The people of the Lighthouse Country have red eyes. One by one is like the reincarnation of rabbit spirits. If it appeared in other countries, the Beacon Country would have gone all out to snatch it. But facing the Dragon Kingdom, they dare not. So all of them shut themselves down, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Different world. After the reward comes out, Chinpingen did not have any surprises. After all, there were 3 waves of attacks. One wave was destroyed by his Great Desolation Starfall, and the other wave was simply scared away by him. He is not the first who is. Hey, my hands are numb after opening rewards these 2 days. He sighed. Rubbed his wrist. At this time, I don't know how many people in the world are watching his live broadcast. After hearing his soliloquy, people will be stupid. It's so boring to open rewards. Is this the life of a boss? It's really boring, dog head. Envy, nothing else, just envy. Ha, Big Brother Chinpingen is a force to pretend. I give full marks. Yeah, I hope people from the Lighthouse Kingdom won't see me, or I'll vomit blood again. Lighthouse Country viewers, cursed and quit the live broadcast room. Funny. Chinpingen didn't even know that any word he said now could cause a huge disturbance in Blue Star. Influence has gone beyond national borders. In fact, players from any country have absolute influence in the country, surpassing any star. After all, once they die, disaster will erupt. Who dare not pay attention to this? See what's going on this time. Without the boss reward, Chinpingen lacked interest. Open the gift bag casually. You got 1 achievement point. You have obtained a treasure fire spirit bead. You got a blueprint. You got a mysterious map. Although it doesn't look like much. But Chinpingen's eyes lit up. Because that's exactly what he needs. With this 1 achievement point, he has collected 3 achievement points. What are you waiting for? Open the achievement store directly. Found the blueprint he was thinking of. Neji Royal Crossbow Blueprint. After launching, you can capture wild beasts and have a chance to drop wild beast eggs. You need 3 achievement points to exchange them. Redeem. He didn't hesitate. A blueprint appeared in his mind, and he immediately chose to study it. I couldn't help but get excited. He remembered that this was an artifact in a game called Wonderful Mountain and Sea in his previous life, and it was also the core gameplay. Capture wild beasts, domesticate, fight, devour, and evolve. It can be said that with a crossbow in hand, I have it in the world. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. After looking at the materials needed for Neji's crossbow: living wood, the soul of beast spirits, tough animal tendons, metal blocks. In addition to the first 2 necessary, the latter 2 materials can be optional. But it will affect the final quality of Neji. Therefore, ordinary animal tendons and metal blocks must not be used. However, Shinpingen, the metal block, has already determined that it must be meteorite iron ore. This is the material used to create legendary equipment. But what is the soul of a beast spirit system? He asked. After killing the beast boss, there is a chance to drop the soul of the beast spirit, which is an extremely precious material. The system replied. Beast boss? Shinpingen immediately thought. In the mine he began to dig. The ancient rhino boss appeared. It seems that after the first transformation, it is necessary to prepare to kill this boss first. Then he took out the fire spirit orb from the reward. Then he took out the gold spirit beads, wood spirit beads, and water spirit beads from the backpack in turn. The 4 spirit beads complement each other, forming a layered halo. I only need the earth spirit orb in Zhu Wang's hand, and I can start my first transformation. His heart suddenly became excited. Calm down. The new Spider Queen will be released in the Spider Lair. It may take a day or 2. More haste, less speed. Continue to see other rewards. Iron Golem Blueprint. You can make a loyal Iron Golem, patrol or fight. That's not bad. And only iron blocks and pumpkins are needed. There are plenty of iron blocks, Shinpingen, but he hasn't seen pumpkins yet. But in the game, pumpkins are not precious things either. It should be found in the forest. Finally, a mysterious map. Mysterious map. It records the location of a mysterious treasure chest, but a mysterious key is required to open the treasure. Mysterious key? I remember having one. Shenping scratched his head. He took out a bronze key from his backpack. Emotions are still compatible. Looking at the mysterious map, Shenpingen suddenly became more and more familiar. And many more. The location of the treasure chest recorded on this map. Why is it so like the mine I dug out for the first time? His eyes widened. Grass. A plant. What a treat. It's just that what is recorded on the map is a road leading to the ground. And he dug directly into the mine. Shenping's black hair. Keep it. When the time comes, kill the boss and open the treasure chest, by the way. Since the bosses have all escaped, there's no point in waiting any longer. Shenpingen went directly to his room to sleep. The night passed. After fertilizing Lingji as usual, the pigs were given a piece of meat each to continue hiring. Shenpingen took the axe and decided to start the tree-cutting business. Mine is enough for now. And it looks more dangerous underground than on the ground. He dug the mine twice. The ancient rhinoceros boss was dug up once, but fortunately, he ran fast. For the second time, the ruins of the temple were directly dug out. A close escape with life. If he digs further, Shenpingen is afraid that he will dig out another wither, ender dragon or something. Chop trees, chop trees. Together with the pigs, Shenpingen started to chop trees like crazy. He didn't believe that such a big forest can't cut down a few tree people? Da. The sound of logging resounds through the forest. Mieko also wanted to help, but she couldn't use the system tools. So Shenpingen made her an iron sword. Sent her to upgrade. what is Mr. Chin Pingin doing? I think he cut down a tree all morning. Could it be after breakfast and move your body? God, move your body, is it so hardcore?
The audience in the Longwa live broadcast room were puzzled and discussed.
Chin Pingin, do you have a special hobby for cutting trees?
In the live broadcast room, Miss Bing Bing guessed uncertainly. Then mining should be added, but when I think about it, I suddenly feel that the style of painting is so strange.
Wow, I couldn't help but complain.
Players from other countries survive in another world. Hungry meal, full meal, carefully collect resources.
Always beware of monsters that appear. I have to sleep with one eye open and one eye closed at night. Mr. Chin Pingin's survival in another world.
Cut trees, dig mines, build houses, fight bosses, mine mines, cut trees.
Good guy. It turns out that fighting bosses is just a side job, right? Master, I got it. I think this may be a way for him to relax. After all, he has experienced a series of battles in the past 2 days, and he may be under a lot of psychological pressure. Ni Lu guessed. Makes sense. Master De nodded.
After all, everyone relaxes in different ways.
Some people even have someone else whip them specifically to relieve stress. Of course, this whipping must be serious. In contrast, it is not surprising to cut down trees. Wait, is it my illusion? Why do I feel that the forest in the distance seems to be moving? Suddenly, Wawa cried out in surprise. Then, the camera zoomed in.
Everyone was shocked to see that hundreds of tall trees had grown hands and feet, and stood up from the soil. Horrible human faces emerged from the trees.
Walk towards Chin Pingon slowly. Reward. Share. Report. Has the tree become a spirit? Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it. I read it right, the tree has become a spirit and started to walk? What scene haven't I seen? Strike out, I really haven't seen this scene.
My good fellow, I thought I wouldn't be surprised by what happened in the other world, but now it seems that I'm still in the dark.
Hiss, why do I feel that the direction of these tree people is where Mr. Chin Pingon is? I also have this feeling. Fuck. Could it be that too many trees have been cut down, and the forest is angry?
The audience in the Longwa live broadcast room suddenly found that the tree man was walking towards Chin Pingon.
Immediately, he was not calm. There's no reason, why don't you just cut down some trees? This is so outrageous, okay, I suspect that Mr. Chin Pingon was targeted, yes. Bosses are dug out from mines, tree ants are created by cutting down trees. Is there still a reason for this? Is there still a law? Oh, that's in another world, it's okay. Have to say. Hundreds of tree ants moved together. The greatness of the momentum. It's frightening.
Haha, players from the Dragon Kingdom cut down trees recklessly, and now they have finally received their retribution.
There are so many tree people, this time the Dragon Kingdom players must be dead. Why Ruagyud, the Dragon Kingdom is finally about to erupt in disaster. And in the Longwa live broadcast room, countless barrages of schadenfreude burst out in an instant.
As the saying goes, trees are better than forests.
The wind will destroy it. Chen Ping's performance is really too strong. So strong that there are many countries secretly giving birth to fear. Like a mountain. Press hard on the heads of their players.
As long as the Dragon Kingdom players don't die, they have no chance of becoming a god-level civilization at all.
Now I finally see an opportunity. Immediately everyone became excited. Especially the Lighthouse country.
The live broadcast room in their country has already switched the screen to Chin Pingon.
Get ready to see how he dies.
With this energy, go worry about the players in your own country first.
That's right, do you know what a big brother is? Look hard, study hard, the result will definitely disappoint you.
Experts suggest, prepare quick-acting heart relief pills, and the Lighthouse country is a lesson from the past.
But the Dragon Kingdom audience is not vegetarian either. They told Chin Pingon. Have extremely strong confidence. And in another world.
Chin Pingon also shook from the ground. I saw a group of tree people walking towards me in the distance.
There are so many, it's a bit troublesome now,
he whispered to himself. Immediately, the atmosphere of the entire Blue Star exploded. Especially the host of Lighthouse Country. He said loudly, "It seems that the players of the Dragon Kingdom are very inflated, which has laid the foundation for his defeat, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom like bluffing the most. We have reason to believe that he is trying to secure himself."
Ah, do you want your face to be numb?
Your confidence can also be called inflated.
Laughing, the other world is not Blue Star, who is Chin Ping's boss showing his bluff. With your IQ, you can basically bid farewell
to the ranks of hosts. However, the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Kingdom has long been occupied by the audience of the Dragon Kingdom who heard the news, and they ridiculed with barrage. The face of the host of the Beacon Country was ashen. But this is still the live broadcast room of the high-dimensional world. They don't have the right to seal or silence at all. At the same time, Chin Pingon had already put on the refined iron armor.
Take out the great wild star halberd. Take the initiative to quickly approach a tree ant.
Don't look at the slow movements of the tree people, but they are huge.
Move a little bit. It's faster than humans can run.
They are big and small, the small ones are only 30 meters high. The big ones are hundreds of feet tall.
Taller than the meteor iron giant he met in the temple ruins.
This is also the reason why many people in Blue Star think he is dead. However, Chin Ping knew the tree people were not difficult to deal with in the game.
It is far worse than the boss. Eat me with a halberd.
Soon he was relying on a tree man and wielding the great desolate star halberd.
Click. White sawdust flying around. A deep mark appeared on the tree man.
But then, a green light flashed. The scars on the tree man disappeared without a trace.
Whoa!
Immediately afterwards, he raised his arm and waved it towards Chin Pingon.
Too slow. Easily dodged by him.
Tree ant, a tree temporarily activated by the power of the forest. It has terrifying power, but it moves slowly.
Attacking or repairing damage will consume the active power in the body. After the active power is exhausted, it will disintegrate itself.
The system prompts. Chin Pingon also felt that the tree man's aura had dropped a lot. It is estimated that it will take about 7 or 8 blows to completely exhaust the active power in the tree man's body.
If there is a tree ant, or 5 tree ants, he can kill the kite if he catches it. But now there are hundreds of tree ants.
Once under siege, even he is in danger.
Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets.
Hold the great desolate star halberd tightly. Chin Pingon has the idea of directly coming to the great desolation starfall. But still controlled himself. Ants must be afraid of fire. If a meteorite falls,
burn them up directly, and then it will be a blood loss. But each kite? What a waste of time too. There must be a way.
He stroked his chin, lost in thought. I didn't expect the wounds of these tree people to heal on their own. The Dragon Kingdom players have fallen into a powerless situation.
What he didn't know was,
seeing him meditating, the host of Lighthouse Country's eyes lit up.
Shouted excitedly.
I can't wait, I want to see the scene where the Dragon Kingdom players are torn apart. Once the Dragon Country player dies, our Lighthouse Country will be the strongest in the world.
I have champagne ready, want to celebrate?
The audience in the Beacon Country still haven't learned their lesson, and they are all elated.
It's as if you've already won. There is a way. At this time, Chin Pingon's eyes lit up in another world. Finally thought of a way.
He came to the only way in front of the tree people, first dug out the soil on the ground, and went down tens of meters. Then fill with large boulders, all the way to the ground. And he built a foundation on the ground, and surrounded it with stone walls all around. Finally, sealed the top of the head. Also sealed 2 layers. Just like that, a small fortress made of stone suddenly appeared.
It looks like a boxy matchbox. Just enough to hold him in it.
There was only a row of gaps left on the stone wall in front of him.
0, ask for flowers. What is Mr. Chin Pingon doing? I don't understand. Could it be to build a fort and hide in it? I think it's very possible.
No matter how strong these tree ants are, they can't smash stones several meters thick. Seeing this scene, the audience in Longwa was also a
little puzzled. But soon, they were overwhelmed by what happened next. Shocked and dumbfounded.
After Chin Pingon hid in the fortress, the surrounding trees immediately surrounded him.
In a blink of an eye, the small fort was surrounded by trees. Boom! The tree man's claws landed on the fort, making a loud noise. But the fortress is standing still.
And Shen Ping stretched out the great desolate star halberd from the reserved space in front of him. Facing the feet of a tree man outside, he started a frantic attack.
No way, he can attack. There are only feet. Click, click. A series of scars quickly emerged. That's right. This is the tried and tested method of pedicure.
Hiding in his safe fortress, Shen Ping only needs to wave the great desolate star halberd.
You can attack the tree man. And these tree ants couldn't touch him at all. 0.
Moreover, there are at most 3 or 4 tree ants who can approach the fort at a time.
The rest can only be surrounded outside.
It is impossible to shake the fortress whose foundation is tens of meters deep.
More importantly, these tree ants have no brains. After all, it is a plant, and it is against the sky to be able to move. He only knows about mechanized attacks and doesn't know how to think at all.
In this way, Chin Pingon kept attacking. Soon, a tree ant outside was exhausted, and instantly disintegrated into several pieces of living wood.
Even better,
the other tree ants found that there were vacancies, and immediately filled them up.
It's like queuing up to die. Chen Pingon's pedicure service started vigorously. Those who persevere in cultivating people come to enjoy the service. In the end, he successfully turned himself into pieces of living wood. Just tears. Is there still such an operation?
Blue Star, the live broadcast room of the Beacon Country, the host looked dull.
Even began to doubt life. What about swarming up and killing the Dragon Kingdom players?
You line up for pedicures every other time.
Is it because I read Artemisia questions, or is there something wrong with these tree people?
Haha, I didn't expect to have this trick, high, really high.
Wow.
I never imagined that Mr. Chin Pingon still has such a flamboyant operation.
Boss Chin Pingon, only you can't think of it, but I can't do it. A pedicure is hard work, right?
Tuali poos, always special 2 line up 1 by 1, I don't eat in such an orderly cafeteria.
Mom, why do I somehow feel a little cute?
It's a miserable tree, no, it's a terrible group of tree people.
The audience of Long Kingdom was completely dumbfounded. Good guy.
This pedicure is repaired, each tree person is quite efficient. When one dies, the other immediately makes up for it.
And don't fight or grab.
After countless people reacted, they leaned forward and back together with laughter. For Chin Pingon, there are only 2 characters.
Bullshit. That's it. Chin Ping only spent a little over an hour turning hundreds of powerful tree ants into living wood materials all over the place. Chin Pedicure Master successfully completed the service safely. Dan? Reward. V1. Hundreds of tree ants.
Explode all the live wood materials for Chin Pingon directly.
A strange block of wood with a tan surface and a human face on the surface. When touched, you can even feel the squirm. Although it is weird, it is an extremely precious material.
Chin Ping originally thought that it would be good to have a few trees.
Unexpectedly, hundreds of them came directly. A direct wave of fat. 200 or 300 live logs were picked up. The first thing is to upgrade the backpack. Except for living wood, he gathered all other materials. Choose to upgrade now. In an instant, the number of backpack grids in my mind instantly increased. From 20 to 64 directly. The originally crowded backpack suddenly became empty. Back to the castle. He took out a blueprint that had been exploded before.
Fairy house drawing, able to summon 2 goblins, naturally friendly to plants, and able to take care of the spirit 043G. This is the reward for completely eradicating the spider nest. But live wood is needed. So it has not been able to make it. Now at last there is living wood. Chen Pingon immediately learned the drawings. Then he took out the required materials and meditated in his heart to synthesize them. Shrouded in white light. A log cabin about centimeters long and wide appeared in his hands. Sprouts and vines grow on the surface of the wooden house. There are also colorful flowers. It looks like a fairy tale. Yee. Suddenly, from the cabin came a childish voice. 2 thumb-sized goblins with 2 pairs of transparent wings flew out. With an innocent smile on his face. Flying around Chen Pingon non-stop. Finally sat on his shoulders, dangling a pair of little white legs. A scent of flowers permeated the air. Ah, so cute, I can't do it. My God, this old man's maiden heart is about to melt. How can you be so cute? This is simply a foul. I thought that creatures in other worlds were dangerous and terrifying, but I didn't expect such cute creatures to exist. It's small, but I think I can. Aha, upstairs, you are wrong. After seeing this scene in Longwa's live broadcast room, suddenly, the whole studio exploded. Countless people have been directly turned into fans by the little goblin. Let out a burst of screams. Especially for many female viewers, their eyes have turned into hearts. I have no resistance to cute things at all. Of course, many macho men are the same. Different world. A smile appeared on the corner of Chinping's mouth. Holding the treehouse in hand, I came to the flower pot where vermilion fruit and lingyun fruit were planted. Let it go. Yeah. The 2 goblins flew down immediately and began to take care of Lingji. Wisps of green breath emerged during the process. Lingji suddenly looked more colorful and strong. The growth is gratifying. As expected of a fairy who is friendly to plants, she specializes in taking care of Lingji. Chen Pingon nodded. With these 2 goblins, there is no need for him to take care of them every day. And left the fertilizer synthesized from carrion to the 2 goblins. Chen Ping left the castle again. This time he came. It's a tall spider platform not far away. On a platform of hundreds of meters. There are more than a dozen spiders densely packed, including 2 second-level spiders. Carefully squeezed onto the platform. More than a tragic word. And this scene was also seen by the audience in the live broadcast room. Suddenly startled. Fuck. This is too miserable. Hey man, are even the spiders starting to roll in now? Is this the spider that surrounded the entire camp before? Why does it look so pitiful? Tears, please put your tears on the public screen. Mad, this reminds me of the fear of being dominated by the basement of the Mordor city. Don't talk about it, I already have a visual sense, I'm ready to start crying. Soon, the live broadcast room began to crooked daily. Hiss. And in another world, all the spiders saw Chen Pingon. Immediately excited. Make a fierce hiss. Unfortunately, no matter before or now. He was never afraid of spiders. Too many, looks like it needs to be cleaned up. He said to himself. He took out the great wild star halberd from his backpack. In an instant, all the spiders on the platform couldn't help but freeze, feeling the deadly threat. Insect perception of danger. Much higher than other creatures. Chen Ping directly built a passage leading to the spider platform from under his feet, but none of the spiders dared to pass. If that's the case, then only I will pass. Holding the great desolate star halberd, he strode over. Hiss. Finally, a spider couldn't bear it anymore. Jump up and attack. Vila. A starlight emerges. The great desolate star halberd drew an arc. Chen Pingon kept walking. A spider corpse split in 2 fell from both sides. Sizzle. Immediately afterwards, more spiders rushed up fearlessly.
For protecting the spider's lair. That's their mission.
However, in front of Chinpingan, any resistance is futile.
Under the wild star halberd. If you rub it, you will die, if you touch it, you will die. In a blink. More than a dozen spiders were killed or injured. There are only 2 second-level spiders left behind by him. 0. Then took out pieces of carrion from his backpack. Throw it to the spider. That's right. He's feeding the spider nest. After querying the system, I learned that the growth of spider nests can also be achieved by feeding food. Come accelerate growth. It happened that there was a lot of carrion in his backpack. Feed directly to the spider nest to see if a third-level spider queen can be hatched. Hiss. 2 second-level spiders immediately bit the carrion into the spider's nest. What is Mr. Chinpingan doing? Looks like you're feeding spiders? No way, do you want to keep spiders as pets? Stop talking, goosebumps are already up, okay? The audience in the live broadcast room also expressed doubts.
Soon, Chinpingan had already thrown out a group of rotten meat.
The spider nest is also at a speed visible to the naked eye. The third layer has grown. Hiss. With loud hissing. A powerful breath of cold evil 2.1. Diffuse out of it now. Then, from the spider's lair. Drilled out of a van-sized spider queen with a huge belly. Its scarlet compound eyes shone with a cold light. He is the master of the entire spider lair. It will become the nightmare of all creatures, all. Click. However, the great desolate star halberd directly inserted into its head. An old boss, don't add so much drama to yourself, okay? Chinpingan shrugged.
There is no option to collect, but to dissect directly.
Heart, the head of the spider queen. This is what the pig king wants. With these,
finally, I can exchange for the earth spirit orb.
Make your first metamorphosis. P.S. Thanks for the reward at the beginning of 151.
Long press your favorite passage to record your thoughts.
Reward. Share. Report. Ah, what a miserable spider queen. Spider queen, I don't want to lose face. What does it mean to be second when I appear on the stage?
Queen, times have changed. One thing to say, this is probably the most useless little boss.
Viewers of Longwo live broadcast room.
I just saw the spider queen coming out aggressively.
Like a demon god who brings death and slaughter. Result next second. The salary was stuck on the forehead by the wild star, and the dead can't die anymore. Immediately burst out laughing, and complained one after another. The atmosphere is extremely relaxed and happy.
In the eyes of players from other countries, the scary spider queen.
In Shenping's hands, he was like a younger brother.
And audiences from other countries, in addition to being envious, are still envious.
Don't look at the ease of the Dragon Kingdom players.
Like chopping melons and vegetables. But for players from their country,
it is estimated that even a second-level spider can't beat it. Ugh.
It's just tears if I say too much. Let's go and see how to apply for Longwa citizenship.
Even if you live temporarily. Different world. Hearts and heads are finally collected. After Chen Ping dissected the Spider Queen, the original third-level spider lair changed back to level 1 again, consuming all the energy. And he descended from the dais. Organized the backpack.
Summon the Ferrari, take the pigmen.
Can't wait to head in the direction of Pig King. And in the distance, after Chin Pingen left, a figure suddenly appeared on a big tree.
Like a chameleon, it has the same camouflage color as a big tree.
You can't see it from a distance. He immediately returned to camp.
Tell the news to player Parker from Lighthouse Country.
07-inch Dragon Kingdom players actually left the castle? Parker's eyes were cold.
Looking at Mieko, who was alone, entering the forest to exercise herself again, a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
I don't know what kind of poisonous plan he is planning. The other side. Under the leadership of the pig people, Chen Ping walked through the woods and finally came to the place where the Pig King was again. Snore. Whoosh. Accompanied by the cry of the pigman, a cave emerged out of thin air. After walking in, Pig King was still lazily lying on his side on the ground. Even though Chen Ping'an is much stronger than before. But there is still a feeling of standing on the crater. Pig King's strength far exceeded his imagination. Thankfully he's a neutral creep, and even friendly. Dear Pig King, I brought what you need in exchange. He took out the Spider Queen's heart and head from his backpack. Huluhu, you grow faster than I thought. Pig King said. Immediately afterwards, the heart and head flew out. And the two streamers also appeared in front of Chen Ping'an. He was overjoyed immediately, and stretched out his hand to grab it. You have obtained a precious Earth Spirit bead. You got the pig house blueprint. Earth Lingzhu. Finally got it. Chen Ping'an almost couldn't wait. Just wanna go back for the first transformation. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. It is detected that the host has collected all 5 spirit beads and can undergo the first transformation. Please find an absolutely safe place to transform. Because the host is a perfect transformation, there is no one in a million, so during the transformation process, there will be powerful wild beasts attacking. The host, please be mentally prepared. What? Yueshi Forum? Chen Ping'an was shocked. There will be wild beasts attacking? It seems that his transformation this time is definitely not trivial. Absolutely safe place. Chen Ping'an thought for a while, the castle is definitely not safe. And in the ground. Thinking of the previous 2 encounters, I'm afraid it will be even less safe than on the ground. And many more. He suddenly came to his senses. Where he is now. With the existence of the Pig King, the safety factor is absolutely leveraged. Dear Pig King, can I find a place to transform with you? He asked directly. Pig King sat up straight and took a deep look at him. He lay back down slowly and closed his eyes. Snore. Okay. However, the space in the cave is still too small. Chen Ping'an came outside the cave. Take the big rock out of your backpack. A fortress was quickly built, 5 or 6 meters thick. And the innermost layer. He still used iron blocks to pave the way. Then outside, build again with big wooden blocks. Simply insane. Even the Pig King inside couldn't help opening his eyes slightly. If it weren't for the lack of meteorite ore, Chen Ping'an even wanted to lay another layer of meteoric iron ore. Used up all the materials on him. A full 10 meters thick. Enough to resist the attack of any monster. Never mind. It's better to set up a flag. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Everything's ready. Chen Ping walked into the fortress. Use blocks from outside to inside, completely blocked. Then sit cross-legged. At this time, in the live broadcast room of Blue Star and Longwa, numerous viewers also showed doubts. What is Mr. Chen Ping'an doing again? Hey, why did I say again? It seems to have built a particularly outrageous shelter for myself? Good guy, there are more than 10 layers, and it's still solid. Is it to resist nuclear bombs? My scalp is numb already, this is too safe. In the studio, Miss Bingbing always stared wide-eyed. Teachers, what do you think is the purpose of Mr. Chen Ping'an doing this? Is there any danger? It looks very similar, but I can't think of any monsters that can threaten Mr. Chen Ping'an. Wow scratched his head, maybe the boss just wants to find a safe place to catch up on sleep? God, what a catch. Guys, I feel the need to redefine the definition of safety. I will give full marks to the effect of this wave of programs. The audience in the live broadcast room, who were eating breakfast, directly sprayed out. I laughed so hard. I guess, he should be trying to avoid some danger, maybe a danger we don't know. The analysis still depends on me, Lou.
He pushed his glasses, but there is no doubt that, judging from the situation that Mr. Chinpingen is ready for battle, it will definitely not be a small fight. That's right, and the fact that Chinpingen is surrounded by surrounding areas means that he is not sure where the danger is coming from.
Lord De nodded.
There must be more than the monsters we saw in the otherworldly world.
Have you forgotten the giant bird whose wings covered the sky at the beginning? The voice fell. Everyone was shocked. Yes, that is the real danger in the otherworld.
In contrast, monsters such as spiders and zombies.
It's as harmless as a little white rabbit. Look, Mr. Chinpingen is starting to move.
At this time Miss Bingbing's voice.
Pull everyone back to another world. Everything is ready. Chinpingen no longer hesitated, and took out 5 spirit beads from his backpack.
And a few vermilion fruits, Lingyun fruits. This is all after he used the bones of the Ice Skeleton King and ground them into bone powder.
Spawned.
Just in case, to replenish energy.
Start.
He meditated silently in his heart. The first metamorphosis begins. A system prompt appears.
Immediately afterwards, an amazing scene happened.
The spirit beads turned into streamers of different colors one after another.
Instantly integrated into Chinpingen's body. In an instant,
his whole body was shrouded in brilliance.
Like a sitting god. Whoa!
Like the sound of rivers flowing. That was the sound of his blood flowing.
Chinping only felt an extremely terrifying energy. Break him apart and reassemble him. Thoroughly stimulate all the hidden powers in the body. What's the situation? Mr. Chinpingen has become a fairy. Fuck. Fuck. Is this really immortal, the legendary 5-Chi dynasty? Mom, come out and see the gods. I bought cakes. The Dragon Country players are going to become the gods of the Dragon Country? Incredible, this is not scientific at all.
The other world still talks about science. Didn't 043 wake up, did you?
My god, is it true that Mr. Chinpingen descended from a god?
It's the first time I've heard the sound of blood flowing in the human body. It can be so loud, it's simply too terrifying. In the Blue Star live broadcast room, countless people poured into the Dragon Country live broadcast room. I was stunned to see this scene. Even the people of some small countries knelt on the ground and began to worship on the spot.
But even more amazing is yet to come.
Hold head high. Accompanied by a terrible dragon chant.
An incomparably huge divine dragon overflowing with intense brilliance.
It suddenly appeared above Chinpingen. It can be seen even hundreds of miles away, and then there is another chirp. An incomparably gorgeous phoenix with bright feathers.
It also flew out slowly. One dragon and one phoenix seem to be the masters of the whole world. Contains an incomparably noble and extraordinary atmosphere. Hovering above Chinpingen's head.
And his aura gradually became ethereal and noble.
Like a banished fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. Suddenly,
seeing countless pavilions and palaces appearing. Sitting or standing inside, gods with terrifying auras emerged. Layer upon layer, there are 9 layers. Just like the legendary Tian-Ke. At the highest point, stands an extremely noble existence.
Stand with your hands behind your back.
It seems that once he makes a move, he can catch the stars and take the moon and turn the world around.
The mighty breath filled the world.
And this face of existence.
It was exactly the same as Chinpingen.
Just when countless people in Blue Star were dumbfounded, and couldn't help but want to kneel down and bow down, they groaned.
A high-pitched
chirp. Immediately afterwards, a giant bird with the head the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared. There are 3 heads and 6 long tail feathers. Stretch out the incomparably sharp bird claws.
Dive down from high altitude in an instant. Point at Chinpingen.
P.S. The new month is here, readers, please come to order some flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets. A humble little salted fish is here to ask for tickets again.
Reward I share I report. Shenlong, a phoenix, OMG, I'm getting goosebumps. Fuck, is this really going to become a fairy?
I knew that Mr. Chinpingen is not an ordinary person, it's incredible.
Ah, I can't do it anymore, my whole body is on fire. And look at the end, there is a heavenly palace, and there is a god in it, especially like Mr. Chinpingen. Damn it! Could it be the legendary Emperor of Heaven? The moment the vision appeared, the entire Longwo live broadcast room is boiling. Countless people, no matter what the people of Long Kingdom are doing. Everyone stood up in shock and exclaimed. Everyone feels the scalp tingling, trembling with excitement. The dragon and the phoenix have an extremely transcendent status in the Dragon Kingdom. We can even say, has become a spirit, a belief. A thing that is rooted in the entire Dragon Kingdom and cannot be described in words. It is supreme and the object of worship by all. And now, all have seen the real dragon with their own eyes. Majesty. Noble. It's like a totem from ancient times. Come back to the world. Countless Dragon Kingdom people trembled with excitement, their hearts filled with fanaticism. My God, I don't even know what to say. Who the hell is Chinpingen? Is he really a legendary fairy? The legendary dragon and phoenix appeared beside him. It's so amazing, I can't believe it.
Miss Bingbing was so shocked that she was a little incoherent.
Said excitedly. Dragon. Phoenix. Heavenly Palace. This is simply a real fairy descending into the world.
Even if Mr. Chinpingen is not a fairy, I think he must become a fairy.
Is this the legendary ascension in the daytime? Wow yelled loudly. The eyes are extremely shocking. This scene is really amazing. If what happened before, if you can barely explain it, then there is no explanation at all now. The dragon and phoenix, the totems of the Dragon Kingdom belief, unexpectedly appeared beside Chinpingen. If this is not a fairy, what is it? By chewers, are players from the Dragon Kingdom really about to become immortals? Is this the Shenlong of the Dragon Kingdom? It is more noble than the dragon in our legends, and the pressure is too much.
Nonsense, your dragon can only be regarded as a large lizard, and our Dragon Kingdoms is the real dragon.
Are the two comparable?
Seriously protest, Dragon Country player cheated, he is a god at all. Laughing to death, the Big Stick Kingdom is still letting this go, be careful, Chinpingen, will become an immortal, a thunderbolt will strike you to death. All kinds of astonishing visions.
You can see it even in the camp.
The billions of people in the entire Blue Star, almost all poured into the Longwo live broadcast room.
Make an incredible cry.
Audiences from some countries, such as the Lighthouse country. His face was extremely ugly, and it could even be said that he was desperate.
If Dragon Kingdom players are human,
players from their country still have the possibility of surpassing.
But now I'm going to become a fairy. Is this even better?
It's just a dimensionality reduction strike.
But soon, everyone's face changed again.
Seeing the terrifying desolate beasts descending from the sky like hills.
An attack has been launched. Hundreds of meters of wings fluttered, rolling up a raging hurricane. Vila. Sharp claws fall.
Immediately, a trace several meters deep appeared on the wooden block outside the shelter.
OMG, what is this? 2. It's scary, it's horrible, just looking at it, I feel like I'm about to suffocate.
With one claw, it can pierce wood several meters thick, and my scalp is numb just looking at it.
Why, it wants to attack Mr. Chinpingen.
This bird is horrible, can a shelter stop it? No, it's too fast, no matter if it's wood or stone, it can't stop it at all. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers from Dragon Kingdom turned pale with shock.
No one thought of it. There is such a terrifying giant bird. Launched an attack on Chinpingen. Not even a solid shelter can hold back. It was dismantled layer by layer with its sharp claws.
No, the strength of this giant bird is too terrifying. What should I do? Mr. Chinpingen is in danger.
Could this be the catastrophe that is said to become an immortal? It's too terrifying and hopeless. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom are burning with anxiety. Despair even emerged from my heart. This giant bird is too scary. It is hundreds of meters long, with a wingspan covering the sky and the sun. Just like the legendary prehistoric beast. Even if Chin Pingon came out at this time, it is impossible to be its opponent. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Terror. Despair. Pessimism spread among the audience of Longwa. Countless people's eyes were red, watching the three giant birds dismantle the fort layer by layer. I can't wait to rush into another world, use my own flesh and blood. Block in front of it. A fortress more than 10 meters thick was demolished in half in the blink of an eye. The hard stone stands before the three giant birds, as fragile as a biscuit. How did this happen? Why, where did this three-headed giant bird come from, and why did it attack Mr. Chin Pingon? Studio. Bing Bing Xiaoshan's face turned pale in an instant, blood was bleeding from his lips. Cried out in disbelief. It shouldn't be, why is there such a powerful monster? It simply doesn't give you a way to survive. Wow also waved his fist vigorously, his eyes were red, extremely angry and unwilling. Maybe it's the vision that appeared around Mr. Chin Pingon that attracted this monster, but it's also possible that Mr. Chin Pingon is doing something that will shock the world. Milu also clenched his fists worriedly. But his thoughts were not disturbed. It is said that when Sang Jia created characters, it rained heavily in the sky, and there were ghosts and gods crying at night, all in order to prevent him from creating characters. Big Brother Chin Pingon has a dragon hovering, a phoenix screaming, and even the legendary Deep Palace of Tiankei, and now there are powerful monsters attacking, all of which prove that what he is doing must be extremely amazing. Guys, I just got the latest news. At this time, Lord D suddenly said, with an extremely horrified expression. By searching ancient books and legends, the identity of the three giant birds turned out to be a monster recorded in the Shanhai Jing, named H-Song, Chi-Tu. On the mountain of Iwang, there is a bird, its shape is like a crow, with 3 heads and 6 tails, and it is good at smiling. Soon, the information was released on the big screen. And the recorded portrait. 3 heads and 6 long tail feathers are exactly the same. Once again, Longwa's live broadcast room exploded. Xiong Chu. It turned out to be a monster recorded in Shanhai Jing? Could it be that everything recorded in the Shanhai Jing is true, but it's not in Blue Star, but in another world? My God, is it possible that the different world that Mr. Chin Pingon and the others live in is the prehistoric world in the Shanhai Jing? Why do our ancient books of the Dragon Kingdom record monsters from other worlds? Have you ever thought about this question? It's terrifying to think about it. It's over, it turned out to be a terrifying monster in the Book of Mountains and Seas. Mr. Chin Pingon is gone. Bah, fuck off upstairs, you are not allowed to curse Mr. Chin Pingon. Surprised by this news, the audience of Dragon Country was extremely shocked. Then I feel more and more desperate. Even the monsters in the Book of Mountains and Seas have come out. Could it be that God does not bless my Dragon Kingdom? This monster is too powerful, the shelter built by Dragon Kingdom players is useless at all. It's too scary, this monster is simply invincible, and the players from the Dragon Kingdom are doomed this time. Why Rugyud, is it finally our turn to rise from the Lighthouse Kingdom? Fake, I don't know why, but I have an ominous premonition again. Siete, there is no way that the Dragon Kingdom players will survive this time? The audience in Beacon Country became excited again. But with previous lessons learned, many people have been psychologically shadowed. Different world. Sitting in the fortress, Chin Pingon could also feel the vibrations outside. But he is at a critical time. One move is all previous work wasted. Just when Happy Face was demolished to only a few meters away from him. The Pig King sleeping with his eyes closed in the cave. Eyes suddenly opened a slit. Boom! It's Xiao, the earth instantly bulges, and a huge mud arm appears. Slap hard. Jiang Yu carrot flew out in an instant. The feathers flew wildly, and I don't know how many bones were broken. Hoo-hoo. Too loud, disturbing my sleep.
Immediately afterwards, Pig King turned over and fell asleep again.
And at this moment, Chinpingon in the fortress finally opened his eyes. Condensed with brilliance. Exposing an extremely strong and beautiful body.
The distribution of every muscle is just right everywhere, and there is a shining divine light flowing. Congratulations to the host, the first perfect transformation was successful, and the only physique was obtained, Tianhuang Battle Body. Heavenly Desolation Battle Body, in the name of the sky, fight across the wilderness, it can seize the blood of thousands of desolate beasts, fuse it into one's own body, and breathe the blood that is most suitable for oneself. The host opens the attribute panel, the current level is the first level of the Barren Land. The system prompts. And Chinpingon raised his hand. I can feel a terrifying force dormant in my body. Once it breaks out, it will shock the world. Spoon. Carrot still not giving up, the vitality of the desolate beast is extremely strong. It was only slightly injured. Is preparing to continue the attack. Boom! From the inside to the outside of the fortress, a huge hole suddenly exploded. Chinpingon held the great desolate star halberd. With a cold brow, he walked out. Just now, you seem to be jumping and falling quite happily? Chinping smiled slightly. His eyes were icy cold. I usually don't hold grudges, because if I have grudges, I will avenge them on the spot. It's like a fat boss who dares to deduct his salary. He dared to throw the document in his face as soon as he turned his head. I have never been used to anyone. Boo! Chu's eyes are fierce. Screamed sharply. Showing incomparable greed. It can feel, just swallow this little thing. Its bloodline can evolve again. Become a more powerful desolate beast. And in front of Chinpingon, a system prompt also appeared. Elimination, wild beasts, with 3 heads and 6 tails, never tire of eating, can ward off evil spirits. It means that eating its meat can prevent people from having nightmares. Resist evil spirits. But this note? Why is it so similar to Shanhai Jing? Chinpingon was slightly taken aback. He remembered the strange beasts described throughout the Shanhai Jing. It is how to eat. The blue star's aura is revived. Please subscribe, please customize. I don't know, I thought it was a recipe left by my ancestors. Dragon Country Live Broadcast Room. Whatever. Miss Bingbing finally lived in Bungbu. Wipe away the tears that come out of the corners of my eyes. I can feel that. Chinpingon has become stronger. Is he going to fight Kishendong now? Wow also opened his mouth wide in surprise. In front of Xian, which is hundreds of meters long. Chinpingon looked so small. But his expression is still calm, and his momentum is not in the slightest. I understand, Mr. Chinpingon is undergoing an unprecedented transformation just now. Miller suddenly realized. He gave me the feeling that he was like the ferocious beasts I encountered when I was surviving in the wild. No, it is far more than that. Master De swallowed, and said in horror. Oh my god, I didn't expect Mr. Chinpingon to have such a good figure, I'm wet. 0.47 inch. Oh my god, it's such a critical moment again, Mr. Chinpingon is back as king, I just cried so hard. Boss Chinpingon has become stronger. I only thought he was strong before, but now, I feel a sense of fear in my heart, as if there is a terrifying beast hidden in his body. Ah, Chinping's boss is awesome, so what about the Shanhai Jing alien beast, kill it. That's right, fuck it, maid, I can't read those 2 words. Grass, a kind of plant, is very serious at first, but I laughed out loud. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, countless audiences rejoiced. Sweep away the despair and haze before. Everyone believes that Chinpingon will never let them down. Even though he faced. It is the frightening Shanhai Jing alien beast in the legend. Oomph, it's too early to be proud. That's right, what he is facing is a terrifying monster hundreds of meters long, which cannot be defeated by manpower. I think the missiles are enough, the players from the Dragon Kingdom will be dead this time. However, the audience in Beacon Country is still cynical.
From their perspective. So what if you come out? In the face of such a terrifying monster, there is no room for anyone to resist. At this moment, almost everyone in the world. They are all in the live broadcast room of Longwa, watching this game that only in mythology. The battle that is possible. Different world. Chen Pingon held the great desolate star halberd. The moment you step out of the fortress. Boo! A terrible hiss sounded. Huge body like a hill. Immediately rushed towards him. The terrifying sense of oppression caused all the audience and the whole blue star. Can't help but feel suffocated. Unimaginable. Chen Pingon, who was in hiding, was under such a strong pressure. Good day. Chen Ping angrily roared. I feel like my blood is boiling. Put the great wild star halberd directly into the backpack. In an instant, everyone exclaimed. What is he doing here? Why put away your weapons? Could it be that he wants to deal with a terrifying monster hundreds of meters long with his bare hands? All Blue Star audiences almost thought that Chen Pingon was crazy. What he was facing was the terrifying beast recorded in the Book of Mountains and Seas. They all thought Chen Pingon will directly summon the meteorite. But he actually put away the great wild star halberd. The Long Kingdom audience, who just breathed a sigh of relief, lifted my heart again. Very nervous. What does Chen Pingon want to do? Next second, Carrot Chew has come to him. The three ferocious bird heads bit off fiercely. There are also sharp jagged teeth growing in the mouth. And Chen Pingon. His face remained calm. Take a step forward slowly. 4 words were calmly spit out from the mouth. Fa heaven elephant earth. 1. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying breath erupted from his body. As if from human beings. Turned into a terrifying beast. Jiang Jiji reacted. A huge arm protruded from the sky. Grab its neck and pull hard. The huge body flew out directly. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. And behind Chen Pingon, a huge figure with a height of tens of feet. Stand up slowly. This is an extremely terrifying giant. The figure is between the virtual and the real. Muscles all over the body, divine light flowing. Demonstrates invincible power. Even more. Astonishingly, he actually has 3 heads. 6 arms. The faces of every 2 brain sets are exactly the same as Chen Pingon. Kill. The giant roared and threw, happy face, out. Following Chen Ping's actions. Pounced on it again. Like battles in ancient times. 2 gigantic figures are fighting fiercely on the ground. This, after Chen Pingon's perfect transformation, awakened first supernatural power. Ak. Law heaven and earth. Consume all the spiritual power in the body. Able to create a giant Dharma image tens of feet high. Possess unimaginable terrifying power. And after he transformed, the power within the body. It is no less than an ordinary desolate beast. Under the double increase. The powerful beast recorded in Shanhai Jing. He was pressed to the ground and beaten. Let out a miserable scream. With fierce eyes. Fear also surfaced for the first time. Click. The Dharma giant attacks again. Directly broke its 2 heads. Blood gushes out. Hey! Except for the sound of fear. Flapping its huge wings. Trying to fly. It wants to escape from here. However, a sneer appeared on the corner of Chen Ping's mouth. Want to run now? It's too late. The Dharma giant grabs its wings directly. Tear hard one. Feathers and fresh salt are flying all over the sky. A pair of wings were torn off alive. Die. Immediately afterwards, Xian Pingon grabbed its last head. Tied a knot with its long neck. Pull hard. Sang stomped out a cry of mourning. The huge body crashed to the ground. But it's not dead yet. The tenacity of vitality is simply unimaginable.
And Chen Ping walked over unhurriedly.
The huge Dharma image retracted into his body. It's like just a trivial warm-up. Right now. His back is in the eyes of countless people in the entire blue star. But extremely tall. Terror.
Taking out the great wild star halberd again in Tu's begging eyes. Chen Pingon did not hesitate.
Pierced its head. The hot blood gushes out crazily.
This terrifying beast recorded in the Shanhai Jing.
In the end, he fell under Chen Pingon's hands. His expression was as calm as ever. It's like doing an insignificant little thing. In fact, in Butterfly Beast Z, Zhang Yu is not strong either. At most, it will be decades. And the truly powerful wild beast. It is as big as a mountain, and can even manipulate flames and ice. Lightning and thunder.
With the number of years as the threshold, it is divided into 100 years, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years, 10 years, or even higher.
In contrast, simply not enough to see. My God, my God. Mr. Chen Pingon, he actually defeated, happy face. Miss Bingbing's mood.
At this time, it was like riding a roller coaster. The whole person's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and he screamed loudly.
What demeanor, what reserve. All left behind by her. There is only one thought in my heart. Awesome, awesome. The sky is like the earth, 3 heads and 6 arms. Wawa also stood up in shock. These are extremely powerful supernatural powers in the legend of our Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect that Mr. Chen Pingon could display them. They are too strong. Now who says he is not a god? What the hell am I talking to? Urgent. I didn't expect that the myth of our Dragon Kingdom is actually true.
Milu also took a breath and murmured.
And the audience in the live broadcast room has already boiled to the extreme. Damn it! The sky is like the earth. 3 heads and 6 arms. I really cried. Mada, this is simply a fight between gods. True gods fight. I've decided to immediately engrave a sign of Mr. Chen Pingon to confess. Throughout the live broadcast room, the barrage was almost indistinguishable. And gloating, waiting to watch the lively Beacon Country and other audiences. Even stood still on the spot. Driven to distraction. No barrage anymore. Numbly, he exited the live broadcast room and left in despair. On Chen Pingon, they felt only 2 words. One is fear. The second is despair. They never imagined that the players from their country. How can we defeat such an enemy? Perhaps only God himself descends. Only then could it be the opponent of the Dragon Kingdom player. And at this moment, in everyone's mind, a grand voice emerged. Dragon Kingdom player is the first to break through the barren land. Diffusion of reality, the extraordinary descends. Blue Star, start spiritual recovery. The national game has officially started. Reward. 7 IB. The game has officially started? Blue Star's spiritual energy revived? Everyone was stunned. Yet the loud voice continues. Because the Dragon Country players took the lead in breaking through, reward all the people of the entire Dragon Country, players from all countries in different worlds. The game rules have been changed as follows. Reward the Dragon Country players with a big gift bag for cultivation. Awakening the spirit root. You must leave Novice Forest within 3 days and go to the real game location, Great Wilderness. Players from all countries will get an extra chance to be resurrected, but after death, disasters will still break out in the country they belong to. A series of accidents. Everyone in the entire Blue Star was shocked in an instant. I bought something to drink. The game has just officially started, so the players in our country are only in the novice stage before? Didn't you hear the prompt? This forest is simply a novice forest. Fake, the novice forest is already so scary. Isn't the real game even more terrifying? Longwa contestants have broken through the barren land. What is the barren land, and what does the recovery of spiritual energy mean? You. People in the country without wages are talking about it on the internet. And the netizens of Longwa are even more excited. Ha ha ha, the spiritual recovery, is it the spiritual recovery I thought? Impossible, is it true that Blue Star is about to usher in an extraordinary era? Why don't I feel anything, is it true or not? Upstairs, do you have poor aptitude? I can feel some cool breath coming into my body right now. It's so comfortable. Regarding the heat of spiritual recovery. In an instant, it occupied all the hot lists and remained high. Many people have found that. They seem to feel a mysterious energy in the air. Can be absorbed by them. And in Dragon Kingdom, among the lofty mountains, there is a Taoist temple hidden. An old Taoist priest with simple clothes and solemn face, sitting quietly on the futon. He is the master of this Taoist temple. And the only Taoist priest. Devoted to Taoism, living in seclusion in Taoist temples. Decades have passed. From a little black-haired Taoist priest to a white-haired old Taoist priest, but for decades, he practiced according to the exercises passed down from his ancestors, but he still got nothing. Is there really no Taoism in this world? He thought painfully. But at this moment, he suddenly felt in the air. Countless mystical energies emerged. Flocked to him. And he has practiced the exercises for decades. Also at this moment, it will automatically work. After half an hour, when the old Taoist stood up again, the white hair on the head has turned black, and the skin is as smooth as a baby. In an instant, the whole person burst into tears. I remembered the voice that came to my mind. Kneeling on the ground with a plop, cowed out and cried loudly, Sanqing Tianzuan, thank you to our Dragon Kingdom players, we have a way, and we have a way again. But what he didn't know was, at this moment on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, things like this happen everywhere. Some Taoist temples with real skills and real inheritance, and even martial arts halls. Some people have felt the presence of aura. And by absorbing aura, he gained extraordinary power. In the Tianfu of Longhu Mountain, the celestial master sword in Du Guanyin, which have been passed down from ancient times to the present, floated into the air. Radiant brilliance. Mao Shan, the patriarch, worshipped by countless Mao Shan Taoist priests. The idol also gave off light. An ancient and mysterious atmosphere emerges from each book. Xingcheng Mountain, White Sheep Mountain, the legendary Taoist holy places. All kinds of abnormalities emerged. Heralds the advent of a new era. And the Dragon Kingdom official also reacted extremely quickly. All Taoist temples, as well as precious classics and treasures. All protected. Avoid other jealous countries. Take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The spiritual energy has recovered, it has really recovered. There is a Taoist temple near my house. There is an old Taoist priest in it, and he has rejuvenated and become younger than me. Oh my God, I was traveling in Mount Xingcheng and saw a Taoist priest flying over my head. Unbelievable, is the extraordinary era really coming? Then isn't it possible for each of us to cultivate and become immortals and ancestors? It's awesome. But the most amazing thing is Mr. Qin Pingan. With his own power, he revived the spiritual energy of the entire Blue Star. 0. Ask for flowers. Boss Qin Pingan, you will always be a god. The news spread wildly among the people of Dragon Kingdom. Almost everyone can feel the presence of aura. Even if you can't practice, breathing can strengthen your body. Liar, we don't feel it at all. That is, what kind of spiritual recovery, why can't we feel it? Fact, this must be fake. However, audiences other than Longwy discovered that they don't feel anything at all. But at this time, the joint organizations of several countries stood up and proved that there was indeed some mysterious substance in the air. 0. But except for the people of Longwa, others are like insulators. Can't be used at all. Several teachers, what do you think of this matter? In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing asked other people. Obviously, this has something to do with the spiritual root in the reminder.
Mr. Chinpingon was the first to break through, so all of us in the Dragon Kingdom can awaken the spiritual root.
This is like a key. Only with the spiritual root can we absorb it. Aura. Miller spoke first.
That's right, people in other countries don't have spiritual roots at all. Even if their spiritual energy recovers, it has nothing to do with them at all, huh? Big brother Chinpingon is awesome. Wow has become a fanatic fan of Chinpingon, and immediately followed suit.
It's not absolute.
If players from other countries break through the barren land, they should also be able to awaken their spiritual roots, but this is the time.
Lord De smiled slightly, knowing everything.
The news spread quickly around the world. The people of other Blue Star countries suddenly realized this. It turns out that spiritual roots are needed to absorb spiritual energy and possess extraordinary power.
Fuck, why don't we have spiritual roots? It's not fair at all.
Players from the Dragon Kingdom only made a breakthrough after a narrow escape, so the reward is naturally from the Dragon Kingdom. What's so unfair?
Fack, which country are you from? Have the ability to stand up?
If you have this time to quarrel, you might as well use it to worry about your own players. You must know that the game has just begun. Suddenly, the whole world fell silent. So.
Another world camp.
Players from various countries are still busy, or collecting resources, or to kill monsters to upgrade. Of course, there are still some small black players. I chose to lie down in a simple shack and sleep for a long time.
Ignore the eyes of other players at all.
From their point of view, the dangers around the camp had all been cleared away.
And the last 2 days were so hard. What about a day off?
But at this moment,
in everyone's ears, an announcement suddenly sounded.
WTF, players from the Dragon Kingdom have broken through the barren land, and their aura has recovered?
What does this mean?
The national game has
just begun?
We have been in the novice forest?
Do you want to go to a place called Da Huang within 3 days?
It's outrageous, we've been in Novice Village? Players from all over the world were stunned. He opened his mouth wide, eyes full of horror. In the past few days, they managed to survive the spiders' army of zombie marauders attack. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly learned that where they are.
Always a novice map? This is too outrageous. The novice map is so scary.
Then the game officially begins.
How dangerous should it be? I'm afraid it's not directly full of hell mode.
Deep in the forest. Pa050 Co, a player from the Beacon country, led people to hide in it. Another contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. There was a gloomy coldness in his eyes.
My heart is full of jealousy. Since he entered the other world. All the way with the wind and the water.
Only in the players of the Dragon Kingdom.
Feel powerless like never before. It's not human at all. And it's like a god descending into the world.
But because of this, he was determined to get rid of the Dragon Kingdom players. Only by killing the Dragon Kingdom players,
he can dominate the other world. Let the Lighthouse country become a god-level civilization.
And although he is not good at fighting, but the mind is full of all kinds of conspiracies and tricks.
Coming. Suddenly,
his eyes lit up. Out of the forest came a figure. It is the contestant of Sakura country, Mieko Hayama. She was covered in bruises, as if she had just gone through a fierce battle. Wow. Suddenly, Parker took his little brother. Rush out and surround her.
In an instant,
the live broadcast room of the entire Cherry Blossom country on Blue Star exploded in an instant.
Baga, he is from the Lighthouse country. What are they trying to do? Could it be that she wants to attack Mieko? Run away, Mieko. Everyone was shocked, and they all had an ominous premonition.
There are 5 or 6 strong men in the Lighthouse country.
And Mieko is just a weak woman. The person is not good.
And on the other side of the Lighthouse country, the shattered confidence that was hit by the players of Longwa.
EU is back.
Well done, Parker, kill this traitor. Fuck, all traitors deserve to die.
We can't deal with the Dragon Kingdom, and we can't deal with your Sakura Kingdom? The audience in Beacon Country immediately cheered. It's despicable, it's shameless. Ambush Chinping's maidservant while he is away. That's right, 5 or 6 people are still together, do you want to show some face? Lighthouse, face? Do I have that? And Lungwa's live broadcast room was extremely angry after hearing the news. Although Sakura Country was an enemy before.
But now their players are already the handmaidens of Mr. Chinpingan.
It is equal to the people of Dragon Kingdom. UF** King Lighthouse Country, dare to touch people from my Dragon Country? Different world oh. Asterisk Keiko often felt, what do you want to do? Is that Mieko? I sincerely invite you to join our alliance and work together to survive in a different world. Parker said with a fake smile on his face. Unleash your talent, leadership. I will never betray my master. However, Mieko has long been conquered by Chinpingan's strength. He refused without hesitation. No, this is not betrayal. You can continue to stay with the Dragon Kingdom player, but you want to pass on news for us, and steal his weapons and equipment to us by the way. Parker sneered. In his opinion, the reason why Dragon Kingdom players are so powerful. It's all about weapons and equipment. Grass, you actually came up with such an idea. He is so insidious, he even wants to steal the weapons and equipment of Mr. Chinpingan. Maid, you must not promise him. All of a sudden, Blue Star cursed loudly, regardless of whether the audience in the Dragon Kingdom or the Sakura Kingdom. On the contrary, in the Lighthouse Country, countless people's eyes lit up. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Our player Parker from the Beacon Country is so smart that he came up with such a good idea again. The host of the Beacon Country shouted excitedly. Especially the weapons of the players from the Dragon Kingdom, which can summon meteorites, you must get them. He was very excited, because this plan is very feasible. The first vice president of H, who brought UXIN with a white face, couldn't help but nodded with a smile. They are worthy of being the elite of their Lighthouse Country. Being able to find out the weakness of Dragon Country players so quickly, it seems that their Beacon Country is not completely hopeless. As for the staff behind him, they were all numb. The only lesson I have learned from the Dragon Kingdom players is to not get your hopes up for anything. As long as I don't get my hopes up, I won't be disappointed. No more vomiting blood. Ha, Parker is so smart. Without weapons, Longwa players are tigers without teeth, nothing to be afraid of. Humph, traitor of Sakura Country, I'll give you another chance. People of the Lighthouse Country. It seems that Chinpingan's weapon has been regarded as their possession. From their perspective, just a woman. How dare to reject their players from the Beacon Country? However, impossible. Mieko refused firmly. He is no ordinary woman. It is a woman who has received the traditional education of Sakura Country. What is important is to be faithful and loyal. How dare you refuse me? Parker's face instantly became extremely gloomy. It just exploded my lungs. In his opinion, Mieko should kneel down, grateful for his forgiveness and forgiveness. Instead of rejecting him. Kill her, he said coldly. The little brothers around me immediately surrounded the past aggressively. Since the plan failed. Then in order to avoid exposure. It can only kill people. Baga. Despicable lighthouse pig. Jump, Yangdiandu. It's over, another catastrophe is about to break out in Puman Tibetan Flower Country. The audience in the Sakura Kingdom were all desperate. They never imagined. How can a weak woman survive? But everyone. They all underestimated Mieko's strength. Suddenly, she took the initiative to rush out. Pulled a sharp iron sword from behind. At the same time, the long hair all over the sky is like a steel wire. Swept out. Those who plot against the master deserve to die.
Her eyes were extremely fierce, and the long sword flew across quickly. Poochie! A player from a country fell down clutching his throat. Unbelievable still remains in the eyes. And players from another country. Entangled at the throat by tough hair. The whole person hangs up. Immediately afterwards, she was also wiped on the neck by Mieko. Instantly kill 2 people. Whether it's another world or the Blue Star live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. Wait, is there something wrong with this plot? Damn it, are the maidservants of Mr. Chin Pingen so powerful? Good guy, I'm so direct, good guy. I laughed so hard, 1 was besieged 5 or 6 times, and 2 were counter-killed. Is this the Lighthouse Kingdom? Sure enough, I'm still pulling my hips as always. This wave reverses. It's like Little Red Riding Hood turned into a big tiger. Swallowed the big bad wolf in 1 gulp. Everyone who watched was stunned. How is this possible? Parker was also stunned. Just a woman. How could it be so strong? What he didn't know was, in order to catch up with Chin Pingin's footsteps, Mieko practiced crazily in the past 2 days, and her strength improved by leaps and bounds. Run! Run away! The remaining little brother protected him. Flee in embarrassment. At this time, all the players in the different world, and in the ears of the people of the country to which they belong, Mo Yan's voice emerged from all of them. Philippine player died once and was resurrected, and a disaster broke out randomly in his country. Shilan. Player dies once and is revived again, a random disaster erupts in his country. Then, in camp, 2 figures 2.1 appear out of thin air. 0. I'm dead? How did I die and live again? They both looked dumbfounded. Just remembered. The game's salary has changed, and everyone has 1 more chance to be resurrected. And on the other side of the forest, Chin Pingon also got a hint. He still didn't know that it was his handmaid's hand. Don't care. For he now, taking out the pickaxe. Gear up for the dead body that hides. It's time for the exciting part of touching the corpse again. Collection. He murmured in his heart. A huge white light never before seen immediately enveloped the body of the carrot test. Items fell out one after another. You got the meat removal essence, X20. You got Mr. Chi carrot tail feather material, X6. You have obtained the soul of the beast spirit. You got a rare blueprint. You got carrot chew egg *1. You have acquired the power of Kagancha's bloodline, very weak 3 songs. Big bang. A complete explosion. P.S. The humble little salted fish is here to ask for a ticket again, and the monthly ticket is changed to drive alone. Asterisk long. Readers, please give me more, please mess with me. Record thoughts by favorite paragraph asterisk. Reward. Share. Report. It is indeed a strange beast recorded in the Shanghai Jing. Sure enough, they are all good things. Chen Pingen was overjoyed. It was so dazzling that he was almost dazzled by it. When killing the boss before, there are not so many explosions. But it's normal to think about it. No matter how powerful those bosses are, can they compare to this strange sword? This is a real wild beast. After metamorphosis? A lot of information naturally appeared in Chen Pingen's mind. The world he lives in. It is called the Great Wilderness. No one knows how big. I don't even know where the border is. Even the legendary beast Jingpeng. A single wing can soar up 90,000 miles. Can't see the whole picture either. And after the Great Desolation, the desolate beast is the real master. After the transformation, Chen Pingen already has the strength no less than that of ordinary desolate beasts. But in the wilderness. And it's just the beginning. I will definitely become the strongest existence in the wilderness. Chen Pingon clenched his fists tightly. Such a magnificent world. How can we miss him?
But the road has to be taken step by step. The meal should be eaten in bites. He calmed down quickly. Sort out your harvest. Flesh removal, essence. The essence of flesh and blood contains the power of wild beasts. Eating it can enhance physical fitness. A piece of blood red and glistening flesh as long as a forearm appeared in his hands. There was a scent of fragrance in the air. This is much bigger than spider meat. It even looks like jade. Chen Pingan moved his index finger. Simply put a fire on the spot. Then the meat skewers are grilled on it. You must know that the 0720 yuan meat on the meters. It can be seen to what extent its essence has been concentrated. The system is awesome. Grape tail feather removal, a precious material that can be used as an enchanting material. Good stuff. Keep it. The soul of the beast spirit, a powerful desolate beast, a soul unwilling to die, possesses incredible power. Suddenly, Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. He remembered that this was one of the materials for the Neijiu royal crossbow. Now it's just a beast. Keep looking down. Hatching nest blueprint. After use, the hatching nest can be unlocked to hatch the beast eggs captured by the Neijiu royal crossbow. Egg, it needs to be hatched in the carrot choose nest, and you can get a baby carrot yao. 1. Carrot. The power of the bloodline. Weak Chichon possesses the power of the three heads, which can be used to strengthen the Dharma and strengthen his own bloodline. The next three things. Everything made Chen Pingan happy. Needless to say, the hatching nest. With it, you can quickly hatch captured pets. And, happy face, eggs are also very good, but it is too troublesome. As for Happy Face's blood power, it is Chen Pingan's exclusive item. His awakened heavenly desolation battle body is unique in the entire Great Desolation. That is, it can absorb the blood power of other wild beasts to strengthen itself, thus casting the strongest bloodline. Maybe it wasn't that strong in the beginning. But once it grows up, its potential is terrifying. You must know that every wild beast in the wilderness has a unique bloodline power. Hold different powers. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, can fuse all bloodlines. Use it for yourself. As expected of a perfect transformation, the materials I have collected for so long are not in vain. He was shocked. And choose to absorb the power of blood of Happy Face. Wisps of red smoke drilled into his body along the pores. Boo! Suddenly, a phantom appeared behind him. Chirp! Immediately afterwards, the three-headed and six-armed Dharma figure appeared. He grabbed it and removed it, and swallowed it in his stomach. Quickly! Between the eyebrows of the three raised skulls, there is an extra strange pattern. Fei Xiangxiangdi has become stronger. Chen Pingan was overjoyed. At this moment, the incomparably alluring aroma of barbecue emerges. The Happy Face meat on the fire is cooked. There was a shining divine light. Extraordinary. Oh my God, I feel hungry just looking at it. I really want to eat. Stop talking, I'm drooling, this looks too delicious. Good guy, this is a strange beast in the Book of Mountains and Seas. As we all know, this is the recipe of our ancestors. JPG WHOOLUMINUSCOM. Roommate? If you can bid, don't say that your roommate is single for the rest of your life. The entire Blue Star in all the countries will probably exchange it at any cost. In the Longwa live broadcast room, countless viewers were starving. The national takeaway phone was almost blown up. This is the meat of the legendary alien beast. I don't know how many scientific researchers from various countries' eyes are red seeing this scene. If they can buy it, they are willing to spend all their funds and property in exchange for a small piece. But now, it's just Chen Pingan's food. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Vila. Tear off a large chunk of pus. Chen Pingan chewed, with only one expression on his face. That is contentment. There is nothing like after a great battle. There is nothing more satisfying than eating a big meal. Fat but not greasy, the mouthful bursts with juice when bitten down.
and it explodes on the tip of the tongue. There is also a faint plant fragrance, delicious. Chin Pingon muttered to himself intoxicatedly. A piece of barbecue meat weighing at least 20 or 30 catties entered his stomach in an instant. A stream of heat emerges from the body, pouring all over the body, constantly strengthening his body. Please stop talking, I'm already chewing on the table. It's over, what should I do if I just finished eating and I'm hungry again? Brother Takeaway, come and help. The audience in Long Kingdom outside were almost crying. It's too painful, why hasn't a mobile phone that can smell the fragrance been developed yet? At this moment, they saw Chin Pingon from the backpack take out a dome that is half the height of a person. Shoe egg. System, is there any other way to hatch the strange egg? He asked. You can use 3 spiritual beads of any attribute to build a nest, but, happy face, the potential is weak and the growth cycle is long, so hatching is not recommended. The system replied directly. You must know that this is not an egg caught by Najeyu's crossbow collision. The egg caught by Najiu. As soon as the hatching nest hatches, immediately it was the original wild beast. Like a desolate beast with 1,000 years of cultivation. After hatching, it still has 1,000-year cultivation base, and its strength remains unchanged. But like removing eggs, after hatching, you have to start from the infancy. At least a few years to grow up. 3 random spirit beads? Chin Ping's eyelids twitched. Without further ado, put the egg directly just over the fire and start roasting. Are you kidding me? The preciousness of Lingzhu, he basically opened it in the rewards. You won't find it anywhere else. Eggs for hatching? If he fell asleep in the middle of the night, he would wake up with distress. Out of sight, out of mind. Just bake it and eat it. Incubation? Wouldn't it be delicious to directly catch wild beasts with Najiu crossbow? Dragon Kingdom Live. Wow, Mr. Chin Pingon took out a huge egg, it's incredible, where did it come from? Miss Bingbing exclaimed. Could it be that carrot Yu's egg just now? Wow also widened his eyes, and said uncertainly. This is a bird's egg, it should be Happy Face's egg. De Yi directly affirmed. He has extensive experience in the field and can be recognized at a glance. I didn't expect that there would be a Happy Face egg among the spoils of war. As long as it hatches, it will. Nilu just started to analyze, but suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly saw that Chin Pingon put the egg. Put it directly on the fire and start roasting. What's the matter, does Mr. Chin Pingon want to eat roasted bird eggs? Impossible, this is the egg of the 050 mountain and sea strange beast, I guess it must be some kind of special hatching method. I think so, maybe birds in another world hatch their eggs like this. But why do I feel that the egg is starting to smoke? The audience in Dragon Kingdom talked a lot. Many people feel that this is a special way of hatching. After all, this is Happy Face's egg, no one will really waste everything, let's bake him and eat it. However, it turns out that Chen Ping's thoughts were always beyond their expectations. Quickly, the eggs are cooked. He made a hole and began to dig and eat. And the countless viewers in the live broadcast room also dumbfounded. What the hell, it turns out that this is really a baked bird egg. Ah! This is a carrot chew egg, not an ordinary bird's egg. So, what's the difference between the taste and ordinary bird eggs? Fuck! I'm so stupid, my ass, it's just gone. Ha! Upstairs, something is wrong with you. The audience in Dragon Kingdom are all stupid. Even foreign viewers in the live broadcast room? They also stared dumbfounded. Just eat it, as long as Mr. Chin Pingon is happy. That's right, Mr. Chin Pingon must have his reasons for doing this. Maybe this egg is for eating. Funny.jpg. Although it is a pity. But the audience in Longwa still firmly believes that Chin Ping must have his reasons. At this moment, some barrages suddenly floated by. Go and have a look, the camp has started to freeze.
Damn it! There's so much snow. What?
Several supporters in the live broadcast room were also surprised.
Quickly switch screens. I found that the camp at this time has completely changed its appearance. It can be called thousands of miles of ice. It's snowing thousands of miles. Players from each country are trembling. And in the distance, there is also a huge figure as high as a mountain. It's coming slowly. It's definitely not what you think, funny.jpg. Fuck, what is that? Fuck, this is too big. This is a mountain, come over it? Ouch, I feel like I'm looking at a mythical creature. I doubt it's a myth at all. Not just the Dragon Kingdom. All Blue Star's live broadcast room. At this time, it exploded like crazy. They look at their country's players. The last second was sunny and sunny. Clear skies. As a result, the next second, it turned into heavy snow fluttering, freezing thousands of miles. The speed of changing the sky is faster than changing the face. But what scares everyone more? It's still that huge figure in the distance. Half of my body is in the clouds. Slowly approaching the camp. Fall of the first year. The ground is shaking at a slight wage. Players from various countries in the camp saw this scene. Everyone turned pale with fright. What is this? Monster? This is too scary. Warning, the Lord-level desolate beast, the winter giant deer, will pass by the camp in 3 days. Players from all countries are requested to set off as soon as possible and go to the wilderness. The indifferent voice rang in everyone's ears. Lord-level desolate beast. Winter deer. You kindly tell me, is this a deer? Dragon Kingdom Live. Miss Bing Bing covered her mouth in surprise. My god, this is too big, it's like a mountain moving, maybe it's 2,000 meters high? Far more than that. Wow immediately shook his head. From the reminder, the winter giant deer has 3 days to reach the camp, that is, he is still 3 days away from the camp, and now he is only in an extremely far away place. What we see is just tip of the iceberg. He couldn't help swallowing. It's terrible, this is a natural disaster for the event. Fortunately, such a creature appeared in another world. If it were on Blue Star, the entire planet would be frozen. Nilu also gasped. With such a long distance, the camp began to snow and freeze, so it is conceivable that around the winter giant deer. I'm afraid that the method of forcing the national players to leave and go to the real wilderness, after 3 days, I am afraid that the entire novice forest will no longer exist. He opened his mouth to analyze. This is an upright conspiracy. Not going to the great wilderness? Then there is only one dead end. It probably won't take more than 3 days. With this kind of weather, it's hard to even start a fire. Look at the players from other countries, they're already ready to leave. Lord Dis said. People look at. Sure enough, players from all over the world began to clean up. It was hard to build after leaving. Warm and cozy camp. Players from many countries. Tears almost flowed down. That's horrible. It's like a group of refugees fleeing for refuge. Hiss, is this the real horror of the other world? It's a hot day, I feel chills all over. Me too, but I found out that the air conditioner was turned on too low. .jpg. This is extremely refined, it's too outrageous. The scorching summer has turned into a cold winter in an instant, and my scalp is numb. Is this the enemy Chen Ping'an will face in the future? The audience in the Dragon Kingdom were frightened by the giant winter deer, and countless people had solemn expressions. Compared with such a mountain-like monster, it's just a little sparrow flying around. Different world. Chen Ping'an also heard the prompt. He just ate up the pus egg. Then I found that the feet were covered with frost. The temperature dropped sharply. And from the fire of the system, in the frost, it is still burning firmly. Lord-level desolate beast, winter deer. He summoned a Ferrari. Ready to go back to the castle. The pigs behind him grunted to say goodbye to him.
It turned out that Pig King had a premonition of danger. Prepare to take these pigmen out of here.
Go somewhere safer. Purr. Friend. Purr up. Goodbye, friend.
The pigs are reluctant to part.
Wave goodbye. Chen Ping'an also expressed emotion.
But there is no banquet in the world that never ends.
These pigmen have helped him a lot.
So the remaining spider meat,
gave them half of it.
I hope these pig friends,
able to be in a new place,
start a wonderful new life.
Quickly.
The cave where the Pig King needs to stay disappears with the pigs. Chen Ping'an rides a Ferrari.
Took a deep look. Get out of this place. It is estimated that in the future, he won't come back either. Goodbye. My pig friends.
Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket.
Back to the castle. The snow is already half a calf deep. Mieko was leaning against the fire to keep warm.
After seeing Chen Ping'an come back.
Incredible surprise. Owner. She came up immediately. Tell Chen Ping'an
that players from various countries in the camp have left.
Master, let's leave quickly. She hugged her body and trembled.
Chen Ping'an gave her a cheongsam before.
Obviously not applicable at this time. Not urgent. Chen Ping'an conveniently used spider silk.
Made her a warm dress.
Said lightly. Leaving is definitely going to leave. But before that, he still has things to do. That is to kill the ancient rhinoceros boss in the mine. And the matter in the castle. Take it with you too.
You don't need to bring stones and wood. However, metal materials such as iron blocks, as well as vermilion fruit, lingyun fruit and other spiritual plants,
must bring. The backpack will definitely not fit.
Chen Ping'an set his sights on Ferrari.
It seems that I can only wrong you temporarily. He used wood directly. Made a horse-drawn sleigh.
Then put several boxes in the back.
Packed to the brim. The goblin house was also moved to the top. Let Mieko lead the horse and go first. He was alone. Into the forest. Hiss, what is Chen Ping'an going to do? The contestants from other countries have already set off. If you delay, you won't be able to keep up with the big team.
Miss Bingbing said anxiously in the Longwa live broadcast room.
I think it doesn't matter if you can't keep up. Look at Mr. Chen Ping'an, when did you go with other people? Wow is very calm. This is called the House of the Dragon and the Snake.
With the strength of Mr. Chen Ping'an, there is no need to act with players from other countries.
It seems to be so. Miss Bingbing had a cute look on her face.
It's not that she forgot, but she cares about it. Some Dragon Country audiences like her.
After listening to Wawa's explanation, they all came back to their senses. That's right, I, Chen Ping'an, have always been a one-man army. Why do I need help from others?
A good guy with 3 gangs, Mr. Chen Ping'an himself has 3 heads and 6 arms, funny.jpg? I think players from all countries combined may not be as safe as Mr. Chen Ping'an. The barrages floated by.
Different world.
Chen Ping'an came to the place where he built his first home.
There is still some nostalgia in the eyes.
Then take out the pickaxe and dig all the way down. Along the original passage.
It's easy to dig into the mine.
The ancient rhinoceros boss is still sleeping in it, exuding terrible power.
However, Chen Ping'an was no longer intimidated. Quick fight.
He took out the great wild star halberd.
Stride into the mine. D-ride.
Suddenly, several zombies wandering around appeared and rushed towards him.
Stay out of the way. Chen Ping's eyes turned cold.
The wild star halberds waving. Several zombies were instantly shattered. The corpse of this little monster.
He is too lazy to collect now. Roar.
The sound immediately alarmed the sleeping ancient rhinoceros. With roars. One head is 5 or 6 meters high.
The scarlet-eyed one-horned rhino. Stand up. Immediately after, Diao Kuang rushed towards the blood. It's like a big truck that's out of control. All viewers in the live broadcast room can't help but exclaim.
However, Qin Pingan stood there calmly, at the moment when the ancient rhinoceros was about to collide, blast out with one punch.
Boom! A terrifying bang came out.
The ancient rhinoceros charged with terrifying power.
He was punched and flew out. Then fly up. The wild star halberd shines. It pierced directly into its head. Simple and crude, of Li Hao. You killed the boss ancient rhinoceros. System hint. Aha! What just happened? It seems like something flew over and then flew back. Damn it! This is so cool. Has it started? Is it over? Even. Many viewers in the direct storage room have not yet reacted. The battle is over. Good guy. This is the most shameless boss. Ancient Rhino, do I want to lose face? I feel that Qin Pingan's punch will punch a hole in the wall. Wall?
Upstairs you just woke up, you should ask if the whole building is still there?
And audiences from other countries.
Seeing this scene, they were all speechless. Players from other countries finally killed a monster.
It will excite the people of the country.
And the Dragon Kingdom player killed a boss lightly.
But the audience in Dragon Kingdom cares so much about a wall? Kill the ancient rhino.
Did not choose to collect, but directly dissected.
Pulled out its animal tendons.
In this way, the materials for making the Nagao Royal Crossbow are completely assembled. Then, he took out the mysterious map, and found an ancient box in a corner of the mine. You found the mysterious treasure chest.
Tail. Reward. Dagger Eye.
Bai Xianghua's mentality collapsed.
Please customize, please ask for flowers.
Mysterious treasure chest.
Unlike ordinary treasure chests, you need a secret key to open it. And in Qin Pingan's hands, there just happened to be a mysterious key. Take out the key. Insert treasure chest. Click. After opening the treasure chest,
a few clusters of lights emerged. You got 20 copper mine righteousness.
You got the iron block X20.
You got the gold nugget magic 0.
You got the item, star calling staff. That's it? Qin Ping's eyelids twitched. Good guy. It's too poor.
But this is also related to his rapid improvement in strength.
Change it to a day or two ago.
This treasure chest is definitely a surprise for him. Disgusted, he put all the metal pieces into his backpack. Pick up the Star Caller staff. Star Calling Staff, a staff with mysterious power, it can summon a tiny star, provide lighting and heat, and slowly restore the spirit.
This is not bad.
Qin Pingan nodded in satisfaction.
And cut off the huge horns of the ancient rhinoceros. Also put it in the backpack. That's when I left the mine. Chased in the direction of Mieko. Summon 053 through the rains. Ferrari has a wonderful connection with him.
Soon the horses pulling the sled were found in the forest.
The two sat on the sled. Very comfortable. It's almost like a vacation.
Good guy, as expected of Mr. Qin Pingan, the style of painting is different. Athletes from other countries seem to be fleeing.
No matter how I look at it, Mr. Qin Pingan looks like a tourist? Is this the boss? I love it. The audience in Longwa showed knowing smiles one after another.
Players from other countries. They are all walking hard in the snow with one deep foot and one shallow foot.
Shivering with cold.
But Mr. Qin Pingan sat leisurely on the sled.
Just don't be too beautiful. That's it. In a flash, most of the day passed. Suddenly,
in front of the players from all over the world,
suddenly, a huge river appeared. The current is fast and the waves are rough. Vaguely, you can even see a huge shadow at the bottom of the water. Hiss? What a big river! Players from all over the world, took a deep breath. And the Baixiangguo players who are at the forefront stretched his hand into the river and stirred it. Suddenly, in the ears of all the players, an indifferent voice emerges. White Elephant Country contestants are the first to arrive at the Great Wilderness River, rewarding a group of white elephant spirit fish. What? Everyone was dumbfounded? There are rewards for this too? Fuck, this is unscientific. Why is there a reward for this? Choose, Baixiangguo is simply out of luck. Why isn't the contestant from our country the first to arrive? Mere fake, our lighthouse country was at the forefront, but we stopped and set up camp. The audience in the live broadcast room of Blue Star countries. In an instant, I will not be calm. The audience in Baixiang country couldn't help cheering, they couldn't be more proud. Luck is also a kind of strength, our Baixiang kingdom is indeed favored by God. Great, our Baixiang kingdom finally has another reward. What is the School of Spirit Fish? It sure sounds like something extraordinary. Is it related to the recovery of spiritual energy? The audience in Baixiang kingdom talked a lot. And the authorities acted quickly. Finally, in their holy river, they found a group of the corpse of the spirit fish. All of them stared at each other with unrepentant eyes, and floated on the water. There are countless rubbish and sundries floating around. Suddenly, the whole Baixiang kingdom was dumbfounded. What about the school of spirit fishes? Why did it turn into a dead fish all of a sudden? This is simply outrageous. The people of Baixiang kingdom were so angry that they almost vomited blood. It's hard to get a reward. In the blink of an eye. Reward gone? What a state of mind collapsed directly. All the rewarded spirit fishes are actually dead. What's going on? Could it be poisoning? In the Longhua live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing asked suspiciously. If you say that, you're right. Wow, couldn't help laughing out loud. After all, the place where the spirit fish group is located is the holy river of Baixiang kingdom, and Baixiang kingdom has a custom, that is, they like to throw everything into this holy river, such as garbage, corpses, etc. Mess and more. It is said that a mouthful of holy river water is equivalent to a periodic table of elements. Now you know how powerful it is. This. Miss Bingbing was dumbfounded. Good guy. Can this also be called a holy river? I think spirit fish should be a kind of fish that has high requirements for water quality. After all, there must be no pollution in the other world, but in the end, it suddenly came to the holy river, and Mila shook his head. He didn't know what to say. It can only be said that it is self-inflicted. Except for the Baixiang people, there are probably not many people in Lanqing who can hold a mouthful of holy river water. Lord D concluded. I'm dying of laughter. What the fuck just appeared in the holy river? What a miserable spirit fish. It's just a matter of death, okay? The water is poisonous, Upstairs, you should say that there is water in the poison. Funny. Baixiangguo's mentality has collapsed. The reward he finally obtained, if you say no, you will lose it. This is what is called blessing and misfortune and blessing. Dog head. I never thought that even creatures from other worlds couldn't hold a mouthful of holy river water. Damn it, I won't be surprised if anything happens in Baixiang kingdom. For a moment, the audience in Longhua's live broadcast room burst into laughter. Originally, the rewards received by Baixiang kingdom were very good. After all, spirit fish must be related to spirit energy. And it's a living, renewable resource. Unexpectedly, the school of spirit fish appeared directly in the holy river of Baixiang kingdom. Take a sip of holy river water. Direct mass murder. Different world. The Baixiangguo contestant didn't know that the reward had died suddenly, and he was stirring in the river triumphantly with his hands. Suddenly, the faces of his companions around him became extremely frightened. Next second. Whoa! A huge black shadow jumped up from the bottom of the water. Open your mouth wide open. Swallowed the Baixiangguo player in one gulp.
P.S. Readers who like this book, please click an automatic subscription, and you will be able to see the update of Xianyu as soon as possible. B. Reward. Share. H. Report. White Elephant Country players died once and were resurrected. Disasters broke out randomly in the country. An indifferent voice sounded. Baixiangwo players? With lingering fear, he appeared on the shore again. Touching his head. Face pale. He just for a moment. The head was bitten to pieces. It was like a nightmare. Whoa! But from the river, a great shadow looms. A strange fish full of teeth. He looked at everyone coldly. Dive into the water again. Apparently it didn't go far. Instead, wait for the next one to approach the river. Hiss, it's too scary. I haven't even reacted yet, come on. I bought some to chew. What kind of fish is that? The teeth are almost as long as my forearm. Oh my god, how do you get there with such fish in the river? Fact, I suspect that the underwater body of this fish can be as big as 2 trucks. Dragon Country players going to be attacked? Ask for self-determination, ask for flowers. In an instant, the entire audience in the Blue Star Live broadcast room was terrified. There is such a terrifying strange fish hidden in the river. The strength of Baixiangwo's players is not weak, but they were all killed in one bite. If the rules hadn't changed, everyone has one more chance to be resurrected. He is already dead. But wanting to leave Novice Forest, you must cross this river. This is simply an impossible task. In such a big river, who knows how many more monsters like this exist? Everyone gets chills down their spines. Feeling creepy. And the people of Baixiang Kingdom. From vomiting blood to autism. The mentality completely collapsed. I was so happy just now. Finally got the reward. In the blink of an eye. Rewards gone. In a blink of an eye. National players gone? Even if extreme joy begets sorrow, there is no need to be more sad than this. Quickly. The disaster of Baixiangmu broke out. This time it is waterspout. The terrible tornado appeared directly from the holy river in Baixiang. Rolled up tens of thousands of tons of river water. And all kinds of garbage in the river. Like a roaring dragon. It swept across the banks of the holy river. Known as the Holy River of the periodic table of elements. Finally revealed its sacredness. The river water was evenly distributed to the people of Baixiang Kingdom on both sides of the river. And for countless years, countless rubbish deposited in the holy river. And soared into the sky. Throwing their heads and covering their faces on the people of Baixiang Kingdom. Some riverside cities. It is almost filled with garbage. News came out. The whole Blue Star was shocked. Good guy, I'm so direct, good guy, this is simply a biochemical attack. This is called heaven and good reincarnation, idiot. I'm going to vomit first, vomit. Fuck. It's horrible. I have a friend who is from Baixiangwo. Now I'm hiding in the house and I don't dare to go out. As soon as I open the door, garbage will pour in. I'm so broke. Stop talking, I'm in the White Elephant Country right now, and a dead body just fell from the sky. It's like a horror story. The one upstairs is alright, hurry back to your country, our Dragon Kingdom is the safest place now. The audience in the Dragon Country was even more arguing. Some Longwa people in Baixiangwo sent back related videos and pictures, instantly detonating the internet. Originally, the waterspout was a relatively weak disaster. But the pollution of the holy river in Baixiang Country is too serious. It can only be said that it is self-inflicted. Come out to hang out, sooner or later you have to pay it back. Different world. There are lessons learned from the players of Baixiangwo. Players from other countries retreated one after another. Far away from the river. Seeing the sky getting dark, immediately began to set up camp.
But at this moment, with the sound of hooves, Chinpingon and Mieko sit leisurely on the sleigh, came to the shore. There was a burst of envious and jealous eyes. But he didn't care. Capable people stand out from the crowd everywhere. It will inevitably attract these gazes. He took out the copper kettle and shook it. I found that there was not much water in it. Chinpingon strode directly towards the river. In the camp, players from all over the world are busy setting up camp. A few players from small countries panicked. Just wanted to rush out to remind. Surrounded by several figures. Parker's face was gloomy, and he sneered and said, "Humph, want to tip off the news? Impossible. Right now." He wished he could look up to the sky and laugh wildly. As long as no one reminds me. Dragon players go to the river to fetch water. You will definitely be attacked by the horrible monster fish in the river. Even if he is powerful. But in the face of a sudden sneak attack, there is only one end. That is death. That is a terrifying monster that instantly killed the Beixiangwo player. He didn't believe it. Can the Dragon Kingdom players survive this time? Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Dragon Country Live Broadcast Room. Hiss. Not good. Mr. Chinpingon was a little careless, and walked directly to the river, and didn't find any danger hidden in it. Miss Bingbing suddenly became anxious. Can't wait to jump directly into another world. Loudly remind Chinpingon to be careful. There are monsters in the river. I think with the strength of Chinpingon, even if there are monsters, he can't hurt him. Wow, now I'm already a big fan of Chinpingon. Don't say it's this monster. Even if Chinpingon is going to challenge the winter giant deer now, he thinks he has a chance. Can't be careless. However, Xin Li's expression on the side was very serious, and he shook his head. Didn't you notice that the name of this river in the reminder is called the Great Wilderness River? Not an ordinary monster, but a desolate beast. Bitter eye. The hearts of those who wear it are shocked. This is the existence of real terror. So far, they have encountered only two desolate beasts. One is more than meters long. The other is the giant winter deer that goes deep into the sky. It is conceivable how terrifying the strength of the desolate beast is. And the most important point is that player Chinpingon is defenseless, and if he encounters a surprise attack, the consequences will be disastrous. Lord Law kept nodding his head and said, Nyababian has always been one of the dangerous areas, so you must be careful when taking water. Chinpingon is careless this time. Seeing in another world. Chinpingon got closer and closer to the river. The audience in Longwa also became anxious. Be careful, Mr. Chinpingon, there are monsters in the river. 0, asking for flowers. Hastily, those players from other countries, no country reminded them. After all, it is the fate of the country to survive, and everyone is a competitor. What to do? I'm so nervous. Mr. Chinpingon will not really have an accident, right? Bah, crow's mouth, Mr. Chinpingon even killed a meter-long fish. Are you afraid of these little fish? But this is a sneak attack, and the fish looks so fierce, it can swallow a person in one bite. Countless audiences in front of the screen couldn't help clenching their fists. Hold your breath. If someone is walking in Dragon Country at this time, you will find the streets and alleys are silent. All eyes. It all fell on Chinpingon. Longwa players are finally going to be unlucky this time? He's not alert at all, he's too bloated. Even the players from our Baishang country were instantly killed, and the players from the Dragon Country will definitely die. Fake, the Dragon Kingdom player is dead. I'll throw a champagne party for 3 days to celebrate. And audiences from some countries that are hostile to Dragon Kingdom. They all became excited, looking forward to seeing the scene where the Dragon Kingdom players were swallowed in one gulp. 0. Different world. Chinpingon has come to the river. He leaned over and started filling the copper kettle with a gurgle. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth.
After the metamorphosis, his inspiration far surpasses all others. How could it not be possible to discover the danger in the water? Others look. It was a strange fish in the water preparing to attack him. Actually, after all, any meat that I personally know is a great tonic. Whoa! Really? Dark shadows emerged from the bottom of the river. A strange fish several meters long jumped out suddenly. The bloody mouth full of teeth was biting towards him. Coming. In the camp. A smile appeared on the corner of the lighthouse player Parker's mouth. It seems that I have seen the scene where the Dragon Country players were killed. But the next second, his smile instantly froze on his face. Because at this moment, from behind Shinpingan, a huge phantom suddenly appeared. Law, heaven and earth. It's you waiting. Fa Xiang stretched out his hand to grab it, and the huge palm came out of the big river. Catch the monster out. Like a man coming out of a fishbowl. Fished out a little goldfish. Bite. The strange fish was directly smashed to the shore, and its small eyes were full of great doubts. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get ashore? Then it was on the ground and quickly got up. If you look closely, it has 6 little feet and a snake-like head. Chie. A star shines. The great desolate star halberd flies from afar. Instantly pierced its head. Countless Dragon Country audiences breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Master Da's face suddenly changed. Dear viewers, we have the latest news. This kind of strange fish is also recorded in the Shanhai Jing. It is called Rani Yu. It is extremely vicious, and the most important thing is that they live in groups. What? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Haven't responded yet. Then I saw behind Shenpingan. The whole river seemed to be boiling. One huge and terrifying ran fish after another. It suddenly surfaced. The cold and brutal eyes fixed on Shenpingan, so. Fuck, they still live in groups? It's too exaggerated, how could there be so many? What do they eat? Eat grass. I'm about to commit trisophobia. There must be at least 100 of them, it's too scary. Not one more million. Ask for customization, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. Everyone thought that. There is only one of this terrible monster fish. However, never expected. They turned out to be social creatures. After being killed by Chinpingan. Like stabbing a hornet's nest. Hundreds of Ranong fish. Appearing from the big river, they climbed onto the bank one after another. Let out bursts of sharp screams. They have 6 legs on their abdomens, and they can run fast even on the shore. Siate, this is terrifying. Fortunately, the contestants in our country are not near the river. Oh my god, is this some kind of doomsday monster movie? The contestants from Xiaolong country are 100% dead. All countries in the world, through the live broadcast of their own players. Seeing this extremely frightening scene, numerous Rani fish crawled out of the great river. Players flocked to Dragon Country. Except for the audience of Dragon Kingdom. Almost everyone feels that Dragon Kingdom player is dead this time. This is no ordinary monster. It is a more powerful and terrifying desolate beast. 053. Even if he can handle 1 or 2. But now he faces. But hundreds of them. And any one of them can instantly kill players from other countries. In the camp, everyone was scared out of their wits. Get away now. In the heart of Parker, the lighthouse country. Suddenly hope was rekindled. Are you still alive now? He gritted his teeth and whispered bitterly. From entering another world. Longwa players have always been a mountain on top of his head. Surprise him? No, it should be said that there are too many frights. And now? Is this mountain finally about to collapse? Owner. On the sled. Mieko exclaimed. He rushed out with his iron sword in hand. But seeing Chen Ping turned around and smiled slightly at her. He waved his hand. "It's okay, it's just a small trouble." The voice fell. The entire Blue Star live broadcast room. There was a moment of silence. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. WTF? Player Longwa just said that this is just a small trouble? What? Am I hearing it wrong, or is it a translation problem? This is the power of high-dimensional space, there is no language barrier at all, that's what he said. My God, is a miracle about to happen again? Oomph, you must be bluffing. The live broadcast rooms in countless countries exploded in an instant. And in Longwa's live broadcast room, countless viewers were also excited. Ah, Mr. Chen Pingan's smile is so soft, I'm all wet. I also want Mr. Chen Pingan to smile at me like that, woo woo woo. Fuck. My blood is already boiling. Mada, this is too handsome, I give full marks to this coercion. Viewers from other countries, after entering the Longwa live broadcast room. What I saw was this style of painting. They were all shocked. Your Dragon Country players are about to be besieged, aren't you in a hurry? Isn't it said that the people of Long Kingdom are the most united? Doubt or incomprehension. It seems that no one cares about the life and death of Longwa players. What do you know, Mr. Chen Pingan said it was a small trouble, so it must be a small trouble. That's right, do you know what a big boss is? However, in fact, this represents all the people of Dragon Kingdom. Absolute trust in Chen Pingan. This is unique in any country of Blue Star. Countless foreigners have been impressed by the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom. Deeply shocked. Different world. Chen Ping walked forward slowly. Pull out the great desolate star halberd. A cold look appeared between his brows. Originally I just wanted to kill a Dedeyaji, since you are looking for death, then I will let you understand. Bang. Spiritual explosion. A huge Dharma figure emerges from behind. 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding endless power. Jijiji. Next second. Dozens of Ronnie fish leaped high. Open your sharp mouth. Pounce hard on him. In the face of absolute strength, a numerical advantage is simply boom boom boom. Horrible bangs sounded one after another. Countless blood mist erupted in the air instantly. One by one flew out. The dreaded Ronnie fish. Fly back at a faster speed. Smashed big fuzzy pits of flesh and blood on the ground. Chen Pingan's eyes were cold. Slowly spit out the last sentence, chicken tile dog. Boom. The huge Dharma is like a wild giant from ancient times, with 6 arms waving, even the earth trembles. This scene was broadcast live. In the eyes of audiences from various countries of Blue Star. In an instant, the whole world is quiet. Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Is this still human? Damn it, is this God descending? Longwa contestants are not human beings at all, but gods. No, in the words of Longwa, it should be a fairy. It's unbelievable, I can't believe my eyes. Next second. Like a volcano erupting. Numerous bullet screens emerged. Everyone was stunned by Chen Pingan's strength. This is not a human being at all. But a god. A living god. Globally, the number of Chen Pingan's believers has further increased. Countless people pay homage to him. And now in another world. Rani Yu had also suffered heavy casualties. Although they are wild beasts. But it is almost one of the weakest wild beasts. Otherwise, they will not live in groups. Directly killed by the Dharma giant. Yet there are too many of them. The smell of blood fills the air. The whole river boils. More and more Ronnie fish climbed ashore. They are so cruel. Even the corpses of his companions were not spared. You can't even see the water by the river. It is densely packed with the backs of Rani Yu exposed. No one knows that in this big river. How many Rani Yu are alive? It's endless, isn't it? Chen Pingan finally got angry.
Then I will seriously play with you. The sound is broadcast live. Spread throughout the blue star. The audience who have not recovered from the shock. Stunned again. One side of the brain is blank. Seriously play? What kind of thought is this? Could it be that the performance of the former Ligua players? Isn't it his serious state? Different world. Chen Pingan held the great desolate star halberd tightly. The terrifying spiritual power is surging. Influx into the halberd body. Moment. Shining like a star. A dazzling beam of light. Shot straight into the sky, summoning the power of the stars. Great desolation starfall. A roar. Suddenly there was a violent friction sound in the sky. A terrible meteorite guided by a beam of light. From the sky. In a bursting gesture. Slam into the river hard. Boom. Light and heat explode. The terrifying shockwave swept away everything. Even the heavy snow flying all over the sky is gone. The river water evaporates instantly to form steam. Diffuse it. Hidden among hundreds, countless Rani fish writhing in the river. Screaming horribly. Then, Chen Ping raised the great desolate star halberd again. A brace. In a few seconds. Another terrible meteorite. Smash into the river. Moment. Everything is quiet. From the upper and lower reaches of the great river, I can see black shadows swimming desperately. Get out of this horrible place. That is impressively huge and brutal. The frightened Rani Yu. Only then did Chen Pingan clap his hands. Put away the Dharma image and the wild star halberd. Holding the tail of a Ranong fish. Before the sled. Touched Ferrari's big head. Looking at Mieko Zero. We're having fish tonight. The tone is calm and breezy. It's like just catching a fish from the river. Same for preparing dinner. Simply trivial. If you ignore the steam behind him. And two giant craters that almost diverted the river. Myingzi's eyes are full of admiration. His face was flushed. Nodding vigorously. Dragon Country live broadcast room. Oh my god, Mr. Chen Pingan is so handsome. Miss Bingbing's eyes are full of little stars. I almost jumped up with excitement. I couldn't help being extremely jealous of Mieko. Aha! I really want to be treated like this by Mr. Chen Pingan. I also want to eat fish tonight. It's too strong, it's like a god coming down to earth. No, the 2.1 boss Chen Pingan is a god at all. Wow yelled loudly. It seems that Mr. Chen Pingan always brings surprises every moment. It seems that we are worrying about nothing. Mi Lu and Master De looked at each other and smiled. They all shook their heads helplessly. I can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. Every analysis they make is well-founded and logical. But unfortunately, Chen Ping can break the rules every time. Let them be slapped in the face every time. But the two are very happy instead. I even hope that there will be more and more face slaps like this. After all, the more you slap your face, the safer Chen Pingan is. Ha ha ha, Mi Lu and Master De are so miserable. Every time they analyze carefully, the results are all the other way around. The most outrageous thing is that every time it is still convincing and convincing. I can only say that Mr. Chen Pingan is too awesome. Fuck. It's too domineering, not too loud, just two meteorites go down, and suppress all dissatisfaction. I heard that you have an opinion? First pick me up a meteorite before I have the right to speak. Undecided when things happen, the star falls in the wilderness, one can't do it? Another 100 million. It's so fucking hot, I'm going to explode. Countless Dragon Country viewers were so excited in the live broadcast room, it was like eating my shen. Unstoppable. Long press your favorite passage to record your thoughts. Different world. The contestants from the Beacon Country opened their mouths wide. His face was dull, as if he had turned into a sculpture.
The younger brothers around me also stared wide-eyed. Chi Shushua swallowed his saliva. Big brother, why don't we forget about it in the future? A younger brother whispered.
Intense fear appeared in the eyes.
Dragon Kingdom players are very strong.
They know.
But what the hell?
No one told them. It's actually so strong. This is not human at all. It's a god, okay? You think he'll let us go if we're found out?
Parker's eyes were cold. After sweeping over everyone, he opened his mouth in a dark voice.
However, you must not mess with him during this period of time.
If we want to get ahead of him and enter the wilderness, we will definitely get rich rewards.
Now that the players from Baixiangwo have discovered Jeha,
all get rewards. Then the first to enter the wilderness. There must be greater rewards.
Even a god has weaknesses.
He is like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark.
Stand by. The snow is falling again.
A great bonfire was lit in the camp. Players from all over the world huddled in simple shelters.
Pray that the night will pass as soon as possible. And on the other side,
Chen Ping took out the axe directly.
Local materials.
Build a log cabin on the spot with big wooden blocks. A small chimney is also carefully built. To keep the cold wind from outside from rushing in.
Finally put on the fire. The warm breath immediately permeated. Comfortable. He leaned on the wooden floor. After deciding to go to the wilderness, the first time is to build a home that belongs to 07. Immediately after,
he took out a piece of elite clear fish from his back. Rani fish meat, delicious, eating a small amount can enhance physical fitness. Compared with Happy Face's meat, the effect of Rani fish meat is far worse. But the taste is very delicious.
Mieko just happened to be there too.
Chen Ping simply chose a way of eating that is very popular in the country of cherry blossoms.
Sashimi.
The essence extracted from the system.
No parasites or anything like that. It can be eaten with confidence.
With a sterilized copper sword.
Cut into thin slices. Put it in your mouth. Suddenly. Fresh, fragrant, sweet, waxy. Diffuse on the tip of the tongue. Go on the music, go on the dance.
Chen Ping'an waved his hand.
Mieko stood up.
Half hidden by the sleeves. Beautiful eyes. While singing the traditional song of Sakura country. While dancing gracefully. She was a big star before. Whether singing or dancing.
All top level.
Chen Ping'an nodded slightly. Just singing and dancing.
Serving meal I. It's simply Jian Wang's enjoyment. Lumens. I cried when I saw it. What's going on?
Upstairs, maybe because you are single.
Funny.jpg. Whoa, what's wrong with the single dog? Has the single dog eaten your rice? Is this the big brother's national luck to survive? I am so envious that I don't want to talk, and I have a bold idea about my cat.
Shut up your bold thoughts, cats won't become catgirls.
Seeing this scene, the audience in Longwo were so envious that they were about to cry.
And those who are still in the Longwo live broadcast room,
countless foreign audiences,
has already started crying.
It's freezing outside. Players from their country, shivering by the campfire.
But Chen Ping'an was roasting on the fire, eating sashimi.
While enjoying the music. Enjoy dancing. Is this coming to the country to survive?
This is just for tourism. As the saying goes.
No harm without comparison, Chen Ping's AOE for Blue Star. The damage is directly full.
Audiences from Lighthouse Country, Big Stick Country and other countries.
He even quietly exited the live broadcast room. Only the audience in Sakura country rejoiced.
Yoshi, it seems that Mieko has won the favor of Lord Chen Ping'an.
Ha, now our Sakura country is stable.
It is her honor to serve Lord Chinpingon, who is like a god. The entire Cherry Blossom country has almost become a fanatical believer of Chinpingon.
The Prime Minister of Sakura country is even more emotional.
It's a pity that there can only be one player in a country, otherwise we can rest assured that the entire girl group of Sakura country will serve Master Chinpingon.
Of course, for the female audience of Dragon country. It's the itch of jealousy.
Let go of that boss Chinpingon, it's ours.
Damn Sakura country vixen, so angry. On the scarf. Countless actresses spoke one after another. Well-known actress Tian, I also want to dance for Mr. Chinpingon.
Popular singer Xiao Chichi, I want to sing for the boss.
Female anchor Zayadai Mimi, then I'll show the boss a cute show. It can be said. If Chinping can return to Blue Star,
it's not a problem at all to gather the entire entertainment circle of Lone Kingdom to perform for him.
Ask for flowers, ask for a monthly ticket. Different world.
Chinpingon still doesn't know how to watch the show by himself. It can also cause an uproar outside. Of course, he was just purely admiring it.
And no other thoughts.
Come down with a song and dance.
He is satisfied.
He rewarded Mieko with the rest of the fish. Although the gain is not great for him.
But for Mieko, the effect is no less than Taiyan Kadibo. After eating, he will be promoted to 3 levels in a row.
After all, judging from the performance of the past few days, she is really loyal to Chinpingon.
As a handmaid, the natural strength cannot be too low.
Of course, if she wants to threaten Chinpingon,
it is absolutely impossible. Immediately after,
he also took out all the materials from the backstory.
Living wood, the spirit of the beast, meteorite block, the animal tendons of the ancient rhinoceros. These are the materials for making Neji crossbow.
Chinpingon was also a little excited.
Put the materials together, then silently synthesize. A white light suddenly appeared.
All materials are fused in white light.
Wisps of divine light overflowed in it. Suddenly, the system sound appears.
Please ask the host to drip blood to bind.
He was overjoyed instantly. To know. Only legendary equipment. Only blood binding is needed.
Quickly bite your finger and drip a drop of blood.
Quickly. White light dissipates. One is about arm's length. The outer mountain meteorite is inlaid with living wood. The tendon wound crossbow appeared. Na Jiu crossbow, legendary. Trait, sturdy, long range, 3 bursts.
Description, the magical props of the legendary Great Wilderness, which can be used to capture wild beasts, with a maximum limit of 10,000 years of wild beasts.
Ha! It really is legendary. Chinpingon excitedly grabbed the Neji Yunu.
As expected, he used all the most precious materials at present, and it really gave him a huge surprise.
With the Neji royal crossbow, encounter some powerful desolate beasts again. He can catch and tame. Be your own pet. At that time, with one order, thousands of desolate beasts will follow. Who can stop it? In particular, 2 characteristics. Long shot can be 3,000 meters away. Aim at wild beasts and shoot. And 3 bursts. It fires 3 bullets at once. Greatly improve the success rate of capture. It doesn't look as good as the Great Wild Star Halberd. But the functions of the 2 pieces of equipment are different. And the Neji Yu is not without lethality. At least not lower than ordinary firearms. Neji Royal Crossbow. Finally got it. Chinpingon was satisfied. Quickly. The night passed. Dawn comes. The snow is getting bigger and bigger. With the bitter cold wind. But players from all over the world were surprised to find that the river that was still rushing yesterday, it's all frozen today. Frozen hard. Don't say walk over. Even if you jump hard on the top 057. No problem at all. Ha, we can finally cross the river. So it turns out that the river will freeze. Come on, the reward is ahead. Players from all over the world suddenly became excited. Even the audience in the Blue Star studio. They all suddenly realized. Crazy XAN said, Q, there are so many monsters in this river, how could it be possible to swim across it? I bought cakes, is this the strength of a lord-level desolate beast? It's too terrifying. It's still not far away, it can freeze the river, and it deserves to be called the name of winter. Many viewers discussed. They were all overwhelmed by the terrifying strength of the winter giant deer. Such a force comparable to natural disasters. It is simply impossible for humans to compete. Different world. Chen Ping turned around, looking at the huge winter deer like a mountain peak. There is no fear in their eyes. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. One day, I'm going to make you my pet. Howling. Ferrari screamed, dragging a sledge with joy on the ice. Instantly overtake players from all countries. Quickly, they crossed the glacier. Came to the other side. Went on for about 2 hours. Suddenly, the snow beneath my feet disappeared. And in front of them, a verdant plain also suddenly appeared. It is covered with green grass and flowers. There is a sweet aroma in the air. A huge semicircular building stands on the plain. The whole body is golden, and there are holes all over it. Take a closer look. It turned out to be a huge beehive. A palm-sized bee is flying around, gathering nectar. Like a scene from a fairy tale. However, Chen Pingin's expression was slightly dignified. Lift your feet into the plains. Suddenly, the indifferent voice resurfaced in everyone's ears again. Longwa contestants are the first to discover the hive plane, rewarding a swarm of Longwa spirit bees. Wow! So beautiful. Oh my god, it's like a scene from a fairy tale. I really want to roll on the grass. I'm the only one who noticed those bees the size of a fist? Damn it! I've got trypophobia, okay? Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Many viewers have just woken up. Just saw this scene. Immediately, I felt a bright light in front of my eyes. After watching the ice and snow all day, I can finally see green. Spirit Bee Swarm, what is that? Great, our Dragon Kingdom has received rewards again. Upstairs, please ban. Shouldn't it be the same as by Shangwa, who died suddenly? Bah! Why the hell can't you think of something good? However, many viewers also expressed their dissatisfaction with the spirit bee mentioned in the reward. Great interest arose. Hi, good morning viewers. Miss Bingbing today is also full of energy. It seems that Mr. Chen Ping'an has given us a good start to Longwa directly. Ha, Mr. Chen Ping'an is awesome. But I have another piece of good news, that is the spirit bee swarm rewarded, we have found it. Wow also smiled and said. Immediately afterwards, a picture appeared on the big screen. In the depths of a valley full of flowers, a great beehive stands. Some fist-sized spiritual peaks. In and out, gathering nectar. Far away, you can also see the fully armed Dragon Kingdom army. This is the spirit bee. After testing, the honey of the spirit bee contains a variety of elements that are beneficial to the human body. Regular consumption can not only strengthen the body, beautify the skin, and even prolong life. It is like a legendary magic medicine. Milu also said a little excitedly. Since the spirit revived, his waist no longer hurts, his legs are no longer sore. Some minor ailments healed without treatment. Not just him. The physical fitness of everyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom. They have all improved a lot. Even the Dragon Kingdom officials have started discussions to set up cultivation courses in primary and secondary schools. Cultivate practitioners from an early age, so as to achieve the extraordinary goal of the whole people. After all, the whole world now. Only the people of the Dragon Kingdom obtained the spiritual root. Able to practice. Let nature recall this precious time. Everyone, don't worry. Our researchers in Longwa are studying how to speed up the reproduction of spirit bees. It won't be long before spirit honey can enter thousands of households and be tasted by everyone. Master De finally spoke. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Oh my God, Beauty and Beauty, sisters, did you organize a group to steal honey? Good guy, with so many functions, you only remember Beauty and Beauty? Steal? You are afraid that you are going to give away the head. Fuck, is this still honey? This is simply a magic medicine. And the foreign people also got the news quickly. The effect of spiritual honey has made countless people salivate. But it's a pity that Longwa keeps secrets very strictly, and they don't even know where the spirit bee swarm is. Besides, in Blue Star, nor is there any country now dare to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. I can only be extremely envious in my heart. Then look at the players from your own country. Side. Are also players? How come the gap is so big? As for the people of Baixiang Kingdom, he even recalled the group of spirit fish that died suddenly in the Holy River. Fall into autism again. Different world. Enter the Hive Plains. Chen Pingon did not let down his vigilance. My lord, that honey looks delicious, do you want me to get some back? Mieko asked respectfully. Don't act rashly. Chen Pingon shook his head. Honey is good. But these bees, not to be trifled with. And he vaguely, I can feel a strong breath lurking in the hive plane. But the honey, it is indeed a good thing. Chen Pingon suddenly wanted to eat honey barbecue. System, is there any way to get these honey? He asked. You can use spirit meat to exchange honey with the hive. The system returns. So Chen Ping took out a piece of spider meat. Walked towards a hive. Hey, what is Mr. Chen Pingon going to do? Is he going to fetch honey? In the live broadcast room, Miss Bingbing said doubtfully. He looks like he's going to exchange meat with bees? Wow Wow is also very curious. With the strength of Mr. Chen Pingon, he can obtain it directly. These bees are not his opponents at all. I think, perhaps Chen Pingon felt the potential danger. Mila pushed his glasses. Don't forget, there are only bees in this plane, which seems to be a very abnormal thing. That's right, normally, the biological chain of an area should be complete, unless there is some kind of powerful creature in this place. Master De nodded and analyzed. Different world. Chen Ping threw out the spider meat, and sure enough, he succeeded in getting honey. So he simply took all the spider meat, replaced with honey, a full copper kettle. And shortly after they left, players from other countries finally came to the honeycomb plain. I bought cakes, a lot of honeycombs. Ha, a lot of honey. I can already smell the aroma of honey. I see beehives everywhere. They were overjoyed. From their perspective, the honey in these hives, it's in their pocket at all. Boom. Gall players. A burst of flames spewed out directly. A beehive burns. The terrified Yui fled away. And he took the honey proudly. As long as this is enough, the longbow player, Li Zhao, actually wants to exchange. How stupid. Or our Gall players are smart. Good, it seems that the Dragon Kingdom players are nothing more than that. Hashiri. Immediately, the audience in Gaul was very proud. He began to mock Chen Pingon's actions. But at this moment, mutation. The earth shook suddenly, followed by a huge queen bee, drilled out from the ground. Poochie. Sharp spines. It directly penetrated the body of the Gaul country player. Next second meaning. He rises again. Appeared in another place. Still haven't responded. A strong fear strikes. Looking up. Huge queen bee. Appeared above his head again. P.S. Thank you for your reward from the boss of reading as you like. Reward. EIB. Shall I report? No. Kwaishogawi's face turned pale. Intense fear enveloped his heart. Can't help but scream loudly. Buzz. But the great queen bee. It's like a small house floating in the air. There was a cold light in the compound eyes. The sharp tail thorn is like a giant sword. Stab into his chest again. And the Gull Country player counterattacked before his death. Spit out a raging flame. Not even a hair of the queen bee was burned. Players from various countries. And the audience outside the studio. They took a deep breath. Trembling all over, scalp numb. Gallo player dies once and is revived again, a random. Disaster broke out in Gaul. The death of a Gull Country player will randomly select a new player to enter a different world. An indifferent voice sounded. 2 prompts in succession. Gaul players? Totally dead. At this time, in the minds of players from all over the world, the information finally surfaced. Nest Lord, Queen Bee. Badland Millennium. The ruler of the Hive Plane possesses extremely terrifying power, and his speed is supersonic. Any behavior that harms the bee colony will be hunted down by the Queen Bee. After killing the Gaul players, the Queen Bee looked at everyone coldly. The huge body flew into the ground. Can see. It turned out to be a beehive extending in all directions underground. Apparently the bees of the Hive Plane. Not just what you see on the surface, but underground. A huge underground kingdom has been established. Commanded by a terrifying queen bee with 1,000 years of cultivation. Oh my god, it's horrible, the Gull players were killed twice in a row. Fuck, why bees can grow so big, it's not scientific at all. It's no wonder that players from the Dragon Kingdom all choose to make 057 deals with bees. He must have known about this for a long time. Fortunately, the players from the Gull Country made the first move. It was too thrilling. The players from our country almost did it too. Fact, I am from Gaul. Blue Star Live asked. Audiences from countless countries. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads one after another, with lingering fear in their hearts. Can anyone think of? Beneath the seemingly peaceful beehive plane. How could such a powerful queen bee be hidden? And put honeycombs on the ground. This is simply fishing law enforcement.